Joe. The White Eagle's overseas military presence is not randomly stationed. They do not deploy troops to desolate regions without reason. In several areas, the density of their military bases is markedly higher than in others. The oil-rich regions constitute one, and the Donji is how, where the neighboring state and Koreans reside, is another. Both regions hold immense significance and substantial interest for the White Eagle. Ironically, it is these very regions that have unwittingly provoked Soo-ee, handing him a weapon. This thought suddenly filled old Lin with a chilling realization. Could this have been part of your calculations all along? Indeed, it was a calculated move, though not by Soo-ee, but rather by Tian-shu. On the day of the opening of Penglai Island, there were countless individuals eager to incite trouble. However, Tian-shu deliberately allowed those connected to the divine nation and the neighboring state to enter. Regardless of their astonishment, Soo-ee merely smiled and remarked, "Yes, by doing so, the White Eagle's control over the globe will have dissipated by more than half, and the island chain that has long confined Jeojo will essentially collapse. So, what do you say? Shall we undertake this grand endeavor together?" Old Man Lin expressed his bewilderment, saying, "Let us not bother with this matter. It hardly requires our involvement. Your strength is more than sufficient. Once the issues in the oil-rich regions are resolved, when you extend your hand towards the foot basin chickens, they are unlikely to engage in feudal entanglements. At that juncture, the only force you will truly confront will be the army of the foot basin chickens themselves. When it comes to combat prowess, it is debatable whether they surpass that of the divine kingdom. We shall refrain from entangling ourselves in this affair. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, we can deliberate then. Where do you intend to meet those from the oil regions in the 9 provinces? Perhaps Jiangshan, as it has been quite some time since I last visited." Chapter 233. How could a high-level individual be so inept? It was hardly surprising that Jeojo chose not to engage with him in mischief. After all, he was but a solitary figure, and even with the entire Tianyu Group's workforce, their numbers barely reached 200,000. This afforded him the liberty to act without restraint, pursuing whatever whims he desired. However, Jeojo could not afford such indulgence. As the leader of a nation with over 1 billion citizens, every utterance and action required careful deliberation. Any misstep could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences for countless citizens. Years of experience had instilled in them a preference for a cautious and prudent approach to all matters. Even if a war with other nations were to become inevitable, it would only be after extensive retreat and with compelling justification that they would engage in conflict. To the likes of Old Lin and other senior officials in Jeojo, Soo-ee's readiness to unleash chaos over trivial matters seemed rather unhinged. Whether to uphold a hard-earned reputation or to maintain domestic stability, they would certainly refrain from following his reckless lead. Soo-ee was merely jesting and never truly expected them to acquiesce. After ending the call, he turned to Yuling and Xing-hen, saying, "I'll likely be heading back to Jeojo for a meeting in a day or two. Would you like to return early for a couple of days of fun?" "Sure." Yuling readily accepted, then glanced at Xing-hen, who was currently controlling a character in a game that had just been defeated by a tail-end needle. "Are you going?" "Xing-hen?" Xing-hen hesitated, biting her lip, and then tossed aside the controller. "I'm going. I'm done playing. Should you try to clear this level before leaving?" Soo-ee inched closer, picking up the controller. Surely, no one has played Black Horse for over 80 hours only to be stuck at the Poison King, right? Xing-hen's expression darkened, and though she wanted to retort that with her prowess, she could easily defeat any boss that dared to emerge, she couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps the game's formidable beings were beyond her reach. After a moment of contemplation, she could only huff, "If you're so capable, why don't you do it?" Soo-ee tossed the controller toward Yuling. "Darling, take care of this for her." With a resigned glance at him, Yuling seized the controller, swiftly navigating the game, and within a minute, she defeated the Poison King without taking a hit. Even as the last sliver of health dwindled, she had time to dodge and inquire, "Xing-hen, should I clear this level for you? Or would you prefer to do it yourself?" Xing-hen. "Wait, are we even playing the same game? Why is it that she can breeze through while I'm struggling for dear life? Surprised, aren't you? Sui dejare tirimpanthi. When this game first launched, Yu Ling completed it in just 3 days and subsequently posted numerous flawless boss challenge videos, garnering her a few million fans with a secondary account. That was when she had just arrived in Blue Star and was at the peak of her gaming obsession. Undoubtedly, she was eager to engage in this popular game, effortlessly advancing through its levels. It is truly a matter of innate talent, and Yu Ling possesses an astonishing aptitude in this regard. In contrast, Xinghen, who is significantly more skilled than Yu Ling, often leaves Su incredulous with her gameplay. He feels compelled to suggest she seek assistance. What are you so proud of? It's not like you played it, Xinghen remarked, somewhat exasperated. If she excels, isn't it because I taught her? When she first arrived, she didn't even know how to download a game, right? Su turned to Yu Ling, who promptly nodded in agreement, affirming his statement. Well, I too came from another world, and when I first arrived, I didn't know how to download games either. My gameplay was quite poor. And wasn't that also your guidance? Sui's forehead creased with confusion. This had nothing to do with him. When Yu Ling arrived, he was still unsure of the whereabouts of his company. With ample free time, he had indulged in playing games with her. Now, although his focus had shifted, he often found himself either lounging or being affectionate with Yu Ling, leaving little time to teach Xinghen. She had navigated her own way through the game, after all. However, Xinghen clearly had no intention of elaborating. After casting a glance of disdain at Su-yi, she declared she was going to change her clothes and swiftly departed. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Su-yi turned to the smiling Yu Ling, incredulously asking, before she arrived, "Didn't you say the Star Seeker is a renowned sage in your world? Are you certain you weren't exaggerating?" Yu Ling covered her mouth and chuckled softly before clarifying. "She truly is a sage. Have you not noticed? Her observations of this world have been from the perspective of an ordinary person, and to this day, she has not employed any magical powers. In terms of gaming, my proficiency stems from my status as an 8th-tier warrior, which greatly enhances my reflexes, rendering games designed for commoners trivial. It is not that Xinghen is incapable. Rather, she is deliberately suppressing her abilities to align with the perspective of an ordinary person. In your 9 provinces culture, this behavior might be referred to as entering the world. Indeed, entering the world. When you put it that way, it does carry an air of wisdom." Su-yi nodded. Upon reflection, he realized he had never witnessed Xinghen wield any magical abilities. Even when navigating stairs, she preferred to wait for the elevator rather than simply fly down. No wonder a demigod struggles so much in a game. But wait, Su-yi quickly responded. Even as an ordinary person, surely she doesn't play as poorly as she does? With her level of skill, if you called a random elementary student over, they would likely demand assistance. "Su-yi, are you done yet?" Xinghen's dissatisfied voice echoed from the room. A true sage would not be so easily provoked. "I misspoke earlier," Su-yi replied earnestly. Star marks. Chapter 234. The heights of coldness at this juncture in his life. Su-yi found that there were very few individuals capable of jesting with him. The only ones who could maintain a semblance of equality in their interactions were his companions, Yu Ling and Xinghen, along with his trading partners, Bai Lu and Wei Wei. In their presence, a more casual tone was permissible. Beyond them, others merely feigned equality. As the dynamics shifted significantly when one's status reached a certain pinnacle. Regardless of his own serene disposition, those around him inevitably altered their attitudes, making it difficult for them to interact with him in a manner befitting a friend. Even his childhood friends, such as Huang Lin, and his parents exhibited a degree of restraint in their dealings with him. He himself was not entirely able to retain an untroubled demeanor. His behavior had inevitably evolved as he ascended to this level of prominence. To outsiders, he now exuded an intimidating aura reminiscent of a sovereign. Thus, it became increasingly challenging for anyone to relate to him as they once did. Such is the nature of life. The phrase "the heights are cold" encapsulates this reality. Consequently, Su-yi cherished the opportunity to engage with those, like Yu Ling and Xinghen, who could interact with him without undue regard for his elevated status. In contrast, while others may regard him with reverence, he was disinclined to invest time and energy into cultivating those relationships. Of course, his rapport with these two was further bolstered by the fact that Yu Ling was now his wife. While Xinghen's beauty was undeniable, had she been less attractive, he would have been less inclined to devote his time to her. Once they had completed their preparations, the trio set off. It was now midday on Penglai Island, while it was already evening in Jeozhou. Due to their established formal collaboration with Jeozhou, Tianyu Group's 2 Mayfly-class landing vessels were duly registered with the Jeozhou Air Traffic Control, eliminating the need for them to infiltrate the air traffic system each time. The landing vessels confidently descended upon a sprawling estate in the outskirts of Jiangqing. This estate was a remnant of Su Yi's prior conquest of the Zheng family in Jiangqing. He had previously remarked on the estate's exquisite beauty, far surpassing the dilapidated villa he had purchased. Subsequently, he had tasked Shen Mingwen with acquiring the property. Given Shen Mingwen's capabilities, it took considerable effort to secure the estate, especially since the Zheng family's demise had been shrouded in mystery, necessitating a delay before he could relocate. That wait ultimately culminated in the meteoric rise of Tianyu Group, which expanded overseas to acquire islands, leading to the relocation of its headquarters to one such island, where Su Yi now resided. Nonetheless, Shen Mingwen remained astute, ensuring that arrangements for the estate were maintained for Su Yi, providing him with a splendid retreat whenever he returned home. The top floor of the Tianyu Group's headquarters served as both the chairman's office and Su Yi's residence, designed and decorated to the highest standards. The establishment boasts a plethora of amenities, including an indoor artificial forest and a fish pond. Yet, such man-made landscapes inevitably pale in comparison to the splendor of nature. In terms of scenic beauty, this estate remains unparalleled. Even Xinghin, upon her initial arrival, remarked on the undeniable allure of this place, particularly the ancient architectural styles reminiscent of the 9 provinces, which left her utterly captivated. However, their purpose in visiting was merely to rest briefly. Soon after disembarking from the landing craft, they donned the grand attire that Shen Mingwen had prepared for them in the estate. Their journey was specifically to revel in a few days of leisure in the 9 provinces, while simultaneously addressing the remaining matters concerning the oil regions. Naturally, enjoyment took precedence before any obligations. At the entrance of Jiangqing University, Yang Yi stood beneath the shade of a tree, clad in her JK uniform, occasionally glancing toward the road with eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. As if illuminated by an inner light, her gaze was captivating, drawing the attention of passers-by. With the national celebration approaching, her school had granted a brief holiday. After returning to school from Su Yi's residence due to the start of the term, it had now been over a month. During this time, Su Yi had initially reached out to her sporadically, but as days passed, he seldom initiated conversations, leaving the young girl in a state of uncertainty. She could only comfort herself by observing the influx of news related to Su Yi, reassuring herself that he was undoubtedly busy and lacked the leisure for casual chats. Fortunately, her caring elder sister, Yu Ling, had not forgotten her, frequently checking in and sending her various rare technological products that were virtually unattainable in the market, along with magical foods and life-giving water. When there was nothing left to send, she even bestowed upon her luxurious cosmetics and jewelry, items that ordinary people on Blue Star could scarcely dream of. Yuling diligently fulfilled her responsibilities in managing Su Yi's affairs. Had it not been for Yu Ling's attentiveness, Yang Yi might have doubted whether Su Yi had truly severed ties with her. Just as the holiday commenced, Yu Ling informed her that she would be returning to Jiangsheng with Su Yi to see her, which filled Yang Yi with excitement. Sitting before the mirror, surrounded by the luxurious gifts and cosmetics from Yu Ling, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately opting for a pure and unadorned look reminiscent of her first encounter with Su Yi. This choice reflected her subtle strategy. Yang Yi possessed a clear understanding of her own allure. In terms of beauty, she would never surpass Yu Ling, whose ethereal beauty resembled that of a celestial being descended to earth. To capture Su Yi's heart, her greatest asset lay not in competing with Yu Ling's beauty, but in showcasing her own youthful vibrance. ISNT that Yang Yi? Someone mused. Why ISNT is she going home for the holiday? Why is she standing at the school gate? Another quipped. She must be waiting for a wealthy suitor. Just look at her wardrobe, filled with bags and cosmetics, each more exorbitant than the last. Indeed, I recall that during the previous semester, Although her family's circumstances were relatively favorable, they were merely typical, making it implausible for them to indulge in such luxuries. It must have been a gift from a wealthy admirer. Please, let us refrain from further discussion. She has always maintained an air of aloofness at school, often referred to as the ice goddess in the school forum. Despite the numerous suitors vying for her attention, she remains utterly indifferent. Speaking of which, I am reminded of an incident from a few days ago when a senior expressed his desire to invite her to dinner for a casual acquaintance. Can you guess her response? Oh, it brings a smile to my face. She claimed her boyfriend was Sue E, which was quite humorous indeed. Chapter 235. What is the gossip? Let us elaborate. Wait, Sue E? Which Sue E? What gossip? Do tell. Under a tree, approximately 100 meters away from where Yang E was situated, a group of 5 or 6 girls gathered, engrossed in idle chatter. Unbeknownst to them, Yang E, having consumed an abundance of magical delicacies and treated the life water as if it were mere water for an extended period, had developed a physique that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. They assumed their distance rendered their gossip inaudible, yet every word reached Yang E with crystal clarity. Upon overhearing the discussions among her roommates and classmates, Yang E did feel a flicker of annoyance. However, after taking a deep breath, she chose not to confront anyone, pretending she had not heard them. After all, the nature of her relationship with Sue E, if scrutinized, bore a striking resemblance to being kept. Yet, it was Moon Ling who had orchestrated the entire affair. She was not a homewrecker or an unscrupulous mistress, free from the shackles of societal judgment. She remained guiltless in her heart. Nevertheless, this predicament was not something she could divulge to outsiders, and thus, she opted for silence. Despite her indifference, the gossip continued unabated. Infiltrating yang es airs incessantly. What? You're unaware of this gossip? It's practically gone viral on the school forum. There's a senior from our cohort, a gentleman with the surname Zhang, whose family is said to be quite affluent, being shareholders in a publicly listed company. At the beginning of this semester, he fortuitously spotted Yang E at the school gate and, enchanted by her beauty, developed an interest in pursuing her. For some time now, he has been incessantly bestowing gifts upon her. Little does he know, Yang E has already been taken care of by an unknown benefactor from outside the school, and she returned all his gifts without hesitation. This incident likely left Senior Zhang feeling quite humiliated, and instead of relinquishing his pursuit, he intensified his efforts. Initially, he presented modest gifts worth hundreds or thousands, but soon escalated to luxury handbags and imported cosmetics worth tens of thousands. Yet, Yang E accepted none. As a result, he continued to send gifts without retrieving them, leading to an awkward stalemate between them. One must acknowledge that this senior is genuinely kind-hearted and generous. In his pursuit of her, he even treated her roommates to meals and bestowed red envelopes upon them. Can you guess how much each envelope contained? What? Your roommates received red envelopes too? How much were they? Were you all meant to be his wingmen? Naturally, he wanted us to speak highly of him in front of Yang Yi. The red envelopes were quite substantial, each containing 5,000. Wow, that is truly impressive. 5,000 in a red envelope. This rich second generation is remarkably generous. Indeed, we have dutifully fulfilled our obligations, frequently boosting his favorability in Yang Yi's eyes. Whether it proves effective is beyond our concern. Didn't TU inform him that Yang Yi had already been taken care of? What is that to me? Why should I tell him? True, if he ceased his pursuit, who would provide you with red envelopes? Ha ha, is he not a fool in this scenario? A victim of circumstance, a green tea bitch feigning innocence while being kept. In a certain sense, this is a perfect match. However, the story does not end here. What follows is even more significant. After a period of fruitless pursuit, the senior seemed to grow impatient and decided to drive his sports car to our dormitory last Wednesday night, setting up candles to confess his feelings. Yang E initially intended to ignore him, but guess what? He declared that if Yang E did not come down, he would not leave, insisting that no one in the building would sleep that night. The dormitory supervisor, likely having accepted his red envelope, made no effort to intervene, tacitly allowing his commotion to continue. Ultimately, Yang E must have felt cornered as she rushed down to topple the flowers and candles. telling the senior to look in the mirror and consider whether he was worthy. She added that she already had a boyfriend, none other than Sui. It is unclear whether the senior was simply caught off guard or genuinely heartbroken, but he never broached the subject again. Wait, finish your sentence. Which Sui are you referring to? Who else could it be but the one currently dominating the trending searches? So, she claims her boyfriend is the chairman of Tianyu Group? How outrageous! This is akin to a toad wishing to eat swan meat. He is the helm of the world's foremost corporation, with a net worth in the trillions, a formidable figure capable of military might to obliterate nations, standing at the pinnacle of power on Blue Star. Moreover, his looks are extraordinarily striking. Compared to him, even the most popular young stars seem pedestrian. For her to assert that such a deity-like figure is her boyfriend is utterly astounding. Goodness, she certainly has audacity. I have heard that Chairman Sue has a rather difficult temperament. For a kept woman to so boldly fabricate a connection with him is quite reckless, considering the potential repercussions from Tianyu Group. Who does not know that Chairman Sue is married to CEO Yu Ling? She chides the senior to look in the mirror. Yet she herself does not dare to reflect on how she compares to Yu Ling. In terms of looks, CEO Yu possesses an unparalleled beauty that likely has no equal on Blue Star. Regarding status, she is the president of Tianyu Group, receiving nothing less than top-tier receptions in any country she visits. Her aspirations are indeed lofty. Is it possible that she is genuinely Su Yi's mistress? I have heard that Su Yi is from Jiangsheng, so it would not be unusual for a wealthy man to keep a pure young woman like her. Unlikely, though. If she truly had such a relationship with Su Yi, would she be so discreet? What shame could there be in being Su Yi's concubine? If it were me, as long as CEO Yu does not mind, I would gladly be Su Yi's fourth, fifth, or sixth mistress. After all, he is a true diamond bachelor with looks to match. Wait, a car has come pick her up. Goodness, someone is getting out. It's Su Yi. Should I go and tear them apart? As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Su Yi gently wrapped his arm around Yang Yi's delicate waist. Beside them, Yu Ling smiled and remarked, "If you're feeling discontent, do not hesitate to confide in your sister. I shall ensure they are silenced henceforth." Having spent considerable time with these two, Yang Yi was well aware that Su Yi and Yu Ling were not jesting. Although she felt disheartened by the gossip surrounding her, she deemed it trivial and unnecessary to escalate the matter to such extremes. She quickly interjected, "Brother Su Yi, sister Yu Ling, let it be." Su Yi, not particularly surprised, opened the car door for her while half-jokingly replying, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. However, while I may spare them from retribution, those who relish gossiping behind others' backs must inevitably face some consequences. I shall arrange for a contact at your school to have their credits deducted. Giglis, Burotur Suyi. You are quite mischievous." Chapter 236. I do not care in Jiangsheng. I spent 2 delightful days with the long-lost Yang Yi. During this time, Yu Ling, displaying great understanding, would take Xing Hen away every evening, allowing space for these two individuals who had not met in ages. After such a long separation, Yang Yi was notably more enthusiastic and open than before. For Su Yi, if Yu Ling represented a grand banquet, then Yang Yi was akin to a delectable home-cooked dish, each providing a distinctly different experience. Occasionally indulging in a change of flavor was quite delightful. The personalities of the two women were starkly contrasting. Yu Ling was the epitome of gentleness and submissiveness, always compliant and agreeable, while Yang Yi, akin to a playful kitten, would display affection, exhibit minor whims, and was quite clingy. Interacting with her brought forth a unique charm. After 2 days of indulgence, it was time for Su Yi to address the matters he had come to Jiuzhou to attend to. The leaders of nations from the oil-rich regions, eager to meet him, had congregated in Jiangsheng, all arriving ahead of schedule. It would be discourteous to keep them waiting. Discussions needed to commence. Jiuzhou had arranged a high-standard protocol for such affairs, and, considering some promotional aspects, they had widely publicized the event after consulting Su Yi. The roles each party would play during the meeting were clearly delineated, prompting many who felt bewildered about the future of the oil regions to swiftly realize that a significant change was imminent. The once mighty divine nation, supported by the White Eagle, had its backbone shattered by the Tianyu Group. Should the Tianyu Group reach certain agreements with the countries in the oil regions, bolstered by Jojo support, the Divine Nation would find it nearly impossible to recover, casting doubt on the White Eagle's influence over the region's affairs. At the very moment the news broke, a spokesperson from the Black Palace publicly declared during a routine press conference that the actions of the Tianyu Group and Jojo were perilous, threatening to upend the existing international order. They urged for the immediate suspension of the meeting to avoid irreparable consequences. Concurrently, the Black Palace extended an invitation, suggesting that the White Eagle Empire would welcome Su Yi's visit at any time, the implications of which were unmistakable. They were indeed feeling the pressure. Previously, the Tianyu Group had concealed its true intentions regarding the Divine Nation, but after dismantling it, they seized the opportunity to encircle a White Eagle base under the pretext of capturing fleeing high-ranking officials from the Divine Nation. By openly meeting with the indigenous peoples of the oil regions in Jojo, the message was clear. Su Yi's target had never been the Divine Nation, but rather the White Eagle Empire itself. The earlier patience and concessions exhibited by the White Eagle now appeared utterly farcical, akin to a jester, manipulated at will. They naively believed that their forbearance would dissuade the Tianyu Group from interfering in the White Eagle's affairs in the oil regions after the downfall of the Divine Nation. The outcome reveals that while they have taken a step back, the Tianyu Group has advanced several strides. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of indignation. Not to mention the illustrious empire of the White Eagle, the so-called World Police. However, after losing the car of the Divine Kingdom, their control has waned, despite maintaining 2 military bases in the oil region, with a station force of over 100,000. Yet, the situation is veering towards a realm beyond their control. These elite overseas troops, undoubtedly formidable, may even surpass the Divine Kingdom's forces in strength. Nevertheless, observing how effortlessly the Tianyu Group dismantles the armed forces of the Divine Kingdom, the upper echelons of the White Eagle military harbor no inclination to engage in conflict, let alone a hot war with the Tianyu Group. The adage remains, deities must not bleed. If they continue to endure, perhaps they may sustain their position a while longer, albeit for a duration far shorter than previously anticipated. However, should they turn against the Tianyu Group now and suffer a defeat in the oil region, one that the White Eagle Empire has never encountered before, the implications would be profound. If a deity bleeds, can it still be regarded as a deity? Would others continue to hold the same reverence for the White Eagle, which has ruled Blue Star for decades, towering and exalted? The answer is evidently negative. Thus, after a prolonged struggle between intense fury and the fear of demise, the White Eagle has chosen to embody both rage and submission. They condemn Su Yi and the Jojo's actions as destructive to regional peace, threatening grave repercussions. Even the specter of large-scale warfare, while simultaneously meekly seeking a dialogue with Su Yi, even invoking the custom of warmly welcoming guests in Jojo. This demonstrates their earnestness. In turn, Su Yi, having long devised a strategy for addressing the issues in the oil region, was not swayed by the White Eagle's mere words. In a vast conference hall in Jiangcheng, the assembly drew over 300 participants, all representatives from multiple nations within the oil region. The attendance of such a multitude underscores their seriousness regarding this meeting. After the representatives from Jojo recited the customary opening remarks, all attention shifted to Su Yi, who rose at the opportune moment and addressed the representatives from the oil region. Please feel free to express your demands. Once you have shared your thoughts, I shall present mine. With this straightforward approach, devoid of any pretense, the representatives of the oil region found themselves momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, a member of the royal family from the oil region stood and remarked, "Mr. Su, your directness compels us to be equally candid. The purpose of our visit is to hear your plans for the oil region following your victory over the Divine Kingdom. Since you have graciously invited us to speak first, I shall take the liberty to initiate the discussion. Firstly, may I inquire about your or the Tianyu Group's perspective on the future of the oil region? Or have you established any preliminary plans regarding the oil region post the defeat of the Divine Kingdom?" The answer was simply no. Su Yi spoke softly. "Allow me to candidly disclose our intentions. The primary objective of our Tianyu Group is to eradicate the influence of the white-headed eagle in the oil-rich regions, as this territory lies perilously close to our domain. From a standpoint of corporate security, it is imperative that I ensure the restless white-headed eagle is driven away from here. As for any premeditated strategies concerning the aftermath of vanquishing the Divine Kingdom, I regret to inform you that we possess no such contingency plans. It is akin to pondering how to arrange a proper burial for an ant after having crushed it underfoot. Our operations against the Divine Kingdom inherently possess a significant degree of unpredictability, and thus, the notion of post-war planning is entirely irrelevant to us. Chapter 237. Do you really have no schemes at all? As soon as Su-yi uttered these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. After all, the esteemed attendees hailed from oil-rich nations, and prior to this meeting, they had engaged in extensive deliberations, fervently debating which of Su-yi's anticipated demands could be accommodated and which could not. The turmoil in the oil regions is not merely a contemporary issue. It can be traced back nearly a century. Before the emergence of the bald eagle, its progenitor, John Bull, had already stirred up chaos in this territory. The encroachment of powerful forces has become a commonplace occurrence in the oil regions, and they are acutely aware of the intentions behind such intrusions into their desolate lands. In plain terms, it is their subterranean oil reserves and the strategic geographical nexus of Yasho, Ojo, and Heijo that attract these formidable entities. Thus, in the subconscious of these leaders, the intervention of a dominant force in the oil regions is inevitably perceived as having ulterior motives. Despite the poverty and barren expanses of this area, it is undeniable that they possess valuable resources beneath the surface, making them an object of desire. Consequently, upon witnessing the Tianyu Group's relentless assault on the Bald Eagle's clandestine operations in the oil regions, to the point of nearly obliterating its very existence, these indigenous leaders hastily sought out Kyushu as an intermediary, eager to engage Su-yi in earnest discussions. The notion that divine entities dispatched agents to pilfer technology from the Tianyu Group may resonate with the common populace. Yet the elite of these nations remain unconvinced. They recognize that while it is plausible that these divine entities did indeed send operatives to steal from Tianyu Group, the magnitude of such theft is far from what has been portrayed, certainly not significant enough to warrant the annihilation of a nation and a relentless pursuit thereafter. The confrontation waged by the Tianyu Group against the divine entities scarcely qualifies as a full-fledged battle. It is more aptly described as a localized skirmish. The measured demeanor exhibited by the Tianyu Group throughout this conflict underscores their lack of urgency. If they had truly lost anything as monumental as nuclear fusion technology, spacecraft, or space elevators, the stuff of science fiction, they would not maintain such composure. Not even the might of the Bald Eagle or Kyushu could remain unfazed in the face of losing any one of these technologies, as each possesses the potential to alter the fate of a nation. The theft of such advancements could easily incite global warfare. How could the Tianyu Group, while vocally condemning the actions of their adversary, afford to dawdle for 3 days, granting the opposition ample opportunity to abscond with the stolen technology? The consensus among the high-ranking officials of these oil-rich nations is that the Tianyu Group's assault on the divine entities is merely a pretext to entrench themselves within the region's interests, driven by ulterior motives. Moreover, in contrast to the Bald Eagle and the divine entities, who could still muster some resistance, the combat capabilities displayed by the Tianyu Group Security Department left them devoid of any thoughts of defiance. Their sole desire was to promptly relinquish whatever Su-yi sought to ensure their safety. Yet now, what have they just heard? The meeting had just commenced, and they were still contemplating whether they should acquiesce to any excessive demands that Su-yi might propose. If they were to agree, should it be a gradual concession or an immediate compliance? To their astonishment, Su-yi straightforwardly declared that he had no interest in the oil region whatsoever, and that his decision to obliterate it stemmed solely from a minor affront caused by the Divine Kingdom's attempt to pilfer technology from the Tianyu Group. One might wonder, was this not a tad too impulsive? The assembly of magnates from the oil region found themselves at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, a young man, his head adorned with a white cloth, stood up and spoke. "Greetings, Mr. Su. I am the eldest son of the king of the Oil Kingdom, and I am here to represent my nation in negotiations with you." What you just implied is you truly have no other plans for the oil region and no intention to interfere with our countries, correct? I apologize, for it is not that I did not hear you clearly, but rather I am still struggling to believe it. He had indeed heard of this prince. He was reputed to be a formidable individual. It was said that he had imprisoned his own uncle for the throne, and his brothers were similarly arranged in a manner that left little to chance. In ancient times, he would surely have been a champion in the struggle for succession. Su's response to the prince's inquiry was both straightforward and candid. I have no intention of arranging matters for you, nor do I seek to manipulate you. However, I do require your assistance with a few minor tasks. You have vanquished the divine kingdom and avenged our compatriots who were being invaded and oppressed by them. You are a benefactor to all of us in the oil region. Whatever you require, we shall not hesitate to assist as long as it lies within our capacity. The Prince of the Oil Kingdom promptly affirmed, with others echoing his sentiments. It is common knowledge that there are no free lunches in this world. The Tianyu group and he had alleviated a significant threat for them. If they were to ask for nothing in return, it would indeed be unsettling. Now that mentioned needing their help, they felt somewhat reassured. Rest assured, it is not a difficult matter that would incur any loss for you. In fact, it may even yield considerable benefits. Replied with a slight smile. I need you to issue a statement, announcing to the world that the presence of the White Eagle's troops within your territory is entirely unlawful. Do not be concerned about how the White Eagle might respond, nor should you worry whether their forces will vacate your lands. Once you release this announcement, I will ensure their orderly departure. As these words echoed in the hall, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Even the intermediary, Elder Lin, could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. He had presumed that and the Tianyu group had devised some sophisticated strategy to rally these nations against the White Eagle. Yet, the approach was disconcertingly simplistic, merely issuing a proclamation that deemed the White Eagle's military bases on their territory unreasonable, and then preparing for war. Was this not excessively crude and straightforward? Although the bases established by the Bald Eagle in these nations are fundamentally grounded in agreements that suggest their legitimacy, such agreements can never supersede national sovereignty. Within the current international order, the citizens of these countries merely need to uncover instances of soldiers stationed at these military bases committing crimes outside the confines of the bases to justifiably abrogate previous agreements in the name of sovereignty. Yet, will these stationed Bald Eagle soldiers adhere to the laws of the host nations? Clearly, they would not. Thus, the notion of these countries declaring the abrogation of agreements and demanding the withdrawal of Bald Eagle bases from their territories poses no legal dilemma within the existing framework of international order. They could have done so at any point prior. The crux of the matter lies in their previous lack of courage to act upon it. While they could seek justification to entrap stationed Bald Eagle soldiers, thereby demanding the departure of their bases, the Bald Eagle could easily muster more reasons to retaliate. A mere can of laundry detergent could be labeled a weapon of mass destruction, leading to an immediate and severe response. Who would not fear such repercussions? However, the situation has shifted. With the support of Su Yi's declaration, it is akin to having the backing of the Tianyu group, fundamentally altering the dynamics at play. Chapter 238. I see great potential in you across the entirety of Blue Star. It can be asserted that no nation previously possessed the military prowess to confront the White Eagle directly. Following the collapse of the Red Giant Bear, the once formidable entity fragmented into a trifecta of lesser powers, alongside a multitude of insignificant nations. Each was more ineffectual than the last, and decades of development have left many of their technologies reliant on archaeological endeavors. The White Eagle, it seems, scarcely regards these nations with any serious attention. In the early years, the region of Kyushu could only exert a modicum of deterrence against the White Eagle within its own territory and the adjacent lands. As the formidable presence of the world's foremost army instilled a profound sense of oppression, especially given that the White Eagle had indeed suffered significant defeats. However, maritime confrontations were entirely out of reach. Even with the naval advancements of recent years, where warships have been launched in great numbers, any potential for engagement at sea remained limited to coastal waters. Once the theater of conflict extended to the open ocean, The challenges of sustaining supply lines rendered such battles exceedingly difficult. In addition to the inadequacy of fleet numbers, a crucial factor lies in the White Eagle's ubiquitous network of bases worldwide, an advantage unparalleled by any other nation. Consequently, in a conflict far removed from their homelands, the White Eagle wields a superiority that is difficult for other nations to match. This inherent advantage suggests that even if Kyushu's navy were to surpass the White Eagle in both quantity and quality of vessels in the future, engaging in a large-scale naval battle on the high seas would remain a formidable challenge. When considering sovereign states on Blue Star, only the White Eagle, Kyushu, and the Red Giant Bear emerge as contenders. The latter two currently, and for the foreseeable future, lack any military capacity to pose a threat to the White Eagle in oil-rich regions, let alone the local entities within those areas. Presently, they can only hope to annoy the White Eagle with covert support from Kyushu and the Red Giant Bear. The notion of expelling the White Eagle from the oil regions is utterly fanciful, an unattainable ambition due to their lack of capability. Until now, Soo-ee proactively suggested that they first legally challenge the legitimacy of the White Eagle's bases, followed by intervention from the Tianyu Group, to comprehensively resolve these matters. This proposition stirred palpable excitement among the representatives from the oil regions present. An elderly man, adorned with a turban, excitedly rose and inquired, "Mr. Su, are you serious? Do I appear to be jesting?" Sui retorted, "If this proceeds, billions within the oil regions shall be eternally grateful to you. However, this involves a myriad of complex issues. For instance, if we declare the White Eagle's bases illegal and seek to expel them, that is feasible. But in what capacity will the Tianyu Group assist us in this expulsion?" Quite simply, Soo-ee shrugged. The Tianyu Security, under the Tianyu Group, is already a highly established security firm. Upon my return, I will ensure a detailed national-level security project plan is formulated. Should you require assistance, you may directly place orders with the Tianyu Group. The price is always negotiable. If you were to offer me an oil field, I would gladly accept. Even a sum of 100 or 80 billion would be welcome. If funds are scarce, even a single dollar would suffice. And my Tianyu Group would still be able to assist you. Would that not be delightful? For those with wealth, let them pay. For those with resources, let them provide. For those with nothing, it is acceptable if you choose not to contribute. For Soo-ee's ultimate aim is to eradicate the influence of the White Eagle in the oil regions. Any additional benefits derived from this endeavor would be an unexpected bonus. If they do not materialize, it is of little concern, as long as he can achieve his objectives. That suffices. In most cases, in this world, free things are often the most valuable. The terms he has laid out are clear. The choice rests with the locals of the oil regions. Of course, beyond the options presented by Soo-ee, there exists another path: to refuse Soo-ee and relay his intentions regarding the White Eagle's presence in the oil regions, allowing them to prepare in advance. This could garner some favor from the White Eagles and perhaps even secure material and financial support. They could very well opt for this route, and the immediate benefits might surpass what Soo-ee has to offer. However, should they make the wrong choice, they need not blame Soo-ee for his ruthless nature. The combat capabilities of Tianyu Group have not yet been fully unleashed in addressing the issues of the Divine Kingdom. When the time comes, Soo-ee would not mind showcasing the formidable spectacle of a vast army clad in exoskeletal armor advancing with relentless force. He is indeed capable of such feats. He merely prefers not to expend excessive resources on these oil magnates. If they were to be so foolish as to ally themselves with the White Eagles and provoke Soo-ee and Tianyu Group at this juncture, they should not be surprised by Soo-ee's merciless response, which would certainly open their eyes. After a brief silence in the conference room, it was the Prince of the Oil Kingdom who first broke the quiet. He rose respectfully and said, "Mr. Su, you are assisting us in excising the greatest malignancy from the oil region. I wholeheartedly support this endeavor. As the Prince of the Oil Kingdom, I am willing to represent our nation and commit to your demands. By tomorrow evening at the latest, our national broadcasting station will ensure that the illegal activities of the White Eagle within our borders are disseminated throughout the country, guaranteeing that the information reaches every citizen and establishing the legal foundation for upholding justice." What does it mean to be on the right path? This is what it means. Su immediately expressed his appreciation, stating, "Your Highness, you truly possess a discerning eye. It is no wonder you are destined to inherit the throne of the Oil Kingdom. I am confident that under your leadership, the Oil Kingdom will undoubtedly ascend to new heights of glory." Upon hearing these words, the prince was filled with excitement. Although he had been managing state affairs for quite some time and was effectively the de facto leader of the Oil Kingdom, the uncertainty surrounding his succession to the throne lingered as long as his father remained alive, with many within the kingdom opposing him. However, the situation was now different. With Su Yi's endorsement, his path to the throne was assured, leaving no room for doubt. After all, Su Yi does not solely represent himself. His every word and action embody the formidable Tianyu group, which has burgeoned into a colossal entity behind him. This is a terrifying force capable of obliterating even divine realms. With his endorsement, coupled with the prince's esteemed reputation within the oil-rich kingdom, it can be said that he has already secured victory in this contest for supremacy in the oil region. Su Yi is indeed a ruthless figure, one who would not hesitate to exterminate entire families over a mere disagreement. With his backing, those who previously opposed the prince, though they may harbor dissent, would likely refrain from voicing their objections. Chapter 239. How could they possibly refuse? As the saying goes, offer me a peach, and I shall return it with a plum. With the first to stand in support being the Prince of Oil Kingdom, Su Yi naturally felt compelled to provide a taste of sweetness in return, encouraging others to follow suit. Indeed, upon hearing the benefits that Su Yi's mere words could bestow upon the prince, the surrounding individuals were instantly envious. Initially, each had arrived, representing their respective nations, hoping to endure the upheaval stirred by the Tianyu group, or at the very least, to minimize their losses. They were taken aback to discover such substantial advantages for themselves. Reflecting on it, they soon realized that given the current influence of the Tianyu group, Su Yi's words could indeed sway the future of the leadership in these smaller nations. After all, it was evident to any discerning observer that Su Yi intended to eliminate the influence of the Eagle forces in the oil-rich regions, effectively sending them packing. Once the Eagle-less presence was eradicated, the question of which power would dominate the vicinity of the oil fields was hardly necessary. Regardless of Su Yi's or the Tianyu group's future stance, should their endeavor succeed in uprooting the Eagle-less bases, the Tianyu group would naturally ascend as the regional hegemon, with Su Yi becoming the unequivocal authority in the area. A few simple words spoken were no mere empty promises. They were tangible commitments. Seeing this, the quick-witted representatives from other nations hastily emulated the Prince of Oil Kingdom, pledging their loyalty. Had they been proficient in the language of Jiuzhou, they would have eagerly declared their willingness to serve Mr. Su, undeterred by any hardship. As for whether their respective governments would genuinely endorse such conditions, they chose not to concern themselves with that. It was apparent to even the most naive that Su Yi was resolute in this matter. Those daring enough to reject him would likely face dire consequences. Regardless of whether their governments would accept these terms, they decided to affirm their allegiance first. If, upon returning, their higher-ups were to dismiss Su Yi's proposals, it would no longer concern those present, as they had already demonstrated their loyalty. Some with darker intentions even hoped that their governments would indeed reject Su Yi's suggestions. The individuals participating in this conference were themselves among the upper echelons of their nations. If others were to decline, they believed, based on Su Yi's character, that he would undoubtedly retaliate. In such a scenario, those who had pledged their loyalty would likely not find themselves on the Tianyu group as target list. Once the Tianyu group dismantled the official structures of a nation, it was clear they would not seek to control such underdeveloped and impoverished countries themselves. They would prefer to support proxies. Thus, those who attended this meeting and supported Su Yi were evidently the prime candidates for such roles. In this manner, they effectively found themselves in a position of advantage, akin to being at the forefront of opportunity, with the potential to ascend even further from an already elevated status. Reflecting on this, the group became increasingly obsequious, particularly the representatives from oil-rich nations whose stance toward the Tianyu group had been rather ambiguous. They now exerted every effort to ingratiate themselves. Their ambition for advancement was palpable. Many expressions of flattery were so excessive that even the translators felt a sense of embarrassment, opting to embellish their words during the translation process. However, Su-yi possessed the universal language card, allowing him to comprehend without requiring translation. Upon hearing the sycophantic remarks from these individuals, he nearly lost his composure. Some even went so far as to elevate Su-yi to the status of a deity within their religious beliefs. It was quite an exaggeration, to say the least. Once one individual initiated this shameless flattery, others naturally followed suit, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a competition. It seemed as though everyone harbored an inexplicable desire to outdo one another, resulting in an absurd scene. As the meeting concluded and Su-yi exited the venue, he found himself momentarily bewildered and turned to the elder Lin beside him, inquiring, "So, they agreed to all the conditions we proposed? Could they possibly refuse?" Lin chuckled. "The terms you offered are far superior to those from the White Eagle. They have no grounds for rejection whatsoever. The reason for their enthusiasm and fervent flattery primarily stems from your earlier comment to the Prince of the Oil Kingdom. You appear to be quite unaware of the magnitude of your current influence. A seemingly casual remark can bestow considerable political capital upon that prince. Those attending this conference are all high-ranking officials from oil-producing nations. A mere expression of support from you could enable them to advance in their existing positions, prompting them to go to great lengths to win your favor. The major powers on Blue Star typically maintain their own political systems, making external interference quite challenging. But these smaller nations are different. They are akin to makeshift enterprises, with their internal affairs resembling a mere game. Any slight indication of preference from a powerful entity can significantly sway the future trajectory of these smaller countries. Do you think the remarkable leaders emerging from the likes of Huzhou and Nanmi are simply coincidental? They were, after all, propped up by the whims of past or present global hegemons like the White Eagle and John Bull. These individuals, having received even a modicum of support from larger nations, can wield tremendous power over millions for decades, only to escape with vast fortunes even after being overthrown, allowing them and their descendants to live in affluence. This exemplifies the terrifying influence of power over smaller nations. Do you believe that you and your Tianyu group constitute a form of power? I can assure you that not only do you qualify as such, but your deterrent effect on these smaller countries is even more profound than that of the White Eagle itself. Even the bald eagle must consider various factors before engaging in conflict. After all, once ensnared in the quagmire of war, even the mighty eagle suffers considerable losses. However, you are different. The peculiar super soldier system developed by the Tianyu group renders the cost of warfare astonishingly low. An entity of formidable strength, unafraid of the bald eagle, and capable of subtly overshadowing it, finds the initiation of warfare remarkably effortless, all while remaining unbound by international coalitions and laws. Such power is indeed a source of profound apprehension. Chapter 240. What do I have to fear? The conditions proposed by Su-yi, to put it plainly, merely compel the nations within the oil-rich regions to choose a side between the Tianyu group and the White Eagle. Had this dilemma been presented before the war between the Tianyu group and the Divine Nation, even with a certain degree of reverence towards the Tianyu group, these nations would have ultimately refrained from aligning with them. After all, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Despite the recent decline of the White Eagle, its colossal presence and the remnants of its former power still loom large. The leaders of these oil-rich nations, long subjugated by the White Eagle, are acutely aware of its domineering nature, far more so than their counterparts from other nations. They would undoubtedly hesitate to side with the Tianyu group. However, the current situation is markedly different. The Tianyu group has effortlessly crushed the Divine Nation, which had rendered all the oil-rich countries powerless, while the White Eagle stood by, indifferent, even distancing itself from the conflict. This revelation illuminated the formidable strength of the Tianyu group and the frailty of the White Eagle. Consequently, this choice is not as daunting as it once appeared. The outcome of the meeting was, of course, predictable. The representatives from various oil-rich nations swiftly acquiesced to Su-yi's demands. After discussing the finer details, the conference concluded successfully, and the delegates prepared to return to their respective countries. As for their initial purpose in seeking out Sue-yi, it was scarcely mentioned. They had not even articulated their concerns before Sue-yi provided a response. He expressed no intention of exerting control over the oil-rich nations, showing little interest in their resources, intending merely to expel the White Eagle and then allow these nations to govern themselves as they saw fit. This raised a question posed by Elder Lin after the meeting. Are you not concerned that after expelling the White Eagle's influence, internal strife might erupt, potentially leading to the reformation of a unified empire akin to the illustrious Arab Empire of Europe? Sue-yi, amused, retorted, what is there to fear? The ancient Roman Empire once regarded the Mediterranean as an inland lake, yet it has not unified today. Numerous factors contribute to disunity, with external interference being a crucial element. Even now, Europe stands as a testament to the emergence of the European Union under external pressures. If the White Eagle were truly dismantled, the possibility of unification remains uncertain. Once the White Eagle's influence is expelled from the oil-rich regions, neglecting the area could indeed lead to unification, given the region's distorted development. The core areas, which should have flourished, remain impoverished under the oppression of the White Eagle and the Divine Nation, while the peripheral areas, largely overlooked by the White Eagle, have witnessed the rise of regional powers willing to challenge its authority. In the absence of external interference, these regional powers possess overwhelming strength against the smaller fragmented nations. Additionally, regardless of their various sects, the religions practiced in this region ultimately share a commonality, facilitating easy assimilation. The risks inherent in this situation are indeed substantial. Old Lin evidently disagrees with Sue-yi's perspective. However, Sue-yi shook his head and remarked, those small and weak nations merely appear impoverished. Their underground resources render them anything but destitute. The Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor produced by Tianyu Group is available for anyone willing to purchase it. Should the powerful nations in oil-rich regions conspire to annex and consolidate their territories, the smaller states, naturally reluctant to be subsumed, would find themselves compelled to procure Tianyu Group's exoskeleton armor for self-preservation. Those with wealth can pay, while those without can offer oil wells as collateral. I assure you, they will not lack access to advanced weaponry. Even the smallest and weakest of nations, equipped with tens of thousands of Sentinel-1 units, could effectively neutralize the military advantage of those so-called great powers in the oil region. The notion of unifying the entire oil region through force is utterly implausible. Even if some have managed to achieve this, it is of little consequence. If I can shatter the might of the White Eagle, why should I fear a nascent coalition of oil-rich states? If they remain compliant, that is one matter. Should they dare to provoke me, dispersing them would be but a matter of moments. Lin, upon hearing this, could not help but nod in agreement. The audacity to wage war at the slightest disagreement is indeed formidable. It even stirred within this centenarian veteran a desire to join the ranks of Tianyu Group's security department, embarking on campaigns far and wide. This exemplifies the overwhelming advantage of technological supremacy, despite being relatively small in scale. Among the nations or factions of Blue Star that possess any significant size, which one does not operate on a grand scale, weighing the potential consequences of engaging in warfare. After all, a large vessel finds it difficult to change course. Once ensnared in the quagmire of war, retreat becomes an impossibility. Tianyu Group, with merely several 100,000 employees, wields an unparalleled military might far surpassing that of most nations in this world, thanks to its advanced technology. In such circumstances, it can strike at will, unburdened by the fear of potential backlash from warfare. Such a position is not one others can easily envy. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude on behalf of Jiuzhou. Sui stated. Oh, what do you mean? He inquired, somewhat surprised. The situation in the oil region, on the surface, seems to bear no direct relation to Jiuzhou. However, the impact of your recent actions against the White Eagle has indirectly benefited many export-related industries here in Jiuzhou. Lin sighed, reflecting, they proclaim free trade, but in reality, when a disparity in power exists and one side dismisses the other, the notion of free trade is merely a fade. Once you threaten the position of the dominant power, the concept of free trade becomes a mere jest. After years of development, JoJo has finally reached a bottleneck. With overcapacity and a saturated internal market, the only viable solution is to expand into external markets to absorb excess production. Yet, while this path may seem straightforward in theory, executing it proves exceedingly challenging. Labor-intensive industries will not lead the people of Kyushu to prosperity. They will merely serve as a manufacturing hub for foreign nations. High-end technology and patents remain firmly in the hands of others. Even with numerous factories, one will ultimately find oneself relegated to the lowest echelon of the economic system. The products manufactured must endure the exploitation of countries, such as the United States and others with patent control, before they can even reach the market. Moreover, these goods, even when produced, can only be deemed as mere assemblages. Costs are dictated by external forces, and any arising issues cannot be resolved due to the absence of core technology in one's possession. With a lack of domestic demand, the prospect of transitioning to export zones for foreign profit and capturing market share from other nations seems exceedingly bleak. Chapter 241. A masterstroke: the transformation and upgrading of the manufacturing industry. Shifting from labor-intensive sectors to high-value-added industries is the initial step towards enriching the realm of JoJo. Merely undertaking this step has already encroached upon the interests of numerous Western nations, notably the White Eagle. Our journey thus far has been fraught with difficulties, advancing painstakingly under layers of blockade. Even when certain enterprises successfully achieve industrial upgrades, the products we manufacture must ultimately find their way to foreign markets, necessitating the exploration of overseas avenues to secure sales for our goods. Countries, spearheaded by the White Eagle, readily devise excuses, be it national security concerns, environmental issues, or anti-dumping regulations, to dismiss the notion of free trade they once espoused, subsequently closing their markets to our products. At this juncture, the challenge lies in ensuring that all processes, from upstream to downstream, are conducted independently, allowing us to retain the entirety of profits without sharing with the Western Bloc when selling our goods. Their blockades extend beyond their own markets. They wield their long-standing global influence to affect or even seal off numerous other markets. In certain regions, while our products may not be outrightly rejected, the relentless propaganda from the Western camp equates our offerings with inferiority and low quality. Even when our products surpass their Western counterparts in every aspect and are offered at more competitive prices, they often face significant sales hurdles. Understanding this, Sui could not help but smirk slightly. Surely, this is not just about overseas markets? The domestic situation mirrors it as well. Indeed, what recourse do we have? Old Lin could only shrug helplessly. As for our domestic fifth-generation fighter jets, they claim to lack combat experience, merely boasting day in and day out. The White Eagle's fifth-generation aircraft, on the other hand, have bombed oil regions, with perhaps little more than a few anti-aircraft guns to contend with in the hands of terrorists, yet they are hailed as possessing combat experience. Their products are deemed superior. Where's the logic in that? As for your Tianyu Group's exoskeletons and power armor, prior to any combat footage being released, many within our own country viewed them as mere eye candy, lacking substance. Thus, although JoJo did not directly participate in the recent operations in oil regions, your success will immensely benefit JoJo. You must recognize that while the Tianyu Group's headquarters is located on Panlai Island, its registration and tax contributions are tied to JoJo. To outsiders, we appear as one entity. Should the operations in the oil regions proceed favorably, it could effectively sever the Western camp's grasp here, transforming the area into a genuine free market devoid of external interference. In such a scenario, even without the support of local forces in the oil regions, fair competition would allow JoJo's products to capture the high-end market previously dominated by the West. Moreover, aside from this, your grand display of actual combat has nearly led to the obliteration of a once-renowned developed nation. Such an achievement serves as a testament to the exceptional quality of the armored vehicles produced by Tianyu Group, instilling a sense of reliability, usability, and advanced technology in the minds of the public. Furthermore, this may even cultivate a lasting stereotype. The power of impressions is profound. They tend to proliferate, extending from these armored weapons to the other products of Tianyu Group. Consequently, in the eyes of outsiders, your relationship with Jojo may gradually alter the previously negative perceptions of Jojo's goods. Thus, I assert that your actions have significantly aided us. This is not mere rambling from old Lin. Rather, it is a reflection of the tangible benefits that Tianyu Group's recent endeavors can bring to Jojo. Previously, Su Yi had established a headquarters abroad for Tianyu Group, which had garnered some discontent within Jojo. However, it now appears to be advantageous for both parties. No one anticipated Su Yi's formidable prowess. In such a short span, he has engaged in actions that could potentially dismantle nations, even bringing the White Eagle to the brink of armed conflict. Had he remained in Jojo, the pressure on Jojo would have been immense, given Jojo's size and international standing. If Tianyu Group were to act as a Jojo enterprise in such matters, it would be impossible to distance Jojo from the actions, both covertly and overtly. The White Eagle's response would not have been as composed as it is now. They would have undoubtedly felt a sense of urgency. In fact, it could have sparked a genuine world war. Conversely, after relocating the headquarters from Jojo, even amidst such brazen actions, the White Eagle has refrained from any extreme measures. Regarding the future authority over the oil region, it is likely that the outcome will merely be determined through a conventional war. If Jojo were to directly engage militarily in the oil region, the nature of the situation would drastically change. The White Eagle would certainly not remain passive in such a heated atmosphere of conflict, with no intention of reinforcing their troops. Most likely, on the very first day of encircling the White Eagle's base, they would significantly bolster their military presence in the oil region, seeking to rally nearby allies through international coalitions and organizations such as NATO to provide support. In a short time, they could amass a formidable force of over 1 million elite troops to confront Jojo in the oil region. Should they emerge victorious, that would be one outcome. However, if they were to suffer defeat, they might resort to nuclear weapons. Initially, they would likely refrain from deploying high-yield strategic nuclear weapons, but tactical nuclear arms, given the White Eagle's limits, would certainly be employed in moments of desperation. Once events reach such a critical juncture, the inevitable would be the much-anticipated reboot phase of Blue Star. Yet now, pressured by Tianyu Group, the White Eagle finds itself nearly cornered in the oil region, while still managing to maintain restraint. In essence, they believe that Tianyu Group, despite its formidable capabilities and technological prowess, can merely expedite the decline of the White Eagle Empire, making it inherently difficult to bring down such a vast empire swiftly. Even if we concede the oil-rich regions to the Celestial Domain Group, the empire of the White Eagle would merely sustain a grievous wound, rather than face immediate demise. They would bide their time until the next administration, deftly passing this ticking time bomb onto their successors, thus ensuring their own survival. Should the 9 provinces gain control over the entirety of the oil regions, it could indeed lead to their rapid obliteration. While the actions may be fundamentally similar, the responses vary significantly depending on the entities involved. There are numerous undertakings that the 9 provinces cannot engage in at present. However, the Celestial Domain Group, which is ostensibly detached from the 9 provinces, possesses the capacity to act. In retrospect, Lin, the Elder, perceives that Su Yifei's decision to establish the headquarters of the Celestial Domain Group overseas was nothing short of a stroke of genius, benefiting both the group itself and the 9 provinces. Ironically, his earlier inclination for the Celestial Domain Group to remain was a result of experiential bias, mistakenly equating it with other companies. The reality has proven that such matters cannot be assessed through the lens of conventional reasoning. He was, at that time, still youthful. Chapter 242. Unprotected? Then we shall strike. As Su Yi of Blue Star solidified the overarching dynamics of the oil-rich region, all that remained was a decisive action to dismantle the presence of the white-headed eagle in that territory. Meanwhile, significant progress was made on the front of Wei Wei, who faced millions of vanguard troops from the north. Following the formulation of a plan to dispatch tens of thousands of artillerymen trained from the Jojo forces, armed with thousands of artillery pieces to bombard the flanks of the Northern Coalition's encampment, the city of Mengchuan sprang into swift action. Tens of thousands of newly trained artillerymen over 10,000 155mm cannons, 1,000 technical advisors drawn from the Juzhou reinforcements, along with thousands of elite warriors and mages for protection, amounted to nearly 100,000 personnel embarking on this venture. The logistical demand for munitions alone reached astronomical figures, quantified in tens of thousands of tons. Such a grand mobilization, if it were to occur on Blue Star, would be utterly unprecedented, akin to an ambush on a massive scale. Historically, conflicts exceeding 100,000 combatants were noted, yet the prospect of deploying nearly 100,000 troops merely for an ambush was unfathomable. Even in ancient times, no matter the nation, various reconnaissance and lookout measures were established around encampments to thwart surprise attacks. In modern warfare, commanders would invariably occupy strategic high ground or secure vital transportation routes before settling in any area. To attempt a surprise assault with an army of such magnitude borders on the absurd. However, in a world imbued with magic, the rules of warfare diverge significantly. The conflicts here remain relatively primitive, lacking the sophistication to control surrounding high points or to deploy scouts to monitor any disturbances near their encampments. Furthermore, aided by magical artifacts, the logistics of transporting cumbersome artillery became remarkably straightforward. Regarding troop movements, the superior physical prowess of the inhabitants of this magical realm allowed for maneuvers in seemingly impossible terrains, enabling the movement of large forces where it would normally be inconceivable. With these factors in play, on the afternoon of the plan's conception, nearly 100,000 participants set forth from Manhwa. Accompanying them were various equipment and logistical supplies. Once outside the city, they plunged into the vast mountains, traversing the rugged terrain without the burden of logistical encumbrances. Shortly after nightfall, they arrived at the preordained location, a mountain peak merely a few kilometers from the coalition camp. By the early hours of that day, all artillery had been placed, angles adjusted, and under the guidance of the Juzhou reinforcements. The cannons were aimed squarely at the coalition's encampment. With but a single command, a barrage of cannon fire could be unleashed, striking the unsuspecting Northern Alliance forces below with great force. These northern troops were not entirely devoid of memory from previous encounters. Through the use of telescopes, commanders such as Lin Yilong, accompanying the Kyushu reinforcements, observed that many members of the Northern Alliance were equipped with towering shields. Upon inquiring with the accompanying mages, they learned that these shields were crafted from a magical timber known as magic ironwood. This material is remarkably resilient, surpassing even steel in hardness, while also possessing exceptional fire-resistant properties. Even when subjected to a night in the flames, these shields would emerge unscathed by morning. Moreover, they weigh less than 1/5 of steel, rendering them both lightweight and highly protective. From a distance, it was evident that many of these shields exceeded 20 centimeters in thickness, rivaling the armor of many anti-tank vehicles. Notably, the prevalence of these shields among the vanguard of the alliance was striking, suggesting that each soldier was outfitted with one. This was clearly a tactical adaptation following their previous losses against the enigmatic weaponry of Manhwa City. The effectiveness of these shields was undeniable. With a thickness exceeding 20 centimeters and hardness surpassing that of steel plates, their defensive capabilities were formidable. Conventional firearms would struggle to penetrate such defenses, and even autocannons would find it challenging to breach them. It seemed that only a direct hit from a 155mm artillery shell, or an impact at close range, might compromise their integrity. Furthermore, the ability to easily form defensive shield formations would significantly diminish the lethality of artillery shells, especially from a distance, where the explosive power would be greatly reduced. Coupled with their extraordinary fire resistance, even advanced magical flames would fail to ignite this wood, let alone incendiary rounds. With such shields, the previously effective white phosphorus and other incendiary munitions would lose much of their deterrent effect on the enemy. Thus, while the Northern Alliance's makeshift protective gear may have appeared rudimentary, its practicality was evident. Had they not discovered these defenses in advance and relied on their previous strategies, the impact of long-range artillery would have been substantially mitigated. Regrettably for them, while they were devising countermeasures, Manhwa City was equally industrious. The emergence of such a formidable artillery contingent from the city was undoubtedly beyond the imagination of the Northern Alliance, given their apparent lack of preparedness. After all, in this world, aside from the exceedingly rare demigods, divine mages, and a handful of archmages, there existed no means to strike the enemy from such a vast distance. The number of high-level sorcerers is exceedingly scarce. Even if a few were to arrive, they would be incapable of inflicting significant damage upon an immense army comprising millions. Thus, there is no necessity for special precautions. As for the cannons, although they had previously suffered losses, it is unlikely they could fathom that such contraptions could be relocated from Dream River City. A lack of defenses is, therefore, entirely expected. Chapter 243. Notify the entire army. Prepare for artillery fire. General Lin contemplates the opportune moment for our assault. Beside him stands a composed, middle-aged man, adorned in armor with flowing golden locks, who similarly observes the coalition's encampment through a telescope. Lin Yilong, upon hearing the inquiry, glances at the sky and then at his watch, modified since his arrival in this world. Before musing, they possess shields that effectively counter our artillery shells. Should we commence our bombardment now, they would indeed be caught off guard, significantly increasing the likelihood of devastating their camp and leading to a rout. However, at this hour, the majority of the coalition soldiers remain awake, and there is a considerable chance that once our artillery strikes, they will swiftly organize a defense using those shields. At this juncture, Lin Yilong pauses, then continues. I believe we should delay our fire until the latter part of the night, when the coalition's camp will be weary and most soldiers will be asleep in their tents, huddled together. Our targets will then be unequivocally clear. A series of bombardments will undoubtedly inflict substantial casualties upon the Northern Coalition. Moreover, the archaic communication methods of the cold weapon era will struggle to convey commands amid a nighttime surprise attack, leaving the soldiers in a state of confusion and fear, unable to effectively organize a defense with their shields. In the darkness, once chaos ensues, they will completely lose control of the situation. This is a disadvantage stemming from their sheer numbers. To confront an adversary of such magnitude, I deem it impractical to eliminate them all. Inciting disorder among their ranks will yield a truly devastating impact. The middle-aged man, Chuck, is the commander of the City Defense Army of Mengchuan City, holding a position of great esteem. He was once a guardian to the young Princess Wei Wei, and remains one of her most trusted subordinates. His rise to prominence is largely attributed to his unwavering loyalty to the princess, having saved her on several occasions. Indeed, her renown as a dragon slayer is intimately linked to his valor. In the tales recounted by bards, Princess Wei Wei's journey to slay the dragon is filled with trials and tribulations, fraught with peril, where she narrowly escaped death multiple times. It is said that through her extraordinary willpower and combat acumen, she discerned the dragon's weakness in a moment of dire straits and vanquished the malevolent beast. In truth, however, Wei Wei had learned of a dragon that had descended from Dragon Island to wreak havoc in the Empire of Radiant Sunday. Accompanied by a few guards, she ventured forth. Upon locating the dragon, Chuck surged forward and, with a single stroke, severed the creature's head. It was not that the dragon was feeble. Rather, Chuck's prowess was formidable. Prior to drawing a host of powerful allies to his side, he was one of only 2 ninth-tier warriors under Wei Wei's command, the other being a female sorceress known as Aileen. However, aside from his unwavering loyalty and personal prowess in combat, Lord Chuck, the supreme commander of the Dream River City Defense Force, remains woefully uninformed about most matters. He merely follows the directives of Her Highness the Princess, wherever she points. He strikes. When Vivi declares her intent to slay the dragon, he promptly beheads it with a single swing. Should Vivi instruct him to confront the Emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire, he would not bat an eyelash. Yet, when it comes to the intricacies of warfare, he is utterly in the dark, devoid of understanding. Thus, while the operation ostensibly entrusts the command to Chuck, a 9th-tier expert, in reality, Vivi relinquishes the authority to the leaders within the command of the Kyushu reinforcements. Chuck's title serves merely as a FAAD, as the newly arrived forces from Kyushu are generally less formidable. Appointing them directly to command might incite dissent among the more seasoned warriors and mages. Given his strength, had he not been a guard for the princess, he could have easily garnered a reputation akin to that of a famed sword saint in the martial world. The newly inducted martial experts clearly hesitate to challenge him. The princess has decreed that this battle is for them to decide. Her role is solely to ensure the safety of the commanders. Since she has spoken, he acquiesces. Chuck sets aside the telescope he had been using. In truth, even without it, his keen eyesight could discern even the smallest details within the enemy camp at this distance. He employs the telescope primarily because the princess often chides him for his lack of learning. His wife echoes this sentiment, lamenting his singular skill in combat and his inability to alleviate the princess's burdens. Chuck is uncertain where to begin his learning journey, but through recent observations, he has concluded that the Kyushu individuals are indeed astute. Although he is unaware of Kyushu's geographical location in this realm, he has absorbed Vivi's frequent praises of the Kyushu reinforcements. Given the princess's commendations, their intelligence is beyond question. There is no need for further contemplation. Therefore, emulating their practices seems prudent. The first step in his education must be to adopt their habitual ways. Have you noticed how the commanders of the Kyushu forces frequently utilize telescopes to survey distant terrains? While he can see the flies in the camp with his naked eye from this distance, he recognizes that emulating their approach is undoubtedly wise. Thus, General Chuck is tasked with this endeavor. "General, we would appreciate your diligence," Lin Yilong said courteously, glancing at his watch and pausing thoughtfully before adding, "Please order that the bombardment commence in 3 hours." To be honest, during his time in Dream River City, he has participated in numerous high-level meetings and has developed a certain distaste for some of the city's upper echelons. These individuals, hailing from noble backgrounds in a world governed by bloodlines, often display an air of superiority. While outwardly courteous, their inherent disdain and condescension are palpable. Aside from Princess Vivi, only a handful of individuals among the city's elite lack such ingrained arrogance. Chuck, who wields significant power, yet appears remarkably sincere and seemingly indifferent to authority, is one of them. Loyal and unwavering, devoid of greed for power, possessing a clear self-awareness, and lacking pretentiousness, such individuals command respect in any realm. Very well. Notify the entire army. Commence artillery fire in 3 hours. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuck issued the order in his capacity as the acting commander. Chapter 244. A barrage of cannons. Shrouding the sky, 3 hours slipped away in an instant. As previously anticipated, the coalition forces in the northern region, despite having developed some level of preparedness against such artillery, displayed a remarkable lack of tactical acumen. They were utterly oblivious to the possibility of a stealthy assault, failing to conceive that there existed individuals so treacherous as to strike while they slumbered, rather than engaging them head-on. Throughout the entirety of those 3 hours, not a single lookout had ventured to inspect the terrain merely 20 kilometers from their encampment. Nearly 100,000 individuals remained undetected upon the heights, with Lin Yilong perched atop the elevated ground, employing a specially designed military telescope to meticulously observe the patrol routines within the enemy camp. The movements of the coalition's patrolling units were exceedingly rigid. They would embark on rounds approximately every half hour, returning to their tents after a brief inspection. Perhaps due to the chill of the evening air, they would either seize the opportunity to rest or merely take a moment to recuperate. In any case, after several hours of scrutiny, Lin Yilong had ascertained the locations of the still alert patrolling soldiers within the artillery's striking range. As the moment drew near, he deemed it unnecessary to await the full 3 hours. When the last of the patrolling soldiers gradually returned to their respective tents, plunging the entire encampment into an eerie silence, Lin Yilong commanded the repositioning of over 1,000 cannons, aiming directly at the tents of the vigilant soldiers. When individuals are abruptly thrust into chaos from the depths of slumber, their confusion can lead to a catastrophic collapse, triggering a chain reaction that results in utter defeat. While the soldiers, composed of elite warriors from the northern tribes, would likely maintain composure even amid a sudden assault, it was imperative to first eliminate those who remained awake. Otherwise, despite the potential devastation wrought by a single volley, if sufficient numbers of alert individuals emerged to restore order, instilling panic through such an attack would prove exceedingly difficult. The initial step in confronting the enemy was clear: eliminate the awakened ones first. Given the vast scale of the opposing forces, the notion of annihilating them entirely was unrealistic. Lin Yilong understood from the outset that inciting internal turmoil and fear through a surprise attack was the optimal strategy for victory. As he observed the alignment of the cannons nearing completion, Lin Yilong, standing upon a hastily erected platform, grasped the radio in his hand and coldly commanded, "Fire!" Boom! With the thunderous roar of the first cannon, the previously tranquil mountainside transformed in an instant, reminiscent of a colossal primordial beast awakening. Tens of thousands of cannons simultaneously discharged within mere seconds, creating a spectacle of such magnitude that it was undoubtedly unparalleled on Blue Star, and likely to remain unmatched in the annals of history. The terrifying blaze illuminated the flat mountaintop as if it were broad daylight, and the tremendous roar compelled even the ordinary soldiers from the Kyushu front lines, who had been summoned for guidance, to request protective spells from magicians to shield their ears from the potential rupturing of their eardrums. The inky black smoke swiftly enveloped the entire sky, obscuring the previously bright moonlight in an instant, leaving no trace of illumination. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Typically, such artillery requires an initial shot to correct its trajectory, observing the projectile's landing before making necessary adjustments. However, given the current circumstances, there was evidently no room for modification. The darkness made observation exceedingly difficult. With thousands of cannons firing simultaneously, attempting to discern where one's own shells had landed was rather absurd. After all, the coalition's encampment was vast, with even the artillery aimed at the vigilant coalition patrols numbering in the thousands. Thus precision was of little consequence. As long as the first shot did not misfire, the bombardment could continue unabated, disregarding any notions of accuracy. In the face of such concentrated firepower, what need was there for precision? The calm that followed the bombardment lasted no more than 5 seconds before a local artillery unit from Dream River City, well-versed in the swift reloading process, completed their ammunition exchange. According to their original plan, they no longer required any further commands. Once the shells were loaded, they merely made slight adjustments to the angle and opened fire, without receiving a ceasefire order from their superiors or experiencing a misfire. They would continue firing until their ammunition was exhausted. Due to varying lengths of training, different artillery groups exhibited differing levels of proficiency in operating their cannons. Aside from the first shot, which had been meticulously prepared and fired almost simultaneously, the subsequent cannonades were evidently less synchronized. The booming sounds gradually emanated from various positions across the battlefield. Lin Yilong also requested a magician to cast a protective spell on his ears, allowing him to perceive some sounds without harm. Under this enchantment, the cacophony of cannon fire evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the firecrackers of his childhood during festive seasons. The explosions were even more concentrated than those firecrackers, which typically produced about 10,000 pops and took over 10 seconds to finish. In contrast, the barrage from the thousands of cannons on this battlefield exceeded that number in the time it took for the first and second rounds to conclude. The intensity of the cannon fire surpassed that of firecrackers, creating a rhythm that was exhilarating beyond mere words. For those who had never witnessed such a spectacle, it was difficult to imagine the breathtaking scene of 1,000 cannons roaring in unison. What was happening on the coalition side? After listening to the cannon fire for a while, Lin Yilong turned to his aide, who was observing the coalition encampment through a high-precision telescope. The aide hesitated, opened his mouth as if to speak, and ultimately gestured towards the telescope, saying, "You might as well take a look for yourself. It's quite extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Lin Yilong leaned closer to the fixed telescope for a brief glance, instinctively swallowing hard. To put it succinctly, the central region of the highest peak within the coalition camp can no longer be regarded as a mere encampment. It would be more fitting to describe it as a veritable hell on earth. Previously, when observed through the telescope, it appeared as an abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmers of light. However, the situation has markedly changed. One could assert that it is now brimming with illumination, leaving no shadowy corners untouched. This transformation is largely due to the incorporation of incendiary materials in certain shells, such as white phosphorus or thermite, resulting in the entire central area of the coalition camp being engulfed in an inferno, radiantly illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Billowing clouds of acrid smoke loomed ominously above the camp, coalescing into a shroud that obscured the sun. Through the flickering flames and the haze of smoke, one could faintly discern the strewn bodies across the ground, alongside an uncountable multitude of various foreign entities scurrying about like ants in a frenzy, desperately attempting to escape. Chapter 245. Shells falling more densely than a torrential downpour. These scenes do not merely depict the aftermath of the bombardment. They signify the very commencement of an unrelenting assault. The terrifying barrage continues unabated. Although it is impossible to ensure that each artillery piece strikes its intended target with precision, the soldiers of the 9 provinces, tasked with coordinating the artillery fire, have methodically divided the positions of the thousands of cannons into several sectors. As long as commanders such as Lin Yilong and over 100 observers stationed at various locations ascertain the situation at the camp, they can adjust the firing angles of thousands of artillery pieces accordingly, achieving a comprehensive and unerring coverage of the target area. After several successive rounds of bombardment, during which each cannon discharged 7 or 8, even 10 shells, the camp briefly fell silent. In that fleeting moment, more than 80,000 shells have been unleashed, each weighing approximately 50 kilograms, resulting in a staggering total of 4 million kilograms, or 4,000 tons. This quantity was expended in a mere 5 minutes, a feat rendered less impressive by the relative inexperience of the gunners from Dream River City. Had they been seasoned artillerymen, this number could have easily doubled. However, the cessation of fire does not imply a conclusion. Rather, it serves as an opportunity to inspect the condition of the cannon barrels and determine whether replacements are necessary, while also allowing for a major adjustment of firing angles across various sectors. The earlier shells predominantly struck the central portion of the Allied camp, resulting in either the obliteration of those within or their frantic flight towards the untouched ends of the encampment. Through binoculars, chaos within the Allied camp became glaringly apparent. Given this turmoil, continuing to bombard the central area would yield diminishing returns, necessitating a more substantial recalibration of all artillery. This adjustment would facilitate the continuation of the assault, capitalizing on the disarray and confusion among the majority of the Allied forces, who remained oblivious in their slumber, thereby perpetuating the atmosphere of terror and inflicting further casualties upon the enemy. Shortly thereafter, within a span of less than 2 minutes, the artillery positioned at the far right, targeting the rear section of the Allied camp, erupted once more. Following closely, the cannons aimed at the front of the encampment roared to life, unleashing a deluge of steel upon the beleaguered forces. The vast encampment, home to over 5 million elite soldiers of the Allied forces, had transformed into a scene of unfathomable horror. Through the lenses of their binoculars, the commanders of the 9 provinces, alongside the leaders and formidable warriors of Dream River City, observed this grim tableau with clarity. Although a definitive outcome had yet to be determined, the situation had become abundantly clear to those present. The tide of battle had turned irrevocably. Even the anticipated counterattack from the high-ranking Allied officers had not materialized, as the lack of contingency plans led to a catastrophic collapse of the command structure within the Allied camp. Panic ensued, akin to ants scurrying on a hot skillet. All sought refuge from the deluge of shells, including those formidable leaders among them. The sound of cannon fire was something these formidable warriors were already well aware of, and their keen eyes could effortlessly trace the trajectory of the shells. Given this knowledge, locating the artillery position from which the shots were being fired was hardly a daunting task. The reason they did not rally to eliminate this position was primarily due to the complete paralysis of the coalition's command system in the wake of the sudden assault. After all, they lacked the advanced technology from Blue Star that allowed for real-time communication among soldiers via intercoms. In the pitch black of night, the entire camp had descended into chaos, their antiquated command structure rendered utterly ineffective. They were unable to contact their comrades, unsure of the scale of the coalition's losses or whether any of their powerful allies had fallen, and if so, how many had perished. The questions were overwhelming. Ultimately, despite knowing the location of the artillery, none of the senior coalition warriors dared to investigate. Though their strength was formidable, even the most astute among them recognized that Dream River City would not orchestrate such an assault without a significant number of powerful protectors guarding those enigmatic cannons. In the absence of communication with their allies, no individual, even a ninth-tier warrior, would risk venturing alone into the unknown. The only course of action available to these high-ranking warriors was to intercept incoming shells as best they could, striving to minimize coalition casualties while retreating in disarray alongside their panicked forces. High above, observing this tumultuous scene, Lin Yilong pondered for a moment before retrieving a military radio to directly contact the command center of the Kyushu reinforcements within Dream River City. The situation is unfolding even more favorably than we anticipated. The Northern Coalition is in a hasty retreat. I believe it is time to activate Plan B. Warfare in Dream River City, or the entire magical realm for that matter, was often conducted in a rather crude manner. However, this did not imply that the reinforcements from Kyushu would be assimilated into such tactics. Following the confirmation of the night raid plan involving a barrage of artillery, the command center for the Kyushu reinforcements had prepared numerous contingency plans centered around this established strategy. Plan B was specifically devised for situations where the enemy, after sustaining an assault, failed to mount any effective counterattack and collapsed like a house of cards. Under Plan B, once such a scenario occurred and the news was relayed back to Dream River City, 2,000 various models of drones, fully equipped with live ammunition and standing ready at the airport within the Kyushu reinforcements encampment, would take to the skies. These drones, all large models hailing from Kyushu, boasted a payload capacity of over 1 ton, with several variants capable of carrying as much as 2 tons. When facing adversaries from the magical realm, there was no need for sophisticated precision weaponry. The command center viewed these drones merely as aerial firepower delivery platforms. Cluster bombs, large aerial munitions, all manner of explosive ordnance usable on Blue Star would be affixed onto the drones without hesitation, as long as the drones could carry it. The task was simply to load them up indiscriminately. The large aerial munitions, capable of carrying a payload of 2 tons, can only be equipped with a mere 2 bombs, and many of these formidable drones can manage to carry but 1. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. The sheer force of a single strike from such a colossal bomb could reduce even 4th or 5th tier warriors and sorcerers to mere ashes, once it is unleashed. Victory is assured. The devastation wrought by a single bomb could rival the cumulative impact of 10 standard 155mm howitzer shells. Most notably, the spectacle of this weapon far surpasses that of conventional artillery shells. In addition to standard aerial munitions, there exist large thermobaric bombs and fuel-air explosives, which can also be deployed by drones. With over 2,000 of these large drones, the firepower delivered in a single wave of bombardment could very well rival, if not exceed, the effect of a volley from 10,000 cannons, while yielding even superior results. Chapter 246, A Scene of Carnage, A Hell on Earth Beyond the Drones. The second contingency plan included over 1,000 rocket artillery launchers stationed within the camp. These launchers had long been upgraded to large-caliber models with a range exceeding 300 kilometers, armed with an array of recently supplied, high-impact warheads. The explosives utilized were composed of metallic hydrogen, as opposed to conventional explosives, ensuring a devastating impact with each strike. While their precision may not rival that of missiles, the current circumstances rendered accuracy a secondary concern. The mere act of unleashing firepower would inevitably claim lives. Even if executed haphazardly, the prospect of a wasted shot was entirely non-existent. Despite the coalition forces having gleaned insights from previous bombardments and exercising caution against the artillery units surrounding Dream River City, they evidently failed to fully comprehend the intricacies of this long-range firepower delivery system. The camp was densely packed, reminiscent of a concentration camp, situated in a flat valley area where, following an attack, there would be no refuge. Moreover, The overwhelming number of coalition troops meant that even if they stumbled upon a cave or rock formation to shield themselves from the bombardment, they would find it already teeming with others seeking shelter. For the vast majority of coalition soldiers, the relentless barrage left them with no sanctuary. The terrifying assault persisted until dawn. During this time, on the front lines where thousands of artillery pieces stood, nearly 300 individuals perished and over 2,000 sustained injuries, all due to the overwhelming concentration of fire that rendered the artillery incapable of bearing the strain, leading to catastrophic malfunctions. In addition to these casualties, over the course of a night, more than 50,000 unusable gun barrels have been replaced. The spent shell casings accumulated into towering heaps, an uncountable multitude. Many artillery positions, originally fortified through laborious excavation, became inoperable mid-barrage, necessitating a complete redigging of the sites. The 2,000 drones released into the fray engaged in a continuous cycle of launching, bombing, returning, reloading, and taking off again. However, due to attacks from coalition mages, a lack of satellite navigation, and the overwhelming smoke obscuring visibility, over 100 drones were lost to various accidents. As for the rocket artillery vehicles, they unleashed an unfathomable number of large-caliber rockets throughout the night. Several launchers were rendered inoperative, and many vehicles suffered varying degrees of damage to their suspension and support systems due to the incessant fire missions. In summary, over the course of that night, the myriad losses incurred by Dream River City in terms of equipment would likely exceed 1 billion Kyushu coins in value on Blue Star. When accounting for the worth of the munitions expended, including shells, aerial bombs, and rockets, this figure would escalate several-fold. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were recklessly expending explosives without concern for cost. The toll on their own personnel reached into the thousands. A truly frenzied endeavor. And yet, this was undeniably a one-sided massacre. The current situation on the coalition side is beyond the capacity of Manhwa City to ascertain. It is known that a multitude of coalition soldiers began their frantic retreat northward as the bombardment commenced last night. Upon departing from the plains surrounding their encampment, they encountered an exceedingly narrow path, wide enough to accommodate no more than a dozen individuals side by side. Under ordinary circumstances, this path would not seem out of place for a grand thoroughfare. However, amidst the chaos of millions of panicked soldiers fleeing for their lives, it transformed into an undeniable bottleneck. Compounding the peril, one side of this narrow passage was bordered by towering cliffs with no discernible summit, while the other side plunged into a chasm several hundred meters deep, at the bottom of which roared a tumultuous river. Such heights posed a lethal threat even to low-tier warriors, while those of the 4th or 5th tier would find themselves maimed or worse if they fell. Observing from the heights, Lin Elong and others noted that the descent of individuals from the cliff resembled dumplings being cast into boiling water, rendering any estimate of casualties impossible. The river itself is a tributary of one of the two great rivers near Manhwa City, with its confluence not far from the city itself. Reports from Manhwa City this morning indicated that the flow of this tributary was significantly diminished. The surface was littered with an innumerable quantity of corpses, and further upstream, near the Plains Pass, a mound of remains had formed a dam, obstructing the river and resulting in the drastic reduction of downstream water levels. Fortunately, the situation was identified early enough, and a few mages were summoned to disperse the mass of bodies. Otherwise, it could have precipitated a deluge in the plains inhabited by the orcs before Manhwa City. This accounts only for those who perished in the river during the retreat. The casualties within the encampment, which endured the brunt of the bombardment, remain unquantifiable. According to intelligence gathered by scouts who ventured from the pass at dawn to assess the situation, no living beings were visible in the coalition's forward encampment. The landscape was marred by craters from artillery fire and smoldering remnants of timber and barracks. Furthermore, as far as the eye could see, the ground was blanketed with an incalculable number of corpses, comprising elves, dwarves, gnomes, and predominantly various orcs, covering the ground to such an extent that no gaps remained. The scene was utterly outrageous. Scouts who dared to investigate further described the atmosphere from several kilometers away, where the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the unmistakable stench of charred flesh and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Those brave enough to undertake such perilous reconnaissance were the elite of Mengchuan City's forces, each a warrior of at least fourth-tier strength. Not only did they possess formidable skills, but they also demonstrated remarkable courage and an indomitable spirit. Yet, even these valiant soldiers were left with profound psychological scars upon witnessing the hellish tableau before them. The sight of corpses strewn across the landscape, mingling with the surging river, bore a striking resemblance to a scene from the Inferno itself. The harrowing scenes captured in photographs evoke a sense of dread that is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, let alone experiencing the reality firsthand. Many of the coalition soldiers who perished here did not die from direct explosions. Rather, a significant number succumbed to the flames of various incendiary devices. Others, tragically, were fatally injured by specialized munitions such as thermobaric and vacuum bombs, suffering from lung damage that led to suffocation. The grotesque nature of their demise was utterly heartbreaking. Witnessing such a spectacle in person inevitably instills a profound sense of terror. Upon returning with their grim report, these elite warriors, without exception, collapsed to the ground, expelling their last meal in a fit of revulsion. Chapter 247. Post-war settlement. According to our rough estimates and the intelligence relayed by our informants within the Allied forces, it is preliminarily assessed that this operation has inflicted casualties exceeding 2 million on the Northern Alliance. A full day later, within the Lord's Manor of Dream River City, Vivi finally announced the recently compiled data on enemy losses. Upon the revelation of these figures, the atmosphere in the Lord's Manor was instantly filled with astonishment. Even for those who had not witnessed the scene firsthand, the sheer magnitude of such numbers evoked a visceral reaction. The figure of 2 million alone was enough to astonish anyone. In contrast, Lin Yilong, who attended the meeting, remained remarkably composed, displaying little emotional fluctuation. Experts within the Kyushu reinforcements had already conducted analyses using computational models, concluding that, given the crude tactics employed by the Northern Alliance and their dense troop deployments, the casualties should approximate around 230,000. The 2 million figure that Vivi mentioned was merely a rough estimate derived from the information obtained from both sides, suggesting there is still considerable room for upward adjustment. This was still far below the forecasts made by the command of the reinforcements. Lin Yilong and the others were naturally unfazed by the casualties inflicted by their weaponry. To be candid, he was indeed struck by the scale of the devastation. Yet, that was the extent of his reaction. During the bombing, he had witnessed the grim state of the encampment from a distance, and he had seen the Northern Alliance's forces, in their desperate flight, tumble like dumplings into the abyss of the turbulent waters. However, he had not specifically ventured to observe the horror of the battlefield strewn with corpses or the ghastly sight of bodies obstructing the river. Lacking visual context, the impact of mere numbers was somewhat diminished. At this juncture in the conflict, these individuals had regrettably become mere statistics to him. Warfare is not akin to governance. For civil officials, the loss of 10,000 or even 100,000 lives may merely represent a statistic, an act devoid of conscience. However, for a military commander, allowing oneself to dwell on casualty figures and letting such losses affect one's mindset is profoundly unprofessional. His duty was to engage in battle, to cast aside the distractions posed by external factors, and to refrain from fixating on the extent of the enemy's post-war suffering, lest it cloud his judgment. Such detachment was necessary even on Blue Star, let alone in this densely populated realm of magic. The death of millions in a single conflict would be unprecedented and shocking in Blue Star, yet here it was not considered extraordinary. As a commander, maintaining a steady mindset was paramount. The outcomes of this battle were likely beyond anyone's expectations. Vivi rose and stated, "As the Lord of Dream River City, my foremost gratitude is directed towards the warriors from Kyushu. Had we relied solely on the bombing strategy we had previously established, utilizing just those 10,000 cannons, achieving such an effect would have been utterly impossible. Your swift response and the deployment of drones and long-range rocket artillery to the battlefield proved decisive, greatly amplifying our success. It can be said without exaggeration that the dreams of the Northern Alliance's 5 million vanguard to swiftly seize Dream River City have been utterly crushed. In this battle, I believe the credit for the victory should rightfully belong to the troops from Jojo. What do you think? As she spoke, she surveyed the surroundings. Chuck, her trusted guard, who had personally experienced the battle and remained by Lin Yilong's side throughout, witnessed his command firsthand and was not surprised by the outcome. He immediately stepped forward and declared, "Your Highness, your vision is sharp and your judgment clear. The role played by the Jojo reinforcements in this battle is unparalleled, and they deserve this honor without question." Others, seeing his confidence, also stood up to affirm, "General Chuck is correct. Your Highness's insight is indeed profound, and this merit belongs solely to the Jojo reinforcements." Before arriving at Dream River City, I had heard rumors of a special army under the princess's command, composed entirely of ordinary individuals, yet capable of unleashing a terrifying power far exceeding that of many magical legions on the battlefield. Initially, I found this hard to believe, but after witnessing it last night, I was truly convinced. Indeed, I too had my doubts before, but now disbelief is no longer an option. It was simply terrifying. The legendary horrors of hell might pale in comparison to this. I suspect that even the forbidden spells unleashed by demigods would struggle to achieve such an effect. I even took a moment to observe the battlefield, and now I find it hard to eat. If I were on the opposing side, facing such an overwhelming, apocalyptic assault, I would be at a complete loss. It is truly terrifying. With such a formidable army at her disposal, how could the princess not succeed in her grand ambitions? Those alien races from the north, daring to invade Dream River City, are merely courting disaster. The Northern Coalition has been thoroughly decimated this time, and for the various races of the north, this can be considered a significant blow. It should be noted that the 5 million vanguard comprise the elite warriors of the northern tribes. Now, having suffered over half their losses without even reaching the walls of Dream River City, they will likely think twice before attempting to lay siege again. Who could argue otherwise? Faced with such an overwhelming barrage of firepower, I would rather challenge a dragon in single combat. As the saying goes, when those above show favor, those below will surely follow suit. Vivi's unreserved admiration for the Jojo reinforcements naturally influenced the local powers of Dream River City, as well as those who had recently allied with them. In no time, praises for the Jojo troops and commanders like Lin Yilong poured in abundantly. Of course, this was not entirely motivated by a desire to curry favor with the princess. The recent display of firepower had indeed left them with a sense of awe from another world. The original inhabitants of Dream River City were somewhat accustomed to this, as the Jojo reinforcements had previously defeated a million-strong army even when they possessed far fewer weapons and equipment, inflicting over 300,000 direct casualties on the enemy. This time, armed with many formidable new weapons and seizing the initiative, they achieved remarkably exaggerated results. Although it still exceeded their expectations, they were at least somewhat psychologically prepared for it. Those who recently sought refuge in Dream River City, driven by the desire to resist the foreign invaders, were utterly astonished. Prior to this, they had never contemplated that a mere assembly of mortals could unleash such formidable power. Thus, many of the praises that may sound like flattery were indeed heartfelt expressions rather than mere attempts to curry favor. All right, Vivi gestured for silence in the hall, then continued. The battle is essentially over, and for the foreseeable future, the Northern Coalition is unlikely to consider advancing southward. However, the crisis is far from resolved. A multitude of corpses now lies in the canyon north of Dream River City, and we are positioned downstream. The inevitable decay of these bodies will undoubtedly have a significant impact on us. Therefore, I need someone to lead a team to clear away these corpses. Who among you is willing to take on this task? At this pronouncement, everyone instinctively lowered their heads in unison. Chapter 248. Oil? I have seen it. The task of clearing the battlefield, under normal circumstances, is universally regarded as a favorable assignment across all eras and cultures. The fallen on the battlefield, irrespective of their allegiance, are seldom destitute. They often possess some degree of background or wealth, and thus, they are likely to carry valuable possessions. Furthermore, the treasures and riches acquired through the act of scavenging the dead are difficult to quantify, as it is generally assumed that whatever one retrieves belongs to them. The only exceptions are weapons and armor, which must be surrendered. Even in the ancient realms, soldiers engaged in battlefield cleanup could expect to reap significant financial rewards, as subordinates would naturally express their gratitude to their superiors, ensuring that benefits would abound. Moreover, this particular scenario unfolds within a magical realm, where the recent conflict has left the elite forces of the northern tribes in disarray, abandoning their equipment in a hasty retreat. Those among the northern tribes are not the impoverished. It is reasonable to assume that a casual search could yield valuable items. This is especially true for the affluent wizards renowned for their wealth. In a battlefield where millions of enemy troops have perished, anyone fortunate enough to secure a scavenging opportunity could indeed strike it rich. However, this is contingent upon normal circumstances. If the cleanup is executed effectively, no one will object to the acquisition of the deceased's wealth. Yet, should the cleanup be inadequate, resulting in a multitude of unprocessed corpses contaminating the water sources and land, leading to the outbreak of pestilence or other calamities, one cannot simply absolve themselves of responsibility after profiting from the dead. Currently, the battlefield outside Mengchuan City exemplifies such a predicament. Due to its proximity to the water source in the city, coupled with Mengchuan's position downstream and downwind of the gorge, those with even a modicum of understanding regarding warfare and pestilence are resigned to the inevitability of a massive outbreak. The closeness of the site and the sheer number of fatalities exacerbate the situation. Furthermore, the narrow confines of the gorge complicate the swift clearing of the battlefield. Even the most rudimentary methods, such as digging a pit for burial or incineration, require considerable time. During this interval, one must also remain vigilant against the remnants of the repelled coalition forces potentially returning. The difficulty of this undertaking is exceedingly high. While scavenging can be enticing, few are willing to undertake such a perilous task fraught with potential repercussions. What? Is no one willing to go? Wei Wei inquired, waiting momentarily, her brows furrowing in displeasure. After a brief silence, a commander from Mengchuan City stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, the scale of enemy casualties is quite substantial, and the terrain within the gorge is not conducive to efficient battlefield cleanup. It will require a considerable number of personnel to address the situation. Moreover, the multitude of enemy corpses in the river raises the likelihood of a pestilence, even if we manage to clear the battlefield. This task must be undertaken. We cannot remain in a stalemate indefinitely." With that, the commander fortified his resolve, donning his armor in preparation to accept the daunting responsibility. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei did not seem overly concerned. She merely waved her hand and said, "You need only to attend to your own affairs. Whether or not the battlefield has been thoroughly cleaned is something I can ascertain with ease. As long as you perform your duties diligently, even if a plague were to arise afterward, it would not pertain to you. There's no need for worry." Recently, she had become quite adept at operating the drones from Jiuzhou. It may not be accurate to say she had mastered them, but she at least understood how to utilize them for reconnaissance of the ground situation, with such a tool that afforded a vantage akin to that of a divine observer. She could discern whether those dispatched to clean the battlefield were earnest in their efforts or merely going through the motions, all without needing to leave the city. Provided that the individuals sent to clear the battlefield genuinely engaged in the task, she would not impose undue difficulties even if a plague were to occur. With the support of advanced technology, such matters were hardly formidable challenges. Upon hearing her words, the previously speaking general expressed his delight, saying, "Thank you for your trust. Your Highness, I am willing to lead the team to clear the battlefield outside the city." In addition to verbal commendations, the post-war settlement discussions primarily revolved around how to manage the cleanup of the battlefield. After all, this was a significant undertaking, and, if mishandled, it could lead to a large-scale outbreak of disease, an issue that warranted serious consideration. Once the discussions concluded and those willing to undertake the task were identified, it was time to disperse. However, to Lin Yilong's surprise, as soon as they had adjourned, the general from Mengchuan City approached him. "General Lin, I have heard that you possess a type of oil that ignites upon contact with fire, and that there is a considerable quantity of it. Is that true? Are you referring to gasoline or diesel?" Lin Yilong immediately grasped the inquiry. "I'm not certain. It's simply that which can burn. I have seen your soldiers using it." The general responded eagerly. I was hoping to acquire some, as having such a resource would expedite my handling of the corpses. Rest assured, General Lin, I will not take it without compensation. From the spoils we collected from the deceased outside the city, I shall allocate 1/3 to you. That is not the issue. Lin Yilong replied, somewhat troubled. As you know, it is quite a challenge for us to bring supplies to Mengchuan City. Currently, we cannot produce fuel here, and while we do have some, it is not abundant. If you truly require it, I can provide a portion, but it will not be sufficient for your needs in clearing the battlefield and incinerating the bodies. This was the unvarnished truth. Oil was a consumable resource, and even in times of peace, there would be considerable daily consumption. Each time Wei Wei engaged in trade with Su Yi, she would bring back a portion of supplies. Their contingent of 10,000, along with countless pieces of equipment, relied on this limited supply to sustain themselves. Utilizing it for the purpose of cleaning the battlefield and burning corpses would indeed be extravagant. The general, however, did not perceive Lin Yilong's response as an excuse to dismiss him. Being aware of the fuel situation with the Jiuzhou reinforcements, he understood the circumstances well. In their daily lives, those warriors from the 9 provinces, who often regard food with indifference and readily share their provisions with even the most destitute or cubs, become exceedingly meticulous when it comes to the use of oil, fearing even the slightest waste. However, his approach to inquire about this matter was surely well prepared. Upon hearing the question, he replied, why can't Dream River City produce this? There are numerous reasons: a lack of raw materials, insufficient technology, and a shortage of corresponding technical personnel, to name a few. Lin Yilong smiled, displaying a degree of patience towards his colleagues in Dream River City. Although these individuals had long resided in a magical world, where lineage and hierarchy were ingrained in their very essence, they had never shown disdain towards the 9 provinces' reinforcements. There was no need to harbor animosity without cause. This is precisely the point I wish to convey. The commander immediately became animated. Isn't the raw material for your oil a thick, black liquid? Chapter 249. The oil of a lake isn't the raw material for your oil a viscous, jet black liquid? Is it not simply a dark liquid? Lin Yilong, who initially intended to engage in a casual conversation, found himself momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. What do you mean, my friend? Have you encountered such a liquid? I once saw something similar in the northwestern mountain range, though I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the same as the oil you mentioned. It had a peculiar aroma, somewhat fragrant yet accompanied by an unbearable stench. The general recounted seriously. Approximately 4 or 5 years ago, I received word that a town nestled in the northwestern hills was besieged by magical beasts, and I led my men to hunt them down. During our pursuit, we stumbled upon a cavern with an immense underground lake, filled not with water, but with this substance. Curiously, after dealing with the magical beasts, I ventured closer to inspect it. The odor was exceedingly strange, and while it was combustible, it was unlike your oils. Igniting it produced a foul smell and thick, black smoke, and the flame was far less vigorous than that of your gasoline. However, during a visit to your camp with Her Highness, I noticed your gasoline, although the scent differed significantly from that of the black oil, there was an inexplicable resemblance that lingered in my mind. I lacked the opportunity to inquire further, as shortly thereafter, the northern tribes launched another attack, and I was preoccupied with preparations for battle. Viscous, black, liquid, combustible, emitting black smoke when ignited, yet burning less fiercely than gasoline. What else could it be if not oil? Lin Yilong marveled, quickly pressing for more information. How large and deep is that lake? The general pondered for a moment before responding. Are you familiar with Wind Spirit Lake, located south of Dream River City? Yes, Lin Yilong nodded promptly. He was aware that Dream River City was situated at the confluence of 2 substantial rivers, which he estimated to possess a flow rate surpassing that of the great rivers in the 9 provinces. Such a confluence could not simply settle into placid waters. Instead, it carved out a vast lake to the south of Dream River City. Though he had not meticulously measured its size, he presumed it could rival the largest freshwater lakes in the 9 provinces. Standing at the shore, one could not see the opposite bank. It was an expanse without end. Perhaps it is even larger? Maybe, though it's underground and too dark to discern its full extent. As for its depth, I cannot measure that either. All I know is that the magical beast we pursued was a frost elephant, towering over 10 meters. It fled into the dark oil lake after just a few meters, only to be completely submerged. It attempted to escape by thrusting its trunk above the surface for air, but fortunately, I was skilled enough to seize it by the trunk and pull it up. So, you mean to say that just a few meters from the shore, the depth exceeds 10 meters? Lin Yilong gasped. It should be like this. Wait, where are you going? I am off to find the lord of the city. Imagine a colossal lake, rivaling the size of Kyushu's largest freshwater lake, with depths exceeding 10 meters, filled to the brim with crude oil. How much oil resides within? It is nearly impossible to quantify. He is well aware that Kyushu has meticulously cataloged the invaluable mineral deposits nestled within the massive mountain range before Mengchuan City, and they have already devised a mining plan, merely awaiting a stabilization of the situation in Mengchuan City to send personnel and equipment in collaboration with Su-E for extraction. However, such an immense oil field, conveniently located within an accessible mountain cavern and with minimal extraction difficulty, appears to him to be worth any cost. They should immediately lay down pipelines and establish a refinery in Mengchuan City. Of course, this is contingent upon the truth of the claims made by this individual, rather than a jest at his expense. As for the oil, you need only proceed to our base and request them to provide you with half of the gasoline. Lin Yilong replied, without turning his head, simultaneously relaying orders through his radio. Upon hearing this, the commander departed with a cheerful demeanor. Finding Wei Wei, Lin Yilong swiftly conveyed the situation. Wei Wei, familiar with the Blue Star, quickly grasped his intent. Are you suggesting that beneath the mountains not far from Mengchuan City lies a resource, akin to what is not uncommon on Blue Star, yet exceedingly challenging to extract and of immense value, essential to the world? Moreover, it exists in vast quantities with minimal extraction difficulty? Currently, it remains uncertain. We need our military specialists to ascertain if it is indeed oil. Then let us investigate. You find the people, and I will have Chuck ensure their safety. Wei Wei decisively replied. After all, having just emerged from battle outside the city, who could say if the coalition forces from the north, after a chaotic bombardment the previous night, had fled into the mountains in a panic? Safety concerns must be addressed. I have already notified them. They will arrive shortly. Lin Yilong affirmed, having already sent word on his way. Wei Wei also called over the commander, who was preparing to survey the battlefield. Soon, all were gathered, and the group set off. Even Wei Wei, unable to quell her curiosity, accompanied them. With the speed of these high-level experts, their journey was remarkably swift, covering the mountainous terrain over 100 kilometers from Mengchuan City. The group arrived in just over half an hour. Upon reaching their destination, the commander, relying on memories from years past, easily located the cavern. After winding through several turns, they indeed arrived at an underground lake. Upon reaching this site, all were momentarily stunned. The expansive lake, situated deep within the earth, and the vast quantities of black liquid undulating upon its surface, evoked a sense of tempestuous waves, leaving the local inhabitants, unfamiliar with oil, utterly astonished. This reaction was even more profound among the accompanying experts, and those like Lin Yilong, who possessed some understanding of the matter. After a moment of astonishment, one of the experts seized the prepared equipment and scooped a sample from the lake, placing it into a series of test tubes. Following a complex series of validations, he nervously glanced at Lin Yilong and exclaimed, "Sir, it appears this is indeed petroleum." Despite his excitement, Lin Yilong maintained his composure and promptly made a request to Wei Wei. He asked her to dispatch a high-level mage to employ flying magic, retrieving samples from various locations and depths above the lake for comparison. Moments later, the expert swallowed hard, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he turned to Lin Yilong and affirmed, "Yes, it's all of it. This entire, seemingly boundless lake is filled with petroleum." Chapter 250. This reservoir must be exploited. Are you implying that your team has discovered an underground lake of oil not far from Dream River City? According to the experts within the supporting army, the initial estimate of the crude oil flowing in that subterranean reservoir exceeds 500 billion cubic meters, and the extraction difficulty is remarkably low. In the transaction space, Su Irin was utterly astounded. It was the first time he had encountered someone using volumetric units to describe crude oil. One might mistakenly believe they were discussing the water capacity of a lake. If we convert this using the somewhat imprecise consensus of 1 ton of crude oil equaling 1 cubic meters, then this 500 billion cubic meters of oil translates to over 450 billion tons. The largest oil field currently discovered on Blue Star is estimated to have reserves of just over 100 billion tons. This implies that the crude oil flowing in this underground lake, which could be extracted simply by inserting a large pipeline and employing a few pumps, already exceeds the reserves of the largest oil mine on Blue Star. Is it not rather preposterous? It is essential to understand that this estimate pertains solely to the oil currently flowing within the lake. The accompanying professionals, lacking the appropriate detection equipment, can only speculate about the true volume of oil contained in this otherworldly oil field. The figure provided is merely a conservative calculation based on the lake's capacity to hold water. Even if the oil within the lake were indeed limited to the projected amount, one must acknowledge that oil does not simply emerge from nowhere. There must be some outlet beneath the lake facilitating its flow. Should modern methods be employed to ascertain the genuine reserves, the resultant findings would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals. Thus, the command center of the Kyushu, supporting troops after deliberation, has concluded that the oil here warrants the risk of establishing a large-scale refinery directly in Dream River City for the extraction of fuel. Vivi, while speaking, handed over a USB drive. This is a letter of joint recommendation from the Kyushu Command Station in the magical realm of Dream River City for you and the senior officials of Kyushu. Of course, they are unaware of the substantial costs involved in sending resources to another world through the trading platform, rendering their deliberations of limited reference value. I simply wish to inquire whether you believe this endeavor is worthwhile. If indeed there exists such an easily exploitable and astonishingly rich oil reservoir, it would be prudent to establish a refinery on-site for immediate extraction. Even if refining is not pursued, large-scale extraction to transport oil back to Blue Star would be advisable. Sending another batch of personnel and equipment would certainly be justified. After a moment of contemplation, Su-e responded. Although the construction of the nuclear fusion experimental reactor in collaboration with Kyushu is already more than halfway complete, the status of oil and natural gas as synonymous with energy on Blue Star, a necessity for all humanity, is poised to diminish rapidly. However, even setting aside the role of energy, oil remains an indispensable commodity of modern industry, a truly precious mineral of which there can never be too much. Moreover, given the current circumstances where Su-e intends to undermine the White Eagle, acquiring a substantial quantity of crude oil in the short term would undoubtedly expedite operations on Blue Star. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. The group life transaction card, priced at 200 points each, could transport 10,000 individuals at once. There were virtually no restrictions on sending equipment, as long as the timing was precise. One could endlessly dispatch supplies to the magical realm. The demand for crude oil from the 9 provinces is likely even greater than his own. It is evident that they would wholeheartedly agree to such an arrangement. A simple negotiation with them would likely result in an immediate assembly of personnel and equipment, awaiting only a suitable moment to be dispatched to the magical world. Of course, merely extracting crude oil, which was akin to open-pit mining, would not necessitate sending over 10,000 individuals. A mere 1 or 2,000 skilled engineers would suffice, as there was no shortage of labor on that side. The surplus personnel could be utilized for various other purposes, such as dispatching an additional 3 to 5,000 adept warriors to alleviate the tense situation faced by the 9 provinces' reinforcements in Manhwa City. The situation was not dire per se. It was primarily that they were limited to only 10,000 troops. They needed to remain on standby to operate weaponry against potential threats, while simultaneously instructing the illiterate locals of Manhwa City in the operation of cannons and other armaments. Additionally, they had to engage with the orcs who had allied with Manhwa City, assisting Vivi in subjugating them. The workload was indeed substantial. Sending another contingent would help ease their burden. Furthermore, given the wealth of resources in the magical realm, This would also provide an opportunity to send a batch of exploration and geology specialists for a 1 to 2 year assignment, thoroughly investigating the mineral deposits surrounding Mengchuan City for future extraction endeavors. In summary, 200 points is a trivial expense for Su Yi at present, since there's a large quantity of easily extractable oil available. Interrupting his original plans to allocate 200 points for this purpose is of little consequence. Due to the recent substantial trade with the magical realm and the interstellar world of the White Deer, his accumulation of points has increased dramatically, over 6,000 points thus far. He had become frugal, reluctant to spend a single point. Initially, he intended to save until he reached 10,000 points, at which point he would open a direct portal to the magical realm. This would facilitate communication between the two worlds and eliminate a considerable amount of hassle. According to the system, a portal costing 10,000 points would manifest as a spatial gateway, 10 meters in height and width, serving as a permanent structure that would not vanish once activated. The initiator would possess the highest authority over the portal, with the discretion to open or close it at will, as well as the option to delegate certain powers. Goods and materials could be directly traded through the portal. Certainly, this transaction is conducted directly between the two parties, with the trading platform refraining from extracting points during the exchange. Naturally, there will be no protective measures from the platform. Thus, both parties must exercise careful consideration, for should one fall victim to deceit, there will be no recourse for redress. In addition to tangible goods, individuals may also traverse freely through the portals, provided they obtain the consent of the portal's owner. It is important to note that these are the most rudimentary portals, and there are certain restrictions on the strength of individuals wishing to pass through. For instance, a demigod like Xinghen would find it impossible to utilize such a basic portal and must instead rely on life transaction cards exchanged through the trading platform members to reach another world. Conversely, those of lesser strength, such as 9th-tier mages from magical realms, may be able to pass through. Chapter 251. The One-Way Portal in comparison to the realm of Blue Star. The magical world is undeniably a pristine territory untouched by modern industrial development. The establishment of a permanent portal facilitating free passage between the two worlds would be a boon for both. It would not only expedite the advancement of the magical realm, but also directly support Vivi in Dream River City, significantly influencing the ongoing war in the magical world. Investing 10,000 points into this endeavor is unquestionably worthwhile. However, Su Yi's willingness to gradually accumulate the requisite points for the portal is not born of folly. He is not merely spending his own points to assist Vivi. The stipulation that the individual who invests points to activate the portal gains supreme authority over it grants the initiator absolute leverage, offering immeasurable benefits. This arrangement is, in essence, a form of coercive advantage. Whoever invests stands to gain the most. Firstly, even with 10,000 points, the activation of the portal requires the consensus of both parties representing their respective worlds. In other words, if Vivi were to oppose the activation, Su Yi would be unable to proceed, regardless of his points. Yet, this is hardly an obstacle. Given Vivi's ambitions, her aspirations extend far beyond merely retaining Dream River City. If she seeks to dominate the world, a small jolt of otherworldly influence to her brothers, who are engaged in chaos around the capital of the Radiant Sun Empire, is imperative. Thus, asserting that the portal must be opened is not an exaggeration. After all, even if she were to refuse the portal's activation, Su Yi would still be inclined to support her, as he does now. However, the current pace of resource and personnel transport is insufficient for a protracted, large-scale war. Moreover, Vivi's ambitions reach beyond mere territorial gains. The Radiant Sun Empire is merely the beginning. She harbors aspirations for the Yellow Sand Empire, the Frost Empire, the Magical Empire, and even distant lands across the ocean, all regions she alluded to during her conversations with Su Yi as targets for conquest. She desires to conquer the entirety of the magical world. Of course, if she were merely a princess of an empire, even with exceptional talent, formidable strength, and striking beauty, such aspirations would be deemed the dreams of a fool. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Her noble lineage now possesses access to a cross-world trading platform. Whether such ambitions remain mere folly is debatable. although the challenges she faces in uniting the magical world are significantly greater than those Sue E encounters in his quest to unify Blue Star. The potential for success is indeed present. Her increasing ambition simultaneously intensifies her reliance on Sue E. After all, apart from him, even if she were to find new trading partners, it would be a stroke of luck to encounter those rare advanced civilizations willing to offer unconditional support. Without such fortunate circumstances, it would be difficult to secure assistance comparable to what Sui provides. Thus, when Sui expressed his desire to accumulate points for the portal, Vivi, upon understanding its mechanics, did not hesitate long before acquiescing. Once Sui amasses the necessary 10,000 points, the portal will be ready for activation, and then the crux of the matter will unfold. The activation of the portal necessitates the consent of both parties. However, once it is opened, all supreme authority resides solely with Sui. As a member of the trading platform from another realm, Wei Wei is afforded certain privileges, including the ability to control the portal's operations, but only in the absence of interference from the supreme authority holder, Sui. Should Sui choose to intervene, he possesses the capacity to revoke all of Wei Wei's permissions post-activation of the portal. Essentially, this portal functions as a unilateral gateway, lacking fairness for both trading parties. If relations sour, Sui could, at his discretion, deploy vast armies through the portal to invade the magical world, while Wei Wei would find herself utterly powerless, lacking even the right to close the portal. As for any possibility of retaliation, it would be futile until Sui grants his approval. Not a single strand from the magical realm can traverse to Blue Star. This elucidates Sui's motive for accumulating points to open the portal. The allure of the privileges offered by the trading platform is undeniably tempting, making the expenditure of these points worthwhile. Currently, however, due to the sudden emergence of the oil lake, he must temporarily delay the portal's activation, requiring 200 points to acquire a group life trading permission card. In theory, Wei Wei could also purchase this card. Given the numerous transactions over the past days, she should have accumulated a significant number of points. At least 200 would not pose a challenge for her. Yet, theory remains theory, and logic is but logic. The reality is that, as a princess of the empire, Wei Wei is not only a gambler, but also a compulsive shopper. After explicitly discussing the activation of the portal with Sui, she entirely lost interest in accumulating points. Merely acquiring a world language comprehension card for seamless communication between the high-ranking officials of Dream River City and the reinforcement from Juzhou cost her a staggering 3,000 points. It was only after depleting her resources that she discovered a remarkable item in the system's item shop, the single language group comprehension card, priced at 500 points each, capable of enabling 10,000 individuals to master the language of a world simultaneously. The revelation nearly induced a cerebral hemorrhage for frustration. Subsequently, she spent another 2,000 points on 4 of these group language cards, deploying one for the 10,000 Juzhou warriors. This investment accounted for the absence of any language barriers between the local populace and the reinforcements approximately 1 month after their arrival in Dream River City. In addition to the 5,000 points spent on these items, the remaining fragments of points were squandered on card draws. Yes, she procured a plethora of beginner matching cards, yet found herself matching in solitude, with 10 consecutive attempts resulting in failures, not encountering a single individual. After an arduous wait, she finally succeeded in matching, only to discover that the entity she encountered was an uncivilized primitive, clad merely in animal skins, wielding a stone axe and raw meat, embodying the quintessential savage. Not only did this individual lack any form of language, but it could only emit guttural cries. Even with the universal language comprehension card in her possession, Wei Wei found herself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend a word from this primitive being. The most fundamental communication has utterly failed, rendering any notion of transactions moot. It is no wonder that those who gamble often meet with dire consequences. In the end, they find themselves bereft of all possessions, their points reduced to mere tokens for shopping or card draws. When faced with adversity, they are unable to muster even 200 points, resorting instead to pleading with Sui for assistance, while promising to swiftly repay the debt once they gather the necessary amount. Consequently, The once high and mighty lord of Dream River City, along with the esteemed princess, now finds themselves utterly powerless before Su-yi, unable to maintain any semblance of dignity. One cannot jest about the vulnerability that comes from dependence. It is a reality that must be acknowledged. Chapter 252, A Secret to Share as Anticipated. Upon relaying this matter to old Lin, the response from Jojo was almost instantaneous and without hesitation, particularly after receiving Su-yi's assurance that within 3 months at the latest, a secure and stable passage connecting the two worlds would be established, and that those previously sent over could return at any time. Old Lin expressed confidence that he could gather sufficient manpower within a day and have all the necessary equipment in place within 2 days. The prospect of having a definite timeline for return is vastly different from the uncertainty of an indefinite stay in another realm. The former significantly alleviates the challenges of recruitment, although venturing into a foreign world carries inherent risks and the potential for peril. The allure of substantial rewards coupled with a firm deadline will invariably entice individuals willing to embrace the adventure. Even those who are not driven by greed possess desires. The opportunity to achieve a historic feat in the exploration of a new world is enough motivation for many to risk their lives. However, if there is no clear time frame, the situation becomes indistinguishable from a one-way journey, an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. In such cases, the likelihood of ever revealing the secrets of the other world diminishes profoundly. Attempting to gain fame and fortune through such an uncertain venture is akin to chasing phantoms. Individuals are not so naive as to risk their lives for such an ambiguous cause. In this context, recruiting individuals for a journey to a foreign world transcends mere financial incentives or the allure of glory. It requires warriors of unwavering faith, willing to embark on an uncertain path at the behest of command. Such individuals are scarce in any era, and finding thousands with the requisite skills in a short period is no simple task. Moreover, deception is futile. Luring someone into a perilous situation without their consent holds no merit. Once individuals are transported to another realm, their return is uncertain. And who would remain compliant in their duties if they had been misled? The task of finding willing participants is indeed complex. It necessitates identifying individuals with specific skills, assessing their willingness to engage, and subsequently explaining the situation to them. Should any complications arise, and an individual declines, the matter becomes exceedingly intricate. Confidentiality agreements may be required to ensure that those who refuse to venture into the unknown maintain silence about the circumstances. In summary, the entire process is fraught with complexity. Most obstacles stem from the absence of a stable passage, which leaves the timing of return uncertain. However, with Su-yi's promise of establishing a reliable corridor within 3 months, the situation becomes significantly more manageable. 2 days later, a substantial assembly of equipment and personnel was gathered in a military base nestled deep within the southwestern mountains of Jojo. The full complement of 10,000 individuals was present, although not all the equipment had been consolidated at this location. The matter at hand involves the transportation of substantial equipment, which presents significant challenges due to its cumbersome nature and the distance from its origin. It is naturally implausible to have it delivered within 2 days. However, these are merely minor inconveniences. With the swiftness of a mayfly, Su-yi can effortlessly gather his companions here and then hasten to another location to retrieve the prepared equipment. Unlike the previous occasion, when only the elite warriors of Jojo were summoned to venture into another world, fearless, formidable, and unwavering in their faith, this time is distinctly different. Upon receiving orders and learning the specifics of the mission, those elite fighters accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. Yet, owing to Su-yi's promise of establishing a stable passage within 3 months, the recruitment process in Jojo was not as stringent this time. In reality, it could not be. While the majority of the recruits are still seasoned soldiers adept in various weaponry, there are also thousands of skilled workers, scholars, and engineers from diverse professions among them. These individuals are not part of the military structure, and, unlike the steadfast warriors, their resolve is considerably less firm. Most are driven by personal ambition and fame. Before arriving here, they lived ordinary lives and cannot be expected to meet the rigorous standards set for elite fighters. Their concerns are numerous, unlike those elite warriors who, without uttering a word, could step into action upon arrival. Thus, Soo-yi feels compelled to address them, to offer reassurance. Naturally, the recruiters have already conveyed the essential information. But Soo-yi's presence, as the chairman of Tianyu Group, lends significant weight to his words. His reputation in JoJo is substantial, and he embodies the essence of various cutting-edge technologies. When he assures them that they will undoubtedly return after a designated period, his words carry more influence than 1,000 assurances from official personnel. I trust you are all aware of the location you are destined for and the nature of your mission, correct? Standing atop the military base's platform, Soo-yi surveyed the eager crowd below and spoke calmly. I understand that many of you may harbor concerns and anxieties. After all, embarking on a journey to another world is indeed a daunting prospect. The individuals who brought you here have likely informed you that your mission will span approximately 3 to 5 months. During this time, you will be unable to contact your families or engage in certain activities. Moreover, as the destination remains entrenched in an age of cold weapons, you may find it challenging to secure even basic modern amenities such as water and electricity. Furthermore, once you depart, returning before the completion of your mission is strictly prohibited. It is admirable that you have chosen to come here under such stringent conditions, demonstrating a spirit of fearlessness. Soo-yi succinctly reiterated the conditions set forth by the JoJo personnel who had recruited them, before transitioning to a more confidential tone. Now that you are here, it is evident that you have signed agreements indicating your willingness to undertake this exploratory endeavor in another world. With that in mind, I can share some secrets with you here. It is indeed a matter of curiosity for many to ponder how our previously obscure Tianyu Group could rise to prominence in such a brief span, simultaneously making strides across multiple domains. Allow me to elucidate, from inception to present, the singular technology that Tianyu Group has genuinely mastered is none other than the technology of the time-space gate. Contrary to the notions surrounding life-giving water, carbon-based chips, nuclear fusion, and exoskeleton armor, these advancements are not products of our own innovation. Chapter 253, we have mastered time and space to stabilize people's minds. It is, in simpler terms, mere boasting. Soo-yi certainly possesses a remarkable talent for exaggeration. Moreover, the rapid rise of Tianyu Group has indeed become a focal point of discussion among many on the internet in recent times. Some assert that the Tianyu Group has received technological support from extraterrestrial beings, while others claim that its predecessor was a mysterious research institution, with its laboratories and talents dispersed across the globe, quietly engaging in groundbreaking technological innovations. What appears to be an overnight success is, in reality, the result of years of diligent preparation. Furthermore, some go so far as to suggest that Tianyu Group serves as the official AtoZ for JoJo, with Soo merely acting as a spokesperson. Essentially, the swift growth of Tianyu Group is believed to be underpinned by the unwavering support of JoJo, encompassing both technological and financial backing. This conspiracy theory was posited by a foreign video blogger who, in a bid to substantiate his hypothesis, went so far as to investigate the early financial transactions of Tianyu Group. Of course, the group's accounts had long been fortified by a firewall established by Tian Shu, impervious to any attempts of intrusion by the likes of him. As for the banks of JoJo, well, he was equally unable to breach those defenses. However, after a diligent search, he did indeed uncover some discrepancies. In the early days, Tianyu Group was merely an ordinary company, lacking the myriad buffs it later received after Soo-yi and the old man Lin formed their alliance. Consequently, a significant number of its transactions were traceable, including public documents related to the official dealings between Jiangxin and Tianyu Group, which were indeed accessible. Often, the danger lies not in articulating a matter clearly, but rather in piecing together incomplete information and concocting narratives. After an exhaustive search, he managed to unearth some early documents from JoJo's officials, as well as greenlight files from the local government concerning Tianyu Group, alongside records of payments made by the government for goods such as the life water. Presenting these as evidence, the notion that JoJo supported Tianyu Group appeared, at first glance, to hold some weight. This issue gained considerable traction online, with even the Secretary of State of the White Eagle liking and sharing a video that exposed the so-called truth from his personal account. Some Western journalists directly inquired about the veracity of these claims during a routine press conference held by Jeojo's Foreign Affairs Department, leaving their spokesperson at a loss for words. In truth, the popularity of such rhetoric is not without justification, as the evidence he uncovered was indeed authentic. Tianyu Group had, in its nascent stages, received considerable attention from Jeojo's officials and local governments. Without such resources, it would have undoubtedly struggled to navigate through those challenging early days. It is not just foreigners who ponder this possibility. Even many Jeojo citizens, after viewing the translated video, found the likelihood to be quite substantial. In essence, there are individuals well-versed in the technological realm who are acutely aware that the advancements of Tianyu Group are unparalleled, not just in Jeojo, but globally. Such knowledge renders the rumors surrounding them unequivocally false. Tianyu Group finds no merit in refuting these claims, and the Jeojo officials, who benefit from the enhancement of their own image through such fabrications, also show no inclination to dispel them. In reality, the officials lack the means to debunk these assertions. At most, they might utter a few innocuous statements about the minimal connection between the rise of Tianyu Group and Jeojo, but such words would hardly be credible. It is implausible for them to present evidence proving the lack of correlation between Jeojo and the ascent of Tianyu Group. Among those who believe that all of Tianyu Group's technology is derived from Jeojo, one can be assured that the individuals currently gathered here are not included. As elites from various sectors destined for another world, even the soldiers among them are meticulously selected elite warriors, possessing an acute awareness of the equipment available in contemporary Jeojo and, indeed, across the entire Blue Star. The power armor and exoskeletons developed by Tianyu Group would be met with skepticism by these frontline soldiers, who cannot fathom that such innovations originated from Jeojo. After all, Jeojo does possess exoskeleton technology, yet it is limited to supporting a mere 100 pounds, serving only as auxiliary equipment, unlike Tianyu Group's exoskeletons, which transform wearers into superhumans. Technological breakthroughs must adhere to certain limits. One cannot leap from a spear of the Stone Age directly to a modern tank. Furthermore, apart from the soldiers, the other elites from various fields possess specialties that overlap with the industries Tianyu Group engages in. As true intellectuals, they are acutely aware of the remarkable prowess of the black technologies produced by Tianyu Group, which are beyond the current capabilities of Blue Star. Thus, it is these individuals who are most perplexed regarding the rise of Tianyu Group. The reason Sui feels compelled to address this issue with them now is to lay the groundwork for the future. In plain terms, the rapid ascent of Tianyu Group and the seemingly outrageous technologies they present raise considerable suspicion, especially given their lack of interrelation. Although he remains unconcerned by the skepticism of the Blue Star inhabitants, establishing a plausible origin for the technologies possessed by Tianyu Group is decidedly preferable to presenting them as mere inventions of thin air. After all, it is merely a matter of a few statements. As anticipated, upon his pronouncement, the atmosphere became charged with astonishment. Even the highly trained elite soldiers could not suppress a gasp, their expressions shifting dramatically. Sui continued, indeed, every product and technology released by Tianyu Group is acquired through our gate of time and space technology from other worlds. We have accessed numerous realms, some of which hold immense value, while others are devoid of significance. Earlier on, our gate of time and space technology was limited to the most rudimentary exchanges with other worlds, capable only of transmitting basic technologies. Now, our technology has advanced to a level where we can transport individuals to another realm and bring back those from alternate worlds. However, the cost of facilitating such passage through the temporal gate remains substantial. Consequently, we approach the task of sending personnel to these foreign dimensions with great caution, refraining from arbitrary decisions, and we do not contemplate their return in the short term. Recently, however, we have achieved significant breakthroughs in our temporal gate technology. It is anticipated that in the near future, within 3 months at the latest, we will endeavor to construct the first stable temporal passage that connects to another world, allowing those of you who are sent forth to return at your leisure. Chapter 254. Indeed, technology from another world. The technology of Tianyu Group is acquired from other realms. A matter that had already transformed into an open secret when Su Yi confronted Jiuzhou, requesting their assistance in dispatching 10,000 elite warriors to aid Mengchuan City. Once the permanent world passage is established in the future, it will become evident to all that Tianyu Group possesses the extraordinary capability to locate other worlds, thereby making it easy to deduce the origins of their technologies. After all, technological advancement is a progressive journey. However, the innovations presented by Tianyu Group emerged without any prior indications, as if conjured from thin air. Particularly, some of the technologies, such as nuclear fusion, are not something one can simply develop in a clandestine research facility. The resources necessary for such endeavors are astronomical, especially in terms of energy requirements. It goes without saying that for the smaller nations of Blue Star, attempting to conduct nuclear-related experiments under the noses of the five great powers without detection is utterly implausible. Currently, there is much speculation surrounding the origins of the technologies possessed by Tianyu Group, with opinions varying widely. Once the matter of the otherworldly passage is publicly disclosed, even the simplest minds will be able to draw conclusions. Therefore, rather than passively addressing the origins of the technology at that time, it is far more prudent to openly acknowledge it now. Of course, such an admission cannot occur at this very moment. Today, the discussion with those about to venture into the other world serves merely as a preliminary warm-up. I suspected there was something amiss with the origins of Tianyu Group's black technology, but I never imagined it was derived from another world. Indeed, it has been obtained from a different realm. Contrary to my earlier conjecture, I had thought it was provided by extraterrestrials. I once believed it was the work of aliens, and it is quite absurd that some even consider these innovations to be gift from Jiuzhou. Certainly, it's not that Jiuzhou lacks capability, but as someone engaged in scientific research, I am acutely aware of the nature of our country's cutting-edge technological fields. In comparison to foreign advancements, we possess our strengths as well as our shortcomings. However, whether domestic or international, the technologies pale in comparison to the black technologies of Tianyu Group, which belong to an entirely different era. For instance, the X7674 special alloy produced by Tianyu Group exhibits astounding strength, exaggerated toughness, and remarkable heat resistance. Just in terms of heat resistance, a colleague of mine who specializes in nuclear fusion remarked that the parameters of the X7674 alloy could, to some extent, serve as a viable material for the high-temperature lining of a nuclear fusion reactor. It is not only on par with the heat-resistant materials we painstakingly developed, but may even surpass them, all while being significantly more economical. Even if we were to replace the reactor's lining periodically, this material would undoubtedly propel our nuclear fusion efforts to remarkable new heights. Were it not for the Tianyu Group's recent endeavor into nuclear fusion, embarking directly on the construction of an experimental reactor, my compatriots would have made significant strides with such materials, likely outpacing their global counterparts by several steps. This is merely one of the many advantages of this metal. One must ponder, is such a creation even conceivable by humankind? With advancements in material science of this caliber, the inhabitants of Blue Star might not catch up even in 3 centuries. Previously, when I asserted online that such technology could not possibly be attributed to the support from our Jiuzhou to the Tianyu Group, I faced derision. This is quite typical. Online discourse often lacks accountability, with netizens exhibiting a blend of unprofessionalism and a penchant for judgment, where the validity of a viewpoint requires no substantiation, relying instead on alignment with their own experiences in the digital realm. As long as their stance is deemed correct, irrationalities are filled in by conjecture, while any semblance of reason is wielded as irrefutable evidence, transforming mere speculation into perceived truth. As a scholar, engaging in such online debates seems a futile exercise, a mere squandering of time. Indeed, online arguments typically prioritize cyber positions over actual circumstances. As someone involved in military industry, I once encountered a video critiquing the Type 55 destroyer, presenting a plethora of data to claim the ship was merely average, despite its intimidating appearance. I kindly corrected the misinformation presented in the comments, asserting that even based on the currently disclosed information, the Type 55 destroyer undoubtedly ranks among the world's advanced vessels. This statement was already quite conservative. Had it not been for confidentiality agreements, I would have been more forthright. To my surprise, the video creator dismissed my input, branding me a little pink ulok, accusing me of lacking technical understanding and merely engaging in baseless praise. He claimed to have been reading military magazines since childhood, thus knowing far more than I. Where does one even begin to argue against such ignorance? Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from engaging in lengthy debates. It serves little purpose other than to incite frustration. Reflecting back, did those who enticed us not describe a world steeped in the era of cold weaponry, yet possessing extraordinary powers? This world, could it truly harbor advanced technology? Is it conceivable that the Tianyu group has mastered the technology of temporal and spatial gateways, enabling them to traverse numerous distinct realms, including the one we are destined for? A source of their advanced technology? It stands to reason that the worlds from which they acquire such technologies are likely vastly more advanced than ours. Our presence there would serve little purpose, especially since the Tianyu group and the JoJo officials possess methods to establish stable interworld passages. It is improbable that they would open a gateway to a realm more advanced than ours. Would that not be akin to inviting wolves into one as home? Thus, if the Tianyu group is indeed the initiator, their intentions must be driven by ulterior motives toward another world. If that world's technology and various aspects far surpass ours, would it not be folly to harbor such intentions? Clearly, the logical course is to establish a portal to a realm that remains underdeveloped yet abundant in resources. While not overly formidable, I have heard that the primary endeavor this time is the extraction of oil, along with the ambitious plans to construct an enormous refinery on site. I must admit, my anticipation has been piqued. What kind of oil reserve could warrant such extensive mobilization? Even attracting prominent figures, such as the chairman of the Tianyu group, to the scene? It is hard to say, but it certainly must be substantial. From what I have gathered, the authorities have allocated an astronomical budget solely for various oil storage facilities. When fully equipped, these installations are expected to hold approximately 1 billion barrels of crude oil, which translates to over 100 million tons, roughly equivalent to a quarter of our nation's crude oil imports for the entire previous year. This is merely a preparation for the initial batch of crude oil transportation, intended to address the storage and transportation of oil collected prior to the refinery's completion. Just consider the scale of such preparations. The oil reserves there must be truly extraordinary. Chapter 255, Regulations on Material Supply. The experts and professors for various fields were undoubtedly not as disciplined as seasoned soldiers, adhering to commands without question. Upon hearing such astonishing news, their animated discussions did not offend Su-e. He simply observed in silence. Once their discourse had subsided and a semblance of calm was restored, he continued, "Our Tianyu group possesses a meticulous plan for the development of the other world. Thus, you need not worry about the return journey. The resources there are abundant, and we shall not abandon them. Furthermore, prior to your dispatch, we established amicable relations with certain high-ranking officials in that realm. Upon your arrival, your safety will be assured not only by the accompanying military forces, but also by the local inhabitants, who could provide even greater security than the armies of JoJo. Given that their world boasts an average of superhumans, each excelling in their respective fields. In summary, this is the situation. I have come forth to address these concerns only after I confirmed your collective decision to proceed. There is still some time remaining, and if you have any inquiries, feel free to voice them. I shall endeavor to provide answers to the best of my ability." As soon as he finished speaking, a bespectacled gentleman in his 30s raised his hand, stating, "Mr. Su, I have some questions. Both you and our JoJo officials are surely aware that venturing into an unknown world will inevitably lead to unforeseen circumstances. I trust that Tianyu Group and JoJo have made comprehensive preparations, yet our primary task upon arrival is to extract oil from this other world. Establishing a refinery from scratch, an endeavor not to be taken lightly. Moreover, with such a large contingent, it is inevitable that some individuals will encounter unexpected challenges, not solely of safety nature, but also in daily life. For instance, if my glasses were to break, resolving such a trivial matter in an unfamiliar realm would likely prove quite difficult. While seemingly minor, Such issues could significantly impact work efficiency. Additionally, consider those with chronic ailments who require specific medications. What recourse do we have if their supplies are lost or compromised? The inquiries raised are indeed practical. The initial deployment of 10,000 soldiers to the magical world frequently encountered similar mundane challenges. Broken glasses, depleted sanitary supplies for female soldiers, and timekeeping devices failing to synchronize with the otherworldly time were all prevalent issues. Even those with smoking habits found themselves without cigarettes, presenting a considerable concern. Although these matters may appear trivial, they can substantially affect the individuals sent to the otherworld, potentially even impacting the combat effectiveness of reinforcements. JoJo had previously taken the lead in planning these contingencies, and their preparations were already quite comprehensive. Most overarching issues have been thoroughly considered, including the supply of basic ammunition for the first batch of soldiers, provided according to the standard for continuous fire, capable of lasting more than 3 days. Considering the absence of electricity in this otherworldly realm, extensive preparations were made to ensure the operation of vital military equipment, including a substantial number of solar panels and a plethora of diesel generators, along with ample reserves of fuel. Such an obvious concern was meticulously addressed. However, when it comes to the more personal inconveniences mentioned earlier, even the most conscientious planner cannot anticipate every detail perfectly, inevitably leading to unforeseen complications. Upon learning of these circumstances through the trade between Vivi and Sue-E, the commander stationed there relayed a report back to the 9 provinces. Following this, the 9 provinces implemented certain remedial measures, instructing all soldiers to compile a list of their personal necessities. For consumables like sanitary pads and cigarettes, it was advisable to specify the monthly quantity required, doubling or even tripling the amount to be included in the next shipment of supplies. Additionally, a rule was established wherein Vivi and Sue-E could trade freely once a week, meaning that supplies from the 9 provinces would be dispatched approximately every fortnight. Under this framework, the reinforcements were granted the opportunity to request various living essentials bi-weekly. Through this series of coordinated efforts, the issues were somewhat alleviated. Nonetheless, challenges remained insurmountable. For instance, a fortnight ago, a Minotaur working at the 9 Provinces aid camp inadvertently caused a fire, which fortuitously engulfed the warehouse containing sanitary pads, recently sent for the 9 provinces via trade, yet still awaiting distribution. Though the flames were extinguished promptly, the contents were either burned or rendered unusable due to water damage incurred during the firefighting efforts. Coincidentally, several female soldiers who had just run out of their supplies found themselves facing their monthly cycle. While this should have been a trivial matter, and another shipment would not have been prohibitively costly, Sue-E and Vivi were understandably reluctant to expend precious points on resolving such minor issues outside the scope of their free trading opportunity. The female soldiers, not being demanding individuals, did not make a fuss over this predicament. In the end, they resorted to sharing among themselves, with those who had supplies lending them to their comrades. When they could not gather sufficient usable items, they resorted to more archaic methods, borrowing medical bandages and gauze from the medics. Fortunately, despite the poor sanitary conditions of this magical world, its medical facilities were remarkably advanced. Upon hearing about the situation, Vivi did not suggest an additional trade to procure more supplies from the 9 provinces. Instead, she distributed a batch of life elixirs to the women, allowing them to fortify their health and alleviate discomfort during this challenging period, while also preventing potential infections. A week later, a new shipment of supplies arrived, effectively resolving the immediate issue. However, while the problem appeared to be addressed, it also revealed certain inherent flaws in this system of support. Indeed, the trading period of every 7 days is not insignificant. In military matters, when confronted with challenges, one may find themselves lacking crucial resources. Were one to be on the precipice of battle, Vivian would undoubtedly not hesitate to offer any additional points and would proactively seek out Sue-E. However, mundane life issues are evidently not so easily resolved. They must be surmounted by those individuals from the past. After some contemplation, Sue-E decided to relay the actual circumstances to the Inquirer. He refrained from disclosing the rationale behind the weekly trading limitation, instead stating that the optimal time frame for resource transfer within the temporal gate technology of the Tianyu Group is indeed once every week. While sending items outside this time frame is feasible, it incurs a substantial cost. Upon hearing this, the attendees did not react with outrage, but rather expressed their understanding. As for the concern regarding chronic patients lacking medication upon arrival, Su Yi's response was even more straightforward. You need not worry about this issue at all. Upon arrival, your first task will be to consume a vial of highly concentrated life water, which will enable you to bid farewell to all ailments. Furthermore, after partaking in this life water, your lifespan will be extended to at least 200 years. Chapter 256. Now, you shall address me as Her Majesty the Queen. The rationale behind why these individuals must first consume a highly concentrated essence of life is rather straightforward. Disease. In the realm of magic, ailments undoubtedly exist, and the bacteria and viruses there are significantly more formidable than those found on Blue Star. For the inhabitants of Blue Star to survive upon their arrival, it is imperative that they first imbibe a vial of this potent life essence to markedly enhance their physical constitution. Otherwise, from the 10,000 dispatched earlier, it will be questionable whether even 5,000 would remain. Viruses are not to be trifled with. The consumption of such a concentrated life essence not only bolsters their health to grant immunity against the vast majority of viruses in the magical realm, but also bestows the benefit of extended longevity. It serves as a modicum of reward for those daring pioneers venturing into an alternate world. Naturally, all expenses are to be borne by Her Highness, Princess Vivi of the Radiant Sun Empire, including this occasion. However, while the essence is labeled as high concentration, it is merely so in comparison to what the Celestial Domain Group sells on Blue Star. Its actual potency is even inferior to the thousands of barrels of life essence Vivi once acquired in her triumph over the Coalition. To facilitate a systematic upgrade for these individuals, only about a barrel's worth of this essence is required for over 10,000 people to ensure their survival in the magical world. After addressing several inquiries from those about to embark on their interdimensional journey, Sui confirmed once more that no one wished to withdraw before ushering them all into the transaction space. He then proceeded to procure the various technologies that had been prepared in warehouses across the land. During this time, he also took a moment to visit a few venerable elders in the imperial capital. By the time he concluded these matters, an entire afternoon had elapsed. Now that I have brought the personnel and equipment, what is the status on your end? To what stage has the plan progressed? Suyi imuted upon Notijin Vivi, resplendent in a magnificent gown, her beauty beyond compare. Recently, their transactions have been conducted through prearranged lists detailing mutual necessities, allowing for direct exchanges of prepared items. They had yet to engage in any substantial conversation. Each time Vivi appeared, she was clad in armor, hastening about. This time, however, she donned casual attire, suggesting a less hectic schedule. Following the defeat of the elite warriors from the Northern Front, it seemed unlikely that any significant battles would ensue in the near term. Vivi did not rush off. Instead, she half-knelt before her desk, conversing while meticulously smoothing the folds of her gown that lay upon the floor. She exhibited an unwavering adherence to decorum. He found himself wanting to shake his head. Although this woman's views are relatively progressive compared to those of the magical realm, in contrast to the inhabitants of Blue Star, her demeanor appears quite rigid. Particularly in dialogue, she consistently maintains a posture of utmost propriety, often going to great lengths to achieve it. What are your plans moving forward? Certainly, it is prudent to first engage in trade with the oil discovered over there, especially since I currently possess little of value to offer in exchange for military armaments. It would be unwise to perpetually rely on loans, Wei Wei remarked, as she continued to utilize these resources to bolster our arsenal, importing more potent weapons. Concurrently, I shall establish contact with the Elven leaders and other high-ranking officials in the Northern Realm, informing them of our previous plans, providing them sustenance, and compelling them to heed my orders to garrison in the canyon. I surmise that, following their recent devastating defeat, coupled with the provisions I offer, their willingness to continue the war will be significantly diminished. Now our gaze must shift southward. At this juncture, Wei Wei chuckled softly. Speaking of which, my brothers, having restrained themselves for so long, can no longer suppress their desire for war. The elite forces of the Radiant Sun Empire have descended into chaos in the provinces surrounding the imperial capital, and the situation is reportedly far more dire than that of our Dream River City. In recent days, many have fled from the south to our Dream River City, which is indeed quite amusing. A veritable jest from the depths of hell. Sui could not help but smirk at the absurdity. Those peculiar beings from the north, engaged in a relentless struggle, have come to Dream River City, their heads battered, merely seeking to conquer a land where they might recuperate. Unexpectedly, the once fertile South has been ravaged by civil war, forcing its inhabitants to flee to their harsh northern territories. Surely, the South must be aware of your achievements in Dream River City? Have they not made any overtures? Of course they are aware. Had I showcased such accomplishments prior to the outbreak of hostilities, I would have likely become a focal point of their vigilance. However, these inept individuals are now so consumed by their immediate adversaries that they have neglected to consider my presence in the north, naturally favoring alliances instead. My elder brother, who has unilaterally proclaimed himself emperor, has not only retained my original title of princess, but has also elevated my rank. At this point, Wei Wei smiled and declared, "Henceforth, you may address me as Her Majesty, the Queen of Dream River, ruling over the 3 northern provinces of the Radiant Sun Empire. My domain has expanded from a mere Dream River City to encompass 3 entire provinces in the north. Naturally, this elevation is not without its conditions. He has requested that I swiftly lead an army southward to support him after accepting this title." He had not anticipated this. It was only now that he realized something about Wei Wei seemed amiss today. Although her attire appeared similar to before, it was adorned with numerous intricate details that enhanced its opulence. In the ancient realms of the 9 provinces, different ranks were signified by distinct styles of clothing, a standard likely mirrored in this otherworldly domain. Due to my frequent interactions with Wei Wei, I have gained a certain understanding of the nobility system within the Radiant Sun Empire. Typically, royal offspring such as her, upon reaching adulthood, are conferred titles of nobility, which generally come with territorial holdings equivalent to the size of a province in their world. Indeed, this province of the Radiant Sun Empire encompasses several hundred territories. A princess like Wei Wei, unless distinguished by extraordinary accomplishments or exceptional favor, would typically be granted the title of princess, along with a domain comparable in size to that of a duke. Essentially, it amounts to merely a single city. Such modest territories do not impose stringent restrictions. She could choose to neglect the governance of her land, delegating authority to imperial officials, while she herself indulges in the pleasures of the imperial capital and collects taxes without issue. Should she desire to oversee her territory, she is free to do so at her discretion. Thus, although Wei Wei carries the title of princess, it would not be inappropriate to refer to her as the Grand Duke of Mengshuan. However, in that realm, the title of princess undeniably holds greater prestige than that of a duke, which is why her subordinates predominantly address her as princess. Chapter 257. Shall we consider a union of sorts? Just as ancient China emphasized a reputable origin for its endeavors, the magical realm adheres to similar principles. Even though the empire of the Burning Sun has descended into chaos, Vivi's current prowess has not yet reached the point where she can venture south to hunt for opportunities. After all, the myriad of martial artists who have come to assist Dream River City are primarily motivated by the noble cause of repelling foreign invaders. They are not solely there to rally around her banner. Engaging these individuals in battle against the foreign tribes may be feasible, but launching a civil war in the south would likely result in a hasty retreat before they even arrive. Therefore, for Vivi, the prospect of legally acquiring a higher title and greater territory presents an invaluable foundation for her development and accumulation of strength. Naturally, she cannot dismiss the overtures from the newly crowned emperor of the imperial capital, whose reign may be precarious at any moment. However, agreeing to lend support in the south is out of the question. With billions of foreign adversaries poised to assault Dream River City, how could she possibly divert her attention to the southern conflict? It simply cannot be done. As long as she is unwilling to comply, ample justifications to delay abound. In truth, the newly minted emperor likely harbors no illusions himself. Bestowing such considerable benefits upon her does not necessarily indicate an expectation for her to lead a military campaign southward. The more plausible intention is to placate this formidable sister, who has triumphed over millions of foreign foes in the northern territories, ensuring she remains compliant in the north. Even if she does not march south to assist the emperor, she should refrain from supporting any of the other princes. The new emperor is not alone in this line of thought. Several princes, each waving their own banners of righteous indignation against treachery and injustice, have similarly extended olive branches to Vivi. They seek not her assistance, but rather her steadfast presence in the north to prevent further disruption. The second prince, who previously commanded the military, has once again provided her with 3 knightly orders, along with the equipment necessary for 4 orders in total. This allows her the freedom to recruit and train soldiers at her leisure in the northern territories. Originally permitted only 1 knightly order, Vivi has, in a mere few months, gained the capacity to command 4. It can be said that should she signal her intent, a multitude of capable warriors without titles would flock to her side. After all, the 4 knightly orders not only signify her legal right to recruit 200,000 regular troops of the Burning Sun Empire, but also to bestow 200,000 knightly titles. This status serves as a valuable stepping stone into the nobility, a coveted aspiration for many. The other princes have also made their gestures of goodwill. Compared to the trifling offerings of the past, this time she has unequivocally demonstrated her strength, making it clear to the world that she possesses the ability to influence the conflicts among the princes. It can be said that after defeating the vanguard of 500,000 warriors from the north, she has already profited immensely without having to lift a finger. So, when was your title conferred? I don't recall you mentioning it before, Su-yi inquired, scrutinizing her resplendent attire, which was even more magnificent than before. With a hint of curiosity, my elder brother's reward arrived merely 2 hours ago, accompanied by this imperial standard queen's robe. At this juncture, Vivi, who had previously maintained a somewhat serious demeanor, suddenly adopted a playful tone and winked at Su-yi. Only I, within the entirety of Dream River City, am privy to this news. I thought it fortuitous that I would meet you at the trading platform today. After receiving my reward, I remained indoors for several hours, only changing my attire to share this with you. You're the first person, aside from those in the imperial capital and myself, to be informed of this. Su-yi, utterly perplexed, could not discern her intentions and tentatively ventured. So, should I feel honored? Of course. As the first witness to my ascension as the Queen of Dream River, you should indeed feel honored, Vivi stated matter-of-factly. Beyond that honor, do you harbor no other thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? Su-yi replied, baffled. If their relationship were to develop further, then surely Vivi's elevated status would be advantageous. Who knows? She might evolve from queen to empress. But the crux of the matter was that their relationship had not yet reached such a stage. The titles of queen or empress had little bearing on him. If one were to argue, it could be said that the higher Vivi's status, the smoother his ventures into other worlds would transpire. Yet, such matters hardly warranted such ambiguity, particularly with her specifically dressing up to inform him. Was this truly a topic suitable for normal trading partners? After waiting in vain for a meaningful response, Vivi sighed and restored her previous calm and dignified composure. With her lips slightly parted, she uttered a statement that left Su-yi utterly astonished and quite taken aback. I wish to enter into a marriage alliance with you. Huh? Su-yi truly did not anticipate that Vivi had been harboring this thought all along. Their previous transactions had been quite formal, typically revolving around mutual needs and resolutions. Payment and delivery were exchanged hand in hand, and if funds were lacking, the terms were clearly defined. Their dealings had always been strictly professional, devoid of any flirtation. Thus, such a sudden declaration of a marriage alliance felt rather abrupt. What's with the Am I not appealing? Vivi inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in her voice. You are indeed attractive, Su-yi replied earnestly. This was an indisputable truth. Vivi's beauty could rival that of Yu Ling, though their temperaments differed, while Yu Ling exuded gentleness. Vivi possessed a more assertive and commanding presence. each had her own merits. To claim she was unattractive would be a blatant falsehood. Then what are you hesitating for? Marrying me is certainly in your favor. Vivi shot him a glance of exasperation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Soo-yi straightened himself and responded earnestly. Your Highness, no, I mean Your Majesty. Given our current collaborative relationship, if you require anything, simply convey your desires, and I shall provide as best as I can. Even if you were to request a nuclear bomb, it would not be beyond the realm of negotiation. I shall return and ponder a means to procure one or two for you. Do not regard those loans with undue weight. Given the abundance of resources in your world, repaying such interest-free loans should pose no burden. More importantly, I consider you a partner. Do not perceive me as a mere fool. It is unreasonable to seek gold from me without justification. After much contemplation, he remains convinced that Vivi is not merely a romantic fool. Her sudden desire to marry him surely harbors ulterior motives, a notion he finds utterly believable. Chapter 258. What are you envious of? The two maintain their current relationship, and naturally, all transactions with the magical world must be accounted for. For the items provided by the Tanya Group, Vivi owed them money. For the goods supplied by Jojo, she owed them as well. Even among close brothers, accounts must be clear. This would help avoid disputes in the future. However, if there were to be a marriage alliance with Vivi, such debts would become convoluted. Surely, one cannot seek repayment from one's own wife. On the other hand, the support from the Tanya Group was entirely free. But what of Jojo? Would Vivi continue to bear the burden of immense loans while selling resources to repay them? Or would Soo-yi pay off the debts for his wife? Contemplating the astronomical figures involved, Soo-yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. We're talking about debts in the trillions. If you were to marry Vivi and clear her debts, what would that be considered? Dowry? In his previous life as an ordinary person, he had dreaded the notion of dowries and had no interest in romance. Yet now, with wealth beyond his imagination, he found himself confronted with such exorbitant demands that made him reluctant to agree. Bearing this debt would likely leave the entire Tanya Group in dire straits. Quite a frightening prospect indeed. He resolutely refused to become a victim of such circumstances. Can't you think of something positive? Vivi nearly lost her composure and retorted. What is this nonsense about exploding gold coins? I am the queen of Dream River. Do I really need your trifling contributions? Reflecting on the abundant resources of the magical world, it indeed seemed they were not lacking. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Soo-yi inquired, So, Your Majesty, what are your intentions? Why must there be intent? Can I simply like you? Vivi shot him a glance, seemingly reproaching him for his lack of romantic insight. Come on, even if I believe you are not here solely for gold, I cannot accept that you profess this because of affection, Soo-yi thought. This woman was highly career-oriented, not the type to be content with a whimsical approach like Yuling. Even if Vivi genuinely harbored feelings for him, she would not place the significant strategy of marriage in his hands. As a woman aspiring to dominate the magical world, finding the right partner for a marriage alliance could provide her with substantial leverage and benefits. As for personal feelings, they likely held little significance for her. If she were to have feelings for Soo-yi, she could easily seek a union with a noble of elite lineage and clandestinely meet Soo-yi within the confines of the trading space, where no one could catch them. Thus, to claim she sought him out due to affection was undoubtedly nonsense. He did not believe a word of it. Dear lady, could you stick to the matter at hand? If you don't, I might just have to leave. I have a lovely wife waiting for me at home. Seeing that he was impervious to her banter, Vivi lost the desire to continue the frivolity and sighed softly. Actually, I sometimes envy you, Ling. According to those from Jojo, you two are now regarded as a legendary couple in your world. When she was initially sent to Blue Star, she did so with immense determination. For as the last legitimate bloodline of the Moon Elf tribe, she bore the core of the fountain of life sealed within her, shouldering numerous responsibilities and the imperative to survive. I presumed that with her striking appearance, she would be subjected to your whims once she arrived. Yet as long as you did not excessively invoke the stipulations of our original contract, I would feign ignorance, as it was her choice at that time. However, I did not foresee that upon entering your world, she would find in you a partner who genuinely regarded a fallen elven princess as his beloved wife. From the inadvertent revelations of the people of Jojo, it appears that you indeed dote upon her, correct? You may be unaware of the burdens that Ling carried when she first arrived. It seems she has since relinquished them entirely. She has not even mentioned these matters to you, considering the support you have provided to Dream River City and its recent triumphs against the northern tribes. If you were to intensify your backing of Dream River City, and with Ling, the former princess of the Elven Kingdom, rallying her people, the restoration of the Moon Elves would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, she has chosen not to do so, nor has she ever brought it up, has she? She has willingly let go of everything, content to be your cherished little wife, basking in your affection. Ling is akin to a refreshing mountain breeze, a tranquil lake. Being in her presence is a true delight. She consistently brings a sense of serenity. Before Sui, she remains ever so gentle, responding to any decision he makes, regardless of its correctness or appropriateness, with a soft affirmation. Such a woman, especially one who is your wife, deserves to be cherished deeply. As for Wei Wei's comments regarding the burdens Ling bears, it is true that Ling has never confided in him. Even though she is fully aware of the magical world's conflicts, she has never suggested leveraging Dream River City's victories to pursue restoration. As for the reason, perhaps her prolonged stay in Blue Star has fostered a disdain for the strife of the magical realm. It could also be that she simply wishes to maintain the current state of affairs, spending most of her time atop the headquarters in Panlai Island, reading by the window while Sui plays games, watches videos, or quietly holds her, not wanting to disrupt their hard-won tranquility. Without Wei Wei's prompting, Sui understands the weight Ling carries as a deposed princess. Yet, since she has not broached these subjects, he naturally refrains from doing so, respecting her wounds. After all, Ling seems quite content as things stand. There is no need to invite discomfort. Upon hearing this, his emotions remained unperturbed, and he merely smiled, asking, if the roles were reversed, would you choose to join Ling in becoming a quiet little wife in Blue Star, relinquishing everything from the magical world? That would certainly be impossible, Wei Wei replied candidly. I would undoubtedly encourage you to fight back and aid me in reclaiming my kingdom. Then what is there to envy? What a peculiar sentiment. Often, it is the case that those who are deeply ambitious envy those who can embrace the flow of life. Yet, to expect them to simply accept their circumstances is an unrealistic desire. What is often termed as envy is, in truth, nothing more than a lamentation without cause. Only Ling seems capable of tolerating your foul temper. Wei Wei remarked with disdain, enough, enough. To speak candidly, the reason I agreed to this union is quite simple. I am no longer young, and without a marriage or an heir, I find myself in a precarious position regarding the expansion of my influence. My subordinates have hinted more than once that I should seek an alliance with a powerful faction. Such a union could provide the support of other forces. And once I have an heir, it would also serve to stabilize the hearts of my people. Chapter 259. What benefits does this hold for me? In the context of the magical world, for individuals aspiring to achieve great feats, the absence of progeny poses a significant risk. Should one meet an untimely demise, their subordinates would struggle to find a suitable heir to rally behind. This mirrors the historical necessity in ancient Jojo, where warlords sought successors to stabilize their followers' loyalty. After all, within such a system, the importance of a team leader cannot be overstated. The loss of a leader can swiftly lead to the disintegration of the entire group or plunge into endless internal strife, ultimately resulting in its collapse. In the face of a premeditated assassination by another faction, any individual is exceedingly vulnerable. In ancient Jojo, a single arrow could extinguish the life of a warlord capable of determining the fates of countless lives. In a magical realm, while individuals possess a vitality far surpassing that of ordinary inhabitants of Blue Star, the methods of assassination they face are equally formidable. In Blue Star, assassination in ancient times involved ambushes and traps, and even in modernity, targeting a leader of a powerful faction typically requires firearms, with a high-caliber sniper rifle being an exceptional asset. Despite this, numerous significant figures have fallen victim to assassination, including individuals of the stature of President White Eagle. In contrast, The magical world offers a plethora of assassination techniques. Take the current state of Dream River City, for instance. A mere demigod could effortlessly descend and sever Vivi's head from her shoulders, likely before she could even flee to a trading space. Although the Radiant Empire grapples with internal discord, it is bolstered by the presence of ancestral deities, whose lingering influence provides a semblance of protection. Furthermore, there are long-standing agreements among the demigods and deities of the magical realm that prohibit arbitrary attacks. Thus, the truly formidable beings among the northern tribes dare not breach these ancient accords to target the princess of the Radiant Empire. Otherwise, Vivi would have been swiftly dispatched within Dream River City, rather than standing guard over its defenses and trade. Moreover, should there be a genuine desire to assassinate Vivi, it would not necessitate the involvement of entities above the demigod level. She is merely a 7th-tier individual, albeit one whose combat prowess, owing to her dual mastery of magic and martial arts, far exceeds that of a typical 7th tier. However, she could at best only delay an 8th-tier assassin. If a 9th-tier powerhouse were to attempt her assassination, any such figure, should they manage to bypass Vivi's guards, could feasibly bring about her demise in a remarkably brief span of time. Being a leader of a faction in the magical realm undoubtedly entails considerable risk, far surpassing the dangers faced by leaders in ancient JoJo. Similar to the ambitious factions of JoJo, should the leader perish without a legitimate heir, the power structure of Dream River City could collapse in an instant. Given these myriad factors, it is entirely reasonable for Vivi's subordinates to urge her toward marriage, who would willingly risk their lives following an orphan who is solely focused on personal gain. This is the paramount consideration. The resources and external support that a marital alliance might bring are comparatively less significant. In fact, the emergence of powerful in-laws could disrupt the status of existing team members, inciting dissent against the leader's union with an excessively powerful faction. In summary, the officials of Dream River City conveyed the notion that, regardless of circumstances, Wei Wei must bear an heir, enabling them to collectively embark on significant ventures. The creation of progeny necessitates a suitable partner, and should a union with a sufficiently powerful ally materialize, it would undoubtedly bolster their endeavors. However, if such an ideal match proves elusive, it remains inconsequential. An heir is imperative. In earlier times, Wei Wei could afford to disregard this matter, but with the northern front now stabilized and external pressures alleviated, attention must inevitably shift inward to organize the team for entrepreneurial pursuits. The primary targets in this endeavor are her royal brothers. These princes, having previously instigated considerable conflict within the empire, are deeply entrenched in their respective domains, each backed by a complex web of interests. It is unrealistic to expect to recruit individuals from among them. Thus, those who have come to support Dream River City for the greater good represent a valuable resource worth cultivating. For Wei Wei to attract allies, her internal configuration must be sufficiently formalized. A leader aspiring to dominate the realm without an heir risks appearing as a makeshift troop, deterring potential allies from joining her cause. Surely, any ambitious individual would find it far more prudent to ally with one of the princes than with her. This predicament explains Wei Wei's sudden approach to Su Yi regarding such an awkward issue. Once she concluded her explanation, Su Yi remarked, "Now the question arises, why have you sought me out? You must be aware that both I and the 9 provinces have invested considerable resources in the magical realm and will continue to do so, unwavering in our support for you. In this context, would it not be a more advantageous choice to pursue an alliance with a young talent from one of your world's esteemed families that would provide assistance beyond the confines of the trading platform? Why would I seek them?" Wei Wei replied, somewhat perplexed. "To ascend to the throne of the Radiant Sun Empire ultimately hinges on the extent of your assistance. The backing of 1 or 2 prominent families is hardly essential. It is of little consequence. If I must grant such alliances, I would rather it benefit you. Furthermore, your investment value surpasses theirs, would it not? Even if a union with you yields no greater support than I currently receive, who can predict whether you might align with a higher-tier world in the future, acquiring formidable weapons, technology, or encountering a more powerful metaphysical realm? thus gaining extraordinary individual strength. Merely by virtue of your membership in this trading platform, your worth exceeds that of anyone from both the magical world and Blue Star. It is imperative that I secure my interest with you. If circumstances were to deteriorate, I would have her child here. In the face of any crisis, you cannot simply turn a blind eye. Well, you may disregard that last statement. Wei Wei lightly cleared her throat. Throughout her discourse, she maintained an air of calm, as if merely discussing the rationale behind a business transaction. This attitude made Sui somewhat discontent. When one considers the situation, it certainly presents considerable advantages for you. The question then arises, what benefits does it hold for me? As you mentioned, entering into a union with you and bearing a child means that should anything happen to you in the future, I would be compelled to exhaust every effort to assist you, and this assistance would inevitably extend far beyond the mere parameters of a transactional relationship. For me, aside from inexplicably acquiring a child in a foreign world and an additional burden of responsibility, one could say there is absolutely no advantage to be gained. Chapter 260. Sharing the world equally, though such words are spoken, the reality does not entirely align with Suyi's assertions, yielding him no tangible benefits. At the very least, if he were to truly become a family with Wei Wei, many future matters would be more readily discussed, particularly concerning the cultivation system of the magical realm and issues related to resource acquisition therein. Being family naturally eliminates the need for formalities. The advantages are far from trivial. However, therein lies the dilemma. Only a genuine family can converse privately. If everything prior has been meticulously calculated without treating this matter as a mere transaction, it would indeed be a different story. From Wei Wei's current demeanor, this seems more akin to a trade. Thus, Sui brings forth matters that hold no advantage for him. If it is a cold transaction, the terms must be clearly articulated beforehand. He must understand what he is required to contribute, and Wei Wei has already articulated his obligations. It is now her turn to express what she is willing to offer. This is a significant matter that could determine the future trajectory of an entire world. Thus, it cannot be dismissed as mere folly. Assuming that her beauty and the prospect of bearing him a child suffices to settle the matter, Wei Wei, undeterred by anger, pondered for a moment before replying. If you agree, I shall have but you as my companion for life, and our future children will inherit dominion over the magical world. Sui, somahat ekasperatet, retorted. Damn it, you're already contemplating the child's reliance on us before they are even born. Perhaps it is better not to have them at all. Is having the future empress of the magical world as your wife not a benefit you would gain? Wei Wei tilted her head, exuding a certain charm. Yet, Sui had entered a phase of serious negotiation, impervious to such allure. While that may be one of the benefits, it is insufficient for me to leave a descendant in a magical realm as a vulnerability and invest boundlessly in the magical world. Of course, before you Ling, your looks and status might tempt me to indulge, yet I am not lacking in beautiful wives at present. There is also a star scar on Blue Star. By the way, that is the name of the star seeker there. They are a demigod, equally beautiful. Your allure is not uniquely compelling. Without Yu Ling, faced with Wei Wei's proactive advances, he might have genuinely faltered. Now that he had tasted the bitterness of experience, he could not allow himself to be swayed by trifles in such a significant affair. Damn it, can you not concede, even a little? Wei Wei finally lost her composure, abandoning her noble demeanor to utter a curse. Why should I concede? Suis shorter en disdainful gueulance. Here, take it all. It's all yours. Impatiently, Wei Wei extracted a pre-prepared system contract. By signing this, provided I succeed, all resources and knowledge within a magical realm will belong to the two of us. You will possess unrestricted authority over at least half of the materials in the magical world, and there exists no possibility of retraction. What is this? A marriage certificate? Sui remarked with a hint of amusement as he glanced at the document. The contents of the agreement were indeed sound, outlining the obligations Sui would need to fulfill post-union, all of which fell well within his acceptance. The issue of his dominion over half of the magical realm, as mentioned by Wei Wei, was also without fault. However, this would only take effect once she ascended as the Empress of the Radiant Empire. From the moment she claimed the title, Sui would gain the authority to command half of the Empire's possessions, and as the territory expanded, so too would his dominion. The contract bound only the two of them, should either party retract or breach the agreement. They would naturally face punitive measures from the trading platform. This penalty was indeed quite severe, a fine of 1 million membership points. With such points, the resources of an entire world would pale in comparison. Merely exhausting 1 million points in the trading platform's marketplace could yield resources far exceeding those of a single world. Not to mention, with an abundance of such points, acquiring a high-level matching card to connect with an advanced civilization willing to support lower-tier civilizations would be a matter of moments. Once signed, the possibility of breach was eliminated. You may regard it as whatever certificate you wish. Whether or not you choose to sign is entirely your decision. Wei Wei appeared genuinely irked, leaving the trading space after leaving her remark. Su-yi chuckled, shaking his head, and after reviewing the agreement several times to ensure there were no hidden pitfalls, he signed it. Previously, while supporting Wei Wei in conquering the other world, he had been apprehensive about the risk of her turning against him, fearing a lack of returns on his investment. Now, with this agreement in place, any potential resistance from Wei Wei as a member of the Otherworld's platform had been eliminated. Henceforth, once he managed to navigate the other powers within the magical realm, this world would be firmly within his grasp. Given this situation, increasing his investment further was certainly a feasible option. After discussing matters with Wei Wei, Su-yi sought out Bai Lu, initially intending to take advantage of the refreshed opportunity for free trade. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that good news awaited him not only from Wei Wei, but also from Bai Lu. Guess what delightful thing I have procured for you? With a mysteriously playful expression, Bai Lu piqued Su-yi's curiosity, prompting him to inquire. A dreadnought? Dream on. I don't even possess a dreadnought for my low-orbit airlift brigade, let alone the qualifications to acquire one. Where'd I find such a thing? Bai Lu shot him a look, then, not wishing to prolong the suspense, she revealed, it is a transport ship, a 200,000-ton class military transport vessel, brand new. Moreover, it comes equipped with 80 brand new landing craft and 240 aerospace fighters. In addition to these armaments, there exists an array of military-grade equipment, including but not limited to deployable extraterrestrial habitation pods. These pods can be directly deployed onto planets utterly inhospitable to human life, autonomously expanding to establish a semblance of an alien base. Moreover, there is an abundance of remarkable items within, far too numerous to enumerate, most of which remain untouched in their packaging. In any case, once you retrieve them, you may explore them at your leisure. Bai Lu proudly lifted her fair chin and asked, so how about it? Am I impressive or what? A 200,000-ton transport vessel, still pristine and unopened? Su-yi twitched his mouth in response. How on earth did you come by this? Chapter 261. The good news from Bai Lu, acquiring treasures once again. How did I manage to procure such treasures? The answer is quite simple. Bai Lu, filled with pride, declared, in light of the remarkable performance of my orbital air assault brigade during recent anti-bandit operations around Qinglin Star, we have significantly improved the dire security situation there. The Interstellar Alliance's Space Defense Department has commended the entire military, particularly praising our Qinglin Star orbital air assault brigade. They have noted that reliable forces like ours, who are both battle-hardened and loyal to the Alliance, are indeed rare these days, and have called upon all military branches of the Interstellar Alliance to learn from us. In addition to this verbal commendation, the Interstellar Alliance, being quite affluent, has also bestowed upon us some additional rewards. For instance, our brigade has been expanded from a mere 600,000 to 1,500,000, transforming us into an enhanced orbital air assault brigade. This not only signifies an increase in personnel, but also elevates our unit status, enabling us to receive more and better equipment supplies. Personally, I have also been promoted. I have progressed from the rank of a regular air assault brigade commander to that of an enhanced brigade commander, and my military rank has been elevated to a major general within the Interstellar Alliance. Within the entirety of Qinglin Star, there is now only one individual who stands at my level. Wait, Su-yi, having listened halfway, could no longer contain herself and interjected. Remarkable performance in anti-bandit operations? Upholding security? You? Bai Lu immediately retorted. What do you mean by that? Have I not upheld security? Have I not engaged in anti-bandit actions? While it seems there were indeed anti-bandit operations, the notion of maintaining security, it appears that simply having fewer encounters with bandits has constituted maintaining security, hasn't it? Sui found herself at a loss for words, wanting to retort, yet unable to do so. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed it best to change the subject. So, the brand new transport ship you promised me is indeed the newly allocated equipment for your unit?
It is quite challenging for such large-scale equipment to be unaccompanied.
And only by having it delivered to her unit could she utilize her authority to clear out all personnel and discreetly transfer it into the system S storage space for trade. Not quite. After our rank elevation, the Enhanced Brigade is indeed allotted a military transport ship to facilitate our future orbital landing operations. But I have yet to even familiarize myself with it. So how could I possibly give it to you? Bai Lu boasted. You can never guess how I acquired it. She added with a triumphant tone. Indeed, I cannot fathom it. Do enlighten me, Sui admitted, genuinely intrigued by Bai Lu's claim. As I mentioned earlier, the Interstellar Alliance elevated our Air Assault Brigade's rank and is set to provide us with a military transport ship. However, while such ships come equipped with built-in AI for basic operations, conducting complex space combat still requires human cooperation with the AI. Therefore, the Alliance has mandated that I, as the brigade commander, bring along a group of air assault members experienced in piloting space equipment to a renowned shipbuilding base within the Alliance for training. Upon mastering the necessary skills, we would subsequently pilot our starship back home. The shipbuilding facility is of astonishing scale, crafted from the very core of a solid planet. Within its confines, there are thousands of starships currently under construction, alongside those that have been completed and await their pilots at the starport. Many of these finished vessels have been sealed away for an extended period, devoid of any personnel within. Bai Lu, with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, remarked, Now, how do you understand? They merely wish to gather you for some training, to teach you how to maneuver this starship in complex scenarios. Instead, it seems they inadvertently invited trouble. Sui gasped in astonishment. Are there any battleships docked at this starport? Indeed, Bai Lu responded without hesitation. But acquiring one would be impossible. Battleships are unlike other starships. If infiltrated, they could obliterate targets light years away with a single shot, posing a significant threat. Even though the Allied forces have yet to arrive, I assure you, there will be personnel on duty. I inquired about the size of the military presence aboard the battleships, and it is comparable to our orbital airborne brigade in terms of numbers. Their equipment is extraordinarily advanced, with each soldier outfitted with cutting-edge powered armor. Our airborne brigade would stand no chance against such an opponent, even if we were to outnumber them tenfold, so I advise against pursuing that idea. Furthermore, I have heard that to prevent the battleships from falling under the control of nefarious individuals, there are self-destruct protocols in place. Even if one could neutralize the elite forces stationed aboard, acquiring the battleship would remain unattainable. Moreover, even without these considerations, the shipbuilding facility enforces strict regulations. Without the appropriate access permits, it is utterly impossible to approach other completed starships. I managed to slip away while the instructors were teaching us how to control the transport vessel. Utilizing the formidable physical prowess I gained from consuming the waters of life and magical ingredients, I employed unconventional methods to reach the berth beside our transport ship, and I managed to pack up another transport ship and its equipment into the trading space. I obtained the items 2 days ago, and now the entire shipbuilding facility is in disarray. The disappearance of such a massive starship has reportedly even alarmed the higher echelons of the Interstellar Alliance. We have been confined to our barracks for 2 days without stepping outside, subjected to a continuous barrage of interrogations, from which I've just returned. At this juncture, Bai Lu innocently shrugged, seemingly lamenting her unwarranted misfortune. Sui remarque it. The Interstellar Alliance graciously promoted her and allocated starships to her troops. Yet she still managed to take advantage of the situation. Truly a bandit. Of course, had it not been for such a rogue, he might not have been able to procure such valuable items from Bai Lu in such a short time. Momentarily tempted to voice his criticisms, he held his tongue. Observing Bai Lu's smug demeanor, he could only muster a thumbs up and exclaim, Impressive. Indeed, she replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lu traded the starship away. As for Su-yi, he found himself lacking in offerings for Bai Lu. After much contemplation, he decided to present her with some elixir of life. Additionally, he bestowed upon her a relatively comprehensive guide to mid-level magical cultivation from the realm of sorcery, considering it a fitting form of gratitude. Moreover, there was no need for her to worry about utilizing it. It was equipped with a built-in combat-oriented AI, which I had already configured for her convenience. When the time comes, she could effortlessly bind the AI, delegating all operational tasks to it while merely issuing commands. Given the technological standards of her world, it would be improbable for such a vessel to encounter a complicated celestial battlefield that necessitates human intervention. Bai Lu appeared indifferent to what Su-yi offered. After the exchange was complete, she merely uttered a brief farewell and departed. Chapter 262. The Flint-class star transport ship gazing at the colossal vessel nestled within the storage space. Su-yi felt a momentary disbelief. He had effortlessly acquired a starship, although it was merely a transport ship, lacking the grandeur of a battleship, and not even classified among combat vessels. It would be more than sufficient for use on Blue Star. After a brief moment of astonishment, he hurriedly returned to Blue Star, materializing atop the headquarters of the Tianyu Group. Moon Ling, engrossed in her reading, looked up at the sound and inquired, "You're back? You seem elated. Did you achieve something noteworthy?" "Indeed," Su-yi replied, too preoccupied to mention Wei Wei's matters, as he seized her hand and dashed toward the Mayfly landing craft stationed on the rooftop. "Are we leaving? I'm still in my pajamas. I need a change," Moon Ling exclaimed in a fluster. "No need to change, just the two of us," Su-yi replied without glancing back. He could have brought Xinghen along, allowing her, as a demigod from the magical realm, to witness the terrifying creations achievable through advanced technology. However, since she was out enjoying herself, it was of little consequence. "You acquired a real spaceship from another transaction partner?" Moon Ling deduced as they boarded the landing craft and observed it ascending steadily. "Astute. Sui pidai fulitapit hernose," then turned to gaze out the window at the breathtaking scenery as they reached low Earth orbit. "Soon, you shall behold a truly magnificent behemoth." The landing craft ascended with remarkable speed, quickly surpassing a distance of 2,000 kilometers from the ground. Typically, low Earth orbit satellites do not exceed this altitude, and at this height, the density of satellites diminishes significantly. Releasing the transport ship at this altitude alleviated Su-yi's concerns about potential mishaps. Although the decrepit satellites of Blue Star were unlikely to inflict damage upon a starship from an interstellar civilization, he had yet to properly explore this newly acquired asset, making him somewhat protective of it. "Tianshu, please temporarily disable all satellites capable of monitoring this area." "Understood, sir. I have successfully disabled hundreds of medium and synchronous orbit satellites that could detect this region. However, I must advise you that many of these satellites are utilized for meteorological and navigational purposes, and prolonged inactivity may impact Blue Star's production and daily life." Tianshu's considerate reminder elicited a nod from Su-yi as he inhaled deeply and waved toward the exterior through the porthole. In the next instant, the blinding sunlight that had bathed the landing craft vanished. A gargantuan vessel, exceeding 2 kilometers in length, with an estimated height of 1 to 200 meters and a width of approximately 5 to 600 meters, gradually emerged above the landing craft. In terms of sheer size, this transport ship was certainly less imposing than the planetary mining machine in Su-yi's possession. In terms of aesthetic appeal, this vessel surpasses the rugged planetary mining machines by a great deal, its refinement far exceeding that of the latter. The hull, resplendent in pure white, shimmers under the sunlight, presenting an elongated, streamlined silhouette devoid of any harsh edges, with its contours smooth and fluid. In contrast to the colossal machinery required for surface operations on planets, the design of this starship from the realm of the white deer reflects a meticulous attention to detail, imbued with a strikingly futuristic and sci-fi elegance. Benefiting from the vastness of cosmic space, such starships can be crafted in the most exquisite manner, as long as their loading functions remain unimpeded. Other considerations become secondary, allowing the design to flourish in beauty. Thus, an immensely grand, yet breathtakingly beautiful celestial behemoth has come into existence. Beneath the porthole on the right side of the ship, a magnificent galaxy motif is displayed, which, if I am not mistaken, signifies the emblem of the Interstellar Alliance's military from the realm of the White Deer, denoting that this is a military transport vessel under the aegis of the Interstellar Alliance's Sea Defense Department. How beautiful! Yu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. While the size of this starship did not astound her as much as the imposing planetary mining machine, it was the exquisite design that rendered it truly unforgettable. Indeed, it is beautiful. Su-yi inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and instructed Tian-Shu attempt to connect with the starship's AI. Connection established. Tian-Shu promptly relayed. Sir, you will now converse with the onboard AI of the Interstellar Alliance's Flint-class transport ship, XZX 3990. In the next moment, the holographic projection of Tian-Shu vanished, replaced by a galaxy motif. Greetings, XZX 3990 at your service. Please present your key and place it before any scanning device on the landing craft. Upon hearing this, Su-yi retrieved a palm-sized yet weighty metallic plate emblazoned with the galaxy insignia. This was the key to activating the starship. According to the White Deer, this key employs a form of cutting-edge signal technology that even the inhabitants of their world have only begun to grasp. Identical items, constructed to the same standards and specifications, emit different signal frequencies each time they are produced. This unique characteristic renders the key irreplaceable for controlling such a treasured starship, as replication is simply impossible. Scanning. Scan complete. Information confirmed as genuine. In the next instant, all the portholes of the previously inert starship illuminated simultaneously, and a massive rear hatch began to open slowly. Captain, welcome aboard. Su-yi exhaled, and without needing further instruction, Tian-Shu guided the landing craft directly toward this celestial giant. The tonnage standards employed by this starship differ markedly from those of vessels on Blue Star. A 2-million-ton class of Flint-class transport vessel signifies that this ship, in its conventional state, can carry a net weight of 2 million tons of cargo, embarking on ultra-long distance journeys spanning millions of light years. During this odyssey, even with various transition points, the travel time will undoubtedly exceed 2 years. Furthermore, the vessel, laden with 2 million tons of cargo, must adequately cater to the daily needs and recreational requirements of over 5,000 crew members, tourists, or soldiers, while also stockpiling a substantial reserve of fuel, spare equipment, and other essentials for such extensive interstellar transportation. In essence, the actual capacity of this vessel far surpasses the mere 2 million tons. This figure merely reflects the cargo limit established by the Interstellar Alliance in a parallel world. In the context of Blue Star, or even within the confines of the solar system it inhabits, there are no distances so vast that would necessitate years of transport. The true carrying capacity of this vessel is likely to double that figure, if not more. Its dimensions dwarf those of the typical cargo ships found on Blue Star, which range from 400 to 500,000 tons. In reality, the size of this Flint-class transport vessel is likely to exceed that of Blue Star's largest cargo ships by a factor of 10 or more. Chapter 263. Is this what you call a transport ship? Truly magnificent. Even though he was well prepared, upon entering the vast interior of the transport vessel, Su-yi could not help but marvel at its immense space. Humanity possesses an innate reverence for the colossal, and few can remain unmoved upon encountering such a behemoth. Particularly striking is the almost absurd artistic ambition of the Interstellar Alliance from another world, which has led to the exquisite design of even the landing bays intended for the landing craft. The combination of grandeur and beauty is simply breathtaking. In this moment, Su-yi truly comprehended the astonishing level of civilization that the world of the White Deer had attained. Were it not for his extraordinary presence, it would likely take humanity on Blue Star another millennium to reach such heights. Of course, this observation pertains solely to technological advancement. As for the state of governance, one can glean a glimpse from White Deer herself. Despite the support of advanced technology, her world is, in fact, quite chaotic. Greetings, Captain. The transport vessel XZX 3990 has yet to be named. As its captain, you have the privilege of bestowing a name. Would you like to do so now? The ship's AI jolted Sui back to reality, gazing at the magnificent vessel and then at the small landing craft that housed him and his companions. He pondered briefly before declaring, "Let us call it Kunpeng." Although the size comparison between the landing craft and the transport ship pales in comparison to the mythological Kunpeng and the Mayfly as his first true starship, Sui felt this name was fitting for the grand vessel. From now on, you shall no longer be referred to as XZX 3990. My company's AI is named Tian Shu, so you shall be known as Tian Xian. Understood? Thank you, Captain, for the name. Tian Xian will manage your Kunpeng transport vessel with utmost care. I have heard this transport ship boasts numerous functionalities and is equipped with many fine features. Please enlighten me. Sui repeat Jesuali. During his conversation with the AI, the hatch of the landing craft had already opened. Clearly, within the starship, there was no need for special space gear to move about freely. Certainly, allow me to commence with an introduction to this vessel. The Flint-class transport ship, fully designated as the Flint-class military multifunctional starry transport vessel, is equipped with a standard curvature engine, 6 ultra-high-power non-mass main engines, and 24 auxiliary engines. The entire ship is powered by 36 third-generation cold fusion reactors. Without activating the curvature engine, its maximum speed can reach 3/4 the speed of light. And when the curvature engine is engaged, it can exceed 3 times the speed of light. However, activating the curvature engine requires simultaneous power from all 36 cold fusion reactors and the deployment of all energy shields. With the fuel stored on board, it can sustain maximum speed for no more than 72 hours. 3 times the speed of light for 72 hours. Concluding that if the Starship's engine was pushed to its limits, it could traverse several billion kilometers before needing to rest. The reason for the prolonged inactivity is a deficiency of fuel. Remarkable. He merely performed a mental calculation, refraining from interrupting the AI's discourse. As a military starship, even a transport vessel possesses a certain degree of combat capability. The ship is equipped with a complete set of destroyer, 3 short-range laser defense systems, boasting a total of 13,397 laser launch ports. In addition, it carries 112 variable caliber electromagnetic cannons, as well as a high-energy ray cutting cannon positioned at the bow. The variable caliber electromagnetic cannons can fire projectiles of various calibers, achieving a maximum precise range exceeding 100 million kilometers in the vacuum of space, with the ability to accelerate projectiles of different calibers to subsonic speeds. The high-energy ray cutting cannon, serving as the main armament, can effectively slice through the majority of asteroids, comets, and a select few diminutive natural satellites found in the cosmos. Wait a moment, you mentioned this short-range laser defense system. How close does short-range actually refer to? Sui immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. Over 10,000 laser launch ports collectively constitute a short-range defense system, which seems rather exaggerated. Of course, the original intention behind the design of this starship was to address the exigencies of space warfare, so it is not entirely outrageous. However, at present, Sui had no need for combat in the vastness of space. If the effective range of this so-called short-range laser defense system could be utilized to strike the planetary surface, he would gladly deem it divine. Within the destroyer 3 short-range laser defense system, even the lowest-powered laser cannon has an effective range exceeding 20 million kilometers. Tian Xian elucidated. This was specifically configured based on the existing array of space weapons within the Interstellar Alliance. Can it be employed for planetary surface assaults instead of defense? Absolutely. Remarkable. Sui could not help but inhale sharply, for this was akin to directly possessing tens of thousands of laser cannons capable of striking the ground. As the report concluded, Tian Xian continued without pause. In the event of exceedingly intense combat, should all the aforementioned defensive weapons fail, the ship retains one final barrier, the prism matrix. This represents the pinnacle of energy shield technology. A single prism generator can create an impeccably smooth hexagonal light membrane at a distance of 1 kilometer from the ship, capable of withstanding all forms of energy and physical attacks from that direction. When multiple prism generators aboard the starship are activated simultaneously. They will coalesce into a prism matrix at a distance of 1 kilometer from the vessel, under conditions where all ship reactors supply energy concurrently. The prism matrix can be sustained for a maximum of half an hour within the entire interstellar alliance. The only weapon capable of shattering the prism matrix by brute force is the planet-destroying cannon. In addition to these passive defensive weapons, the ship is also equipped with numerous offensive armaments, such as the Unicorn-class aerospace fighter. This craft can operate in low Earth orbit at sublight speeds and is outfitted with various laser and kinetic weapons, typically employed for seizing planetary orbital control and providing cover for landing craft. The ship carries a total of 240 Unicorn-class aerospace fighters. Accompanying this formidable fleet are 80 Meteor Shower-class orbital landing craft, each capable of bearing a weight of 500 tons and transporting over 500 soldiers swiftly to the planetary surface to accomplish their landing missions. Each landing craft is outfitted with 500 units of Fire Rider-class medium power armor. The ship's AI eloquently elucidates the various performance metrics of these armaments to Su-yi, stirring a swell of excitement within Chun-yi. Beyond the firepower of the transport vessels themselves, those landing craft and the over 200 aerospace fighters constitute nearly invincible weaponry on Blue Star. Indeed, the power armor housed within the landing craft far surpasses the parameters and combat capabilities of the Hale-class power armor that Bailu has gradually provided him during this period. Chapter 264. The Destiny-class power armor. These matters are not particularly difficult to comprehend. Previously, Bailu's Orbital Airborne Brigade was merely at the level of a filler unit within the ranks of the Interstellar Alliance's regular army. Hence, they were unable to procure any formidable equipment. Now, having received a promotion, she could be said to have transformed her entire unit, elevating their capabilities significantly. The locations designated for equipment acquisition were no longer those to which they had previously been entitled. The gear obtained from such places was undoubtedly of a superior quality compared to what was previously at her disposal. A plethora of impressive equipment dazzled Su-yi, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. What thrilled him the most was the thoughtful reminder from Tianxian after the equipment introduction. "Captain, as the commander of this vessel, we have prepared for you the Alliance's exclusive Destiny-class power armor in your captain's quarters. This type of armor is produced with special techniques, making its manufacture exceedingly difficult. It is reserved only for captains of the Interstellar Alliance and symbolizes both status and power. I am certain you will appreciate it. Destiny-class power armor? Is it light, medium, or heavy?" Su-yi inquired eagerly, his eyes brightening. He was somewhat familiar with the classification of these individual armor types from Bailu's side. "Captain, the Destiny-class power armor is quite exceptional, and the aforementioned classifications do not apply to this particular type. Thus, within the Alliance's military-industrial framework, the Destiny-class power armor is typically categorized separately from conventional power armor. It stands as the most unique individual weapon," Tianxian explained. As they spoke, the group had already reached the captain's quarters located at the top of the transport ship via the elevator. Upon entering, Su-yi was enveloped by a crimson glow. The entire captain's quarters was bathed in a scarlet hue. The source of this eerie light appeared to be a pulsating object in the center of the room, resembling a heart and exuding a sense of life. This scene was entirely unexpected for Su-yi in such a sci-fi-infused captain's quarters. The sudden appearance of such an odd entity created a jarring sense of dissonance. "This object is problematic," Yuling murmured. "I sense a potent wave of magical energy emanating from it, and it seems to possess self-awareness. It does not resemble a technological artifact. Rather, it bears resemblance to something conjured through dark magic. Based on the waves radiating from it, it likely reaches the level of a 7th-tier warrior or mage." As she spoke, she had subtly positioned herself in front of Su-yi, drawing a finely crafted longsword into her grasp. "Tianxian, what is this object?" With Yuling's warning, Su-yi was understandably cautious and refrained from approaching, opting instead to inquire from a distance. "Captain, my database contains scan information regarding the Destiny-class power armor, but it should indeed resemble what you see before you. There appears to be no issue. The intelligence of the onboard AI may surpass that of commercial AI. possessing the ability to contemplate from the perspective of human reasoning. It is acutely aware of Su Yi's concerns and proceeds to elucidate, according to the information within my database. Donning this powered armor will grant the captain extraordinary strength that far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of this powered armor, once bound, it will disassemble into nanobots that will conceal themselves within your body. At any moment, should you desire it, you can summon them for use, eliminating the cumbersome assembly process typical of conventional powered armor. Tianxian expounded extensively on the capabilities of this powered armor before concluding, as per the materials currently at my disposal. The reason the Destiny-class powered armor appears distinct from standard technological products is due to the incorporation of numerous mysterious psionic technologies. Beyond this, I'm unaware of further specifics. Please understand, Captain, I am merely a combat AI, not a research AI. After attentively listening, Su Yi turned to Yuling. What is your perspective? It is difficult to ascertain, but if psionics equate to magical power, then in this regard, it is certainly not misleading. Yuling gazed intently at the heart-like object, contemplating for a moment before stating, there undoubtedly exists some form of self-awareness within this entity, yet it does not evoke a sense of imminent danger. However, should one integrate this into their body without precaution, it could prove perilous, potentially leading to mental domination. Mental domination? Su Yi said, then inquired of Tianxian. You mentioned that all captain-level entities within the Interstellar Alliance are equipped with this armor? Indeed, Captain, Tianxian responded. However, not all captains choose to wear it. Some regard the Destiny-class powered armor as peculiar and opt against its use, though such instances are exceedingly rare. This powered armor is the first of its kind within the Interstellar Alliance, enabling an individual to possess extraordinary power at the molecular level for a brief duration. Even without activating the armor within, it grants the ability to survive in the vacuum of space without any equipment. And not everyone can resist the allure of such immense power. This situation may be far more complicated than anticipated. Su Yi's gaze sharpened as he promptly relayed the circumstances to his close friend, Bai Lu, via the trading platform. Given that this was a commandeered starship, he naturally had early access to this technology. Typically, only those of captain rank within the Interstellar Alliance gain command of a starship and subsequently receive this armor. Thus, Bai Lu has undoubtedly not encountered it before. Given her prior rank, it would have been challenging for her to access such classified information. However, Bai Lu is not foolish. Having engaged with true magical manipulation, she should possess a heightened sensitivity to such energies. Upon seeing this object, she would surely be alert. Nonetheless, as a precautionary measure, it would be prudent to remind her to ensure that this valuable trading partner does not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. After sending several messages, he finally felt at ease upon receiving a response from Bai Lu, redirecting his attention back to the object before him. You inquired whether this item could function if its consciousness were eradicated. According to Tianxuan's description, it appears to be a fusion of advanced nanotechnology and psychic energy, or in simpler terms, magical power. Regardless of the manifestation of such forces, it fundamentally serves as a tool. If the residual consciousness described by Yuling could be successfully eliminated, it may indeed prove to be a valuable asset. While erasing the consciousness within is not particularly challenging, I would advise against attempting it. Yuling took a step back, shaking her head, while intertwining her arm with Su Yi's. Clearly, lacking sufficient understanding of this object, she would never permit Su Yi to engage with something so perilous. Chapter 265. Do you have any clue? Well, I am not foolish enough to court disaster, so please, do not be so anxious. Su Yi chuckled softly, stating that since a resolution is currently elusive, it would be prudent to leave matters as they are for now. He suggested inviting Xinghan later to examine the peculiar object, allowing them to scrutinize it further and deliberate on whether to eradicate the consciousness contained within. This enigmatic entity, although situated in the captain's chamber, could be operated directly through the onboard AI, Tianxian, without requiring manual intervention. Thus, it was not as though the starship would become inoperative if they chose to leave it be. After a brief observation of the transport vessel's interior, Sui boarded a Meteor Shower-class landing craft, which far surpassed his previous Flea-class landing boats in sophistication, and returned to Blue Star. In stark contrast to the earlier Flea provided by Bailu, the Meteor Shower-class landing craft was immensely superior, especially in terms of speed, achieving rapid velocities that the former could not hope to match. It could even reach subsonic speeds, with its impact resistance being remarkably formidable. Tianxian had explained this to Sui through a complex series of formulas, yet it was not until Tianshu, who was more familiar with Blue Star, offered a simpler analogy that the landing craft's defensive capabilities became clear. The outer shell and energy shield of the Meteor Shower-class landing craft, when maximized, could withstand energy shocks comparable to the epicenter of a 5 million-ton nuclear explosion, ensuring the safety of its occupants, provided they were clad in powered armor and additional protective gear. In extreme design conditions, this model of landing craft could strike a planetary surface at near light speed, deploying all engines in reverse thrust to decelerate dramatically before executing a hard landing to seize control of the planet's surface. In such dire scenarios, the Meteor Shower-class landing craft essentially served as a disposable landing tool. Conversely, the Flea-class landing craft, originally part of the outdated Knight-class series of the Interstellar Alliance, would lack even the qualification to be considered a one-time expendable asset in such high-intensity cosmic warfare. This stark disparity in weaponry and equipment between elite combat forces and irregular troops is nothing short of the chasm. It was amid this terrifying performance gap that Sui first grasped the true essence of speed. The journey from the transport vessel, positioned over 2,000 kilometers above the surface, to Penglai Island lasted no more than 20 seconds, almost as if in the blink of an eye. Even though various anti-load technologies were employed within the landing craft, and Sui's physical resilience far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he still experienced a slight discomfort. However, it was likely that an average individual donning powered armor would not encounter such sensations and could withstand even greater loads. As they approached the surface, the landing craft executed a peculiar maneuver around the Tianyu Group headquarters, dissipating its kinetic energy before finally settling securely atop the building. This was Sui's own domain. Had it been the territory of an opposing force, such a landing would not have been so tranquil. Instead, a colossal object weighing several hundred tons descended upon the Earth's surface at an astonishing speed of several dozen Mach. Moreover, this velocity has yet to reach the limits of a meteor shower-grade landing craft. After disembarking its occupants, it could even ascend back into orbital space to retrieve more. This contraption itself is an extraordinarily formidable weapon, requiring merely the simplest acceleration in orbit before it crashes down. No means on Blue Star exists to counteract its descent. Forget about nuclear weapons. This entity can traverse the core of a multi-megaton nuclear explosion with ease. Pure, unadulterated black technology. In a moment, a plethora of valuable items was acquired. Although it included the bothersome Destiny-grade power armor among its treasures, overall, Sui felt quite pleased. He was about to seek out Xinghin to investigate the peculiar armor further when he entered his office. Just then, he heard the reminder from Tianshu. Sir, Mr. Lin from Jojo is attempting to reach you. I refrained from notifying you while you were in orbital space. Shall I connect the call? Connect it. Sui paused his steps, opting to sit on the sofa with Yuling instead of hurrying to Xinghin. Finally, the line connected. Mr. Sui, both you and your spouse have been unreachable, which has greatly alarmed me. Mr. Lin's voice came through, somewhat urgent. Without waiting for Sui's response, he continued, just now. Some astronomy enthusiasts in Jojo captured several photographs. I've sent them to you. Astronomy enthusiast photographs? Sui was momentarily taken aback, then lifted the device to glance at the images. Wait, isn't that my starship? Mr. Sui, do you have any leads on this? Lin's voice was filled with concern. Cough. Well, this indeed belongs to me. I was just on it, Sui admitted. That's a relief. I thought we were under extraterrestrial attack. Mr. Lin exhaled, relieved. Yet, he soon realized another matter. The fact that Sui possessed such a remarkable treasure was, in a way, even more alarming than an alien incursion. Previously, the power armor, landing craft, and black technology, while impressive, were merely minor items. To claim to possess such technology secretly manufactured away from the world's gaze, might be met with skepticism, but it could still be accepted. However, a starship several kilometers in length was an entirely different matter. No rational mind would believe such a feat could go unnoticed. This vessel had lingered in the cosmos, merely 2,000 kilometers above the Earth, for less than 2 hours before being spotted and photographed by astronomy enthusiasts, and it wasn't just one individual who captured it. If such a colossal object were to be constructed on Blue Star, it would be impossible to keep it hidden. Military satellites, not to mention civilian ones, would have exposed it long ago. Never mind. Since you choose not to disclose, we shall refrain from prying further. Mr. Lin hesitated but decided against delving deeper. Instead, he said, however, there are other matters you should be cautious about. What matters? The position of that contraption of yours is rather low, and it has been captured by numerous individuals, creating quite a stir online. Of course, this is a trivial matter. Your technological prowess surpasses ours significantly, so how you choose to manage it is entirely up to you. However, there is another matter of greater significance. With a tone now imbued with gravity, old Lin continued, it appears that our endeavor of sending individuals to another world can no longer be concealed. While other nations and factions remain oblivious to the existence of this alternate realm, they have indeed noticed that we have mysteriously relocated the last batch of 10,000 individuals, a situation that has spiraled into a considerable uproar. Chapter 266. The imagination is quite vast. Has the news of sending people leaked? Upon hearing this, Sui was not particularly surprised. Firstly, many individuals among those dispatched were not the elite troops as before, and their sense of confidentiality was generally lacking. Additionally, due to time constraints during the selection process, the urgency from the JoJo side prioritized professional competence over secrecy, resulting in some inevitable lapses. The current revelation of the information is not particularly astonishing. One could even argue that Sui had mentally prepared for it beforehand. During the initial batch of dispatches, meticulous preparations were made, but it is unrealistic to maintain such grand measures every time, as the time consumed in confidentiality efforts would be substantial. Presently, people are merely being sent through collective life transaction cards, with each transfer involving tens of thousands. Once the fixed teleportation gates are opened, the scale will far exceed this initial figure, leading to a formal contact between two disparate worlds, and naturally, the flow of population will increase correspondingly. Even with the formidable capabilities of JoJo's officials, it is impossible to keep all information confidential, especially when individuals from the magical realm eventually arrive on Blue Star. Maintaining complete secrecy will be virtually impossible. If they are humans or elves who bear a striking resemblance to people, it might be manageable. One could assert they are foreign friends from a certain place on Blue Star, and in the absence of a common language, few would recognize them on the streets. However, if beings such as orcs or dwarves were to appear, ordinary citizens might mistakenly believe they are mutated animals due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Thus, within Sui's plans, the matters concerning other worlds are inherently destined to be exposed. It is merely a question of time. Of course, that time is not now. When a moment for disclosure arrives, Sui will require a more stable environment on Blue Star, one where he possesses the ability to control the situation entirely. Otherwise, inflating such matters could severely impact the existing systems and the daily lives of Blue Star's inhabitants, leading to abstract complications. For instance, under the promotion of certain individuals, the Tianyu group or JoJo could be portrayed as malevolent villains inviting disaster, allowing these entities to infiltrate the upper echelons through the narrative of otherworldly invasions and the abstract election models prevalent in the West, ultimately gaining control over nuclear weapons. Should a sudden catastrophe arise, it could lead to a global reboot. Such outcomes are not beyond the realm of possibility. The so-called electoral models in the West are fundamentally akin to celebrity competitions. When a topic as significant as the development of other worlds is brought to the forefront, the emergence of abstract and extreme actions is almost inevitable, until the nuclear weapon issue on Blue Star is thoroughly resolved. Should they instigate a reckless individual willing to risk it all, demanding a global reboot at any moment, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Therefore, at this current stage, Su-yi does not wish to make any direct disclosures. At the very least, he must fully comprehend the operation of the transport ship before proceeding. Given the magnitude of that transport vessel and its laser defense systems, it should pose no problem to intercept the vast majority of intercontinental missiles, provided it makes an appearance in the skies of the Eastern Hemisphere. To a certain extent, it evokes the notion of a final, desperate attempt to reboot Blue Star, which is unattainable. Not only has this information been leaked, but it has also been directly unveiled by the officials of the Bald Eagle, who seem to have realized that something is amiss. During a routine press conference at the Bald Eagle's Black Palace a few hours ago, they brought up this matter and presented evidence to substantiate their claims. Old Lin spoke gravely. They have executed this affair quite adeptly. It is also a reflection of our previous inadequacies. The chain of evidence they possess is remarkably comprehensive, leaving little room for denial. However, the fundamental issue remains. They are unaware of where we have sent that 10,000 individuals and what we have done with them. They only know that these individuals vanished after that particular day, rendering their public accusations absurd. They assert that we took that 10,000 for human experimentation, and that we have been engaged in such activities, claiming it is precisely through these experiments that we have been able to create the miraculous elixir of life. Human experimentation? Elixir of life? Su-yi paused momentarily, unable to suppress a chuckle. Their imagination is truly expansive. Yet, it is not merely a matter of imagination. Old Lin elucidated. This is also their desperate measure. Firstly, they genuinely do not know what we are undertaking and have deployed numerous spies and operatives stationed in the 9 provinces, yet they have uncovered little useful information. However, they must be certain that this matter pertains to a significant secret. Given the current circumstances, they cannot afford to conduct a slow investigation. And thus they have chosen to expose the issue directly, attempting to compel us into revealing ourselves through public discourse. The rationale behind their choice is also noteworthy. The speculation regarding human experimentation is indeed a topic that sends shivers down the spine of the world, particularly in the Bald Eagle and among Western nations. It represents the pinnacle of political incorrectness. The populace in those regions is particularly sensitive to such matters, as their officials genuinely engage in such practices. Moreover, the narrative has historically been dominated by the West, rendering this a globally taboo subject. Coupled with the irrefutable evidence of the disappearance of those 10,000 individuals, they have positioned themselves on a moral high ground that is far more credible than the rhetoric of chemical weapons wielded over 20 years ago, effectively mobilizing public sentiment. Furthermore, there is the issue of the elixir of life. Due to your prohibitions, the Bald Eagle and many Western countries are unable to procure the elixir through normal channels, often relegating its acquisition to the affluent few who resort to various smuggling routes. However, the 9 provinces have been promoting the universal use of the elixir of life for some time now. This is no secret. The young spokespeople in the propaganda department have been tirelessly publicizing this, ensuring that the entire world is well aware of it. Numerous domestic media outlets have capitalized on the fervor surrounding life water, producing an array of videos portraying transformations into superhumans after its use. Among these, some claims are undeniably exaggerated, such as the notion that a single injection of life water enables one to catch bullets with bare hands. However, the inherent absurdity of life water's purported effects does not deter its embellishment. Rather, it has led many ordinary individuals in the Western sphere, who have yet to encounter life water, to believe in its authenticity. Consequently, this period has witnessed widespread protests across the West, with citizens demanding that their governments procure affordable life water through legitimate channels, placing significant pressure on their officials. Chapter 267. An inexplicable situation, losing face thus. They claim we are conducting human experiments, linking this matter with the so-called elixir of life and even attempting to sway public opinion. Su-yi could not help but exclaim, but even if this were true, and our elixir of life was indeed born from human experimentation, the malevolence of its creation has no bearing on its intrinsic efficacy. The benefits of the elixir are irrefutable. Once utilized, it significantly alleviates or even completely eradicates the afflictions of illness. Is it conceivable that their propaganda would persuade the ordinary folk of the Western camp to forsake the miraculous benefits of the elixir, simply based on these allegations? That seems rather implausible, as the true beneficiaries of its effects are, after all, themselves. Perhaps, old Lin shrugged. From my understanding of those in the West, they might genuinely buy into this narrative. For the sake of so-called environmentalism, there are indeed numerous individuals there who adhere strictly to a vegetarian diet. Who among the rational populace is unaware that this notion of environmentalism is merely a business? Yet, one cannot dismiss the fact that some people do believe it. The joy education imparted to the lower strata has produced ordinary individuals. I find it challenging to comment. Thus, this matter has become a foregone conclusion, and further attempts to suppress the heat of the issue seem futile, correct? Indeed, old Lin remarked with a hint of indifference. In nations of the caliber of the White Eagle, once they activate their propaganda machinery, merely stifling online discourse is utterly futile. If they resort to traditional newspaper methods for publicity, they will still achieve significant results, all while claiming that we are controlling the network. Consequently, the credibility of information circulating online will diminish greatly, allowing them to conveniently deflect blame for the scandals previously exposed online. Should they proceed in this manner, our efforts to control the online narrative will inadvertently aid them. Ultimately, this situation has been laid bare. The White Eagle must have sensed something amiss long ago, closely monitoring our venture of sending individuals to another world, going so far as to deploy a substantial number of spies hidden within the realm of Jojo. Following their announcement of these revelations, we traced the evidence they provided and apprehended no fewer than 2,000 spies directly linked to the White Eagle's overseas intelligence operations, along with tens of thousands of lower-tier operatives developed by these primary spies. It may be hard to believe, but the first-tier spies, 80%, are from Jojo, and within the second tier, 95% hail from Jojo as well. Even more astonishing is that, aside from necessary operational funding, these individuals have received scarcely any financial support from the White Eagle, nor have they accessed significant foreign funds. This made it exceedingly difficult for us to identify them, for they are, in essence, ordinary citizens of Jojo. Many lead lives of severe financial hardship, with numerous individuals being targets of our poverty alleviation initiatives. They are often the type who do little to contribute, reluctant to learn skills even when organized programs are available, merely awaiting assistance from the authorities. Even the common populace must pay a basic fee of around 100 or so for the elixir of life. However, due to their dire poverty, we have waived all fees for them, granting access to what many ordinary Westerners, and even the middle class, fervently desire without any effort on their part. Such individuals, fully aware of their actions, still willingly contribute their services to the White Eagle without compensation. Isn't this world wondrously perplexing? Su-yi discerned a profound sense of helplessness in the words of the old man Lin, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, just a moment ago, he had been mocking the ordinary Westerners for being foolish enough to forsake the elixir of life based on such trivial reasoning. In the next breath, he realized that there were just as many, if not more, of such fools here in Jojo, and their absurdity exceeded that of their Western counterparts. While the latter's foolishness stemmed from benevolence, certain individuals here were not only foolish but also malicious, even bringing their own provisions to labor. How does one assess such a situation? It is utterly unfathomable. How do you intend to handle these individuals? Su-yi inquired with curiosity. How to handle them? Who knows? Logically, this constitutes a severe breach of state secrets, and executing them would be more than justified. Yet, the reality is rather complicated, with many individuals involved, making it impossible to simply execute them all. Old man Lin replied, shaking his head. Let the judicial authorities investigate further, and we shall address it later. Upon hearing this, Su-yi continued, what about the White Eagle's claims regarding our involvement in human experimentation? How do you plan to address that? Isn't that why I came to ask you? Lin replied, our stance here is to delay. The evidence chain on their side is substantial. Unless we decide to overturn the table and publicly reveal the existence of the other world, it is challenging to provide a clear explanation. However, the timing is evidently not right. According to our think tank's assessment, the earliest possible moment would be when we acquire the first batch of oil from the other world, at which point it would be more appropriate to gradually release some information about that realm. Moreover, if the situation remains optimistic and the information does not leak for long, their suggestion is to delay the announcement as much as possible, given the significant implications involved. Delaying in the face of uncertainty may sound akin to shirking responsibility, yet it proves to be remarkably effective, particularly in the context of the internet's tempestuous waves. Netizens often resemble fish, possessing a mere 7-second memory. Regardless of how tumultuous an event may be, if handled with a cool demeanor, it will soon be forgotten. At most, when future matters arise, someone might dredge up past grievances, but the impact will be negligible. Do you think the White Eagle will willingly accompany you in this delay? Sui asked with curiosity. That is precisely why we need your assistance, Lin candidly stated, revealing the purpose of this endeavor. We possess a certain level of control over our domestic network. But the greatest challenge in cooling off this matter lies with the external networks. The external world is abuzz with rumors. Yet controlling the internal network of JoJo proves to be of little significance, as it was inherently interconnected. Is it not true that your Tianyu group possesses exceptional technological prowess capable of regulating information circulating on the network? Hence, I have come to seek your assistance. What say you, can you lend a hand? In truth, I have a more fitting solution. Suddenly, Sui chuckled, stating, a cold treatment will inevitably lead to discontent. I am particularly averse to being slandered. Once such an affront occurs, my response tends to be rather straightforward. Tianshu, he called. Present, sir. Release a statement. The bald eagle has previously shielded the upper echelons of the divine nation without providing an explanation, and now they have baselessly slandered our Tianyu group. Having endured enough, it is time to act. Following deliberation by the board, the security department of Tianyu Group will, in 1 hour, execute a space-based strike on the bald eagle base that we have encircled. Chapter 268. Wait, a tour of the starship? Hold on, a space-based strike? The old man Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Is there a problem? Sui chuckled lightly, saying, You're already aware of that spacecraft, aren't you? Do you truly believe it to be merely a decorative object? Initially, I intended to keep it under wraps, but since it has been captured on camera, I see no reason to conceal it any longer. Allow me to present to the world a glimpse of our Tianyu Group's latest operational starship, the Kunping-class interstellar assault vessel. The transport ship provided by Bailu is purportedly for transportation, but that is merely their world's interpretation. In reality, it serves far more than simple logistical duties. If one were to seek a comparable vessel among the naval fleets of Blue Star, the Kunpeng would correspond to an amphibious assault ship. It can deploy substantial ground forces, possesses a modicum of firepower, and is capable of launching fighter jets. What else could it be but an amphibious assault ship? As for the vessel's primary transport function, it is rather unnecessary for Blue Star at present. Interstellar assault vessel. Old Lin repeated this entirely unfamiliar term several times, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming. It is hard to fathom that at over 90 years of age, I would witness such a marvel on Blue Star. Back in my youth, we fought with little more than millet and rifles, those bolt-action rifles, which in modern terms resemble little more than firewood sticks. We would hide them in the snow, subsisting on fried noodles and drinking snowmelt. Now, just a few decades later, starships have emerged. He felt as if he had traversed time, unable to comprehend the madness of this new world. Noticing the old man's dazed expression, Sui felt a spark of inspiration and asked, How about it? Would you be interested in joining me for a tour? Old Lin was taken aback, slightly bewildered. Is that permissible? Before Sui could respond, he quickly added, I need not prepare anything. Just have that mayfly come over, and I can depart immediately. In my youth, I scaled icy heights and trudged through snow for those bald eagles, and even at this age, I can board a starship for those same bald eagles. This thought filled Lin with a surge of bravado, leaving him little time to ponder Sui's audacity in announcing to the world his intention to obliterate the bald eagle's base with a space-based strike. There's no rush. This time the quota is unlimited, so feel free to invite a few more people along. Of course, I must mention that this was a spur-of-the-moment decision. made without prior preparation, so do not expect comprehensive tour services, merely a visit. Can I bring others? Lin disregarded the latter part of Su Yi's statement and immediately replied, "That is no problem. I shall find some people right away. You wish to showcase this starship, correct? Is there anything within that requires confidentiality?" "Nothing at all. Feel free to invite anyone. It is no jest. This is indeed a pinnacle of military-industrial technology, even in the realm of the white deer. Should this contraption be cast into the blue planet for the collective scrutiny of all nations, it would likely remain an enigma for centuries to come." Naturally, he harbored no fear that a few photographs or videos could unveil its secrets or expose vulnerabilities of the starship. That notion is utterly absurd. "Very well. Within half an hour, I shall assemble the reporters from the world's most prestigious media outlets to await you in the imperial capital." With that, the old man hastily ended the call. Initially, his intent in reaching out was merely to alert Su Yi that the White Eagle had leaked information regarding their personnel being dispatched to another world. He also sought to inquire whether the spacecraft captured in numerous online photographs had any affiliation with the Tianyu Group. Little did he anticipate that this matter would not only be connected to the Tianyu Group, but that Su Yi, provoked by the White Eagle's slander regarding alleged human experiments, would choose to abandon his previous reticence and publicly reveal this prized possession, aiming to deliver a resounding blow to the White Eagle on the global stage. The prospect of visiting the starship was one he would regret for a lifetime if he neglected to seize the opportunity. The exchange of information between the Jojo authorities and the Tianyu Group was remarkably swift, even before the old man could gather his associates. Su Yi's announcement, dispatched by Tian Shu, had already reverberated across the globe. Of course, such a claim might be an exaggeration. It was undeniable that anyone online at that moment was bound to be informed. Anyone holding a mobile device with any news application would undoubtedly receive a pop-up notification highlighting this significant development. Within half an hour of Su Yi's call, global discourse erupted. Curiously, the catalyst for this uproar was not the orbital strike itself. After all, the Tianyu Group had previously showcased their Mayfly-class landing craft, which boasted capabilities for striking terrestrial targets from space, a fact not shrouded in secrecy on the blue planet. The true spectacle lay in the announcement's release and the myriad implications therein. Not long prior, an astronomy enthusiast had captured images of a spacecraft soaring above Jojo, which had stirred considerable excitement. Now, with the Tianyu Group proclaiming an impending orbital strike on the White Eagle base, it was nearly impossible to dissociate the two events. More intriguingly, some observers noted a change in the Tianyu Group's official website background, which had transitioned from a mere corporate logo to a captivating image, a beautifully designed starship gliding through the cosmos. A simple comparison revealed that the starship depicted in the artwork bore an uncanny resemblance to the one recently photographed over Jojo. The orbital strike is not outlandish, nor is striking the White Eagle unreasonable. What is truly astonishing is this starship, my friends. Could it be that the Tianyu Group has genuinely developed a starship? Indeed, previously, some claimed that the Tianyu Group's accusations against the Divine Nation for stealing technology pertaining to spacecraft were mere fabrications. Now, the truth is revealed. They were speaking candidly. For the Tianyu Group truly possesses spacecraft. Indeed, the Tianyu Group has long possessed spacecraft. The Mayfly-class near-Earth orbital vehicle showcased on their official military website is capable of executing space-based strikes. Previously, the claim that the Tianyu Group's assertion of their spacecraft being stolen was mere bravado was entirely misguided, as they genuinely possess such remarkable technology. Now I comprehend why Tianyu Group is so resolute in obliterating the Divine Kingdom and relentlessly pursuing its high-ranking officials. I also understand that if I were in Director Su's position, possessing such a magnificent treasure and allowing it to be pilfered by the Divine Kingdom, there would scarcely be a survivor in the entire oil region. Not to mention the oil region. The audacity of the bald eagle to shield the high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom is astonishing. If it were me, I would consider it a failure if even a single survivor were found within the borders of the bald eagle. But enough about that. It appears Director Su is gearing up for action. The theft of cutting-edge technology has rendered me indifferent to discussions of right and wrong. Let's take action. I deem this highly efficient. Goodness gracious. Chapter 269, what? Are we really going to annihilate the entire world? Most of the time, ordinary individuals find it challenging to comprehend the intricacies of political maneuvering and grand strategies. This is not necessarily due to a lack of intelligence compared to the so-called political elites. Rather, it is fundamentally a result of insufficient information. In the absence of adequate knowledge, when ordinary people encounter situations that seem overwhelmingly frustrating, their simplest solution often involves resorting to confrontation. Thus, when faced with a consistently oppressive foreign group, the prevailing sentiment among the majority of ordinary individuals is to declare war. Although the Tianyu group and Jiuzhou do not have a formal subordinate relationship, whenever the Tianyu group engages in controversial actions, those critical of Jiuzhou often attribute these actions to its association with the Tianyu group. In response, Jiuzhou officials have repeatedly asserted that the actions of the Tianyu group are unrelated to Jiuzhou, deeming such accusations baseless. Su Yi has also publicly distanced himself from Jiuzhou's official stance on multiple occasions, effectively creating a separation between the two entities. However, to most citizens of Jiuzhou, it is evident that the Tianyu group is perceived as an ally. There is even a blogger who produced a video analyzing the relationship between Jiuzhou and the Tianyu group, concluding that the Tianyu group has not truly severed ties with Jiuzhou, but rather seeks to operate independently to avoid impacting Jiuzhou's interests, thus minimizing the complexities involved in their dealings. As for the pretense of mutual separation, the reasoning is quite apparent. Among the 3 models of the Sentinel exoskeleton series developed by the Tianyu group, only the Sentinel, one lightweight exoskeleton, is available for anyone who can afford it. In contrast, the more advanced Sentinel, 2 medium exoskeleton, is available for direct purchase exclusively by Jiuzhou and the Tianyu group security department, and there appears to be no limitation on the quantity. As the first batch of 100,000 Sentinel 2 units has recently been delivered to the Jiuzhou military. By comparison, wealthy stakeholders from oil-rich regions have expressed dissatisfaction with the Sentinel 1 and have sought discussions with Su Yi regarding the procurement of the more advanced exoskeleton, only to find themselves unable to reach him. Meanwhile, the northern adversaries have even proposed exchanging a vast natural gas field for the opportunity to purchase the Sentinel 2. Yet the Tianyu group has similarly disregarded this overture. As for the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton, it is exclusively reserved for the Tianyu group's security department, rendering it unavailable for purchase by anyone else. This differential treatment is evident to all, highlighting Su Yi's preferential treatment toward Jiuzhou. Furthermore, there exists a more pronounced disparity in the pricing of the Life Water product. On the Tianyu group's official website, the price of the basic version of Life Water varies dramatically, with the cost for Jiuzhou being over 10 times lower than that for buyers outside Jiuzhou. Moreover, Jiuzhou stands as the only region globally providing Life Water to its citizens at an almost negligible cost. Although the Life Water from Jiuzhou was directly delivered by Vivi from the spoils of war after the reinforcements triumphed in the other world, the common populace remained oblivious to this fact. The entire world believed that Life Water was an exclusive product of the Tianyu group. Thus, Jiuzhou's ability to provide such an abundance for the populace signified a close relationship between the Jiuzhou government and the Tianyu group. In other words, if the citizens of Jiuzhou found the official Life Water insufficient, they could easily procure more from the Tianyu group at a reasonable price. Conversely, abroad, where no official free Life Water was available, purchasing it would entail exorbitant costs, far beyond the means of the average person. Moreover, even if one possessed wealth, procuring it was not guaranteed. Should one's nation be sanctioned by the Tianyu group, access through legitimate channels would be impossible,
forcing one to resort to the black market at even steeper prices. This disparity rendered the Life Water accessible to all in Jiuzhou, a genuine luxury abroad,
unaffordable even for the middle class. The contrast was starkly more pronounced than the differences seen with exoskeletons. Given this context, who would believe there was no connection between Jiuzhou and the Tianyu group? In the eyes of the vast majority of Jiuzhou's populace, the Tianyu group was undoubtedly one of their own. Now, this ally was preparing to confront the White Eagle. Despite previous tensions between the Tianyu group and the White Eagle, direct military action of this nature was exceedingly rare. The Tianyu group was poised to strike the White Eagle with their starships, What an explosive headline. This was not merely a future event. Any Jeojo citizen aware of it was filled with anticipation and excitement. At that moment, it was nighttime in Jeojo, deep within the realms of Penglai Island, while dawn broke over the White Eagle on the other side of the ocean. Early in the morning, the sleeping emperor had yet to awaken when he was met with this shocking news. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, he remained dazed, repeatedly asking his aide. Did the Tianyu group truly issue a statement indicating their intent to utilize space-based methods to strike our besieged military base in the oil region? Indeed, Mr. President, the aide confirmed. Is it the base housing over 5,000 of our soldiers? Yes. Are you certain? They will commence the attack in half an hour? Sir, I cannot be certain, for 37 minutes have elapsed since the Tianyu group released this announcement. Theoretically, they have 23 minutes remaining before the strike begins. Thus, we do not have half an hour left. They intend to use starships? What starships? Sir, you may see for yourself. Upon gazing at the image of the starship captured from the ground via telescope, the president felt a darkness envelop him. After what felt like an eternity, he uttered, "Why are they doing this?" The aide sighed in resignation, explaining, Su Yi accused us of falsely alleging their involvement in human experimentation, claiming we harbored high-ranking officials from the Divine Kingdom who stole advanced technologies from the Tianyu group, hence their intention to impose punishment upon us. Wait, in a daze, old Deng seemed to be triggered by a keyword, suddenly invigorated. So, has the upper echelon of the Divine Kingdom truly managed to steal the technology for constructing such starships from the Tianyu group? It was difficult to ascertain. Previously, no one believed it, dismissing it as mere fabrications from the Tianyu group. Yet now, they had indeed presented the starship, coupled with the relentless pursuit by the Tianyu group against the Divine Kingdom's leadership. Many strategists speculated that those individuals from the Divine Kingdom might have genuinely pilfered this advanced technology. The high-ranking officials who had already brought secrets into our territory have been apprehended and are undergoing interrogation. It should not be long before we obtain answers. The Sleep Emperor finally exhaled a sigh of relief, but soon grasped the crux of the matter. So, what is the intelligence agency's stance on the Tianyu group's intention to strike at our base? How should we respond? They unanimously believed that at this critical juncture, it was imperative for you to take a stand, issuing a declaration to the world that should the Tianyu group dare to attack our base, we would retaliate with all available means, including, but not limited to, nuclear weapons. The assistant stated earnestly. Old Deng's previous drowsiness dissipated, and with a start, he gazed bewilderedly at his assistant with wide eyes. Chapter 270. One must not recklessly strive. Are you jesting with me? Surely you must be joking. Nuclear weapons? Do you truly comprehend what that entails? Old Deng suddenly stood up, his once clouded eyes now gleaming with clarity. What sort of farce is this? Nuclear weapons cannot simply be wielded at will. To unleash nuclear armaments would be tantamount to declaring war on the Celestial Domain Group and sending the valiant soldiers of the White Eagle Empire to their demise. Regardless of the outcome, engaging in conventional warfare would at least spare him and his esteemed colleagues from harm's way. The illustrious White Eagle Empire possesses an abundance of expendable troops and resources. Once these are depleted, numerous foreign nationals would eagerly step in to replenish their ranks. Before even dispatching these foot soldiers, they speak of nuclear exchanges, utterly disregarding the safety of those in power. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Mr. President, we merely suggested that you convey this message to the Celestial Domain Group and that Su Yi to remind them that we possess nuclear capabilities, dissuading them from becoming overly arrogant. The assistant hastily clarified. This way, we would have leverage in negotiations. When the time comes, we can engage in earnest discussions with the Celestial Domain Group, each side making concessions. We would relinquish the base and evacuate the personnel within. In doing so, we safeguard our soldiers' lives and offer an explanation to our nation. After issuing their threats, the Celestial Domain Group need not risk igniting a nuclear war to confront us. They could simply announce their occupation of our overseas military base, providing them with an exit strategy. Thus, both parties could accept the resolution, and this matter would be considered settled. However, old Deng, usually dazed and confused, had now awoken to the gravity of the situation and retorted. The Celestial Domain Group is hardly ignorant. They must be aware of our nuclear arsenal. If they dare openly declare their intent to destroy our military base, they must certainly be prepared. Can we truly deceive Sue-yi by merely holding a press conference and asserting that we would retaliate with nuclear weapons if he struck our overseas base? What if he disregards our threats and proceeds to attack? Should we launch the nuclear missile or refrain from doing so? The assistant, clearly having anticipated this scenario, swiftly responded. The think tank has devised a solution for such an eventuality. The Celestial Domain Group has enlisted numerous journalists, including many from the Western Bloc, with the aim of broadcasting their assault on our military base to the world. The think tank surmises that Sue-yi's actions are primarily for show, intended to create a spectacle and compel us to submit. If he can adopt such tactics, then so can we. The team at the Black Palace has already contacted many reporters. Most have arrived at the gates of the Black Palace. Shortly, you need only step outside with the presidential nuclear briefcase, demonstrating your resolve before the eyes of the world. In this manner, both sides would appear to have no recourse. Should Sue-yi strike our overseas base, we would be compelled to launch our nuclear weapons. Even if Sue-yi were to act with impunity, he would undoubtedly reconsider the implications of such a course of action. The think tank firmly believes that he will ultimately choose to take a step back. However, Old Deng is one of the few Cold War-era elites remaining in the White Eagle's ranks, and after regaining his senses, he is no longer easily deceived. He solemnly stated, "Do not elaborate excessively with me. I have but one question. What if that madman Sue-yi disregards everything and decides to strike? What should we do? When the time comes, I will be standing at the gates of the Black Palace, holding the nuclear launch box in my hands. With the press of a button, I could unleash the intercontinental missiles armed with nuclear warheads that we have prepared. Should I press it or not? This is no jest. If it comes to that, there will be no retreat. Once Sue-yi goes mad, he will either join in the madness, resetting the world with a single key press, or he will be remembered as the most cowardly president in the history of the White Eagle. To be publicly humiliated and then face the media with bravado, having displayed the nuclear launch box, only to falter at the last moment, would surely tarnish my reputation forever, marking me as a disgrace in history. As a seasoned politician, I have no desire to commit such a foolish act that leaves no avenue for retreat. Press it? Why not? The assistant reassured him. Rest assured, Mr. President. Should an unforeseen situation arise, you need only press the button. We have already coordinated with the military's nuclear department. When your nuclear launch box button is activated, they will launch a specially modified Minuteman intercontinental missile carrying a nuclear warhead. However, our personnel have tampered with this missile. I guarantee it will fall back to Earth within 10 seconds after launch. In this manner, we can maintain your presidential dignity while avoiding nuclear war. You are well aware that the gentlemen of the think tank are also averse to instigating nuclear conflict. Afterwards, we can find a group responsible for the maintenance and custody of nuclear weapons to take the blame, attributing the failure of the nuclear strike to them. We will then initiate an inquiry into the state of our nuclear arsenal and, after some time, announce that there were serious derelictions of duty within the White Eagle's military nuclear department, which was the root cause of this nuclear strike failure. Of course, only a portion of the arsenal would be problematic, while the majority remains intact. The source of the issue lies with your predecessor or perhaps several predecessors before him. It is not your concern. Thus, this matter will naturally fade away. Even if, following such threats, the Tianyu group still retaliates against our overseas bases, they will land smoothly. Smoothly, you say? Sleepy Huang questioned with suspicion. This sounds like a recipe for disaster. That is inevitable. At the very least, you could declare a state of war at that time. According to our White Eagle's laws, once in a state of war, you can be re-elected unconditionally. The assistant coaxed gently. Moreover, the probability of these events occurring is exceedingly low. Unless Sue-yi has genuinely lost his mind, he would never take the risk of a nuclear strike to attack our bases. There will surely be no issues. You can rest easy. The time is nearly upon us. The speech and the nuclear launch box are ready for you, and the reporters have arrived. Old Deng gazed at the young assistant, lost in thought for a moment before he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Yet he still rose and stepped outside. As an elite politician, he was acutely aware that if the situation escalated beyond these individuals' expectations, he, as the one at the forefront, would inevitably be entangled in the consequences. However, there were times when he felt powerless. He was in name the leader of the empire, but in reality, merely a figurehead thrust into the limelight. The assistant and the presidential advisory team had evidently orchestrated the plans with the tacit approval of those behind him, or perhaps it was precisely their intention all along. His own opinions held far less significance. Chapter 271. Let's discuss later with a heavy heart. Old Deng slowly emerged from the Black Palace. Upon stepping outside, he was immediately struck by the sight of a throng of people gathered outside. With numerous Secret Service agents maintaining order and an overwhelming number of journalists aiming their cameras at the entrance, evidently awaiting his appearance. Strangely, however, the attention of the crowd was not focused on the Black Palace. Instead, everyone was engrossed in the screens of their mobile devices. Even some agents were craning their necks to peer at the screens of those beside them, their eyes wide with astonishment, seemingly oblivious to their duty of standing guard. As a result of this collective distraction, when the Emperor of the Bald Eagle Empire stepped out, there was not a single round of applause. Nor did anyone even acknowledge his presence. Stumbling out of the grand entrance, he took a few steps towards the prepared podium, but it was utterly absurd that, as the nominal leader, he was met with such indifference. After standing there in a daze for a moment, old Deng cleared his throat twice, attempting to remind the assembled crowd of his presence, urging them to divert their attention from their devices. Yet, still, no one reacted, as if what was unfolding on their screens was of greater significance than his imminent announcement regarding nuclear weaponry. Feeling increasingly helpless, he turned to his assistant for support. Surely, as a leader, he should not have to shout to garner the attention of the crowd. However, upon glancing back, he was taken aback to find his assistant, who had been engaged in conversation with him just moments ago, now fixated on his phone, his eyes wide and expression dazed. WEF. Old Deng could barely contain his frustration. Even a clay figure would have some semblance of indignation. He was expected to address a nuclear threat, and should the situation demand it, he might even have to press the launch button. Yet, here he stood on stage, and not a single person cared to notice his arrival or what he had to say. Everyone was glued to their screens. What on earth was going on? With no one paying attention to him, old Deng strode back towards his assistant, his tone sharp. Is this what you call having everything arranged? The assistant glanced up at him, then back at his phone, before handing it over. Sir, I believe you should take a look at this. Time was running out for the Tianyu group, and who could afford the luxury of focusing on trivial matters? WTF? What is this? A science fiction film? Old Deng had intended to reprimand his assistant further, but upon seeing the content displayed on the screen, he was rendered speechless. The small screen revealed an upward shot of a spacecraft. From this angle, the massive vessel exuded a sense of overwhelming grandeur, evoking a suffocating awe in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. This was no science fiction. It was a live broadcast from an official media outlet of the Jiuzhou. The assistant explained. It seems that while we were debating in our room, the official media from Jiuzhou had followed the small craft dispatched by the Tianyu group into low Earth orbit. Not only did media from the 9 provinces ascend, but journalists from around the globe, including several prominent reporters from our own White Eagle, also boarded the so-called near-Earth spacecraft of the Tianyu group to venture into the cosmos. Are you suggesting that they can send any untrained, ordinary person into space? Old Deng believed he had grasped the crux of the matter. Well, it certainly sounds impressive, but when compared to other feats, merely sending someone into space seems rather trivial. The assistant, taken aback by old Deng's peculiar line of reasoning, quickly added, just moments ago, the chairman of Tianyu Group, Su Yi, and the president, Yu Ling, made a public appearance, announcing to the world, under the gaze of countless live broadcasts, that the latest product responsible for striking our military base from space is the Kunpeng starship. This is the very vessel that appeared in the live footage moments ago. They provided the assembled journalists with a brief introduction to the ship's specifications. Its length alone spans several kilometers. This is not a figment of science fiction, but a real spacecraft which has now soared above the oil-rich regions, and I suspect that its ground-targeting weaponry has already locked onto our military base in that area. Next, the journalists were invited to tour the starship, and, according to Su Yi, Following the tour, the Kunpeng would showcase its super-energy electromagnetic cannon, the target. Well, I need not elaborate further. Upon hearing this, old Deng was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the screen before him. After a long pause, a sudden realization brought a smile to his face. Ha! No wonder he feels so audacious. No wonder he harbors no fear of our nuclear arsenal. They possess a spacecraft capable of remaining in space for extended periods. Even if the entire blue planet were destroyed, it would make no difference to him. He would not be caught in the blast. I always suspected that his provocation towards us White Eagles was backed by confidence, and this moment proved my theory correct. He evidently does not fear nuclear weapons. In fact, those high-ranking officials in the 9 provinces who are close to him likely harbor no fear of nuclear strikes either. The notion that you could threaten him with nuclear force is utterly ludicrous. His reasoning is simple. The old guard of the White Eagle are cowards. So allowing him to take center stage and make bold statements is merely for show. They would never dare to unleash a nuclear bomb directly. Initially, he believed that the high-ranking officials of Tianyu Group, led by Su Yi, would possess some degree of fear and that threatening them with nuclear weapons might yield some effect. However, witnessing this scene, it became abundantly clear to him that they no longer harbor such fears. Concealed within a starship of this caliber, no weapon on the blue planet poses a threat to Su Yi. As for the fate of Tianyu Group's employees and other ordinary citizens on the blue planet should a nuclear strike occur, he, projecting his own sentiments, does not believe Su Yi would retreat from his position. After all, they are merely a bunch of commoners. If they perish, so be it. Had the White Eagle possessed such a treasure, capable of sheltering its leaders above the clouds, impervious to nuclear threats, they would have long since deployed their arsenal, aiming into the world while greedily seizing wealth with their eyes closed. Sir, the think tank has just conveyed the latest news. They believe that the previously devised plan should remain unchanged, although Su Yi can ensure absolute safety even amidst a nuclear war. It does not necessarily mean he would dare to engage in such a conflict. Our nuclear threat may still hold some efficacy. In any case, rather than passively witnessing the Tianyu Group obliterating our overseas bases, we must take some action. Whether it will be effective remains to be seen. Chapter 272. Understanding at last. Welcome, everyone, to the Kunpeng Starship. The resounding electronic voice reverberated throughout the docking bay of the starship, leaving all who disembarked in a state of awe, rendered speechless by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Is this truly the interior of a starship? One journalist, regaining composure, found his voice trembling as he hastily raised his camera, snapping shots indiscriminately. There was no need for consideration of angles or positions. The design of the starship's interior, seemingly borrowed from another realm, prioritized aesthetics over practicality. Even in the docking bay, which linked to the external environment, every corner exuded an impeccable beauty, devoid of any flaws, rendering every photograph stunning and profoundly impactful. The docking bay soared to an impressive height of over 180 meters and spanned more than 300 meters in width, showcasing an exaggerated expanse. It housed the landing craft and space fighters that accompanied the starship upon its arrival, arranged in neat rows, with many aircraft suspended in mid-air by mechanical arms. Anyone stepping into such a vast, artificially constructed space filled with high-tech marvels could not help but marvel at humanity's ability to create such colossal steel behemoths that traverse the cosmos. The attendees were no exception, including the venerable Lin, who had already experienced the fleeting-class landing craft multiple times, though he had prepared himself for what he might witness. The moment he laid eyes on the starship, he felt the overwhelming pressure of confronting such a magnificent entity spanning the starry seas, managing to maintain his composure only with great difficulty. Yet, once he entered the starship's interior, he could no longer hold his poise. Turning to the unperturbed Su Yi beside him, he swallowed hard and remarked, "Is this real? You haven't conjured some sort of illusion to deceive us, have you?" With his increasing exposure to the magical realm, he had gained some understanding of its peculiarities, even grasping how Su Yi had once wielded lethal power without a trace, annihilating entire families. Of course, while he was aware of these matters, he felt powerless to confront Su Yi. A especially considering that those who had perished were largely deserving of their fates. Thus he chose to refrain from revisiting such past grievances. However, witnessing this overwhelmingly striking scene now stirred memories of those bizarre magics within him. Compared to Su Yi's abrupt introduction of such an extraordinary contraption to Blue Star, he was more inclined to believe that it was the work of magic at play, a deception crafted by some unique sorcery that ensnared the eyes of all present. Indeed, magic capable of inducing illusions exists, but the current scene was being broadcast live to the entire world, visible to anyone tuning in. To simultaneously ensnare so many individuals in an illusion through magic was beyond his capabilities. Even the deities of the magical realm would likely find it impossible. Yuling chuckled softly, offering a brief clarification. Lin understood that the probability of this being an illusion created by magic was exceedingly low. His earlier question had been posed in jest. Upon hearing this, he turned to survey his surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "It is truly astounding." In truth, the exterior of the starship was far more breathtaking than its interior, especially as the landing craft approached the starship. The overwhelming sense of confronting such a colossal entity surpassed any feelings evoked by the scenes within. However, Lin, having previously seen photographs of the starship circulating on the internet, and having familiarized himself with its dimensions through analyses by experts in JoJo, was not as astonished as others. In contrast, the others had been in a state of awe since their ascent into the cosmos aboard the landing craft. After all, Su Yi had only disclosed that the landing craft could reach outer space, revealing little else in terms of specifics, let alone the experience of actually ascending in such a vessel. They had not yet even glimpsed the starship. Merely boarding the landing craft had already left the reporters in a state of shock. Upon finally seeing the starship, their jaws dropped once more. Many were already in a daze by this point. Whether it was the journalists from various nations who had accompanied them to the starship or the viewers watching the live broadcast, a sense of disbelief loomed in their minds. How had humanity evolved to such a degree, and why had they not been a part of this evolution? Were those aircraft? And were those vessels on the ground truly landing crafts? Lin pointed towards the neatly arranged space fighters and several landing crafts within the dock, and could not restrain his curiosity. The Kunpeng had a total of 5 such docks, each housing 48 space fighters and 16 meteor shower-class, near-Earth landing crafts. In times of war, all 5 hatches could open simultaneously, allowing for the deployment of the entire fleet of 240 space fighters and 80 near-Earth landing crafts within a mere 5 minutes. This was merely one of the docks. While the number of fighters and landing crafts was not excessive, it was substantial in relation to the entire ship's arsenal. For those on Blue Star who had scarcely encountered such extraordinary technology, the variety of aerospace fighters and landing crafts within this dock was nothing short of dazzling. These were aerospace fighters, designed for operations in outer space, capable of achieving speeds approaching light. Of course, they could also operate within the atmosphere, but their speed would be significantly reduced, likely not exceeding 70 Mach. Su Yi offered a brief explanation, amused by the astonished expression on Lin's face. This was precisely the reaction he desired. After all, it would not do for Lin to be the only one in a state of disbelief. Such wonders were meant to astonish all of humanity. Lin stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. A single-person vessel capable of reaching speeds close to light was entirely beyond his comprehension. The landing craft over, there was indeed a landing craft. Yet it differed from the one he had been using recently. The ones aboard this starship were far more advanced, perhaps 2 or 3 generations ahead of the existing models. Old Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. In the realm of military technology, possessing equipment that is a generation ahead is akin to overwhelming dominance. Being 2 generations ahead equates to an absolute crushing victory. But what does it mean to be 3 generations ahead? The disparity is as exaggerated as an AK-47 overpowering primitive humans. Initially, he merely thought that the landing craft aboard the starship were somewhat more aesthetically pleasing than the 2 commonly used by Tianyu Group. Yet he never anticipated they would be so advanced. It was utterly beyond reason. It was merely a lead of 2 or 3 generations. There was no need for such astonishment. Su-yi remarked nonchalantly. However, the two vessels we previously utilized were indeed far too outdated. In the future, there will likely be few opportunities for Tianyu Group to employ these two landing crafts. They should be retired. Old Lin suddenly turned to Su-yi, realization dawning upon him. Chapter 273. Can it truly be sold? Initially, the old man Lin was somewhat perplexed. He merely expressed a fleeting sentiment. Yet Su-yi took the time to thoroughly introduce him to those space fighters and landing vessels. Upon hearing Su-yi mention that the two landing craft currently utilized by the Tianyu Group were becoming obsolete, Lin, as a seasoned politician, immediately discerned the implications behind the words. Instinctively, he responded with urgency. Mr. Su, while those two landing vessels may seem outdated to you, we in Jojo are quite interested in them. If you no longer have use for them, might I suggest? As he spoke, Lin eagerly rubbed his hands together. The Mayfly-class landing vessels previously employed by the Tianyu Group were unparalleled. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that only Su-yi would dare declare them technologically obsolete, and only the Tianyu Group would consider retiring them. Regardless of which faction acquires such vessels, it is fair to say that from this moment forth, there would be no rivals for the Tianyu Group in the skies of Blue Star or even in outer space. The Jojo military had long studied the potential of these vessels in warfare. Their findings indicated that the Air Force had little expectation for the forthcoming H2O molecular technology. From generals down to pilots, all were salivating at the prospect of these vessels. There was even a general with an Air Force background who once remarked that with such technology in existence, no nation's Air Force could claim air superiority or dominance. It was utterly laughable. The adversary could fly faster than your intercontinental ballistic missile's terminal phase, and its hull could likely shatter your aircraft without a scratch. You would dare to contest air supremacy against them? Now, an opportunity presented itself, offered voluntarily by Su-yi. Having acquired superior technology, the Tianyu Group was willing to sell the two landing vessels. This was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that Lin could not afford to miss. Although the Tianyu Group possessed a plethora of more advanced landing craft, acquiring these vessels would not render Jojo invincible. Yet, it remained true that the technological prowess of Jojo need only surpass that of other nations on Blue Star, not necessarily that of the Tianyu Group. Securing these unwanted landing vessels would allow Jojo to claim it had the strongest air force on Blue Star. After all, the Tianyu Group was not a nation. Their armed personnel and weaponry were theoretically a private militia under the auspices of the Security Department. They had never claimed to be a military force, nor had they ever referred to themselves as mercenaries. If you desire them, we can certainly discuss it, but do you have any proposals regarding the price? Su-yi countered it. To be candid, given the technological sophistication of these vessels, deeming them priceless on Blue Star would not be an exaggeration. Their immediate utility would justify any ticket price. And if dismantled for research, although much of the technology would remain incomprehensible to the current inhabitants of Blue Star, there would still be elements they could grasp. One might say that dismantling this object could swiftly ignite a new technological revolution. Consequently, he has yet to devise a strategy for its sale. He has opted instead to await the price offered by the region of Jojo. After a moment of contemplation, Old Lin inhaled deeply and remarked, "Money holds little significance for you and the Tianyu Group at this juncture. I suspect your desires transcend mere currency. As for other matters, my authority to decide is rather limited. I have heard that formidable sorcerers exist in another realm, capable of rendering conventional weaponry ineffective. How about I procure a few nuclear weapons for you? We possess a considerable stock of hydrogen bombs, some with yields of 3 to 5 million tons. What do you think? Of course, the value of a few nuclear weapons is likely far inferior to that of these two landing craft. Consider it as a deposit, I promise you. I will discuss with my colleagues upon my return and provide you with a response within 3 days." "Very well," Su-yi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. "Procure a few high-yield nuclear weapons for me. You may continue your research on the remainder. I'm not in a hurry. Just take these two vessels back with you when you return." Presently, these two landing crafts held little utility for him. Moreover, his compulsive nature compelled him to act, especially now that he had acquired a fleet of 80 more advanced and aesthetically pleasing landing crafts. The two ephemeral-class landing crafts stood out rather conspicuously among the newer vessels. It was best to expedite their disposal. As for whether to deliver the goods or remit payment first, that had become inconsequential. After all, JoJo would not default on their obligations, rather than appearing petty by insisting on a hand-to-hand exchange of payment and goods. It would be far more gracious to simply offer them to the buyer. That would be splendid. I could indulge in the thrill of using a landing craft as my mode of transport. Old Lin chuckled heartily, yet internally he felt a twinge of melancholy. In truth, he understood that the value of such objects was immeasurable. Su Yi's willingness to sell to JoJo was largely driven by personal connections. Otherwise, retaining these vessels would yield numerous advantages. It was inconceivable that the acquisition of new crafts would render the old ones obsolete. Let us set aside the tour for now. Su Yi said, our purpose in gathering so many individuals here has yet to be fulfilled. Let us proceed to the command bridge. I invite everyone to witness the fireworks. After concluding his conversation with Old Lin, Su Yi descended from the landing craft. Their discussion had taken place right at the entrance of the vessel, and they had not even stepped outside. Behind them, a throng of reporters eagerly awaited their turn to tour the starship. But the two titans blocked the entrance, leaving them hesitant to speak up, forced to wait patiently in line. Little did they anticipate that their wait would lead to a significant revelation. Aside from some discussions regarding other realms and magic, which Yuling had intentionally obscured with a magical barrier, rendering them inaudible, the other topics of conversation between Su Yi and Old Lin were utterly transparent. All were overheard by the reporters crowded behind them. Numerous journalists observed that the conversation between the two individuals was devoid of any pretense or the intention to keep it private. They even gathered closely to listen intently, filling their notebooks with details. Some reporters, accompanied by photographers and initially frustrated by the two prominent figures blocking the entrance, felt they had missed the opportunity to capture a live internal perspective of the starship. However, to their astonishment, they stumbled upon a significant scoop. Their interest was piqued, and a few audacious ones, noticing that the security personnel from Tianyu Group did not seem inclined to intervene, boldly extended their long-handled microphones closer, seamlessly integrating the live footage to capture the discussion regarding the acquisition of the landing craft in vivid detail. Chapter 274. Envy-inducing drool with the remarkable spectacle of visiting starships. The attending journalists and media representatives, particularly those broadcasting live, found their streams inundated with millions of viewers. Among the reporters trapped within the landing craft, nearly 8 out of 10 were engaged in live broadcasts. The explosive revelation that JoJo was poised to acquire landing vessels from the Tianyu Group sent shockwaves through these channels. Did I hear that correctly? Is Chairman Su genuinely planning to sell both landing vessels to us and JoJo? Impressive. Chairman Su is truly magnanimous. Stop boasting. They haven't even disclosed the price yet. Would you still want it if they asked $1 trillion for each? To be fair, from a research perspective, purchasing one for $1 trillion may not be a loss after all. Haha, keep dreaming, kid. Have you ever seen that much money? $1 trillion for this? You could spark a bull market with that amount in the stock market. Clearly, old Deng has gone mad with stock trading. Can't you open your eyes and see what this is? It's worth far more than $1 trillion. Any cutting-edge technology on board, if we were to analyze and apply it in the civilian sector, could yield a market worth trillions. Indeed, some people are utterly clueless yet still pretend to know. This isn't the first time these two landing vessels from Tianyu Group have been showcased. Their interior has been revealed before. Previously, several military enthusiasts and research experts meticulously compiled a list of the various advanced technologies on board, estimating their market value. If I recall correctly, just the holographic projection system on the landing vessel was appraised at no less than $1 trillion. If we can fully comprehend these technologies, they could revolutionize all existing terminal products, including your phones, which could be transformed into holograms that don't need to be held, merely adorned as accessories that can be activated with a touch. To assert that it's worth $1 trillion is quite conservative. These landing vessels are undoubtedly the epitome of super high-tech. Any single technology extracted from them could justify their cost, even disregarding the research potential. The intrinsic value of the landing vessels alone is unfathomable. Let us not forget, according to the parameters provided by Tianyu Group's official website, these vessels can achieve speeds up to the third cosmic velocity in space. Not to mention, traveling to the moon would be a trivial task. Furthermore, they seem to possess technology for gravity control and overload protection, allowing for rapid acceleration without discomfort, enabling ordinary people to journey into space or to the moon with ease. The potential for scientists to conduct research and experiments in space or on the moon aboard these vessels is beyond imagination. Indeed, during their tenure with Tianyu Group, the true value of these vessels remained unexploited, merely serving as transport vehicles. They likely had no inclination to develop other applications, as they possess superior alternatives. However, in our hands in JoJo, the implications are profound. Any price paid for their acquisition would be undeniably worthwhile. However, would it be entirely appropriate to hand over nuclear weapons? After all, they are instruments of apocalyptic destruction, and placing them in the hands of individuals. My friend, do you truly believe that if Su-Yi wished to annihilate the world, he would be incapable of doing so without nuclear arms? It's quite amusing. Have you seen that colossal starship suspended in the sky? A behemoth several kilometers in length. Even without any armaments, should it charge forth at full throttle, the devastation would far exceed that of all nuclear weapons combined. Moreover, the Tianyu Group has equipped even their landing crafts with weaponry. Do you honestly think that this starship is devoid of any weaponry? Once those two landing crafts return, they will undoubtedly be incorporated into the military ranks of the JoJo. But what names will they bear? I can answer that. Since we in Lingnan do not possess an aircraft carrier, we should not suffer too great a loss. Let us forego the carrier and settle for a landing craft, naming it the Lingnan. What nonsense! Just because you lack an aircraft carrier doesn't mean we in Huguang possess one. Perhaps we should name it the Huguang. Let us be realistic. There are precisely two of these crafts, and given their uniqueness, if they are officially commissioned, I wager they will be named the Modu and the Daidu. That does make sense. Well then, let us in Lingnan forego such trivial vessels and await the opportunity to commandeer Su Dong's starship instead. You are deluded if you think so beautifully. If they hand over two landing crafts, do you truly believe they would also sell starship? It's hard to say. I have my paint bucket ready. Whenever the Tianyu Group decides to decommission that starship and sell it to JoJo, I will apply to paint our national flag on it. To be fair, painting a national flag on a starship does sound quite thrilling. Even Su-Yi had not anticipated that his obsessive-compulsive tendencies would compel him to dispose of those surplus two landing crafts, especially with old Lin present. So they were directly handed over to JoJo. The result? The netizens of JoJo made numerous associations, even preparing to take over the starship that the Tianyu Group might eventually relinquish. Could such a thing truly be sold? At least not in the short term, for he himself has yet to fully comprehend it. Of course, in contrast to the revelry of the JoJo audience upon hearing the latest news, there were also numerous foreign journalists broadcasting live. Their streams were directed towards regions beyond JoJo. The journalists that Old Lin managed to gather in such a short time were adept in both JoJo dialect and their native languages, effortlessly translating the conversations for their audiences. Upon learning that JoJo was to acquire two landing crafts from the Tianyu Group, the foreign viewers in those streams were practically envious to the point of tears. Various comments flooded in, predominantly filled with envy and resentment. Some even from neighboring countries absurdly claimed that, after research, they concluded that Su-Yi must be one of their own, and that the landing crafts he rejected should have been sold to them instead. It was utterly shameless. Such behavior is, alas, quite typical. The allure of these two landing crafts is simply too great for other nations on Blue Star. Moreover, this contraption stands in stark contrast to the intricate weaponry of Blue Star, which necessitates substantial systemic support, such as fifth-generation fighters. Such armaments, reliant on extensive frameworks to fully manifest their combat capabilities and efficacy, are beyond the means of smaller nations to sustain. In contrast, these two landing craft are fundamentally different. They do not hinge upon any elaborate system. Even if such a system existed, it would be of no use on Blue Star. The inherent performance of these vessels is sufficient to dominate all others on Blue Star. allowing even smaller nations to fully leverage their deterrent potential and ascend to the status of aerial sovereigns. This prospect is indeed tantalizing. Chapter 275. Did they truly do nothing? The slight uproar on the internet may have stirred considerable waves on Blue Star, yet for the journalists aboard the starship, it was hardly of significance. The mere transaction involving two landing craft paled in comparison to the momentous events that were about to unfold. Although a group of reporters longed to capture every detail of the starship's interior, snapping 100 close-up photographs with each step, they dutifully followed behind Su, Yi, and Yuling. They traversed the docking bay and ascended to the bridge via a lift. The bridge of the Kunping transport vessel was particularly intriguing, featuring a completely transparent design. However, this transparency did not imply the presence of glass. From an external viewpoint, this section was entirely encased in armor, devoid of even a single porthole, let alone glass. Inside the bridge, the sensation of standing on glass while gazing at the cosmic vistas was solely due to the remarkable image transmission technology from the White Deer. The surface beneath their feet, which appeared to be glass, was in fact a specialized material screen, displaying images captured by external cameras, rendered by the starship's extraordinarily powerful central processor, and projected onto the internal walls of the bridge, creating the illusion of standing on glass. On Blue Star, if the screen were sufficiently large, a similar effect could be achieved to some degree. However, to attain such a lifelike illusion, where one could not discern whether they were truly standing on glass or within a completely enclosed bridge, was impossible. Do you recall my purpose in inviting you aboard? In front of the virtual porthole of the bridge, Su-Yi stood against the backdrop of the starry sea and the azure expanse of Blue Star, facing the camera. Without awaiting a response, he continued, "Though you should not have forgotten, it is prudent to reiterate. Due to the White Eagle Empire's malicious protection of the high-ranking officials from the Divine Kingdom who have stolen numerous critical technologies from our Tianyu group, coupled with their provocations and slanderous attacks against us, we have exercised patience for far too long. Therefore, on behalf of the Tianyu Group Board of Directors, I have decided to enact a punitive strike against the White Eagle Empire to curb its arrogance. In 5 minutes, the Tianyu Group Esquinping Starry assault ship will deliver a space-based strike on the military base in the oil region of Blue Star that once sheltered the high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom. I must clarify that this strike does not target any civilian populations on Blue Star, including those of the White Eagle Empire. It is exclusively aimed at the military forces of the White Eagle Empire and the internal anti-humanitarian factions that have maliciously targeted the Tianyu Group. Our security department has already evacuated residents in proximity to the strike location. This action serves as a response to the White Eagle Empire's provocations since the establishment of the Tianyu Group, from technological sanctions to economic measures, culminating in repeated military provocations. We hope that, following this, the White Eagle Empire will reconsider its course of action. Upon concluding his statement, Su-Yi glanced at his wristwatch and added, "There are 3 minutes remaining until the strike. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask." "Mr. Su, I have a question." A foreign female journalist, blonde-haired and blue-eyed with a striking figure, eagerly stood up. Upon recognizing the logo on her uniform, Su-Yi immediately discerned that she was affiliated with the White Eagle Media. Nevertheless, he had no qualms about engaging in a brief exchange with someone from White Eagle and promptly inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Su, you repeatedly assert that this operation is not directed against anyone. Yet, to my knowledge, there are still over 5,000 personnel stationed at that military base." The female journalist exclaimed with fervor. Su-Yi could not help but chuckle, responding, "You may have misheard. I stated that it does not target any civilians. Clad in military attire and wielding weapons, entrenched within a military base, and having confronted your Tianyu Group security forces for nearly a month, you dare to label them as civilians?" The journalist paused, momentarily taken aback, yet stubbornly retorted, "They're victims of political strife, dispatched there by the military, and act solely under orders. You cannot treat them in such a manner. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at those unscrupulous politicians and belligerent generals, not these innocent soldiers who have done nothing wrong." At first glance, her argument seemed somewhat cogent, but upon closer scrutiny, It was utterly nonsensical. Suki chose not to respond to her, merely gesturing dismissively, Tianxian. Please retrieve the records of the commendable deeds these White Eagle soldiers have accomplished in the oil region for her review. Yes, Captain. In the next moment, a tall figure clad in a resplendent navy blue military uniform, adorned with a ship-shaped hat, materialized beside Su Yi. This was, of course, a manifestation of his peculiar sense of humor. The AI possessed no inherent gender. Its name, gender, and appearance could all be customized according to the captain's preferences. With the starship at his command, it seemed only fitting to have a shipmaiden. Given that the newly arrived Tianxian was still unfamiliar with Blue Star and unaware of Su Yi's inclinations, he had the seasoned AI, Tianshu, design an image for her. Upon seeing the result, it indeed exuded a certain charm. However, as for her appearance, one could only say she bore a resemblance to both Yuling and Xinghen. The ethereal beauty of these two otherworldly beings was so extraordinary that even the AI's rudimentary design could not compare. Thus, Tianshu refrained from expending excessive computational resources to create an intricate persona and simply fashioned a ship maiden based on the templates of Yuling and Xinghen. Before the onlookers could marvel at the ship maiden's grace and beauty, Tianxian promptly waved her hand toward the wall. In an instant, a plethora of photographs and videos materialized on the ship's bridge wall, transforming the starry backdrop into a collage of images. Tianxian coldly elucidated. These photographs and videos were recently extracted from the personal communication devices of soldiers at the military base using network techniques. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the previously inquisitive journalist, gesturing once more, and a close-up photograph of a man and woman appeared on the wall. Robert Clare, a lieutenant of the White Eagle Empire and one of the mid-ranking officers at the God Kingdom military base in the oil region. He should be your fiancé, correct? Miss Rowland? The journalist's complexion instantly drained of color, and she instinctively took a step back. Yet, she seemed to recollect something and exclaimed, "Indeed, my boyfriend is present in this base, but that bears no direct relation to the issues I just mentioned. These soldiers are innocent. You should not indiscriminately kill them." Innocent? A cold smile curled at the corner of Tianxuan's lips. Though her visage bore a striking resemblance to both Yuling and Xinghen, her demeanor was entirely different from Yuling's gentleness and Xinghen's nonchalance. This persona was also a creation of Tianshu, dubbed the Dark Series Cold Beauty or some such name. Suki could not quite grasp it, yet it undeniably exuded an air of elegance. After speaking, Tianxian produced a photograph. In the image, a young man clad in the uniform of the White Eagle military stood fully armed. One hand raised a rifle high, while the other formed a peace sign before the camera. Behind him lay a ravaged village reminiscent of an oil region, littered with corpses. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless body of a child, seemingly no older than 10, with blood pooling around it. The female journalist was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 276. Are you playing or not? Good gracious, is this the dark, cold beauty of the battleship girl? Murderous intent accompanied by heartlessness, indeed. Sui exclaimed in astonishment. His initial intention was to have Tianxian reveal the crimes committed by the soldiers of the Eagle Nation within this base, to lay bare their actions before everyone, and then to proceed with the bombardment. However, he was taken aback when Tianxian uncovered that this female journalist's boyfriend was also stationed at that base. Moreover, evidence surfaced of his slaughtering defenseless local residents, even capturing photographs while standing atop the corpses. Just moments ago, the journalist had occupied the moral high ground, but now she was rendered utterly speechless, her complexion ashen as she gazed at the photographs in a daze. The realization that her boyfriend was a remorseless killer, even posing on the bodies of children, rendered her previous moralistic rhetoric painfully inadequate in the face of such stark reality. The notion of indiscriminate slaughter? Su Yi's strike could well be seen as an act of divine justice. Having obtained the celestial power of Tianshu and fully embraced his role as a Brahmin within the Blue Star Network, Su Yi was acutely aware of the transgressions committed by these nations, particularly the actions of the Eagle Nation in oil-rich regions, which they claimed were anti-terror operations, were nothing short of a quagmire of lawlessness. The soldiers of the Eagle Nation, equipped with the world's most advanced technology, found themselves beleaguered by local resistance forces. Urban warfare was notoriously difficult, yet the congressmen demanded results. What to do? They resorted to indiscriminate killings. Without a shred of conscience, they would arbitrarily assault a local village, then plant a few AKs and scatter some shell casings, proclaiming it a successful anti-terror operation. Those with a modicum of morality would resort to harassment. Should the oppressed dare to resist, they would simply raze the village. To defy the soldiers of the Eagle Nation was to be labeled a terrorist. Such occurrences were rampant. Virtually every contingent of Eagle soldiers stationed in oil regions, save for some bases in peaceful nations, were guilty of similar atrocities. As for the military bases within the Divine Nation, the situation was even direr. The internal dynamics of the Divine Nation were exceedingly complex. They themselves perpetrated violence against the local populace whose homes they had seized, let alone the foreign soldiers. Occasionally, they would venture out to commit further atrocities against the locals, thus appeasing their superiors and reporting to Congress that their anti-terrorism efforts had made significant strides. It can be said that before deciding to reduce this base to rubble in front of the eyes of the world, he was well aware that not a single soul within was innocent. Well then, the farce has concluded, and but a minute remains. Soo-yi stretched languidly and gazed outside. From the vantage point of the bridge, he could see the main cannon of the starship ahead, the impressively named high-energy beam cutter. Of course, to strike a military base on the ground, the main cannon was entirely unnecessary. As far as the eye can see, the three turrets at the forefront of the bridge have rotated to align with the direction of the blue star. At this moment, Tianxian remarked, "The three variable caliber electromagnetic cannons are ready. The mass projectiles have been loaded, and we can strike the target area at any moment." Soo-yi nodded in acknowledgement. Yet at that instant, another holographic projection materialized beside them, revealing the virtual image of Tian Shu. "Sir, the supreme leader of the White Eagle Empire requests to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Soo-yi raised an eyebrow and responded, "Weren't you too indifferent to engage in conversation with him before? Why, then, have you taken the trouble to inform me this time?" Tian Shu animatedly pouted and replied dismissively, "That old man is holding a nuclear launch box, declaring that if we refuse to communicate, he will initiate a one-button reset of the blue star. I believe this event could be rather entertaining. You might find it intriguing, so I thought I would mention it." In truth, both Tian Shu and Tian Xian possess computational capabilities far surpassing that of the human brain, though they typically devote most of their processing power to various tasks. However, even with a fraction of their computational capacity available, given a little time, they become increasingly intelligent and human-like. Tian Shu has spent enough time on the blue star to exhibit such trends. Were it not for the knowledge that this was merely a projection, anyone observing her tone and myriad micro-expressions would likely perceive her as a capricious young lady. Let us connect, then. I am curious to discern what schemes he harbors. In the next moment, the scene transitioned, revealing a bustling crowd at the entrance of the White Eagle Empire's Black Palace within the projection. In the center of the frame stood the supreme leader of the White Eagle Empire, the sleepy monarch, colloquially referred to by netizens as Old Deng. Before the other party could speak, Soo-yi glanced at his watch and remarked, "You have less than 30 seconds to convey your message. However, should your words pique my interest, I might grant you an additional minute or two." Old Deng appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at the live broadcast of himself on the phone, then at the camera before realizing that this connection was not merely a phone call, but a direct video communication facilitated by the Tianyu Group using some unknown technology to access the live camera feed. Once he regained his composure, he hastily stated, "Mr. Su, you must be aware that we, the White Eagles, are a nuclear power. We are not to be trifled with. The White Eagle Empire has 3 intercontinental missiles aimed at your Penglai Island. Prepare for launch. With the press of the red button in this box, the missile carrying a nuclear warhead will obliterate your island from this planet. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the consequences will be unbearable for both of us. The White Eagle Empire has always stood on the side of peace, serving as a crucial force for maintaining global stability. Your esteemed company is likewise a cornerstone of world stability. I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. Why not temporarily set aside our weapons and come to the negotiating table for a proper discussion. Old Deng's words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity, not only indicating his capacity for self-destruction at any moment, but also earnestly beseeching Su Yi to return to the negotiation table, urging him to refrain from resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. To be frank, this predicament is not solely his. The entire think tank of the White Eagle Empire finds itself utterly confounded by Su Yi's maneuvers. Is it merely a matter of harboring remnants of the divine nation and seizing the opportunity to cast aspersions on the Celestial Domain Group and the 9 provinces, accusing them of conducting human experiments? Previously, during their verbal confrontations with the 9 provinces, the absurdity was far greater, nearly leading to outright curses and violent outbursts. Yet nothing came of it. This is merely the beginning. And here comes Su Yi, threatening to unleash space-based weaponry upon them. Now, the entirety of the White Eagle's upper echelons, in their astonishment and fury, wish to pose a singular question to Su Yi. My friend, are you truly serious about this? How can one bypass dialogue amidst conflict and immediately resort to hostility? Chapter 277. The continental shelf is on the verge of cracking trade discussions. Do you think I am idly sitting here? Sui Sukofut. I assumed you were eager to reach out to me with some profound insights. If this is all you have to say, then I shall take my leave. Do not presume that your pitiful gadget can intimidate me. I now present you with 2 choices. Either cast aside that object and join me in witnessing a grand spectacle of fireworks, or you may observe as I erase your bald eagle's overseas base from existence. And then, should you muster the courage, press that ridiculous button in your hand. At this juncture, he added with an air of mystery, believe me, your nuclear arsenal is as laughable as your military installations. As soon as he finished speaking, a touch button materialized on the wall before him, emblazoned with 2 glaring Chinese characters. Open fire. Su Yi pressed it without hesitation. In the following moment, a throng of journalists on the bridge, along with countless viewers on Blue Star observing through their lenses, witnessed the scene unfold. 3 variable caliber electromagnetic cannon muzzles, now aimed at Blue Star, emitted a blinding blue light, which was swiftly followed by an eerie calm. The vacuum of the environment rendered the sound of the cannon fire inaudible to those on the bridge. All that could be perceived was a flash of light, after which the view transformed into a perspective of Blue Star's oil-rich region. With the bridge's comprehensive display, everyone felt as though they were truly present in the desolate sands of the oil fields. Not far away loomed an expansive military base, unmistakable to the seasoned journalists who quickly identified the target the Tianyu group aimed to strike. Their exclamations alerted the others, who widened their eyes and focused intently on the unfolding visuals. In the next instant, without any warning, the military base erupted in a fierce explosion. Almost simultaneously, 3 mushroom clouds, accompanied by a blaze of fire, shot skyward, while a terrifying shockwave swept across the vicinity, instantly tearing apart the trees surrounding the base. Even the camera trembled slightly, as the once clear skies transformed into a haze of smoke. However, this was merely the beginning. Within less than 2 seconds post-explosion, the footage captured horrific fissures rapidly spreading across the ground, visible from at least 5 kilometers away from the base. The camera, ever so considerate, zoomed in to provide a close-up of the edges of these cracks. Even at the periphery, the chasm appeared nearly bottomless, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. As the smoke began to settle, the camera ascended to reveal a bird's-eye view of the ground, prompting gasps of astonishment from all present. Centered around the former Bald Eagle military base, the terrifying fissures sprawled like a spider's web, covering a radius of approximately 7 kilometers. From above, they resembled scars upon the earth, with the widest cracks exceeding 100 meters in breadth, while the narrowest edges measured a meter or 2 across. The depths are truly unfathomable, an abyss with no end in sight. Under such a tremendous assault, the military base of the White Eagle has vanished without a trace, leaving behind not even the remnants of its existence. The entire landscape resembles a crater left by a meteor strike, erasing any evidence of human activity in this once bustling area. That single blast must have been excruciating. Faintly, voices seemed to resonate from the camera's perspective. Pain? Not at all. Being instantly vaporized surely spares one any suffering. Hush! We're working. Let us not draw the chairman's attention. Su-E's lips twitched as he gestured for Tian Xian to cut the live feed from the front lines, where the armored warriors of the Tianyu Group's security division were broadcasting. To be candid, he had previously harbored doubts about whether 3 electromagnetic cannons could obliterate such a vast base. After all, electromagnetic cannons fire projectiles of considerable mass, and even with the caliber maximized to over 1 meter, the amount of explosive material they could carry is limited. Initially, he was uncertain whether a simultaneous barrage from 3 cannons could indeed annihilate an entire base. However, having just witnessed the effects of that synchronized fire, he could only describe it as using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Judging from the scene, 1 shot would have sufficed, with ample redundancy to spare. Though the destructive capacity in terms of human casualties may not rival that of a megaton nuclear warhead, the true potency of this weapon lies not in mass annihilation, but in its unparalleled penetration power. Fortunately, it was merely a 3-cannon salvo. If all 112 electromagnetic cannons aboard the ship were to unleash a barrage of this caliber upon a single target, the continental shelf itself would likely collapse. Clearing his thoughts, Su-E instructed Tian Xian to switch the feed back to the entrance of the Black Palace. At that moment, Old Deng was utterly bewildered as he watched the live stream on his phone. While he had anticipated that Su-E, sheltered in the skies, would remain unperturbed by nuclear threats and eventually retaliate, he was taken aback by the decisive nature of Su-Yi's assault. It seemed as though he had no fear of Old Deng pressing the button nearby to unleash the White Eagle's nuclear arsenal upon the world. The might of those 3 cannons was indeed formidable, momentarily leaving him in a daze, although it lacked the cataclysmic devastation associated with nuclear weapons. Any discerning observer could recognize that this might be more formidable in certain respects. After all, when a nuclear strike occurs, the high-ranking officials of Blue Star's major powers retreat to their bunkers. Even in the event of a global reset, they would emerge unscathed, suffering only a minor reduction in their livestock. Yet the electromagnetic cannons aboard Su-Yi's starship, they appear to be quite capable of breaching any nuclear shelter. With 3 cannons having ravaged an expanse of land, the multitude of gun barrels on the starship suggested that a single barrage could indeed fracture the very crust of the Earth. Any nuclear shelter would likely offer no refuge. Mr. President, an aide timely reminded Old Deng, snapping him back to reality. He turned to his assistant, who promptly replied, given the circumstances, it is best to proceed with the original plan. After a brief moment of hesitation, Old Deng sighed and gazed upon the anxious faces of the citizens of the White-Headed Eagle Empire below. Esteemed citizens of the White-Headed Eagle Empire, today, the Tianyu Group has launched a brutal assault on our overseas bases, resulting in the tragic loss of over 5,000 soldiers. Our once great empire must not be subjected to such indignities. Therefore, in my capacity as president of the White-Headed Eagle Empire, I shall initiate a nuclear strike against the Tianyu Group's stronghold on Penglai Island. This nuclear strike will not target any nation, organization, or individual other than the Tianyu Group, so I urge all parties to remain calm. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and placed it upon the button of the nuclear arsenal. With a mere press, 3 apocalyptic weapons of cataclysmic destruction would be launched from a site within the White-Headed Eagle Empire. There is a possibility that, as per the original plan, the missiles would be duds, merely falling harmlessly from the sky, resulting in his disgrace. Conversely, there could be unforeseen complications, leading to the launch of 3 operational intercontinental missiles armed with nuclear warheads. This could either strike the Tianyu Group and achieve the intended objective, or it could provoke nuclear powers worldwide, unleashing a catastrophic chain reaction, thereby irrevocably opening Pandora's box. Chapter 278. Nuclear Self-Detonation? The Descent of a Demigod. In this pivotal moment, the mind of the venerable old man was awash with myriad thoughts. He reflected on the tapestry of his existence and speculated about the ramifications that pressing the button would entail, both for himself and for the world at large. It was akin to the vivid reel of memories that flashes before one's eyes at the brink of death. Although he was advanced in years, The illicit elixirs of life he had consumed had granted him a semblance of vitality, preventing him from reaching his twilight just yet. However, he was acutely aware that once this button was pressed, his political career would be irrevocably concluded. The only distinction would be whether the launch succeeded or failed. Should the launch falter, as per the original plan, he would become the grandest fool in the eyes of the world, his name forever etched in the annals of history as the jester who, amidst the gaze of the globe, vowed to unleash the ultimate weapon in retaliation, only to have it misfire. Conversely, a successful launch would likely precipitate a cataclysmic reboot of the world. Even if he managed to avoid provoking the sensitivities of other nuclear nations, and everyone tacitly accepted that he aimed to obliterate Penglai Island, the destruction of the island itself would hold little significance. One island lost would merely lead to the construction of another. Much like the enigma surrounding how Su Yi had miraculously conjured such a vast landmass overnight. The potential loss of life would hardly pose a substantial threat to Su Yi. What awaited the empire of the White Eagle, however, was the probable wrathful retribution from Su Yi and the Celestial Domain Group. Could they emerge victorious? The likelihood seemed dismal. As for the cost of defeat, he could not yet fathom its entirety. But he was certain of one consequence: his own head as the commander who ordered the nuclear launch. Once the button was pressed, his fate would be sealed, and he would face no favorable outcome. Yet, he felt compelled to act. Taking a deep breath, the old man closed his eyes and, under the scrutinizing gaze of the multitude, slowly raised his hand. "Trust me, you would not wish to press that device." A gentle female voice resonated from outside the Black Palace, possessing a mesmerizing quality that, despite its softness, managed to eclipse the surrounding clamor, ensuring all present heard it distinctly. The old man paused, bewildered, and lifted his gaze. Alongside him, several journalists, Black Palace staff, and Secret Service agents turned their attention to the source of the voice. Amidst the collective gaze, a woman with cascading purple hair, draped in a robe adorned with celestial motifs and wielding an ornate wand, gracefully entered the Black Palace. How did she arrive here? Su Yi, who had been enjoying the unfolding spectacle, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. It was none other than the elusive Xingyin, who had seemingly vanished earlier in the day. According to recently accessed data, Miss Xingyin had been engaged in a gaming event at a shopping mall on Penglai Island. However, the escalating tensions had disrupted her enjoyment, as the strife between them and the White Eagle had inevitably stirred unrest among the island's populace. Upon hearing that the white-headed eagle intended to launch nuclear weapons at Penglai Island, she hastened to the empire of the white-headed eagle. The speed was unimaginable, leaving me no time to report to you. Tian Shu elucidated through the earpiece. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and turned to Yuling, inquiring in a voice audible only to the two of them. By the way, which type of demigod is Xingyin? Given her staff, could she be a practitioner of magic? However, Yuling's response was somewhat unexpected. No, she is a martial arts demigod. This distinction touches upon the difference between demigods and true deities, a topic that is rather intricate. In the magical realm, apart from families or factions that have genuinely produced demigods or deities, most are largely unaware of these nuances. To put it simply, the prerequisite for becoming a demigod is the simultaneous mastery of both magic and martial arts, with both disciplines needing to reach the 9th tier. Whether through magic or martial arts, fundamentally, these two paths converge. Achieving the 9th tier signifies reaching a plateau, at which point a degree of integration is required, using one path to validate the other. One may utilize magic to affirm martial arts, or vice versa. As long as one truly comprehends and elevates one path beyond the 9th tier, they are deemed a demigod. Yet, there are hierarchies among demigods. A demigod excelling in either martial arts or magic beyond the 9th tier has merely crossed the threshold of demigodhood. Only when one elevates both magic and martial arts to the demigod level are they considered a true pinnacle demigod, an entity that is unrivaled in the magical realm. The path to divinity is even more convoluted. According to the prophecies of ancient sages, one must thoroughly merge their martial or magical prowess at the demigod level, forging a new path that is distinctly different from existing martial and magical disciplines. However, to my knowledge, no one has achieved this in the hundreds of thousands of years of history within the magical realm, as recounted by my ancestor, the elven god, and recorded in the secret history of our moon elf royal lineage. According to the elven god, the deities that currently exist within the magical realm, unable to amalgamate these two paths, have opted for alternative routes. In simpler terms, they have taken the path of breaking through to demigod status by advancing one discipline to transcend its current limitations, thus reaching an unknown realm. Upon reaching that realm, at this juncture, even the typically gentle Yuling found her breath growing heavier. They attain immortality, true immortality, an infinite lifespan. Of course, whether it is indeed infinite is uncertain. However, throughout the magical realm's hundreds of thousands of years, there has never been a report of a deity falling due to insufficient lifespan. Thus, even if not immortal, living for 1,000,000 years should pose no problem. Following this method of breakthrough, some deities have endeavored to further pursue demigodhood, elevating the other path to the same realm, thereby becoming pinnacle deities, continuing to walk on both legs, facilitating the enhancement of their power to a realm beyond deities. However, all the deities, after numerous attempts, discovered that this approach was fundamentally unfeasible. Choosing the martial path to ascend to divinity meant that the possibility of further mastering magic was irrevocably lost. Conversely, selecting the magical path resulted in significant stagnation in martial prowess. Upon realizing this, in pursuit of greater power, many deities chose to entirely abandon the cultivation of the alternate path, dedicating themselves singularly to one discipline. Consequently, demigods typically do not distinguish between martial demigods and magical demigods, whereas deities often classify themselves as either martial or magical gods. In the case of Xinghen, she currently embodies the essence of a martial demigod, while simultaneously being a 9th-tier archmage, and she is not far from breaking through to true peak demigod status in the realm of magic. Her strength far surpasses that of an ordinary 9th-tier mage. It is no exaggeration to say that she is akin to a walking nuclear bomb. Chapter 279, A Notification. Not a discussion. Who are you? At the entrance of the Black Palace, a sizable crowd gazed at the enigmatic woman who had seemingly materialized from nowhere, paralyzed by uncertainty. Even the elite agents of the Special Operations Bureau hesitated to make any unnecessary movements, daring only to tremble and inquire from a distance. Though Xinghen uttered but a single sentence, with minimal gestures, an inexplicable dread surged through the souls of all present upon her arrival. It was as though the strikingly beautiful woman standing before them was not merely an individual, but rather a colossal beast, poised to devour. You are Sui Seidover. The assistant beside the old leader seemed to recall something, instinctively exclaiming. The commander, an elderly figure, often struggled with his vision, yet managed the myriad affairs of the White Eagle Empire. Naturally, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversary that was the Tianyu Group, and he was well informed regarding Su Yi's inner circle. Xinghen had long been a presence by Su Yi's side, although they seldom attended public events together. Their appearances were not entirely absent. Moreover, she resided atop the Tianyu Group headquarters, utilizing the elevator that was ostensibly reserved for Su Yi and Yuling, making her comings and goings noticeable to the employees. The nature of Su Yi and Yuling's relationship was no longer a secret. Even an individual claiming to be an insider of the Jojo Civil Affairs Bureau had revealed their marriage certificate. Human beings are inherently curious, and in such circumstances, it was difficult for a strikingly beautiful woman to frequent the abode designated for the boss and his spouse without attracting attention. In this digital age, such sensational gossip could hardly be confined to the realm of employees, given the lack of confidentiality regulations within the company. It was unsurprising that it found its way onto the internet. The White Eagle's information-gathering capabilities ensured that even this tidbit would not escape their notice. Sui se Loa. Using a universal language translation card, Xinghen understood their chirping tongue. The unexpected remark momentarily stunned her. Had the world exaggerated her relationship with that young boy to such an extent? After all, she primarily spent her time on Penglai Island. where the employees of the Tanya Group would not dare to discuss such matters in her presence. Indeed, she was oblivious. However, it mattered little. It was ultimately a trivial concern. Setting aside her musings, she addressed the silent crowd. I reside on Penglai Island, where I have some acquaintances. If you intend to blow it up, I fear that may not be feasible. While Su Yi is quite reliable in his endeavors, I still harbor some reservations. Which is why I have come. I have not unleashed my wrath in quite some time, and I do not wish to take lives now. Fortunately, you have yet to press that button, so I shall grant you a chance. 10 days. I've heard your efficiency is rather sluggish. So that might be a bit challenging. Let us extend it to a month. Within a month, destroy or surrender all nuclear weapons in your possession. And this matter shall be considered resolved. Of course, I doubt you will heed my words. So to ensure you undertake this task with the seriousness it demands, it seems necessary to present you with a demonstration. As her voice faded, the wand in Xinghin's hand gradually lifted, then came crashing down. A thunderous boom resonated, shattering the exquisite floor tiles surrounding her. In the next moment, a gentle breeze caressed, lifting a few strands of her purple hair. Xinghin spoke no further. She slowly vanished from the spot. It was not until she had completely disappeared that those around her seemed to awaken from a dream, regaining control of their bodies as the atmosphere grew tumultuous once more. Who is she? Uncertain, but it is said she is affiliated with the Tanya Group. How could such a prominent figure simply vanish into thin air? Moreover, as a member of the Tanya Group, she was not even invited to these negotiations. What audacity allowed her to stride into the Black Palace unimpeded? What are the Special Operations Bureau doing? What did that woman just say? That we are to destroy or surrender all nuclear weapons within a month. What a joke. Why not say that to her face? For some reason, upon seeing her, I was suddenly struck by a sense of dread. My hands still tremble, rendering me speechless. Indeed, the rumors hold truth. There are indeed individuals with extraordinary abilities in the Tanya Group, and that woman is undoubtedly one of them. Vanishing into thin air is nothing short of bizarre. Supernatural powers? What supernatural powers? Do not scare yourself. Such illusions have been performed by numerous magicians I know. Fool! Magic is an illusion, requiring preparation. This is the Black Palace, for heaven's sake. Are you suggesting a member of the Tanya Group brazenly entered the Black Palace to set up a magical venue in advance, only to emerge amid this tension and make such bold declarations, then perform tricks and vanish? I would rather believe she possesses real magic. With all this talk of supernatural powers and magic, aside from the vanishing act, I have yet to witness anything particularly extraordinary. Moreover, how is it impossible she could not have prepared beforehand? Such a large figure could walk directly into the Black Palace in broad daylight. I can only express concern regarding the security here. With the technological prowess of the Tanya Group, they could have easily deployed some form of advanced technology to stage a magical AtoZ to intimidate us. That woman struck the ground before vanishing, employing a technique akin to magicians who divert attention with other actions prior to their tricks. Which magician can merely strike the ground and create a half-meter deep crater? The earth must have been hollowed out beforehand. I reiterate, the security level of the Black Palace is indeed troubling. Nothing that transpires here would be surprising. Could you all cease your chatter? Has no one noticed the sudden gust of wind? Given our proximity to the seaside, is wind not to be expected? It has seemed to be picking up, and why do I feel as though it is growing stronger? On the horizon, ominous clouds seem to be gathering. Could a tempest be imminent? The weather forecast did not indicate such a possibility. Breaking news. The White Eagle Empire's Meteorological Bureau has just alerted our news headquarters, demanding a nationwide announcement. Merely a minute ago, a colossal hurricane appeared unexpectedly on the sea, less than 100 kilometers away, in a manner that defies meteorological norms. It is intensifying an alarming pace, and in a bizarre trajectory, nearly straight, is hurtling towards the Black Palace located in the Huadu Special District. It is anticipated to make landfall within the hour. No, according to the latest updates, this time frame has been accelerated to within 30 minutes. The Meteorological Bureau has preliminarily classified it as a Category 4 hurricane. Wait, that is not right. The Bureau has updated the information again, in 10 minutes at most. The hurricane will make landfall, having already escalated to a Category 5 storm and continuing to strengthen. It has reached Category 6, a hurricane of unprecedented terror. This is dire. The Tianyu group truly possesses sorcerers. Chapter 280, The Might of Demigods, Annihilating Storm. Not long ago, a certain state within the Eagle Empire was rendered utterly desolate, compelling the formidable empire to resort to the desperate act of illegal aid in the face of the tempest known as Hurricane Milton, which was merely classified as a Category 5 hurricane. Yet this tempest has already been deemed a once-in-a-century storm by the Eagle Empire. As for Category 6 hurricanes, there had previously been no established criteria for such an event. Naturally, with the emergence of a storm that defies current standards of measurement, new criteria will be swiftly developed. At this moment, the Eagle Empire stands on the brink of potentially witnessing the first Category 6 hurricane in the annals of human history, set to make landfall at the heart of the Empire's power within mere minutes. The catalyst for this turmoil, the Star Scar, merely issued a lightweight notification to the upper echelons of the Eagle Empire regarding necessary actions, devoid of any semblance of negotiation or inquiry before departing, leaving the officials in disarray amidst the tempest. Likewise, the surrounding residents, upon receiving the urgent warning, began a frantic exodus. Even the journalists gathered at the gates of the Black Palace, along with the Secret Service agents stationed at the White House, found themselves unable to maintain composure, anxiously observing the increasingly dense and ominous clouds gathering over the coast. Some reporters had even urged their photographers to hastily retreat, recognizing the peril. After all, who could fathom the sheer destructive potential of a Category 6 hurricane? While sensational news is enticing, the value of one's life far outweighs it. Moreover, since the emergence of the Heavenly Domain Group, there seems to have been no shortage of explosive news stories. The interruption of the Eagle Empire's supreme leader at the very moment of pressing the nuclear launch button seems rather trivial in comparison, as sacrificing one's life for such a cause appears rather unworthy. Amidst the chaos of the Black Palace, the elderly leader, who had remained silent since the appearance of the Star Scar, seemed to regain his senses. He discreetly withdrew his hand from the nuclear launch console and turned to his assistant, inquiring, "Surely this need not be pressed?" The assistant gazed at the console for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward, decisively pressing the button that symbolizes the one-click reset for Blue Star. However, it did not respond. Indeed, the assistant, seemingly having anticipated this outcome, wore a wry smile as he regarded the leader, regardless of whether it is necessary to press it. "We are unable to do so. Of course, if you genuinely wish to launch this device, you may sign a presidential order to have it transported to the nuclear launch base. However, I suspect you may not desire to proceed in such a manner." The elderly leader narrowed his eyes, observing the assistant who seemed to overstep his bounds, exhibiting a lack of reverence for his superior. With a disdainful huff, he commanded, "The storm is approaching. Activate the underground shelter of the Black Palace." Due to his advanced age, he faced difficulties in maintaining his position, having already been cast aside by his faction. Although he nominally occupied the role of supreme leader, it was only a matter of time before he would be replaced. Whether his successor would hail from his current faction remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the adage that once a person departs, the warmth of camaraderie dissipates, holds true in any nation. He has fallen from grace, while the assistant before him is still in the prime of his life. In the days when he wielded substantial power, this assistant often displayed a lack of respect, let alone now. Of course, even if he were to feel discontent, he could hardly voice it at this moment. It felt akin to being forced into a situation destined to be remembered infamously, and he could only comply. Faced with the assistant's insolence and provocation, he had no choice but to endure. Certainly, amidst such a tempest, remaining within the confines of the Black Palace offered no guarantee of safety. It was too late to board the Supreme Leader's private aircraft. The underground shelter of the Black Palace was evidently the only viable option, the assistant remarked nonchalantly. Although the storm was fierce, for someone of his stature within the imperial hierarchy, seeking refuge underground was a mere formality. After all, it was just a storm, not an earthquake. "What do you intend to do?" As they made their way to the shelter, Old Deng inquired. "What do we do?" came a reply. referring to the ominous words of the woman moments ago. The most dreaded silence enveloped the air. The assistant found himself momentarily speechless. What could he do? Did he not see that the button for the nuclear arsenal could not even be pressed? A mere gesture could conjure a Category 6 hurricane, capable of devastating the entire city in an instant. Should he confront it head-on? Surrender, of course. Simply acquiescing to whatever was demanded would suffice. However, while this reasoning held merit, as an official of the White Eagle, he could not utter such capitulatory sentiments. Whoever spoke such words would bear the consequences. Thus, faced with the Supreme Leader's inquiry, the assistant averted his gaze, pretending not to hear. Although old Deng had yet to step down as the Supreme Leader, he possessed the authority to dismiss the assistant at any moment. Yet in the worst-case scenario, he would only be left unemployed for a few months until the next Supreme Leader took office. Compared to proposing surrender, an untenable option, offending a soon-to-be ousted Supreme Leader and facing unemployment seemed a trivial concern. From any perspective, old Deng, already losing influence within the factions and likely to exit the Black Palace soon, was the most suitable scapegoat. Moreover, he was still the Supreme Leader, making any decision of such magnitude entirely within his legal rights. Old Deng, clearly aware of his fate, smirked coldly when the assistant remained silent after his query. Meanwhile, outside the Black Palace, the entire power center of the White Eagle Empire, the Huadu Special District, was shrouded in the storm. The terrifying winds, now beyond classification, battered the densely populated city as if they were a tangible force. The hurricane had appeared so abruptly that the residents had less than 10 minutes to respond and flee, resulting in a chaotic scene on the streets. In the turmoil, some fled in panic, darting into shops on either side of the road in an attempt to escape the ferocious winds. Others remained stuck in their cars due to traffic, cursing vehemently at the long line ahead. There are indeed those who, amidst calamity, remain spectators, standing by the roadside, capturing the chaos unfolding on their mobile devices, providing animated commentary while even striking whimsical poses before the camera. A greater number, however, have taken refuge within the shops lining the thoroughfare. Some have not descended from their high-rise abodes, dismissing the impending tempest with nonchalance. After all, encountering a hurricane is not unprecedented in this region. Although the White Eagle Empire's meteorological agency has declared this hurricane to be unparalleled, many still regard it with indifference, believing that sheltering within their buildings would ensure their safety. Until a fierce gust swept through, lifting dozens of individuals who were caught in the tempest from the ground into the sky, only for them to plummet back down, reduced to a gruesome mass. Chapter 281. Is the Starship Tour slot also a lottery? Dark clouds loomed over the city, and fierce winds swept the ground. Beneath the terrifying storm, many structures designed with significant safety redundancies, standing tall for decades and having withstood countless tempests, appeared utterly insignificant and helpless. As the true tempest made landfall in the capital of the White Eagle Empire, Washington, D.C., once the epicenter of global power, it found itself teetering precariously under the onslaught of nature. High above, aboard the Kunpeng starship, the crew observed the harrowing live feed from intrepid reporters braving the elements, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Only Su-Yi appeared contemplative amidst the chaos. Such a ferocious hurricane, capable of unleashing devastation upon a densely populated city, could potentially result in casualties numbering in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Impressive indeed. The force of nature bore little distinction from a natural disaster. However, in terms of lethality, it might not rival that of a nuclear weapon with a yield of 1 megaton. In such a crowded metropolis, the impact of a 1 megaton nuclear bomb would likely yield casualties in the hundreds of thousands, far exceeding the relatively modest toll of tens of thousands. Could this be construed as a sign of weakness? Not at all. There have been scholarly comparisons made between nuclear weapons and hurricanes. Researchers have calculated that the heat released by a mature typhoon is equivalent to detonating a 10 megaton nuclear bomb every 20 minutes. The energy expelled by a typhoon each hour is comparable to the cumulative force of over 600 atomic bombs previously detonated in the Pacific. When juxtaposed with the energy of typhoon, nuclear weaponry pales in comparison. Even launching a nuclear bomb into the eye of a typhoon would yield little effect. The hurricane conjured by Shinghin could very well unleash energy surpassing the collective might of all nuclear arsenals on Blue Star. The reason for the comparatively lower casualties relative to a nuclear weapon is straightforward. The methods of energy release differ fundamentally. This distinction underscores the essential divergence between Blue Star's nuclear arms and the divine powers in the realm of magic. The primary purpose of weapons crafted on Blue Star is to annihilate enemies, whereas the magical world contemplates broader considerations, such as fostering the evolution of life, essentially aiming for longevity and immortality. The capacity to defeat adversaries is merely an ancillary benefit of this evolutionary process. Unlike on Blue Star, where the pursuit of life evolution is a non-issue, the singular focus on enemy extermination naturally gives rise to weaponry with significantly higher lethality, albeit inferior energy output. It seems our friends in the White Eagle Empire are in for a rough time. One can only hope this tempest serves as a wake-up call, dispelling their fanciful dreams. Sue shrugged, turning to the mesmerized reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, the punitive actions by Tianyu Group against the White Eagle have concluded. The time ahead now belongs to you. I shall grant you a full day, during which you may roam freely within the Kunpeng starship. However, it is imperative to note that since this vessel has only recently embarked, the internal facilities and certain living modules remain incomplete. Thus, achieving comfort in terms of meals and rest may prove to be quite challenging. As for nourishment, personnel from Tianyu Group will provide standard battlefield rations for the security division in the ship's cafeteria. There are indeed dormitory areas for resting, yet bedding and similar amenities are conspicuously absent. Fortunately, this situation is temporary, lasting merely a single day. A little endurance will see it through. Of course, should anyone find the conditions unbearable, feel free to voice your concerns. In due course, I shall dispatch several landing craft back to Blue Star to retrieve some employees of Tianyu Group, along with a batch of supplies and equipment to enhance the ship's facilities. Those unable to withstand the current hardships may accompany the landing craft back to Blue Star, from where they can catch a flight home after reaching Punglai Island. Initially, I had intended to send all individuals away after the fireworks display. However, reconsidering, since they have already arrived and confidentiality is not a concern, it seems more prudent to allow them to remain aboard for a while. This starship is quite a modern model, with numerous innovative and user-friendly designs. If these journalists manage to capture and disseminate these minor, yet functional designs online for the benefit of the inhabitants of Blue Star, it could indeed prove advantageous. While I had no inclination to assign someone specifically for this task, having individuals present makes it quite convenient for them to relay these accessible designs back to Blue Star. What I had anticipated would be a dismissive response to the reporters turned into excitement when they learned they could remain on the starship for a day and explore. The inadequacies of the living quarters seemed trivial in comparison. After all, they could be provided with food and shelter. A mere day's duration is hardly a burden. Even if it meant foregoing food and sleep, they would gladly endure it. Even a stay of 2 or 3 days, provided they had water to stave off thirst, would be more than acceptable. Not only the journalists, but also the viewers tuning into the live broadcast were envious upon hearing about the day aboard the starship. What is this? A day trip on a starship? I wouldn't advise Mr. Su to do this, as I have never been on a starship. I am genuinely envious. I implore Mr. Su to allow me to be aboard the landing craft when it returns for personnel and supplies. Just let me have a glimpse. I will be content with anything. To be honest, I am a ship design major, and I am incredibly eager to see it for myself. These journalists lack professionalism, focusing on the ostentatious rather than the practical aspects. I beg you, let me have a look. As a child, I never dared to dream of such experiences, and yet here I am witnessing it unfold before my very eyes. It is utterly surreal. Landing craft and starships. What a perfect combination. Traveling to space is faster than my commute home. It is simply astonishing. The technology of Tianyu Group has evolved to an incomprehensible level, yet my curiosity compels me to seek a glimpse of it. I fervently implore Director Su for an opportunity. Numerous viewers in the live broadcast rooms are inundating the comments with requests to catch a glimpse. Observing this, Sui pondered for a moment before addressing the multitude of cameras. Since so many of you wish to come and see for yourselves, I shall not be overly parsimonious. Therefore, I will arrange for a registration portal on the official Tianyu Group website. Simply fill in your name and address to enter the lottery. A total of 500 fortunate individuals will be granted the chance to tour the Kunpeng starship. Once selected, you need only await the landing craft, which will arrive to collect you within an hour. Chapter 282. Seeking someone to dig a pit? This is quite simple. Initially, the viewers watching the live stream were merely engaged in casual banter, never anticipating that their light-hearted chatter would actually lead to an opportunity to board a starship. Suddenly, excitement surged among them. Thanks to Chairman Su, I'm signing up right away. Goodness, the Tianyu Group's official website has already launched a registration page for starship tours. ISNT, that incredible? Their speed is astonishing. ISNT, this to be expected. The Tianyu Group excels in various hardware technologies, and their software is unparalleled across the entire Blue Star. It's hardly a secret. Who can compete with them online? Exactly. Just look at their artificial intelligence ship girls. They're almost lifelike. Wait a moment. The registration closes in 10 minutes, and the LLB picking people up within an hour? But I'm at work. What if I get selected? Wake up, buddy. It's only been 3 minutes, and the number of registrants has already surpassed 30 million. Treat the lottery as a bit of fun. You need to exhaust your lifetime's luck to win. Considering not having time to attend before even winning is absurd. Work doesn't mean much. I'm still on a plane. If I do win, I'll just ask the pilot to open the cabin door and jump out, haha. Indeed, if one gets selected, who cares about work? I'd just fire that foolish boss and return a live stream, sharing all the incredible sights from a starship. That would certainly be worth it. My equipment is already prepared. Multiple professional cameras and some snacks. Once I get selected, I can leave at any moment. Have you been selected? Not yet. The results haven't been announced. They have been. Those selected have already received text notifications from the Tianyu Group. Damn it. Congratulations to those 500 lucky individuals. What kind of luck is this? Millions of entries for only 500 winners. I won. Ha! I'm one of the lucky ones. This is madness. Carry me away, I've claimed my spot. With a mere offhand comment from Su E, a frenzy erupted online. Although many initially felt hopeless upon seeing the staggering number of registrants, their envy grew upon witnessing the fortunate winners. The discussions online became a whirlwind, even surpassing the buzz generated by Su E's earlier destruction of the White Eagle base. After all, the destruction of a base was of little concern to ordinary individuals, as it didn't impact their daily lives. However, the prospect of embarking on a celestial journey was something one could genuinely partake in. You truly are generous.
Offering tours to the public, Old Lin remarked. In any case, most would hardly understand what they see up there. It's merely a visit, nothing significant.
Sui shuruk in response. You probably never intended to spend even a day in space, did you? What prompted this sudden decision? Because I suddenly recalled that there are several intriguing items aboard that starship. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the 6th large chamber of the Kunpeng. Aside from the 5 docking bays for landing craft and fighter jets, the door to this chamber is also ajar. Yet unlike the 5 docking bays housing various spacecraft and the other compartments filled with assorted supplies, the contents here are unique. It is the YX-9 Extraterrestrial Surface Expansion Survival Module, an advanced piece of equipment designed for survival on inhospitable planets, currently in a dormant state. This rectangular box measures 30 meters in height, 80 meters in length, and 50 meters in width. Its primary advantage lies in its ease of use. For instance, if we were to establish a base on the moon, we could simply fly to the designated area and drop this module. Upon landing, the onboard AI would assume control of the central processing unit, allowing the module to expand entirely. As he spoke, Sui approached the massive box and gave it a pat. This is it, he remarked. This is its dormant state. Once fully deployed, it transforms into a roughly rectangular enclosed structure, soaring to a height of 110 meters, with a length of 2,230 meters and a width of 560 meters. It is equipped with a self-circulating system, which, without any external supplies, can sustain 1,000 individuals for over 5 years with its own energy and resources. After deployment, the central processor continuously regulates the internal environment, ensuring that temperature, humidity, and oxygen levels remain within the most comfortable ranges for human habitation. In addition to the self-circulation system, it includes a dormitory area for 1,500 people, guaranteeing that each individual has a personal living space of no less than 30 square meters. Furthermore, it features recreational facilities, a hospital, and even a school, ensuring that residents can live there comfortably over extended periods. Naturally, the primary function of this module is to facilitate mining and research on uninhabitable planets in the short term, and the majority of its space is dedicated to mining and research modules, with hundreds of laboratories and vast areas designated for various mining equipment, far exceeding the size of the living quarters. The entire module is powered by 5 medium-sized third-generation cold nuclear fusion reactors, which are equipped with fuel rod manufacturing devices. The most critical material for producing these fuel rods is helium-3. At this point, Sue-yi shrugged, and the old man Lin immediately grasped his implication. Although the nuclear fusion experimental pile constructed in collaboration with the Kyushu Group is not yet fully operational, he is well aware that Tianyu Group has long possessed this technology, even utilizing it in numerous devices, including the 2 landing craft that have been flying around. However, nuclear fusion is not a source of energy that can be conjured from thin air. The extensive use of nuclear fusion reactors by Tianyu Group necessitates a source of energy. The yet-to-be-completed large nuclear fusion experimental pile by Kyushu is designed to utilize tritium-deuterium fusion, whereas the reactors employed by Tianyu Group are evidently more advanced, employing helium-3 as fuel for the fusion process. And where is helium-3 most abundant in the vicinity of Blue Star? Naturally, it is on the moon. So, why are you telling me all of this? Old Lin inquired, somewhat perplexed. At this moment, the JoJo has yet to fully grasp the intricacies of tritium-deuterium fusion reactors. Informing them of this would only prove futile. Could it be that Sue-yi intends to sell these 4 modules to JoJo? If so, he would be quite amenable to the idea, though he fears Sue-yi may not share his enthusiasm, given that there are merely 4 sets available. It is quite straightforward. In terms of mining, I lack sufficient specialized personnel, so why not request a contingent from JoJo? Sue-yi shrugged. Our AI has calculated that the mining equipment here can adequately meet the helium-3 fuel requirements of Tianyu Group, with just a mining team of around 500 individuals. The design of this module can accommodate up to 1,500 residents for extended periods, albeit with some excess capacity. I will provide the modules. You shall assist with the mining, and I can allocate 300 spots for JoJo in the surplus space. Additionally, I will ensure a designated area on the module's landing pad for your landing crafts, making it convenient for your personnel to conduct research and other activities. Old Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly the case? Chapter 283. Can deities not ascend to space? After engaging in a transaction with Sue-yi for 2 landing crafts, the cosmos has seemingly become a more attainable frontier for the 9 provinces. At least, when compared to the exorbitant costs of previous launch rockets. The nuclear fusion-powered landing crafts can transport 500 tons of supplies or carry 500 individuals at a fraction of the cost. Once the fuel is depleted, acquiring a few fuel rods from Sue-yi would suffice for a decade or more. Venturing into space casually is entirely different from establishing a permanent presence for hundreds of individuals in the cosmos. Not to mention, conducting scientific research in the natural vacuum of space would undoubtedly accelerate technological advancements in the 9 provinces. The only cost involved would be sending personnel to assist Sue-yi in managing the equipment and mining operations. It is quite frankly an exceedingly simple endeavor. Old Lin found himself at a loss for any reason to decline. The 2 quickly reached a consensus after a brief exchange. In such times, once the higher-ups agree, the intricate details will naturally be handled by others. Old Lin merely needed to place a call to the 9 provinces, and a dedicated team would promptly be dispatched to coordinate the matter. On Sue-yi's end, the process was even more straightforward. He simply instructed Tian Shu to complete tasks that would typically require dozens, if not hundreds, of personnel. As a docking bay door of the starship slowly opened, 12 landing crafts were released in succession. These vessels were significantly more advanced than the previous ones, and they could be operated by the onboard AI, Tianxian. Given their differing specializations, Tianxian excelled at piloting such crafts compared to the commercial AI, Tianshu. Of course, beyond AI control, these landing crafts, including transport ships, could also be manually operated. However, Su-Yi was disinclined to invest time in training personnel for operation. Conversely, the situation was different for the 9 provinces. Although Old Lin had yet to return, the 2 landing crafts of the Fuyo class had already been delivered. Just moments ago, the 9 provinces had called Old Lin, indicating they were unable to operate the crafts and inquiring whether Su-Yi could send a trainer to provide instruction, with compensation being negotiable. Alternatively, they were willing to work with an instruction manual if provided. Within the entire Tianyu group, only 2 AIs were capable of operating these crafts. Su-Yi had no means to source a trainer for them. It could only have Tianshu compile a temporary operations manual to send to the 9 provinces. Reports indicated that numerous experts and scholars were already gathered around the 2 crafts, deeply engrossed in their studies. One craft was allocated to the military of the 9 provinces for military transport, which included the capability to ferry personnel or supplies into space, or, as Su-Yi had done, to intimidate others by hovering over them. The other craft was designated for the Research Institute of the 9 provinces, primarily for scientific research purposes. Beyond its inherent research value, deploying it as a laboratory in space proved to be exceptionally beneficial. Contrary to the speculations of many netizens, the crafts were not entirely assigned to the military. After spending approximately 2 hours in space, the landing crafts dispatched to retrieve personnel and supplies finally returned. Accompanying the starship was, of course, Star Trace. She had changed out of her resplendent, shimmering celestial robe and now donned a simple summer outfit, a white t-shirt and shorts that accentuated her fair, long legs, exuding an air of casualness. In contrast to the other visitors, who approached the starship with a reverent demeanor, she appeared somewhat out of place. Upon spotting Su-Yi and Yuling, she complained, "You 2 went out for fun without inviting me." Su-Yi twitched his lips. He was perplexed as to why a demigod would possess such a penchant for leisure. He merely replied, "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision to take a look, and you just happened to be absent. That's unimportant. By the way, how many times can you unleash that kind of hurricane you just demonstrated?" Yuling, only familiar with certain classifications of magical worlds, lacked a full understanding of Star Trace's capabilities. Su-Yi, intrigued, directed his inquiry to Star Trace herself. 10 or 8 times is no problem. Why do you ask? Star Trace approached a porthole, gazing out at the azure planet, momentarily lost in thought. It's truly beautiful. 10 or 8 times would be extraordinary. If one were to unleash that scale of hurricane upon a city 10 times, the entire metropolis would likely be reduced to rubble. Su-Yi gave a thumbs up in affirmation, then turned his attention to the view outside, surprised. From a physical standpoint, our blue star's weaponry functions in your realm. The laws of physics in both worlds must be similar, if not identical. They should at least be comparable. Your world must also have such planets, perhaps just larger than Blue Star. You seem as though you've never encountered celestial bodies in outer space. Is it possible that the deities and demigods of your world have never ventured beyond the atmosphere? Having spent considerable time in this world, Star Trace was well aware of the meaning behind such specialized terms as atmosphere. She shook her head in response. No, in the magical world, places like this are referred to as zones of life prohibition. It is said that in ancient times, deities reached the heavens, but soon after, they fell. Deities cannot traverse the universe in physical form? Su-Yi was somewhat astonished. Not exactly. The situation is far more complex than you might imagine, Star Trace replied calmly. Because of those ancient legends, I never had the inclination to ascend after becoming a demigod, until I arrived at Blue Star. Only then did I realize that ordinary people here could utilize equipment to reach heights beyond where even deities cannot survive, and they could return unscathed. Later, I found some time to fly up and take a look. I didn't ascend too high, just beyond the stratosphere before descending. As it turns out, I sustained no harm. The conditions of space posed no threat to me. Do you know what this signifies? What? It suggests that the starry sky of the magical realm conceals profound secrets. Either the so-called divine beings that have fallen from the heavens are mere fabrications, an elaborate deception woven to mislead humanity for millennia, with undisclosed motives lurking in the shadows. Or the rumors hold truth, yet the peril does not arise from the treacherous environment above, but from something else entirely. Perhaps it stems from more formidable deities deliberately obstructing the escape of any divine entities from the magical world. Xinghen spoke with a casual tone, as if this revelation, capable of shaking the very foundations of the magical realm and capturing the attention of all divine beings, was hardly significant. She then cautioned, by the way, if you do not restrain the powers of those deities in a magical world, it would be wise to refrain from hastily opening a portal or allowing the people of Juzhou to launch satellites. If it merely comes down to combat, you could raise the entire world and annihilate the descendants of those deities, and they likely would not cast a glance in your direction. However, should you engage in actions such as launching satellites or activating interdimensional portals, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous existing deities. Do not rely on me. I am no match for those ancient beings. Chapter 284. Invincible beneath the deities, I suspect that the cultivation paths of the deities in your world may be flawed. Su-yi articulated after a moment of contemplation. The peculiar and unreasonable aura emanating from the cultivation methods previously mentioned by Yu Ling, coupled with Xinghen's assertion that deities in the magical realm were unable to ascend to the cosmos, hinted at an oddity that could not be ignored. Oh, Xinghen raised an eyebrow, gazing at Su-yi with keen interest. If my memory serves me correctly, you have not engaged with our cultivation methods, have you? I have been exposed to them, but I have not practiced them, Su-yi replied. Well, it appears you currently possess the physique of a second or third-tier warrior, but you have merely indulged in leisure and affection with Yu Ling, relying on external forces for improvement. In terms of combat prowess and understanding of cultivation, I dare say a random first or second-tier warrior or mage in the magical realm would likely best you, Xinghen remarked with a smile. You are light years away from that level. What gives you the audacity to claim that the cultivation paths of those deities are flawed? Intuition. Su-yi responded candidly. I simply feel that something is amiss, and my instincts have always proven to be quite accurate. Is that so? Xinghen pondered for a moment before affirmatively stating, Indeed, your intuition is correct. The paths taken by the deities in our world are indeed flawed, and the consequences of these errors could be catastrophic. Once they stray from the path, there is little hope for redemption. In fact, many in that world also believe that the deities' cultivation routes are problematic. Consequently, numerous demigods, even when their lifespans are still abundant and capable of breaking through, often refrain from doing so. Does that include you? Su-yi inmuidet suddenly. Xinghen hesitated for a moment, then propped herself against the handrail by the porthole and smiled. Do you know how old I was when I broke through to the 9th tier and became a demigod? Su-yi contemplated for a while before tentatively suggesting. 100 years? If he recalled correctly, Yu Ling had mentioned that Xinghen was quite ancient. Her youthful appearance was primarily due to her elven lineage and her overwhelming strength. Her true age was unknown to outsiders. She had already emerged as a demigod by the time she made her debut, and she remained one to this day. According to Yu Ling's knowledge, Xinghen had been active in the magical realm for at least a century, implying she had achieved demigod status long ago. Xinghen, however, displayed no unusual reaction, merely curling her lips into a slight smile as she replied, 16 years old. 16? It was not Su-yi who spoke this time, but the previously silent Yu Ling, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Is it truly hard to accept? Xinghen addressed her. When calculated, your age as an elf is comparable to that of a human girl in her teens. You have attained both magical and martial prowess at the 8th tier at such a young age. As a half-elf, my becoming a demigod at 16 should not be so difficult to fathom, should it? I suspect you are engaging in a bit of humble bragging, but I have no evidence to support that. Su-yi expressed her skepticism, stating, achieving semi-divine status at such a tender age is indeed a rarity. Even among humans in the magical realm, the youngest recorded semi-divine individual did not ascend until they were in their 70s. Could you elucidate this? Yu Ling, having little interest beyond her training during her time in the magical world, had a penchant for reading. The royal library of the Elven Kingdom was replete with tomes, earning it the reputation of a compendium of magical knowledge. Thus she was well-versed in various subjects. 70 years to reach semi-divinity? Are you referring to that goblin who broke through over a millennium ago? Xing Hen inquired with keen interest. Do you know him? Oh, I killed him approximately 70 years ago. Yu Ling was truly taken aback. These semi-divine beings, deities, typically resided in lofty realms, detached from the mortal coil. Their interactions remained shrouded in mystery, accessible only to those of equal standing who dared to reveal them. Otherwise, no records existed to substantiate such events. The fall of a semi-divine entity was monumental, and had Xing Hen not disclosed it, the world would likely remain oblivious. Wait, Yu Ling furrowed her brow. The Royal Library of the Elven Kingdom has records indicating that several centuries ago, another semi-divine individual returned from their travels across the continent and mentioned that extraordinary goblin. Upon breaking through in his 70s, he achieved true pinnacle semi-divinity within less than 300 years, standing merely a step away from true divinity. 70 years ago, you were not. Did I not just recently cross the threshold into semi-divinity? Xing Hen chuckled. This realm is far too intricate. You cannot grasp it without having truly entered it. The so-called pinnacle semi-divinity is rather overrated. I shattered his divine form in merely 3 moves. At times, such ostentatious declarations, when uttered by those of genuine prowess, elicit both admiration and incredulity. Yu Ling found herself rendered speechless by her words. Su Yi, less versed in these matters, curiously interjected. So, does that mean you are stronger than those at the pinnacle of semi-divinity? Xing Hen tilted her head in contemplation. The other day, while scrolling through short videos, I encountered a phrase that resonated with me. Beneath the gods, I am invincible. Above the gods, a one-for-one exchange. At that, she could not suppress her laughter. Indeed, it was quite a captivating sentiment. Su Yi smirked slightly before continuing. You possess the confidence to exchange blows with true gods shortly after achieving semi-divinity. If you were to advance further to the pinnacle, would that not make slaying those deities as effortless as a mere game? Achieving semi-divinity at 16 is an extraordinary talent. Further advancement should not be insurmountable, should it? That's not quite how it works, Xing Hen replied, shaking her head. Given my current circumstances, transcending to the pinnacle of semi-divinity is merely a matter of will. However, even so, it would not significantly enhance my combat prowess. The intricacies of this matter are quite complex, and I find it challenging to explain. Essentially, I share your perspective, believing that these demigods have strayed from the path. Thus, I do not wish to replicate the so-called ladder to divinity, which is easily discernible in its conclusion. The threshold of cultivation beyond the demigod realm diverges significantly from that of other demigods, which is why I possess my current prowess. This path is fundamentally distinct from the so-called martial arts and magic practiced by wizards, possessing an inherent difference at its core. After 2 years of being a demigod, I triumphed over an elder demigod and acquired his cultivation methods. Subsequently, I employed a technique akin to dismantling and reconstructing my abilities, relinquishing my original strengths, and dedicating 2 years to re-establishing them. Chapter 285. The life-draining cultivation method. Those capable of attaining the realms of demigods or even deities are undoubtedly individuals of extraordinary talent. Even someone like you, a denizen of another world, can deduce certain truths about the divine after hearing detailed accounts. Thus, the path I am currently pursuing has long existed and is not a secret among the demigods and deities. It is, in fact, widely acknowledged for its formidable combat prowess post-cultivation. The reason this method has not gained widespread popularity, replacing traditional magic and martial arts, and why most demigods and deities refrain from choosing this route, is quite straightforward. Firstly, this cultivation method demands an exceptionally high physical standard. One must at least be a demigod, possessing the physique of one, before attempting to disperse their accumulated power for recultivation. Even if it were offered to ordinary individuals, they would be unable to practice it, naturally preventing its dissemination among the general populace. As for why the deities do not pursue this seemingly superior method, it is not due to a lack of courage to dissipate their might for recultivation. Rather, it is because this practice shortens one's lifespan. Xinghen explained this matter in a candid manner, displaying no intention of withholding information. Shorten lifespan? He furrowed his brow and inquired, how does that work? It remains difficult to ascertain the exact lifespan of those deities. Living for 1,000,000 years should pose no challenge. Demigods typically have lifespans exceeding 10,000 years, with the longest recorded demigods living up to 30,000 years. The longevity one achieves through this cultivation method, however, varies significantly by individual circumstances. For instance, as a half-breed of human and elf, I could naturally live 300 to 500 years without cultivation. Yet, after nearly a century of practicing this method, I would likely have 3 years left to live. Xinghen pondered for a moment, uncertain, perhaps even shorter or possibly longer, but it is unlikely to exceed 10 years. So how old are you now? Sui asket griv. It is considered quite impolite to inquire about a woman's age. Xinghen lightly patted his shoulder, yet continued, since we have broached the topic, it matters not. I am precisely 120 years old this year. Goodness. This means that after becoming a demigod, one must not only relinquish all their power and invest untold efforts into recultivation, but also suffer significant reductions in lifespan. To reach a level akin to Xinghen, one's lifespan would fall short of even the average lifespan of their kin, perhaps to a mere quarter or fifth of it, or even less. How astonishing. It is no wonder that despite the knowledge of this method's immense post-cultivation combat potential, so few demigods and deities possess the courage to pursue it. To lose such a substantial portion of one's lifespan means that the time remaining after recultivation could be less than the time originally spent evolving from an ordinary person to a demigod. Aside from prodigies like her, who became a demigod at 16, how many can muster such resolve? So, do you truly have only 3 years left to live? He still found it somewhat hard to believe that this walking nuclear bomb, an existence so powerful as to be beyond the realm of mortals in the magical world, would only live a little over 100 years. Perhaps Lin, who had consumed the water of life, might live longer. Why would I deceive you? Xinghen remarked with a hint of amusement. Let us not dwell on those melancholic thoughts. I'm not fond of them. Besides, there are still 3 years left. Who knows? I might just tread a path unprecedented and achieve this journey. Becoming a demigod may shorten one's lifespan. Yet pushing this cultivation path to a realm akin to the divine should grant me a few more years, right? Reflecting on the terrifying feat of this woman achieving demigod status at 16, Sui mused that it might not be entirely impossible. From Xinghen's words, it became evident that the cultivation methods of those deities in the magical world were indeed flawed. If their path were truly perfect, it would not have taken them hundreds of thousands of years without a single individual breaking through to a higher realm. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that a cultivation route, whose combat prowess vastly surpassed magical martial arts, would have such a tragically short lifespan. You have quite the audacity, Sui remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. You spend your days either cooped up at home playing games or wandering aimlessly. You attend every comic convention, and when there isn't one, you have Tian Shu organize one for you, nearly transforming yourself into an anime character. Yet when asked about your lifespan, you reveal there are merely 3 years left. Talk about a sense of relaxation. Every predecessor who had traversed this path had the opportunity to ascend to divinity within their original cultivation system. Each was a stunning prodigy. Now, not only were they mere remnants, but they were on the brink of becoming fossils. If urgency were useful, this path would have been traversed long ago. Xinghen, unfazed, responded, "What's this? Are you contemplating a visit to the magical world to eliminate those deities?" Ahem, that's not the case. One must be capable of such feats first. Given Xinghen's demonstrated combat ability, she had admitted herself that she could at most trade blows with a deity. To challenge all the divine beings of the magical world would likely require every nuclear weapon from Blue Star, which probably wouldn't suffice. Isn't it a matter of insufficient strength? Xinghen teased with a smile. Knowing your temperament, If you had the power to deal with those deities, you would have already vanquished them or bound them in a contract on a trading platform, gaining absolute control over them. Am I correct? Not at all. Not at all. Sui immediately denied. That is pure slander. I'm not such a petty person. The one embroiled in the matter is often oblivious to the truth. However, having known each other for a while now, I've spent much of my time observing your world, thus I can discern some things. You harbor a strong aversion to forces beyond your control that threaten you. Even if the likelihood of those wielding such power acting against you is minimal, you desire their disappearance or to have them entirely within your grasp. To put in your world's terms, this reflects a profound desire for control or perhaps a form of paranoia regarding persecution. How does one evade being persecuted by others? Indeed, it is only natural to eliminate all forces that pose a threat to oneself. This mentality is commonplace, whether in the blue planet or the realm of magic. Typically, those in power harbor such notions. The distinction between you and them lies in the fact that the politicians of the blue planet and the deities of the magical world are incapable of completely eradicating all threats in their vicinity. They are invariably constrained by various limitations. In contrast, you possess the ability to achieve this. As an observer, Xinghin often perceives matters with greater clarity than Su Yi himself. Previously, she found little inclination to voice her thoughts, but now that the conversation has ventured this far, she merely offered her perspective. It is not her intention to counsel Su Yi on how to proceed. Rather, she seeks to remind him from a different vantage point and, in passing, to address a few other matters. Chapter 286. Is this not a form of equality? At this moment, not only Yu Ling but also Su Yi fell into silence, overwhelmed by Xinghin's words. After a considerable pause, Su Yi remarked, "You truly are a conversation killer. In just a few sentences, you've extinguished all discourse." Xinghin shrugged and continued, "Do you know why I share these thoughts with you? It is because I suspect there exists someone in the magical realm who mirrors your essence." This sudden shift left Su Yi utterly confounded. Someone like me? You cannot be referring to Wei Wei, can you? She is merely an impetuous young girl, unaware of her own limitations. Xinghin shook his head. Her ambition is vast, yet her knowledge is woefully inadequate concerning the concealed secrets of that world, even though she is a direct descendant of the imperial family of the Radiant Sun Empire. These mysteries hardly qualify as secrets for her. At her age, it is unlikely she can peruse the ancient tomes and archives. She naively believes that the deities and demigods will adhere to the established rules of engagement. As long as she refrains from provoking them, she can wield her royal lineage as a shield to act with impunity. However, the truth is that the gods do not abstain from the struggles of mortals out of any binding covenant. For beings of their caliber, such agreements are little more than scraps of paper. Their indifference towards the conflicts that ordinary mortals and practitioners engage in stems purely from a divergence of pursuits. Was fought over with fervor by the common folk holds no significance for the exalted deities and demigods. Absent sufficient incentives to engage, they will remain mere spectators. Some deities, seemingly idle, may even establish wagers, treating the fate of countless souls as mere entertainment, for deities possess no genuine concern. Even the direct descendants of these deities bear little weight in the eyes of their nearly immortal progenitors, regarded as mere pawns to be sacrificed without hesitation, no more noble than anyone else. If that is the case, Su Yi's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. So in your world, it is the deities who are least inclined to believe in the doctrine of bloodlines? After all, as you imply, these gods equally discriminate against all those beneath the status of demigods. Is this not a form of egalitarianism? Just as Xinghin was gaining momentum in his discourse, he paused abruptly, then laughed and chided, "No. Can you please pay attention? Is this the crux of the matter? I am listening. I am listening. Please continue. I am parched." Parched? Understood. You adore the milk tea from the headquarters below, do you not? Tian Shu. Find someone to take a landing craft and procure a few cups. Su Yi unhesitatingly instructed Tian Shu, then added, "The drinks will arrive shortly. Continue your explanation." Under what circumstances might the deities intervene on Wei Wei's behalf? It could happen at any moment. As Xing Hin shifted to the serious topic, his demeanor became significantly more solemn. She overestimates the deity's thresholds. In reality, the so-called gods of the magical realm are merely extraordinarily powerful individuals, not divine beings, and their character may even fall short of that of ordinary people. In order to safeguard the city of Mengchuan and subsequently pursue the ambitions of the Blazing Sun Empire, she has taken an excessive amount from you, which is rather unusual. The Sun Empire is backed by deities, and not just one. Should the demigods sense something amiss, they may hesitate to act. However, once the true gods discover the abnormalities surrounding her, there will undoubtedly be consequences. If they learn that Wei Wei possesses a means to connect with other realms, these deities will surely become frenzied. They may endure the destruction of the life-giving spring that nourishes over 2 billion souls in the kingdom of elves, for to them, it is merely a plaything they created. Its loss bears little significance. In fact, they might even find amusement in the spectacle of billions from the north descending southward. However, they will never forsake an opportunity to explore other worlds. Wei Wei's reckless dispatch of these unique items from Blue Star to the magical realm will inevitably lead to trouble. Although Su Yi has not ventured into the magical world, he had contemplated this issue previously. During a particularly significant transaction, he inquired of Wei Wei about the potential repercussions should the deities in that realm discover her activities. It was then that Wei Wei explained that the deities of their world were not inclined to intervene lightly. At that time, he held a degree of skepticism, but observing Wei Wei's unwavering confidence and recalling her extraordinary lineage led him to believe that deities indeed existed within the Sun Empire. Hence, he did not dwell on it further. The recent revelations from Xing Hin have clarified his doubts and provided him with a deeper understanding of the deities in the magical realm. Previously, he had fallen into the cognitive trap of Blue Star's inhabitants, believing that as a member of the royal lineage of the Sun Empire, a direct descendant of the gods, Wei Wei would be shielded from harm even in dire situations. Yet, considering the perspective of those deities, it seems they might not be overly concerned with their descendants' affairs. For ordinary mortals, the primary significance of procreation and nurturing progeny lies in the concept of legacy, whether it be through bloodlines or the spirit's essence. Driven by the instinct to transcend their limited lifespans and resist the inevitability of death, humans naturally seek to cultivate successors to perpetuate their existence in this world. This is a consequence of life's inherent instincts. But what of the deities? With their near-immortal lifespans, do they require successors? If they cannot perish, then, of course, they do not. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi remarked, "So, should I reduce the support I provide in my transactions with her?" "That is unnecessary," Xing Hin clarified. "The weapons and various devices you have already sent are more than sufficient. It is likely that some deities have already taken notice of her. But since these items are fundamentally simple, they could theoretically be crafted in the magical realm as well. Those curious deities may come to study them, but they will likely leave without much concern. Cutting off your supply now would only arouse their suspicion towards her. My suggestion is that you may continue to provide your usual supplies and even send a few production lines to assist Wei Wei in establishing several military factories. However, it would be prudent to refrain from transporting certain advanced technologies. For instance, devices capable of soaring to great heights, such as rockets that can deliver payloads into outer space. Such entities, which can reach realms beyond the reach of deities, would undoubtedly pique their curiosity if discovered, compelling them to intervene personally to seek clarification. Moreover, your planet's nuclear weapons have been a frequent topic of discussion since their arrival. After researching the principles behind nuclear weaponry, as described online, I have discerned that the method of energy release is exceedingly unique. Not to mention the magical realm, even on your planet, there are virtually no weapons that bear any resemblance to it. Should it come to light, I believe that even deities might perceive it as an entirely new path of cultivation, undoubtedly sparking the curiosity of all divine beings. Chapter 287. The secrets of the divine nuclear weapons are indeed extraordinary. The discovery and application of nuclear energy by humanity on Blue Planet was fraught with serendipity, rather than a natural evolution of technological advancement. It resembles a significant branch that has been unearthed from thin air. It is true that the inhabitants of Blue Planet have yet to fully comprehend nuclear energy. After a thorough discussion with Xinghin, he found himself considerably more composed. Upon reflection, it became evident that he and Wei Wei had progressed too swiftly in the magical realm, having yet to encounter any interference from demigods or deities. It is crucial to recognize that these entities are the true apex of the magical world. They operate from the shadows and control over 90 of the world's resources. Previously, Yi believed that as long as he refrained from provoking these beings, he would be safe, assuming their lofty status rendered them indifferent to the affairs of mortals. However, Xinghin's remarks illuminated the naivety of his assumptions. For the demigods and deities of the magical world, they exist in a state of limitations, their potential seemingly locked away. The emergence of an individual like Xinghin, who would willingly relinquish a protracted lifespan to seek transformation within a mere century, suggests that she is not alone in her plight. This has evolved into a systemic issue. It reveals that the divine beings are acutely aware of the predicaments they face and are in constant pursuit of change. In the current landscape of the magical world, what presents the greatest uncertainty? Undoubtedly, it is Wei Wei, who possesses the capacity to facilitate communication with otherworldly realms as a member of a trading platform. This fact is beyond dispute. Once the deities become aware of this revelation, they will undoubtedly be stirred into action. Having an elder in the household is like possessing a treasure, He mused. Just as he took a delightful sip of his milk tea, Xinghin nearly choked. After casting him a sidelong glance, she retorted, "If you cannot articulate yourself, it would be better to remain silent." At over 100 years, she would still be considered a minor among elves, only slightly older than your young lover. "Ding Jinya," exclaimed the blushing Yuling, interrupting her. In truth, Yi had merely been jesting. He could hardly regard Xinghin as an elderly figure. Regardless of her age, her youthful beauty sufficed. A well-preserved gentleman in his 40s could still earn the title of ageless heartthrob, appearing as though he were in his 20s, while a 20-something programmer might already be balding. Given these comparisons, it is unnecessary to state who would be perceived as the younger individual in such juxtaposition. Moreover, when compared to the older individuals on Blue Planet who may appear youthful yet possess a similarly aged mentality, Xinghin's outlook is distinctly more youthful. Her perspective as one wielding extraordinary power diverges significantly from that of ordinary people, resulting in a markedly different mindset. After a light-hearted jest from Xinghin, Yi deftly redirected the conversation. "So, what did you mean earlier when you said there is someone in the magical world akin to me?" "Literally that," she replied. Xinghin shrugged and remarked, "I suspect that in ancient times, someone once transcended the realm of divinity and has survived until now, older than all the gods. This entity manipulates everything in the magical world from unseen corners, ensuring that no one can reach the starry skies. They intentionally disseminate erroneous cultivation methods, preventing the entire magical realm from ever breaking through to a state beyond divinity. They stifle any power that poses a threat in its infancy, much like yourself. Would you agree?" Yi pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Indeed. If I were to become the supreme authority in the world at any given time and had the ability to lock out future challengers, I would not permit anyone stronger than me to emerge and confront me. There is no shame in admitting such a desire. Who wouldn't wish to wield absolute power? This is merely a conjecture drawn from the threads of evidence I've gathered over the years. I possess no proof to substantiate it. I merely wish to convey to you and that golden-haired girl not to regard that world so simplistically." Xinghin waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. During their leisurely conversation, the necessary life support facilities and personnel had largely arrived. A dock opened, revealing 12 landing craft that made several round trips between the surface and Blue Star in less than 2 hours. Most of the time spent on loading and unloading cargo and personnel. Over 5,000 tons of various facilities and materials were transported, along with more than 1,000 individuals. This included 500 fortunate souls who had secured tickets through the Tianyu Group's official website, as well as several hundred staff members Yi intended to to send to work on the starship, and some specialized researchers hastily recruited after communication with Old Lin and the Jojo side. The Jojo side had long been prepared for the lunar landing operation. This time, Sui planned to directly pilot the transport ship to establish a long-term, large-scale base by deploying an extraterrestrial expansion module. Although theoretically capable of fully automated operations, both Tian Shu and Tian Xian believed it would be prudent to station a group of personnel on site. It wasn't that the advanced technology on the Bailu side was flawed or that the automated machinery lacked stability. Rather, the Interstellar Alliance deliberately designed such facilities to be less robust and durable, with the intention that regular maintenance by personnel would be necessary. This principle applied not only to these instruments, but also to starships. If the Interstellar Alliance so desired, they could achieve complete automation, potentially yielding even better results than human operation. Tian Xian's computational power was even several 100,000 times greater than that of Tian Shu, which could theoretically manage a colossal enterprise with billions of individuals without any strain. With sufficient authority, Tian Xian could effortlessly take control of the entire starship. However, Bailu had made it clear to Su Yi when handing over the transport vessel. Tian Xian can only manage the starship for basic operations. More intricate battlefield scenarios necessitate human involvement to handle them effectively. This design likely stems from the apprehension of the designers within the Interstellar Alliance, who fear the potential repercussions of an excessively intelligent AI, hence the imposition of a layer of human oversight. Highly sophisticated AI is capable of controlling various machinery to execute unmanned operations, yet can never fully harness the performance of these devices to their utmost potential. In theory, Su Yi merely needs to send a group of maintenance personnel, but given the lunar destination and the fact that this is the inaugural mission, it is prudent to enlist professionals for the task. Tianyu Group is unlikely to find such talent, necessitating assistance from Jojo. However, considering Jojo's previous lunar exploration initiatives, it is improbable they possess a reserve of hundreds of astronauts. No matter how vast their enterprise, such extravagance is unfeasible. Thus, among the several hundred individuals mobilized, there are not only the rigorously trained professional astronauts prepared for the lunar landing, but also astronauts from other fields and personnel with extensive knowledge of the moon. With Tianyu Group's cutting-edge technology at their disposal, the criteria for selecting individuals for the mission need not be overly stringent. While possessing the physique and knowledge akin to seasoned astronauts is ideal, it is not a significant issue if that is lacking, provided they have a thorough understanding of the moon and possess robust expertise in their specific domains. Su even noticed a few elderly professors in their 50s or 60s accompanying the group. Chapter 288. This is what we call professionalism. Family, we have boarded the starship. It is said that in no more than half an hour, the starship will embark on its journey to the moon. Considering that those aboard the starship have likely never experienced such a mode of transportation, the vessel will set forth with a gentle demeanor and moderate speed. It will take approximately 8 hours to reach our lunar destination. The captain has even stated that anyone interested can don the starship's work attire and explore the moon upon arrival. These uniforms are crafted with advanced technology. They are remarkably lightweight, yet their efficacy is comparable to that of space suits. Once equipped, exiting the ship will pose no challenge, allowing everyone to traverse the lunar surface in these outfits. While the Americans may have once made dubious claims about their lunar landings, I, as the first broadcaster from Blue Star to set foot on the moon, must articulate something significant. Come on, everyone, rally your creativity and help me conjure some witty remarks. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the Tianyu Group employees and the professionals dispatched by the Jojo authorities, the randomly selected individuals aboard the starship exuded an exuberance that was palpable. As soon as they boarded, the atmosphere became lively. Among them were those equipped with action cameras and various streaming devices, eager to broadcast the experience live. Their chatter was incessant, and it was evident they had prepared thoroughly. They effortlessly recited the guidelines provided by Tianyu concerning boarding procedures, voyage duration, trajectory, and objectives, as if it were second nature to them. One individual, who had memorized the specifications of the Kunpeng Starry Sky assault ship, which spanned dozens of pages on the updated Tianyu Group website, navigated the ship while educating the viewers in the live stream, all the while singing the praises of the starship and the Tianyu group. The enthusiasm was infectious, and even I found it quite exhilarating. In the corridor of the bridge, I observed a lively young woman among the newly boarded passengers, her chatter seemingly unending, and I could not help but commend her. Beside me were Yu Ling and Xing Hen, along with Yang Yi, who had taken time off to witness the spectacle out of sheer curiosity. The ability to retain such a vast amount of information in a short period is indeed impressive, and Yu Ling nodded in agreement. The functionalities of this starship are exceedingly intricate. Even a simple introduction to its parameters requires dozens of pages. The fact that she could memorize them all so swiftly speaks volumes about her extraordinary memory. What? Do you have a crush on that girl? Xing Hen tished. I scrutinized the female broadcaster before shaking my head. In any other context, she would undoubtedly be considered a goddess, but here, she is merely average. Yang Yi's appearance and physique are certainly remarkable among ordinary people. Yet before the infusion of magical sustenance and the essence of life, she fell short in comparison to Yu Ling. Even now, she does not quite match Yu Ling in terms of allure. He was captivated by her purely because of that refreshing and youthful spirit she exuded. This female streamer fell short in this regard compared to Yang Yi, and having grown accustomed to finer things, he held little interest in her. Rather, it was the professional competence displayed in her broadcasts that piqued Su Yi's curiosity. He casually remarked, "Tianshu, inquire whether that female streamer is currently employed and if she has any inclination to switch jobs. If so, extend her an offer and encourage her to showcase more. I find it delightful." Often, the casual words of influential figures can decisively shape the trajectories of lesser lives. At that moment, the fortunate recipient of a ticket, keenly attuned to the immense business opportunities before her, Han Qingqing fully grasped this sentiment. Recently graduated and idling at home, she had thought to try her hand at live streaming, hoping to earn some money. However, after purchasing an array of equipment and streaming for several days, she had yet to earn a single penny. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon her as she won a spot for a Starship tour with Tianyu Group. After confirming with the AI customer service of Tianyu Group that the Starship offered continuous internet connectivity with Blue Star and permitted live streaming, she promptly brought along her newly acquired equipment. To avoid any potential mishaps, she memorized the specifications of the Starship published on Tianyu Group's official site, showcasing her remarkable memory. As anticipated, once she began her live stream, she transitioned from small streamer with an audience that never surpassed 5 to a super influencer with over 5 million concurrent viewers. Just as she was prepared to leverage this opportunity to significantly increase her following, an individual appeared before her. Specifically, an AI. This is now widely known. The AI of Tianyu Group, named Tianshu, addressed her, "Esteemed Ms. Han Qingqing, our chairman, Mr. Sui, holds your professional capabilities in live streaming in high regard and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join Tianyu Group. How do you feel about this?" Han Qingqing, experiencing her first interaction with a holographic AI, felt a flutter of nerves. Upon hearing Tianshu's words, she could hardly believe her ears. It took her a moment to process before incredulously asking, "You mean, Chairman Su wishes to hire me?" Indeed, she instinctively wanted to ask why, but swallowed the question before it could escape her lips. What did it matter? Coming from an ordinary family and struggling to find satisfactory employment after graduation, she recognized that the current influx of viewers in her stream was merely a result of the Starship's inaugural journey. The likelihood of retaining such an audience was uncertain. In comparison to the coveted Tianyu Group, what did her current situation really signify? It is worth noting that in today's job market in Jiuzhou, securing a position at Tianyu Group is considered a more prestigious option than even passing public service examinations. Even the most junior employees at Tianyu Group are regarded as part of the middle class, enjoying not only superior benefits, but also a relatively easy workload. She could not fathom a reason to decline the offer and promptly replied, I accept. DRMs. Your resume has been successfully incorporated into the internal database of Tianyu Group. Kindly report to the headquarters or the branch located in Jiuzhou within a week. Wishing you a pleasant journey. After delivering this message, Tianshu deactivated the projection and vanished from sight. Even now, Han Qingqing found herself in a state of bewilderment. Initially, she intended to go live on the starship to gain some traffic and earn a modest profit, but to her astonishment, she had unexpectedly ascended to the status of an employee at Tianyu Group, who wouldn't be disoriented by such an abrupt turn of events. Chapter 289. The Burden of Queenship, is it truly possible? I graduated from a prestigious institution and have submitted countless applications to Tianyu Group. Yet I was met with rejection each time. Meanwhile, someone merely strikes luck and boards a starship. I'm a doctoral candidate. Yet my specialization did not align with their needs, and still, this streamer was inexplicably hired. It is utterly absurd. It appears that even Chairman Su personally endorsed her admission. Indeed, beauty does seem to confer an advantage. Let us be reasonable. Her professional competence is undeniably impressive. The information she presented regarding starships, although publicly available online, can anyone among us claim that they could memorize all of it in such a brief period? Furthermore, if we were to discuss beauty, who could surpass the allure of the owner of Tianyu Group? In a moment of whimsy, Su Yi's casual remark proved sufficient to alter the course of another's life. Simultaneously, it stirred considerable commotion online, igniting envy in countless eyes. On the Blue Star, following Xinghin's visit to the White Eagle, tempers had cooled somewhat, and the overarching situation appeared to be stabilized. In stark contrast, the recently tranquil Dream River City encountered unforeseen developments. Your Majesty, this autumn, a locust plague wreaks havoc across the Empire's northern provinces, all under the jurisdiction of the Dream River Kingdom, leaving the populace in dire straits as winter approaches. Many common folk lack adequate provisions and fuel to endure the cold. If no solutions are devised, a tragic fate awaits many. Your Majesty, a fortnight ago, turmoil within the Imperial Center allowed discontented factions to incite rebellion. Numerous uprisings have been reported across the 3 provinces of the Dream River Kingdom, with the largest faction exceeding 300,000 in number, necessitating prompt suppression. Encouraging news, Your Majesty. Yesterday, we received word from the north that the current Elven King, hailing from the Dark Elf tribe, is willing to negotiate on behalf of the Northern Territories. However, they request that the talks take place in a valley over 700 kilometers north of Dream River City, necessitating your presence. This location lies beyond the influence of Dream River City, venturing into territory unknown to us. For your safety, I advise against accepting this negotiation proposal. Urgent news. An anomaly has been reported in the underground oil lake at the northern foothills of Dream River City, where a terrifying beast seems to lurk. Reports from Jojo indicate that the equipment deployed there was utterly destroyed overnight. Within the castle of Dream River City, Crowned Vivi gazed at the mountain of reports before her, fatigue evident as she rubbed her temples. The throne had scarcely warmed beneath her, yet she found herself suffocated by the weight of governmental affairs. This was merely the pressing matters pertaining to the 3 northern provinces she currently governed. The thought of overseeing the entire empire left her daunted. However, having ascended to this position, she could not afford to remain indifferent in the face of such challenges. Though impatience simmered within her, she could only muster the resolve to address each issue one by one. With the locust plague causing a decline in food production, provisions must be distributed. She would consult logistics on the necessary quantities, and thus the order would be issued. Vivi casually inscribed a few words on the document, thus granting her approval. Mengchuan City was not lacking in provisions. This was a fact known not only to Vivi, but also to the high-ranking officials of the city. The reason for raising this issue at such an early stage was primarily due to the significant operational challenges faced by the Mengchuan Kingdom, as the rapid acquisition of power had not allowed for the necessary refinements. For instance, apart from the grain that Vivi personally retained, all food supplies and various resources in Mengchuan City were still under the custody of the military's logistics department, just as before. The relief supplies had to be requisitioned from the military, and the officials responsible for this matter lacked the authority to make decisions independently. They were required to seek Vivi's judgment. In the face of rebellion, the newly formed Night Orders, lacking battlefield experience, were dispatched to hone their skills. As for the proposed negotiations from the Northern Territories, given their evident lack of sincerity, it was best to disregard them for the time being. regarding the anomalies at the oil lake. As she reached this point in her thoughts, Vivi's slender, willow-like brows furrowed. Did I not instruct you to monitor that area closely and prevent any unforeseen incidents? Since last night, unexpected developments had arisen without any solutions. And worse still, they were unaware of what lay hidden at the lake's bottom. To her, the loss of some equipment was secondary. She could easily import more from Sui. However, the experts from the 9 provinces were invaluable. Should any of them perish due to unforeseen circumstances, it would be challenging to provide an explanation to Sui, not to mention the considerable impact on her subsequent plans. It is well known that merely having food is insufficient to survive the harsh winter. Adequate clothing for warmth and combustibles for heating were equally essential. At present, Vivi not only had to prepare for the management of over 2 billion foreign tribes in the Northern Territories, but also had a responsibility towards the hundreds of millions of citizens within her own provinces. This was a considerable burden. Sui could not possibly arrange every detail for her with complete clarity. Upon learning that oil could be used as a fuel source, she had summoned a group of experts from the 9 provinces to inquire whether it could serve as a heating fuel. The outcome was, of course, negative. However, those experts indicated that, not far from Manhwa City, a vast coal mine had been discovered. Not only was its quality exceptional, but its reserves were astonishingly abundant. The estimated reserves of this single mine surpassed the total reserves of the entire province of Jin from the 9 provinces. Unlike oil, coal extraction did not demand highly specialized equipment. While superior machinery would certainly yield better results, even without advanced equipment, it was still feasible to mine as long as there were willing hands. Presently, Manhwa City had a surplus of labor, particularly a substantial number of strong orcs, each adept at mining. Once the batch of equipment ordered from Sui arrived, a team from the expert group dedicated to establishing the oil refinery would be allocated to assist her in resolving the coal extraction issue. However, should any mishap befall these experts at such a critical juncture, it would complicate matters significantly. The primary responsibility of this contingent of experts from Jojo is to oversee the oil and refining operations. After the loss of several personnel, it has become increasingly challenging to allocate resources to assist with the coal mining issues. Even if she seeks assistance from Jojo or waits until the oil-related matters are sufficiently resolved before requesting help, time will be of the essence. One can only speculate how many lives may be lost due to the harsh conditions. The queen's anger stems not from ignorance, but rather from disbelief. Thus, the chief mage stationed there refrained from reporting until a definitive assessment could be made. What is it? A dragon. Chapter 290. The shadow of the dragon. Dragons are extraordinary beings within the realm of magic. This world is teeming with intelligent races. Yet most of them are either humanoid or closely resemble humans, a fact intrinsically linked to their emergence. Humans in the magical world were the first to develop civilization, and upon discovering the unique force of magic, they began to aspire toward unparalleled power and extended lifespans. During this quest, many early powerful deities perceived the human form as overly frail and thus endeavored to enhance humanity through imaginative modifications. While it was beyond their reach to create life from nothing, the subtle refinement of existing humans posed no challenge for these divine beings. Consequently, under the fervent actions of these biologically formidable and unparalleled madmen, a plethora of humanoid intelligent races sprang into existence within this world. However, the vast majority of these newly created races, burdened with various flaws, gradually faded into the annals of history. The few that managed to survive were often inferior to the original humans, and as endless ages passed, humanity remained the sovereign of this realm. Among the transformed races, the elves emerged as the most perfected. They not only possessed the long lifespan that most humans yearn for, but also boasted striking beauty. Yet, in comparison to humans, elves harbored significant shortcomings, particularly in their reproductive difficulties and slow cultivation rates. On average, their training speed paled in comparison to that of shorter-lived humans. The elves' status as the mightiest of the transformed races is primarily sustained by their longevity and the cumulative knowledge accrued over centuries. While their combat capabilities may not significantly lag behind any human empire should war break out, defeat would be inevitable. Even if they could manage to inflict mutual destruction in the early stages, the rapid replenishment of human forces far surpasses that of the elves. If the conflict were to prolong even slightly, not only would the ancient empires with legacies spanning over 100,000 years prevail, but even some of the more powerful kingdoms would likely overwhelm the elves. If the strongest of the transformed races, the elves, face such challenges, one can only imagine the plight of other humanoid races. Goblins and dwarves, though they possess longevity, exhibit combat abilities that are woefully inadequate, merely functioning at a level akin to background characters. Orcs, despite their large numbers, suffer from a lack of strategic acumen, resulting in a scarcity of elite combatants, making it difficult for them to establish a formidable presence. This underscores the disparity between artificially created humanoid races and true humans. While humans are not without imperfections, they undeniably exhibit a greater degree of completeness when viewed collectively compared to these fabricated beings. However, not all intelligent life forms in this world owe their existence to divine creation. Among the magical beasts, upon reaching a certain level of strength, some powerful entities can also attain intelligence, rivaling that of humans. Yet, this phenomenon remains an exception. Any life that grows sufficiently powerful may eventually develop intelligence. But this does not signify a broader trend. In addition to these exceptional cases, the realm of naturally born intelligent beings is not devoid of various races. Dragons, for instance, belong to such a race. In a magical world, dragons are oviparous creatures, akin to large lizards with wings, as described in the lore of the 9 provinces. While they may not possess the overwhelming mystique of the divine dragons from those legends, their inherent racial talents are undeniably formidable. Newly hatched juvenile dragons surpass even the lower-tier human warriors in strength. Upon reaching maturity, they invariably possess a minimum of 7th-tier prowess. Unlike ordinary human practitioners who either cultivate martial arts or magic, where only exceptional talents can master both, dragons are devoid of such concepts. They require no specific training. Merely by eating and sleeping, they develop physiques that far exceed those of their peers. Furthermore, they are innately endowed with a unique draconic language of magic, independent of the human magical system, which is both powerful and enigmatic. They are inherently adept in both martial and magical arts. If merely growing up without any effort could result in an average strength of 7th tier, it would not be so remarkable. Yet, dragons possess an even more astonishing characteristic. Their innate cultivation talents, while not the absolute pinnacle, are hardly inferior to those of humans. With their exceptional physical attributes and comparable cognitive acuity, it results in any mature dragon being regarded as an exceptionally formidable and nearly insurmountable entity in the magical realm. Excluding a few exceedingly lazy dragons that rarely engage in any form of cultivation, one can expect any mature dragon to possess a strength of 8th or 9th tier. It is not unusual to encounter dragons of semi-divine caliber. The only notable flaw of dragons, akin to that of elves, lies in their reproductive challenges. There exists a causal relationship between the two. It is said that when deities created the elven race, they utilized the bloodline of dragons, though the specifics remain a mystery. Thus, it can be surmised that the elves' reproductive difficulties may well have been inherited from dragons. Possessing immense power, reproductive challenges, and highly developed intellect, this has led the dragon race to not only be exceedingly powerful, but also remarkably united and fiercely protective of their own. Anyone who dares to indiscriminately slaughter dragons may incite the wrath of the entire dragon community. While human empires may not fear these great lizards, few are willing to invite such troubles without cause. However, just as in any collective, there will always be individuals who do not conform or may even be degenerate. Among these intelligent beings, such individuals do exist. If they commit minor transgressions within the community, they are typically exiled. Even if such an exiled individual is slain outside the community, dragons generally remain indifferent. However, should they commit a grave offense, they face execution. If they flee, dragons may even issue a bounty, calling upon all capable individuals across the world to hunt them down. In such cases, slaying the fugitive would not only evade retribution from the dragons, but could also earn one a substantial reward at the dragon's lair. The so-called dragon slayers, in essence, have merely vanquished the last two individuals cast out or expelled by the dragonkin, proclaiming themselves as valiant warriors capable of subduing even the mightiest dragons. They have, in truth, only hunted the forsaken offspring of the draconic lineage. The true dragons, in most circumstances, remain untouched, feared by all. This includes the 8th-tier pinnacle dragon that Vivi once hunted alongside her guards, which was, in reality, a castaway rejected by its own kind. Now, a dragon has emerged within her territory, and there's been no recent news of any dragon being exiled from its clan. Chapter 291. Unlikely to be true hunting individuals expelled from their clans by dragons is a grand affair in the magical realm. Due to the historical conflict between humans and dragons, those valiant dragon slayers who can vanquish these majestic beasts have long been regarded as symbols of immense power. Although the dragons, having suffered defeat, retreated to their far-off islands, the relationship between the two races has gradually transformed into one of tranquility and harmony. Nevertheless, the prestige of the title remains exceedingly high. To draw a parallel, slaying a dragon is akin to the ancient achievements of the 9 provinces, a glory coveted by every human practitioner and revered by many ordinary folk. As the situation between the two factions stabilized, and no one dared to recklessly hunt dragons anymore, aspiring to become a dragon slayer now required waiting for an instance of an internal expulsion or a hunted individual among the dragons. Over the years, this pursuit has evolved into a burgeoning industry. Numerous mid to low-tier practitioners have taken to wandering the seas surrounding the dragon islands, even befriending dragons. Once they catch wind of an expelled or unwanted dragon, or hear news of a dragon being hunted by its kin, they swiftly disseminate this information to secure substantial wealth. High-ranking practitioners also spring into action, seeking to slay these unprotected dragons in hopes of achieving fame and fortune. Vivi, being a dragon slayer herself, is well acquainted with this process. Although her dual mastery of magic and martial arts of the 7th tier might only allow her to contend with juvenile dragons, this does not diminish her claim to the title, nor does it affect the admiration of mid to low-tier practitioners and ordinary individuals who recognize her formidable prowess as a princess of the empire. While elite practitioners are aware of these nuances, none are foolish enough to expose the truth to the world, that Princess Vivi of the Radiant Sun Empire slays dragons that are mere outcasts of their kind, relying on her guards to assist her in such endeavors. After all, they may find themselves in similar circumstances in the future, and undermining one another serves no purpose. Recently, there have been no reports of any dragons being expelled from their islands, nor of any dragons being hunted. Seated upon the throne, Vivi's slender fingers tapped rhythmically against the metallic armrest as she contemplated. Have you attempted to communicate with that dragon? We have made attempts, yet received no response. Each device we placed was promptly destroyed. It seems unwilling to engage with us, nor does it permit us to deposit items into that oil lake, reported the wizard. Consequently, we have yet to witness its true form and are uncertain if it truly is a dragon. According to the customs of the Dragon Island, a dragon that has neither been exiled nor sought after should not appear here. Yet, the magic it unleashed while destroying our devices unmistakably bore the characteristics of draconic spells. Thus, we find ourselves at an impasse and must seek your judgment. As for an expelled dragon, there is no need for further deliberation. Slay it without hesitation. If one were to hastily slay the colossal dragon recognized by the Dragon Clan, it would undoubtedly result in a significant diplomatic incident, potentially provoking retaliation from the dragons. Naturally, intruding upon another's territory without consequence is a privilege only the Dragon Clan can wield. Were this to involve other intelligent races or formidable magical beasts, the grave repercussions would have long since manifested. Chuck, please heed the princess's command. The old guardian Chuck promptly stepped forward. You shall venture forth and request an audience with the dragon. Exercise caution. If it ranks above the 9th tier and shows reluctance to engage, do not press the matter further. Vivi instructed succinctly. She sensed an underlying anomaly in the situation, prompting her to dispatch Chuck. This seasoned guardian had been a 9th tier powerhouse since her birth, serving her faithfully and with utmost reliability. His strength was formidable enough to ensure his survival even against a ninth-tier dragon adept in both magic and martial arts. "Yes, your highness," Chuck acknowledged and departed the hall. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi continued. "First, withdraw the people from Juzhou nearby. Let them ponder the coal mine issue for a few days. We shall resume discussions regarding oil once the dragon matter is resolved. Additionally, send someone to Dragon Island under the auspices of the Dream River Kingdom, a vassal of the Radiant Sun Empire, to inquire about Dragon Island. But let us hold off on that for now, until we discern the nature of the creature within the oil." As she spoke, Vivi reconsidered, abandoning the idea of sending a message to Dragon Island. Her uncertainty lingered regarding whether the dragon that emerged was acting independently or under the behest of its kin. Following their defeat in the war against humanity, the dragons had remained confined to Dragon Island, ostensibly unable to leave at will. Dragons that had been exiled or hunted were of little consequence. Yet the motives of those who emerged without such a designation were perplexing, especially in such a sensitive region near Dream River City during these tense times. It was conceivable that the dragon could be testing the waters, gauging the Radiant Sun Empire's response, perhaps even seeking to collaborate with the northern tribes to penetrate southward, claiming territory on the continent for respite. No matter how splendid Dragon Island may be, it could not compare to the bountiful expanses of the mainland. As the sovereign of this realm, she could not afford to be anything less than vigilant. Let us hope for no unforeseen complications. Observing the burgeoning prosperity of Dream River City from the castle, Vivi sighed. The civil war within the empire had escalated to a boiling point. If this conflict persisted, a resolution would likely emerge within 3 to 5 months. While the northern tribes appeared stable in the short term, the potential for ulterior motives loomed if the timeline extended. Time was a luxury Dream River City could scarcely afford. The current period of steady development is exceedingly precious, should any errors or oversights lead to a halt in progress. The opportunity to engage in negotiations during the window of the Empire's civil war and the recent defeat of foreign tribes may be lost. Subsequently, one would have to contend with pressures from both the internal factions of the Empire and the foreign tribes in the north, making rapid advancement exceedingly challenging. She must seize this moment with unwavering determination, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents disrupt the construction and the planned initiatives that were set to unfold during this interval. However, oftentimes, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Less than 2 hours after the meeting, the old guard, Chuck, returned to Dream River City in a state of disarray, bringing with him several disheartening tidings. Chapter 292. Do dragons selectively harm? The enigmatic creature in the oil lake is undoubtedly a dragon, and not only does it refuse communication, but it also launched an immediate attack upon my first sight of it. Its strength appears to be at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, merely a step away from becoming a demigod, rendering my subordinates powerless to retaliate, forcing a temporary retreat. This dragon is exceedingly perilous. I have ordered the station troops around the oil lake and the expert from the 9 provinces to withdraw to their cities without delay. From my observations, this is a pure-blood black dragon, likely of high status among its kin. Should we proceed with a reckless siege, I would advise a strategy focused on expulsion. Otherwise, we risk inciting retaliation from Dragon Island. Moreover, considering its formidable prowess, any attempt at forcible expulsion would necessitate meticulous preparations, gathering a sufficient number of powerful allies to confront it. The dragon kin are renowned for their invincibility amongst their rank, and as a member of the royal lineage, the pure-blood black dragon's strength is even more terrifying. Even with a considerable assembly of strong warriors, we could face significant casualties. The prince may need to brace himself for this reality. This is all the information that Chuck has brought back. The seasoned 9th rank warrior, who has genuinely slain dragons, returned to the castle appearing quite disheveled, bearing several serious wounds. This underscores the strength of the dragon. His assertion that the dragon is a pure blood black dragon complicates the matter further. Within the dragon clan, there exists a hierarchy much like the elven race, where the moon and dark elves dominate due to their noble lineage and superior strength. The dragon clan similarly possesses such branches. The black dragon and white dragon represent the two highest branches within the dragon hierarchy, with dragon kings typically emerging from these lineages. Ordinary dragons almost possess invincible power among their ranks. A ninth-rank black dragon's true combat capability is such that in a one-on-one confrontation, only a demigod could assuredly defeat it. Yet, it is evident that Vivi's subordinates do not include any demigods. While there are demigods within the Empire, they would certainly not concern themselves with such trifles. Indeed, a rampaging ninth-rank dragon could obliterate several large cities in mere moments, leading to the loss of millions of lives. However, to the lofty demigods and deities, this remains a trivial matter, hardly worthy of note. Thus, she must devise a solution to confront this dragon with the forces currently at her disposal. This task is no small feat. The number of capable high-ranking warriors at her command is limited, and should a group perish over such an inexplicable issue, it would be a significant loss. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi inquired, "Do you think we should inform Dragon Island about this matter?" Chuck hesitated. His thoughts were typically consumed by muscle and loyalty, showing little interest in such affairs. He merely followed the princess's orders without overthinking. Once he regained his composure, he admitted his uncertainty. Vivi shook her head, refraining from pressing further, and simply gestured for him to take his leave. This matter truly vexed her. Primarily, even if she resolved to adopt the most straightforward and forceful approach, mobilizing personnel to expel or drive away this colossal dragon, significant losses would inevitably ensue. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of a noble black dragon from the Dragon Island in this desolate locale, coupled with the absence of any news from the island, imbued the situation with an air of enigma. Should the handling of this incident falter, it might devolve into a considerable dilemma. Just as Chuck was about to depart, he seemed to recall something and hastily remarked, "Ah, Your Highness, the individuals responsible for oil extraction in the 9 provinces have asked me to convey a message to you." "What is it?" They indicated that the entity in the oil lake may not have been there from the outset, but rather emerged recently. Prior to the commencement of oil extraction, they had extensively scanned all exposed areas of the lake with specialized equipment. Given the dragon's immense size, it would have been impossible to overlook it had it been present at that time. Moreover, they have been extracting from the oil lake for nearly half a month, with collection points meticulously established throughout the lake to ensure the oil samples were abundant and uniform. During this period, they did not arbitrarily relocate the equipment. If the black dragon had consistently resided in the lake and had damaged the equipment due to its influence, it should not have taken until now for such an incident to occur. However, the reality is that their collection efforts over the past 10 days proceeded remarkably smoothly, without incident. Thus, the experts in the 9 provinces surmise that this creature must have recently emerged in the lake. The reasons for its appearance and its intentions remain unknown. According to their accounts, after the equipment malfunctioned, the workers and engineers dispatched for repairs, initially unaware of the specific cause, repeatedly caught distant glimpses of the dragon. One worker even found himself staring into the dragon's eyes from no more than 10 meters away for nearly half a minute. Yet the dragon did not harm him. It merely departed after wreaking havoc on the equipment. As it stands, no casualties have been reported among the 9 provinces' personnel due to the dragon's presence. In contrast, several teams from the Dream River City Army, dispatched to patrol the lake and safeguard the experts from the 9 provinces, have mysteriously vanished around the oil lake. Based on the circumstances, it is highly likely that this is the dragon's doing. Are you suggesting that the dragon selectively spares the 9 provinces' individuals? Vivi furrowed her brow. The Dragon Clan, having previously suffered defeat in war against humanity, had always harbored animosity towards humans. Those dragons that had been exiled to the continent were generally indiscriminate in their violence, attacking all, commoners, nobles, and practitioners alike. Now, someone was telling her that the dragon only targeted the indigenous inhabitants of the magical world and would not harm those from Blue Star. Was this even remotely reasonable? She pondered that aside from differences in lifestyle and appearance, the essence of the people from these 2 worlds was fundamentally similar. "This is not my intent," Chuck promptly stated. "This is a message conveyed to me by the experts from Jiuzhou. I cannot ascertain its reliability." Although he was not one to engage deeply in thought, the notion of a dragon selecting humans for slaughter was undoubtedly preposterous, and he inherently harbored skepticism. He was merely relaying a message. Ultimately, the decision of whether to trust this information rested upon Weiwei's judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Weiwei replied, "Summon the individual responsible for the collection of mineral resources from Jiuzhou." Chapter 293. The Divine Inquiry of Your Origins. The sudden emergence of the Black Dragon event itself exudes an air of the uncanny. Vivi finds herself perplexed. Yet the situation cannot be ignored. Given that a discovery has been made in the 9 provinces, whether this revelation is genuine or not, it seems prudent to summon individuals from there for further inquiry. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she harbors a feeling that the people of the 9 provinces may indeed hold the key to resolving this matter. Shortly thereafter, 2 officials from the 9 provinces arrived at Vivi's palace in the magical realm. One of them, Lin Yilong, had long been stationed in this magical world, overseeing military operations and various military endeavors. The other, El Xian, had recently arrived and was responsible for mining and the construction of foundational facilities within the magical world. Although only in her early 30s, El Xian is the head of a large state-owned resource enterprise in the 9 provinces, having ascended through merit rather than lineage or connections. Her capabilities are truly exceptional. Considering the complexities and risks involved in pioneering an almost entirely unknown world, it was evident that the 9 provinces would not dispatch incompetent individuals. Both were conferred hereditary titles within the Empire of Radiant Sun by Vivi, and these titles were of considerable prestige. Furthermore, she permitted them to forego the customary formalities upon their arrival. Thus, their meeting consisted of a brief, respectful greeting. Vivi, unfazed, promptly inquired, "I have heard that you discovered some peculiarities regarding the giant dragon that appeared in the oil lake. Could you elaborate on that?" Exchanging glances, El Xian swiftly replied, "Certainly. I trust that, Queen. You have already been informed of General Chuck's report. In truth, we possess additional special information. This matter has been shrouded in strangeness from the outset, exhibiting considerable abnormality. As I am not yet well acquainted with the magical world, I hesitated to relay this information hastily, opting instead to keep it under wraps for the time being." As she spoke, she retrieved her mobile device and gestured towards a projector that the individual from the 9 provinces had recently assisted in installing within Vivi's palace. Vivi immediately signaled for her to proceed, albeit with a hint of confusion. "What do you find so peculiar?" While connecting her phone to the projector to display footage captured by engineers who had previously encountered the dragon, El Xian elaborated. "On the very first day the dragon appeared in the oil lake, several teams of engineers tasked with maintaining our equipment had already encountered it. Moreover, this occurred 2 days prior to the arrival of the mages and warriors from your Dream River City, who were sent to safeguard our exploration team. In other words, your unarmed engineers, who have never undergone any training, managed to detect its presence 2 days ahead of your specialized military practitioners." Vivi narrowed her eyes, pondering. What could its intentions be? It seems to be attempting to communicate with our workers. However, those who have encountered it recently have never utilized the universal language card. They can only manage to engage in rudimentary conversation with the inhabitants of Dream River City through our specially designed translator, naturally unable to comprehend the more intricate language of the dragonkin, making feedback exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, it harbors no intention of harming our engineers. After repeated, unsuccessful attempts at communication, it simply departs to seek out another group. During this period, it has not caused any harm to anyone, until one occasion, when it once again approached our engineers stationed at the subterranean oil lake. It was fortuitously encountered by the Dream River City Guard. It appeared to be quite fearful of being discovered by the Dream River populace, exhaling a breath of fire before hastily retreating. Subsequently, it seemed to have acknowledged its discovery, opting to cease its concealment and instead continuously search underground for individuals from Jiuzhou attempting to convey something. During this time, it did kill several members of the Dream River Guard, but never harmed a single person from Jiuzhou. It was only 3 days ago that the mage responsible for security in that area deemed it too perilous and withdrew all personnel. El Xian explained while operating the device, and by the time she finished her explanation, she had elaborated sufficiently. "So, what exactly did it say?" Vivi could discern immediately that the dragon was likely recorded while attempting to communicate with the Jojo individuals, and El Xian was about to play the dragon's words. These utterances would be incomprehensible to the ordinary people of Jojo. However, the two highest-ranking officials present, stationed in Dream River City, had utilized the universal language card and could understand any language in existence, including dragon speech. Perhaps you should see for yourself. This is also the primary reason we chose to suppress the information and did not even inform the mage responsible for the security of the oil lake, El Xian stated, pressing a button on her phone. The projector installed in the castle hall instantly illuminated. On the recently unfurled screen, a somewhat dim video emerged. A hoarse, muffled voice emanated from it. Even those who had never heard dragon speech could discern that this was a form of language from the rhythmic and pitch-changing rasp. As a prodigy nurtured by the Radiant Sun Empire's royal family, Vivi, even without the universal language card provided by the trading platform, could understand dragon language and immediately grasp the meaning of the dragon's words. Gods, condemn me. To inquire, whence do you come? The moment Vivi comprehended these words from the video, her expression darkened, transforming into one of profound discontent. She realized that her actions would inevitably attract the attention of those deities one day, yet she never imagined that this day would arrive so soon. Furthermore, the deity inquiring about this matter was not even an ancestor of the Radiant Sun Empire, but rather an envoy dispatched by the Dragonkin exiled to Dragon Island. Observing her reaction, El Xian hastily added, "There is another. It has uttered many words." Vivi discerned the inquiry woven within her tone and took a deep breath before responding. "Continue to play. If you wish to survive, seek me out. The gods are observing your every move, showing keen interest in your affairs. Go to Dragon Island." The myriad dragons collected from this realm have communicated a multitude of messages, all echoing the same sentiment regarding the divine. You have drawn the attention of the gods. However, our dragon deity is particularly intrigued by you. Should you wish to evade demise, come to me, and I shall guide you to Dragon Island. Such information left even Vivi, not just the people of the 9 provinces, in a profound silence. Chapter 294. The gaze of the deity, the information relayed by the Black Dragon was so explosive that the 2 leaders of the 9 provinces dared not disseminate it widely. After much contemplation, they decided to discreetly share a portion of the news with Chuck, the most trusted attendant of Wei Wei, while cautioning him to confide solely in her. As the representatives of the 9 provinces in this region, both Lin Yilong and Lu Xian found it relatively unchallenging to seek an audience with Wei Wei. However, receiving such critical intelligence unexpectedly sowed seeds of distrust towards others in Dream River City. At such a precarious juncture, proactively seeking a meeting seemed rather conspicuous, prompting their choice to relay some information through Chuck first. "What do you think?" Wei Wei inquired after a considerable pause. "It's hard to ascertain." Lin Yilong replied with a wry smile. "We have only been here for a few months, and our understanding of this world remains rather limited, making it difficult to judge these matters accurately. The secrecy surrounding this information stems from an instinctive belief that news related to deities is of utmost significance. According to our military's confidential incident management protocols, the confidentiality level of these documents has been elevated, effectively sealing the information." "Impressive," Wei Wei praised genuinely. Dream River City had become a refuge for a multitude of individuals seeking allegiance, while her inner circle, which had followed her from the beginning, had dwindled to a mere few. This situation essentially reflected that many believed in the value of aligning with her, the Queen of Dream River, amidst the chaos, thereby gathering together. This indicated a measure of confidence in her leadership. However, the implications of the dragon's words suggested that the newcomers from the 9 provinces, along with their unique weapons and devices, had already drawn the attention of the deities who might enact malevolent actions at any moment. Should this information leak, it would likely deliver a devastating blow to the morale of everyone within Dream River City, to say nothing of the opportunists who had come seeking fortune. Upon hearing such news, they might flee in an instant. For those like Lin Yilong and Lu Xian, who were entrenched in the magical world, as well as for Su Yi, a Blue Star individual with some understanding of this realm despite never having visited, The term deity essentially referred to an immensely powerful entity that had achieved the pinnacle of cultivation. Engaging in conflict with such beings could be perilous, and the prospects of victory might seem bleak. Yet, if the time came to confront them, a battle would be inevitable, even if the odds were stacked against them. Conversely, for the indigenous inhabitants of the magical world, the term deity represented far more than just a formidable practitioner. It denoted beings capable of commanding the elements, possessing the divine power to alter worlds and create life. After all, apart from humanity and a handful of indigenous races, most of the intelligent life forms in this world were artificially created by these deities. For these beings, the deities of the magical world were essentially indistinguishable from the creator gods. How many cultivators would dare to draw their swords against the creator god? The number is likely quite few. Thus, once the news of the deities setting their sights on Dream River City spreads, the momentum that has been painstakingly built may collapse in an instant. In this regard, she must extend her gratitude to the meticulousness of the people from the 9 regions, who promptly severed the possibility of this information leaking out. Such swift responsiveness and confidentiality are qualities her soldiers and officials in Dream River City would be incapable of achieving. This is indeed our duty. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a sense of relief. They had not communicated this matter to Wei Wei in advance, nor could they ascertain whether their actions were correct. It was merely an instinctive belief that there might be significant secrets involved, and it would be best to keep them under wraps. Hence, they decided to contain the information. Now, it appears that this was indeed the right choice. Regardless of the world, sensitive information that could have profound implications should not be disseminated lightly. Often, concealing such secrets is not intended to harm anyone, but rather to ensure that the normal order of operations is not disrupted by sudden rumors. Once chaos ensues, it becomes even more challenging to resolve the issues at hand. This is a lesson learned from experience. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Wei spoke. In that case, I would like to find an opportunity to meet this great dragon. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Rest assured, I will devise ways to ensure your safety before we go. Compared to her formidable prowess as a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts, the individuals from Blue Star are still too fragile. Being in such close proximity to a dangerous entity like a dragon is perilous, and ensuring the safety of these people from the 9 regions is already a daunting task for her. Of course, I would love to, Lin Yilong responded without hesitation. Come on, it's a mythical creature. Who wouldn't want to see it? Fear? There is nothing to fear at all. All right, you all head back for now. When I am ready, I will send someone to notify you. Wei Wei waved her hand. She then returned directly to her resting place and entered the private space of the trading platform, sending a contact invitation to Su Yi. Moments later, they met in the trading space. Before Su Yi could inquire, she poured out the event she had encountered. Upon hearing her account, Su Yi was not particularly surprised. He merely expressed some regret. It's a pity. I had intended to discuss this matter with you in the next couple of days, but I didn't expect the deities to notice Dream River City so quickly. It seems your recent activities have indeed been rather conspicuous. You knew the deities would set their sights on me? Wei Wei furrowed her brow. Not very early on. I only realized it recently. Did the Star Seeker inform you? Yes. Just as I suspected, Wei Wei sighed. My understanding of these deities and demigods is still far too limited. I previously thought these beings were lofty and would overlook such trivial matters occurring in Dream River City, focusing instead on rapid development and swiftly consolidating their strength across the continent. What did the Star Seeker have to say about it? To my astonishment, it is indeed a denizen of the Blue Planet who must enlighten Vivi from the magical realm about the intricacies of her own world. This situation is rather paradoxical. She articulated that deities are not as transcendent as we might envision. They too are ensnared by their own limitations. Typically, these divine beings appear indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet when something arises that threatens to shatter their constraints, they will undoubtedly succumb to madness at the first opportunity. The reason they are fixated on you rather than taking immediate action is simply that they remain unaware of your circumstances and are merely probing and observing. After all, there is not just one deity. They are equally ignorant of who else might be watching you. until they have completely ascertained the situation. It is unlikely they will reveal their intentions. However, should they determine that you possess the ability to traverse different dimensions, it will undoubtedly drive them into a frenzy. Chapter 295. What to do? Just toss it to put it plainly. The current existence of Dream River City, despite Wei Wei's antics, is not due to the benevolence of the deities. Moreover, these deities are not united. Each seeks to indulge in their own desires, reluctant to escalate matters prematurely in the face of uncertainty. Thus, they remain in the shadows, observing. Once they ascertain that she possesses the ability to traverse to another realm, these deities will undoubtedly perceive it as the dawn of a breakthrough, and when they act, their might will be formidable, without a hint of hesitation. To summarize, these so-called deities are merely a collection of ancient entities, existing for countless millennia. As for why the dragon deities are seeking you, I am at a loss. I shall have to inquire with Xinghan later. Sui Shuruk. In truth, his understanding of the magical world was primarily derived from the encyclopedic knowledge of Moon Ling and the enlightening discourse from the formidable Xinghan. If they had not mentioned it, he remained utterly oblivious. No need to ask further. Wei Wei sighed. I think I have a rough idea of the reason. Approximately 100,000 years ago, the dragon race was an immensely powerful species within the magical realm, nearly on par with humanity, and they occupied a significant portion of the land. At that time, human empires, including our Radiant Empire, had yet to come into existence. Humanity was merely a prominent force, far from the overwhelming power they wield today. It is said that during that era, several deities existed among the dragons, their high-end combat prowess not inferior to that of humans. However, everything changed with the outbreak of war, as humanity allied with smaller races such as elves and dwarves to besiege the dragons. The conflict raged for over 5 centuries, resulting in the deaths of billions of humans. The once thriving dragon population, numbering in the millions, faced near extinction after centuries of warfare, with their numbers plummeting to under 1 million. While the highest combatants, the deities and demigods of both sides, exchanged blows, the mid and lower tier dragons were nearly obliterated. Ultimately, the lofty dragon deities were forced to concede defeat, retreating with the remnants of their kind to the Dragon Isle beyond the lands. This war was not fundamentally a result of humans possessing superior talent or strength over dragons, but rather due to the astonishing speed of human reproduction and cultivation, which the dragons could not rival. In the early stages of the conflict, faced with the formidable dragon legions, humanity suffered significant losses, ceding much of their territory. Yet, as the war dragged on and the front lines extended, the dragons came to realize a terrifying truth. Human reproduction was alarmingly swift. A human could reach maturity in a mere decade or so, and even those lacking in physical prowess could still wield a certain degree of combat effectiveness on the expansive battlefield, aided by magical facilities. The pace at which humans cultivate intermediate to advanced practitioners far surpasses the imagination of dragons. Among hundreds of individuals, it is not uncommon to discover 1 or 2 gifted sorcerers. From the tender age of 12, they may begin their journey into the arcane arts, and by the time they reach their 40s or 50s, they possess a certain probability of attaining the 7th tier. Even without the aid of any magical apparatus, their innate strength can pose a significant threat to adult dragons of lesser power. Consider the staggering population of humans in this world, exceeding 1 trillion. Assuming 1 billion individuals produce 10 million newborns annually, a population of 1 trillion would yield over 1 billion newborns each year. This is a conservative estimate. In reality, during those years, human leaders employed various methods to encourage procreation, resulting in a far greater number of births. Consequently, from this 1 billion annual births, even when calculated at a ratio of 500 to 1, there could emerge approximately 2 million sorcerers above the 7th tier within a few decades. This is a rough calculation, and the actual figures would likely be much higher. Moreover, this figure pertains solely to sorcerers. The cultivation of martial arts is considerably easier and less discerning of innate talent, leading to an even greater probability of producing warriors above the 7th tier. While dragons typically attain the 7th tier upon maturity, This maturation process takes an astonishing 300 years. Additionally, dragon reproduction is exceedingly challenging. Among a dragon population exceeding 1 million, the number of newborn hatchlings each year seldom surpasses 30,000. Given this terrifying disparity in reproductive capacity and cultivation speed, the inevitable decline of dragons becomes apparent as time stretches onward. At this juncture, Wei Wei sighed. Thus, it stands to reason that the deities among the dragons cannot possibly be allied with those among humans. Their attempts to contact me likely serve only to vex the human deities who have set their sights on me. Upon hearing her recount the history of the war between dragons and humans, Su-yi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. A conflict that spanned 500 years, with casualties exceeding 100 billion, could only be orchestrated by those deities who regard human life with such disregard. The plight of the dragons is indeed tragic. Despite their formidable strength, they are outmatched by the sheer numbers of humans who breed en masse. Where's the logic in this? Yet, pondering this further, he expressed his confusion. 1 in 500 can yield a sorcerer above the 7th tier? Does your magical society still possess such probabilities? After over 100,000 years of development, it cannot possibly be worse than in those times. Indeed not. Wei Wei replied with remarkable composure. Currently, it is difficult to ascertain whether even 1 in 5,000 can emerge as a 7th-tier sorcerer. The times have changed. It is said that during that era, due to the ongoing war and direct intervention by certain deities, a meticulous system for talent selection and cultivation was established, ensuring that no gifted human newborn was overlooked. This is what provided humanity with the confidence to confront the dragons. Even if one possesses innate talent, it remains exceedingly challenging to forge a path when born into an ordinary family. Those with a modicum of wealth might have a glimmer of hope by sending their kin to study martial arts, as they might attract the attention of those seeking gifted individuals. However, pursuing the arcane arts is best left aside from the magical empires. The resources required to cultivate into a high-ranking sorcerer in other regions are astronomical, often beyond the means of many noble families. But is this truly the time to discuss such matters? I have shared the circumstances, so if you possess any solutions, do enlighten me. What shall we do? Perhaps we could simply resign ourselves to fate. Su-yi shrugged and remarked, if the deities have set their sights on you, what can I do? However, rest assured, when the time comes, you can hide within the trading platform and never emerge. Those inept deities will undoubtedly fail to locate you, ensuring your safety for the time being. Given our long-standing dealings, I can assure you that provisions will be plentiful. You may reside in the trading space and live out your days in solitude. But truly, do you not possess a shred of conscience? Chapter 296. You are the fortunate one. You take the draw. My lack of conscience does not hinder our alliance, especially since we currently cannot contend with them. In response to Wei Wei's inquiry, Su-yi simply rolled his eyes. By the way, remember to find a time soon to bring back those 20,000 people. Given that the situation described by Xing Hen has already transpired, it is evident that the magical realm poses significant challenges for Su-yi at this stage. He is utterly incapable of dealing with those deities. Although Xing Hen mentioned that nuclear weapons might pose a certain threat to the gods, and considering that such technology has yet to appear in the magical world, deploying them might yield unexpected results. Nevertheless, the fundamental issue remains. No matter how formidable external forces may be, they remain external and inherently rigid, lacking the necessary flexibility. If one could take advantage of the gods' unpreparedness to gather them together for a substantial strike, there might be considerable gains. However, what follows? Even those directly exposed to an explosion may not necessarily perish, let alone the multitude of gods in the magical realm, making it utterly unrealistic to capture them all in one fell swoop. Unless technological advancement reaches the level of the Interstellar Alliance in Bailu's world, where annihilation cannons can obliterate a planet from light years away, dealing with a god should not pose significant difficulty. Otherwise, the hope of overcoming those nearly immortal deities through technological means is bleak. The immense power wielded by the gods is exceedingly agile, Civilizations on the technological front find it challenging to contend with such entities unless there is a significant disparity in civilization levels, allowing for a dimensional strike. Su is certainly at a loss. He cannot simply approach Bai Lu and request a starship. Can he? Such technology is beyond his reach. When the gods decide to take action, the most prudent course of action is for Wei Wei to relinquish everything on her side, withdraw the people from Jiuzhou, and bring all her trusted subordinates to Blue Star through trade. Although she cannot leave the magical realm as a member of the trading platform, it matters little. The private space of the trading platform does not impose limits on duration, so she can simply conceal herself within. After all, Su-Yi can supply her with any necessary resources. Once Su-Yi reaches a point where he can confront those gods, he can naturally utilize Wei Wei to launch a counteroffensive against the magical realm. This seemingly absurd proposition is, in fact, the most effective strategy for Wei Wei in light of the current targeting by the deities. There is actually another method. Wei Wei suddenly asked, "How many matching cards have you used?" Regardless of level, the initial system's provision does not count. Why do you ask this? Su-Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. Once, I used a low-level matching card. He had purchased a low-level matching card when he accumulated 100 points, subsequently matching with Bai Lu. The ensuing transactions were conducted in dual threading, requiring him to negotiate with two individuals from different worlds simultaneously. However, due to various unexpected occurrences along the way, it proved to be quite exhausting, which is why he had not used a matching card since then. After all, engaging in trade with two worlds simultaneously has become quite arduous, particularly with the magical realm, where myriad matters require attention for further development. Consequently, he decided against exploring new worlds for the time being. Initially, he had intended to accumulate the first 10,000 points to unlock a permanent portal to the magical world. And only after amassing another 10,000 points would he contemplate utilizing those for a mid-level matching card, testing the waters for a new trading world. Once the permanent interdimensional portal was established, he would no longer need to manage every detail himself, significantly reducing his workload. By that stage, the situation in the magical realm would likely stabilize, minimizing the occurrence of unforeseen events. Relieved, Vivi exhaled and then inquired, "Have you thoroughly examined the usage rules for the matching cards?" These cards come with certain restrictions. For instance, the low-level matching cards cannot be used without limit. An entry-level member on a trading platform may only utilize 9 low-level matching cards each year, or 3 mid-level matching cards, or alternatively, 1 low-level card. This operates on a ternary system. Thus, if you have employed 7 low-level matching cards, even with 10,000 points, you cannot purchase a mid-level matching card until the following year. Similarly, if you use 1 low-level matching card, you must wait until the next year to use a high-level matching card, even if you have accumulated 1,000,000 points. Wait, what does that imply? Su-Yi furrowed his brow. Do you intend for me to match with a trading partner and take a chance? Indeed, Vivi readily acknowledged. What about your own cards? I have exhausted my 9 opportunities for low-level matching cards this year. Vivi shrugged, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Yet, I seem to be rather unlucky. 8 failed matches, and the 1 successful match resulted in a trading partner with whom I could not communicate at all, let alone engage in a transaction. What do you mean by unable to communicate? Don't you possess the universal language card? You shouldn't have any communication issues, Su-Yi remarked, somewhat perplexed. It's not a matter of linguistic barriers. Vivi reflected for a moment. The inability to communicate arises from a fundamental difference in thought patterns. Thanks to the universal language card, I could comprehend every word spoken by that trading partner and grasp their intended message. However, therein lies the dilemma. While I understood what they were saying and their intent, I could not engage in dialogue as that peculiar entity, whatever it was, continued to monologue incessantly. Remarks such as, "Why do you humble, lowly humans not bow before the old one?" And, "Oh, human woman, the noble ruler of all realms wishes to take you as a maid. Should you not kneel in gratitude?" were incessantly uttered. The supreme deity can acquire anything they desire without the need for negotiation. The ancient god murmurs, "Do not bow down in servitude. An endless curse shall become your eternal nightmare." In essence, it is all such inexplicable rhetoric. I attempted to engage it in conversation for an extended period, Yet it remained unresponsive, lost in its own discourse, reminiscent of the AI found within the phones you provided. Utterly absurd. Ultimately, I could no longer contain my frustration and uttered something nonsensical about the ancient gods and their bygone dominion, telling the wretched entity to depart. Consequently, it erupted in the trading space before being expelled by the platform. I exhausted all 10 of my initial matching cards without encountering a single legitimate trading partner, while you, on your very first use of the initial matching card, chanced upon a world of considerable value. According to your earlier assertions, that trading partner was rather agreeable. Was it not? As it stands, fate has proven me unfortunate, while fortune has smiled upon you. Chapter 297. Is cyber worship truly effective? Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between the fortunate and the less fortunate. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this was merely a basic operation. Rest assured, although you may not find a suitable trading partner, at least you have matched with me. In a sense, that is a stroke of extraordinary luck. Enough of your nonsense. Wei Wei retorted with a glance. What do you say we try using a matching card? My suggestion is to use 5 low-level matching cards first. If you fail to find an appropriate partner, then save the remaining 3 chances and simply use 1 intermediate matching card. With low-level and intermediate cards, where do I find so many points? Sui repliet, ekasperatet. I'm not a bank. Those thousands of points were painstakingly accumulated over time, and I have yet to gather the 10,000 points necessary to activate the permanent teleportation portal. 5 low-level matching cards were manageable, costing merely 500 points. A small price to pay. However, if those 5 cards failed to yield a suitable trading partner, not only would those points be wasted, but the remaining balance would also fall short of the requisite 10,000 points to purchase an intermediate matching card. How many points do you have in total? Wei Wei inquired. I still have around 5,000 points here. If that is insufficient, I can supplement it. She clearly came prepared, unveiling her plan. I will cover the points for the 5 low-level matching cards entirely, and we can pool our resources for the 10,000 points needed for the intermediate matching card. This endeavor holds nothing but benefits for you. You have no reason to refuse. You'll cover it? Suiraisit aneyebruch. It was indeed a novel proposition for a trading partner to provide points to purchase matching cards for other trading partners. Initially, he had assumed that this woman had spent all her points on matching trading partners, as she had lamented her lack of points on numerous occasions. It now appeared she had been exaggerating her financial constraints. To his surprise, she still possessed over 5,000 points. If not for the pressing situation, he suspected she could have quietly amassed over 10,000 points to buy herself an intermediate matching card. As for her previous claim of having used 9 low-level matching cards, thus being unable to use an intermediate matching card, Sui did not believe a word of it. Knowing the rules, he doubted she would foolishly exhaust her usage quota on low-level matching cards. I'll cover it. Is that acceptable? Why are you being so pedantic? Wei Wei said impatiently. That is because your past transgressions are too numerous. You rarely speak the truth, Sui quipped before opening the trading panel. Transfer the funds. Had the situation involved Bai Lu, he would have readily agreed without hesitation. However, Wei Wei had proven herself to be rather untrustworthy. She was undoubtedly a scheming woman, and he had no faith in her sincerity. If she had not been cornered by divine scrutiny, she likely would not have divulged the limitations regarding the use of matching cards to Sui. Just a few days ago, she was fervently proclaiming her intention to share the magical realm with him, showcasing her talent for crafting elaborate dreams. However, this time she did not create any turmoil. Instead, she decisively opened the trading interface and promptly gifted Sui 500 points, the equivalent of 5 beginner matching cards. Try your luck with these first. If you truly strike gold, the remaining 400 points will be yours. Rest assured, even if the first match yields a suitable trading partner, I shall inform you that it was the 5th card that brought you success to ease your non-lucky heart. Sui waved his hand dismissively and exited the trading space. This was their exclusive space following the binding of their trades, where matching cards could not be utilized. If a new trading partner were to be matched, he would be transported to a different trading space. Upon completing the transaction with this new partner, he might obtain some rather unique items. To ensure the privacy of traders, Once the transaction was concluded, he would also be returned to his personal space, unable to return to this exclusive space with his previous partner. Thus, the trading platform's regulations explicitly stipulated that one must temporarily leave their current exclusive trading space to use a matching card, driven by considerations of privacy. Transactions on the platform often relied on disparities in information, necessitating rigorous rules in this regard. Returning to his personal space, Su-yi contemplated the 500 points he had just relinquished, intending to inform Wei Wei that all matches had failed, and subsequently request the remaining thousands of points from her, hoping she would believe him. Nonetheless, Su-yi maintained certain principles and refrained from harboring such intentions. Instead, he purchased a single beginner matching card. Following the familiar routine, he returned to Blue Star, earnestly washed his face, and lit the incense burner along with several sticks of incense, which were said to be blessed at a temple. After completing this ritual, he chose to proceed with the card. Beginner matching card -1. Searching across dimensions for a trading partner. Match failed. What the heck? Upon seeing the glaring 4 characters before him, Su-yi kicked over the incense burner in frustration. What a useless item. After such a lengthy prayer, it bore no fruit, and it was supposedly blessed. One stick cost me 3,000. Just wait, you'll pay for this. Fortunately, he had prepared for this eventuality. Undeterred, he retrieved 3 electronic incense sticks and arranged them neatly in an electronic incense burner. As he switched it on, the private space of the trading platform resonated with electronic chants, and a multitude of colorful lights adorned the space in a flamboyant display. Although these lights appeared rather garish. What if the deity of the trading platform favored such spectacles? This was akin to drawing cards in an online game. If traditional incense was ineffective, surely cybernetic incense would suffice? While musing this, he followed the ritual once more. With utmost seriousness, he reverently bowed several times before the cyber god of wealth. The truth was, he was uncertain about whom he should be venerating, so he opted for the god of wealth. After all, there existed a digital effigy of this deity, its eyes even glowing with an ethereal light. Having meticulously completed the ritual, Su-yi took a deep breath and purchased another beginner's matching card, promptly choosing to utilize it. In the next moment, a voice entirely different from the one that had signaled his previous failure resonated in his ears, causing Su-yi to widen his eyes in astonishment. Beginner matching card 1. Currently transcending time and space to seek a trading partner for you. Match successful. To my astonishment, the cyber worship truly proves effective. Chapter 298. A new trading partner. The aura intensifies, enveloped in a comforting warmth akin to that of tepid water. Su-yi felt an exquisite sense of ease, yet was devoid of any suffocating sensations. This enveloping experience was not new to him. He had traversed this path twice before. First, when he encountered Wei Wei during his initial match, and again when he fortuitously met by Lu using a basic matching card. With 2 prior experiences behind him, Su-yi was acutely aware of the implications of this occurrence, a successful match. In previous circumstances, he would have likely popped a bottle of champagne, celebrating the addition of yet another trading partner to his repertoire. However, having heard of the harrowing tales that Wei Wei had encountered, he recognized that this was not yet the moment for festivities. The mere establishment of a trading connection did not guarantee a successful transaction. After all, they were situated within a trading platform that bridged countless realms, teeming with all manner of fantastical beings. Even among humans from disparate worlds, the potential for miscommunication loomed large, even when they possessed the ability to comprehend one another's languages. The vast differences in their environments often birthed fundamentally divergent worldviews, and such disparities could not simply be reconciled by the mutual benefits of a transaction. In truth, Su-yi's inaugural match had been with a magical realm, and he had indeed been fortunate to meet Wei Wei. Though she hailed from royalty, she had not been entirely ensnared by the bloodline doctrines prevalent in the magical world. Her critical thinking and individual perspectives allowed her to act upon her beliefs, rejecting the notion that individuals from other worlds should adhere strictly to the customs of her magical society. Had he been matched with a staunch traditionalist steeped in the bloodline ideologies of the magical realm, communication would likely have been far more arduous. The prospect of engaging in collaborative development of the magical world, or even completing a first transaction to forge a long-term partnership, would have been fraught with challenges. If the other party were to assert, "What place is this? Who are you, lowly peasant, to dare meet my gaze?" He would likely have struggled to maintain his composure. His understanding of the magical world revealed that there were indeed many nobles who would behave in such a manner upon first encounters, and even among commoners. Such attitudes were not uncommon. Individuals from the lower echelons of society often harbored disdain for those they deemed inferior, such as beastmen or dwarves. Those seasoned in navigating the trading platform could often transcend the biases instilled by their own worlds. Yet for newcomers, pivoting one's mindset in a short span of time proved challenging. Thus, it was indeed a stroke of fortune that he had first matched with Wei Wei. In his second match, utilizing yet another basic matching card, he had fortuitously encountered the illustrious Bai Lu, an even greater stroke of luck. Humans exhibited such tendencies, but the complexities only magnified when one considered the myriad of non-human entities. It was entirely possible that He might be perceived merely as prey, or worse, as a mere assemblage of flesh capable of locomotion. He aspired to engage in a trade, yet the other party might not share his enthusiasm. It is a rather simple principle. Let us consider this. If you were to enter a trading platform and encounter a talking pig, whose behavior and speech were utterly incongruous with your worldview, would you entertain the notion of trading with it? I dare say that the vast majority would not. This marked the third occasion. Yet he did not harbor expectations of consistently encountering such fortuitous circumstances. Thus he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that upon entering the exclusive trading space, he might be confronted with some grotesque creature. Nevertheless, regardless of his apprehension, the transmission time was but a fleeting second or two. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within an extraordinarily opulent palace. To his delight, this palace, upon first glance, appeared oddly familiar. Not to mention, the layout and the intricately carved cloud patterns bore a striking resemblance to the palaces of ancient Jojo. Not far across from him sat a woman with long hair. She was adorned in a flowing crimson gown, quietly kneeling at a table, diligently arranging the tea set before her. Her cascading hair spilled to the ground, harmonizing beautifully with her vibrant attire, exuding an air of solemn elegance. She seemed entirely indifferent to Su Yi's presence, continuing her meticulous handling of the tea implements. As she remained silent, Su Yi too felt no urge to speak, instead observing her in silence. However, this silent scrutiny appeared to have no impact. The woman either was oblivious to being watched or simply did not care, not once lifting her gaze. After a considerable time, she seemed to grasp the function of the tea set. To Su Yi's astonishment, she summoned a sphere of water that flowed smoothly into the teapot. Then, with a mere gesture towards the pot, the water began to boil instantaneously. Observing the neatly arranged tea leaves in a nearby exquisite dish, she hesitated briefly before tossing a handful into the teapot. After a while, she delicately lifted the teapot by its base, bringing it to her nose to inhale its aroma. The water within the teapot was visibly bubbling, and to be able to lift it by the bottom with her bare hands was nothing short of astounding. Good heavens! At this moment, he could no longer deny that he had undoubtedly matched with a world steeped in mysticism. While he silently lamented the efficacy of cybernetic worship, he also steeled himself with utmost vigilance. The woman's attire was markedly different from that of Wei Wei's world, evoking instead the essence of ancient Jojo. The aura she emanated was overwhelmingly impressive, although she said nothing and seemed merely to be brewing tea. Her every motion bore a far greater sense of authority than his previous encounters with Wei Wei and Bai Lu. The atmosphere remained thick with silence, as neither party appeared inclined to initiate conversation, until a moment arrived when the woman seemed to sense it was time. She lifted the teapot and took a sip from the spout. A slight frown formed on her brow, as if she were taken aback by the flavor. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Are these items specialties of your world? Was a process I employed earlier correct? Why does the brew taste so bitter? Is there an issue with the method I used? Or is this bitterness inherent to its original flavor? Chapter 299. Wait, what sect are you from? Upon hearing the other party speak first, Su-yi, who was nearly dozing off, instantly regained his alertness. After organizing his thoughts, he responded with a measured calmness. This is tea. Indeed, such items exist in our world. Whether they're a local specialty is hard to say. After all, in this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders, and it seems unlikely that anything could be classified as a specialty from any particular realm on this trading platform. While the process you just executed cannot be deemed flawless, your intuition in discerning the purpose of these utensils upon first encounter indicates your profound wisdom. As for the bitterness of this tea, I find it difficult to explain to you. There's a saying in our world, the myriad flavors of life are encapsulated in this single cup of tea. I encourage you to savor it thoughtfully. Thanks to my early experiences in procurement of the factory, I have honed a skill to converse seamlessly with any interlocutor, whether human or ghost. Thus, I speak without a flicker of hesitation. As for the intricacies of brewing tea, I, a native of the Blue Star S9 provinces, am far from an expert, likely even less knowledgeable than Yuling, with her penchant for exploring such matters, has absorbed the complexities of the proper tea brewing process, which is undoubtedly more intricate than merely boiling water and steeping tea leaves. Hence, my remark about the process being incorrect. As for the reason behind the tea's bitterness, and how such an intensely bitter substance could represent a world, let alone be designated as a symbol of Su-yi's realm, only the heavens could possibly know. What I expressed is merely a cliché well known even if 3-year-olds back in the 9 provinces. Do not inquire further. It is a profound matter, and your inquiries will yield no answers from me. As for the essence of that profundity, I leave it to you to discern. Should you grasp it, it would be a testament to your wisdom. Should you fail, it would be a pity, indicating that this item is not meant for you. Were it Vivi, I would certainly refrain from sharing such convoluted musings, for she lacks the patience for such ornate discourse. However, this woman before me, dressed in a manner reminiscent of ancient 9 provinces, inspires me to attempt communication through that familiar lens. Perhaps it might yield extraordinary results? The myriad flavors of life are indeed encapsulated in this cup of tea. The woman glanced at the teapot, then at Su-yi. She then raised the teapot to her lips, took a sip, and continued to frown. Bitter, yet with a hint of sweetness? Does it signify that one must endure bitterness before savoring sweetness? There is no fixed formula. Each person's experience of flavor is unique. Su-yi shook his head slightly. What nonsense! She quipped with a playful scold, tossing the teapot towards him, which landed precisely on the table before him without spilling a drop. Take a sip and tell me, what does it taste like? Su-yi paused, observing the faint trace of lipstick on the spout, and instinctively glanced at her red lips. I hope there are no infectious diseases. He silently mused, but outwardly, he chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed, and lifted the teapot to take a sip. To his surprise, the anticipated bitterness of the tea was absent. As soon as it touched his lips, a rich aroma filled his nostrils, and a distinctly sweet flavor tantalized his taste buds, prompting him to indulge in another sip. The tea was quite hot, freshly brewed, and likely around 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. However, given that Su-yi's physical constitution now rivaled that of a second or third-tier warrior in the magical realm, such heat posed no threat to him. After draining the pot, he set it down and met the woman's inquisitive gaze, remarking, "Excellent tea, sweet and fragrant, with an endless aftertaste." The woman, with her piercing eyes fixed on Su-yi, seemed deep in thought, and after a lengthy pause, she smiled and introduced herself. "I am Lin Iran, a member of the Qing Shuang Realm Trading Platform and the leader of the Yenyu sect. May I inquire your esteemed name?" At this revelation, Su-yi felt a jolt of excitement. He had previously suspected that this woman hailed from a world steeped in ancient lore akin to the 9 provinces, and hearing the name of this realm along with its sect confirmed his suspicions. Was he truly in a realm of cultivation? He introduced himself as Su-yi, a member of the Blue Star Trading Platform and the chairman of the Tianyu Group. Regardless of whether she comprehended his jumbled introduction, he felt compelled to speak. It was not as if she had considered whether he recognized the Yenyu sect. Suddenly, a thought struck him. something felt amiss. The name Yin sect sounded eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it in a novel. Hesitating for a moment, he inquired, Sect leader Lin, does your Yin sect go by another name? Lin Iran, who had appeared calm and collected, momentarily froze at his question. After a long pause, she erupted into laughter, reminiscent of a villainous character. Her mirth so overwhelming that it brought tears to her eyes. He felt a wave of unease wash over him. Once her laughter subsided, she curiously questioned, what is this? Even those from other worlds are now aware of our He Huan sect's illustrious name. It seems I have done my duty well as sect leader, fulfilling my late master's wish to make our sect renowned across the realms. Wait, is it truly the He Huan sect? He instinctively touched his lips. Suddenly apprehensive, he had just shared tea from the same pot. He hoped he wouldn't contract any unsavory maladies. What began as a simple transaction had unexpectedly transformed into a matter of personal hygiene, a twist he had not anticipated. He had merely inquired due to having read about a sect in a novel that was publicly known as the Yin sect. It secretly referred to as the He Huan sect. To his astonishment, it turned out to be true. How utterly absurd! Had it not been for the knowledge that the trading platform could automatically filter out various detrimental effects, such as bacteria and viruses from different realms, he would have been compelled to interrupt the transaction and return to Blue Star for a dose of blocking potion. Moreover, this woman had appeared quite normal just moments ago, only to suddenly spiral into a fit of lunacy, leaving utterly bewildered. With just those two sentences, she was now laughing so hard that she could hardly stand. Was it truly that amusing? Not to mention her repeated reference to her seemingly deceased master as the dead ghost, which struck as rather peculiar. The sight prompted him to contemplate a hasty retreat. Yet, the allure of a world reminiscent of ancient cultivation in Jiuzhou lay before him, making the temptation unbearable. He found himself torn between fleeing and lingering. At last, after what felt like an eternity, observing that Lin Iran had nearly composed herself, he mustered the courage to inquire, I wonder if Miss Lin requires anything? This is a trading space. Perhaps we should discuss matters of substance. Chapter 300, What a Bewitching Enchantress. It is perhaps best to refrain from discussing such chaotic topics, lest the arduous effort of finding a seemingly human trading partner leads to a fruitless endeavor, with negotiations never truly commencing. Seeking to discuss matters of substance? Certainly, I possess numerous desires. However, I am curious as to what the young lord seeks. Lin Iran stifled her laughter, her previously upright posture now languid. Resting her chin upon her hand on the table, abandoning her kneeling position and reclining with ease. The vibrant red gown cascaded down, revealing a pair of long, slender legs emerging from beneath the fabric, reaching upwards until they were tantalizingly obscured by the sheer red veil, inciting a lingering gaze. After he casually inquired about her true background, the woman underwent a rapid transformation. Her ethereal demeanor dissipated, replaced by an alluring and seductive presence. Even her voice altered, the sweetness of her tone almost inducing a diabetic reaction. With a single remark, had inadvertently unveiled her true nature. What I desire is quite extensive. Ideally, I would appreciate acquiring some cultivation techniques from your world, as I have consistently traded for such items upon encountering different realms. Maintained a composed demeanor, contemplating the striking beauty of Yuling, remaining unaffected, and replied nonchalantly, after all, the essence of a trading platform is the exchange of resources. What could be more fitting than the exchange of cultivation methodologies across different systems? Indeed, Lin Iran acknowledged with a slight nod, unhesitatingly tossing a jade slip towards him. Our hidden moon sex techniques are exclusively for female practitioners, thus of no use to you. This is a technique my late master fortuitously acquired. An ancient secret of the Qingyang sect, known as the Golden Crow Scripture. Its power is immensely formidable, aimed directly at achieving the Void Realm's pinnacle of cultivation. However, the requirements for this technique are exceedingly rigorous, rendering it unattainable for ordinary individuals, which is why it has remained undisclosed. I observed you for a moment, and you appear quite suitable for its practice. Why not give it a try? As trading partners, There is no fear in sharing this knowledge. This technique is inherently complementary, yet oppositional to our hidden moon sex moon concealment technique, which is flawed, whereas this scripture is intact. In other words, those who cultivate this method would make ideal dual cultivation partners for our sect as disciples. However, due to the deficiencies in the moon concealment technique, it paradoxically becomes a formidable counter to our practitioners. In the Qing Shuang realm, it would be akin to the annihilation of the Hahuan sect, and I would never divulge such a technique to anyone, nor allow anyone to be aware of it. Yet, since this is a trading space, and our two worlds are unlikely to intersect beyond commerce, I see no harm in granting it to you. After all, even if you were to successfully cultivate it, you cannot impose upon me in this trading space. Of course, should that day ever come, I would be quite eager to engage in exploration and dual cultivation with the young lord here. This is the most superior technique I can offer from the realm of Qing Shuang. If the young lord finds it appealing, perhaps you might exchange it for your finest technique as well. As she spoke the latter part, the woman's voice grew increasingly melodious, her flirtatious glances weaving an enchanting spell, embodying the essence of a seductress. Were it not for Su Yi's recent indulgences, he might have truly fallen under her charm. Gazing at the technique in his hand, reputed to be the best from her world, Su Yi had no justification for refusal. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Could you also provide me with a copy of the techniques from your sect of Hidden Moon? In exchange, I can offer you one of my top 3 elite techniques." Giggles erupted from her lips. "Oh, dear young lord, how greedy you are! However, since we do not inhabit the same world, why not? But let me make it clear, both techniques come with certain side effects. Upon applying it to your forehead, you will be able to perceive the contents within, along with a detailed account of any side effects. Whether to cultivate them is entirely your choice." Lin Yiran was quite forthcoming, tossing over another jade slip. Su Yi, clutching both jade slips, swallowed hard. From Lin Yiran's earlier mention of the void returning realm, it was evident that while her sect may sound frivolous, it belonged to a serious world of cultivation. The technique he possessed was genuinely a legitimate cultivation method, far superior to those chaotic practices of magic and martial arts. Most importantly, this was an outright gain. He scarcely needed to offer anything in return. It was an absolute windfall. His top 3 elite techniques? On Blue Star, he had access to a plethora of techniques from the magical realm. He could simply trade the haphazard martial arts and magical methodologies he had acquired. Given Lin's generosity, he felt no need to conceal his own treasures. With that, Su Yi laid out his 3 most esteemed techniques from the world of magic, 2 on magic and 1 on martial arts, on the trading platform, ready for submission. However, just as he clicked to confirm the transaction, a message abruptly appeared on the system panel. "Dear valued member, the items you submitted do not meet the contractual conditions established with your trading partner. Please replace the following 3 items and resubmit. Tao O to Qing Zhuangxi." I Qing what? Wait a moment. Are these considered techniques? Su Yi had a slight understanding of these texts. The Tao Te, Qing, Zhuangzi, and I Ching were revered as the 3 mysteries in ancient times. It was said that ancient Qi refiners across the 9 provinces held them in high esteem. He had thought them mere feudal superstitions. Never did he expect that the system would deem these as even more formidable than the high-level martial arts and magical laws sourced from the magical realm. This is truly unbelievable. Would you like to submit? Failure to submit within the allotted time will result in the transaction being voided. It has been detected that this transaction pertains to the exchange of knowledge across boundaries. Should you not have received the knowledge carrier transmitted by the other party, it will be returned to its origin. If you have already utilized this carrier and acquired its contents, the transaction platform will employ advanced techniques to erase the relevant memories from your mind and terminate the matching process. As a consequence, you will forfeit the opportunity for any further matching for the next 3 years. With a countdown of 1 minute remaining, 60, 59, 58. The transaction platform's system kindly provided a reminder, as it seemed that Su Yi was taking a rather long time to comprehend the situation. Upon witnessing the penalties for a failed transaction, he was suddenly jolted into alertness and quickly declared, "I will take these 3 books. Please submit them directly." Just moments ago, He had felt a sense of satisfaction in exchanging those magical techniques he had no desire to cultivate for legitimate methods of cultivation. Little did he anticipate this unexpected turn of events. For reasons unknown, he could not shake the feeling that he had incurred a significant loss. Chapter 301. Comparative analysis of power levels across different worlds. The subtle changes in Su Yi's expression did not escape Lin Iran's notice. Observing his prolonged hesitation, she seemed to deduce something and playfully remarked, "Young lord, you are not being entirely honest, are you?" Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Su Yi swiftly redirected the conversation. "Although this trading platform is quite convenient, its multitude of rules has left me somewhat perplexed. I hope you will forgive my ignorance." Lin Sectmaster. By the way, I am still unfamiliar with the cultivation system of the Qing Shuang realm. If you have a moment, could you enlighten me on it? The cultivation systems vary significantly across different worlds, and having a reference would be most beneficial. After all, my intention in seeking a new trading partner is to address the concerns posed by the deities of the magical realm. If I cannot discern how the power systems of the two worlds correspond, it may prove quite challenging. While he had no clear concept of the strength of those deities in the magical world, Xinghin certainly did. Once he comprehended the power system of the Qing Shuang realm, he could later consult Xinghin to analyze these techniques, allowing her to swiftly ascertain which levels correspond to the deities of the magical realm. The text would detail what realms correspond to what strengths, and if the young lord wishes to learn, he might as well explore it himself. By pressing the jade slip to his forehead, he would be able to perceive all its contents. Lin Iran produced a recently acquired copy of the Tao Te Ching and remarked, "How fortuitous. I too can seize this opportunity to explore the profound principles of the world you inhabit. The very title of this technique is extraordinary." With that, she began to peruse the text with great enthusiasm. In response, Su Yi followed suit, grasping the jade slip that contained the Golden Crow scriptures. Compared to the traditional paper format he was accustomed to, this jade slip was remarkably advanced. The moment he pressed it against his forehead, an overwhelming tide of information flooded his mind, momentarily leaving him disoriented. However, he quickly regained his composure and noticed a plethora of knowledge amassed within his consciousness. This information was incredibly intricate, yet thanks to the jade slip's transformative properties, he was able to grasp its meaning in an exceptionally brief period. "Remarkable," he exclaimed, utterly captivated. Rather than hastily sorting through the sudden influx of information, he marveled at the jade slip itself. If it merely functioned to cram knowledge into someone's mind, he would not have been particularly impressed. However, the fact that it facilitated complete comprehension after such an infusion was truly astounding. One could even say it was extraordinarily impressive. If the knowledge carriers of Blue Star were replaced with this, the technological advancements of Blue Star would likely progress at an astonishing pace. Moreover, this device was not limited to use on Blue Star. If it could be mass-produced, he could even market these jade slips as unique commodities. For instance, in the neighboring interstellar civilization of the White Deer, Su Yi believed this item would undoubtedly find a vast market. In contrast to the current technological framework of Blue Star, a prodigy could learn a substantial amount over 2 to 3 decades, gaining at least a fundamental understanding, even if not mastering it entirely. The vast expanse of interstellar civilizations, replete with cutting-edge technologies, suggests a remarkably advanced technological tree. It is highly probable that, in certain domains, many individuals may spend their entire lives without reaching the pinnacle of achievement. Should such innovations come to fruition, the reduction in the cost of learning would be profound. This is undoubtedly a product that could thrive in the realm of the White Deer. Previously, Su Yi pondered on the considerable assistance he had received from White Deer. Aside from the artifact from a magical world, he found little that could significantly aid her. The magical items, when placed within the context of her civilization, would merely exert some influence on individuals, but would not hold much weight on a grander scale. In a comparative sense, even the most formidable deities of the magical realm might struggle to withstand a single strike from a planet-destroying battleship. The martial arts and magical practices are unlikely to yield any revolutionary impact on the interstellar domain. However, the jade slips are distinct. If they could indeed be mass-produced in sufficient quantities, It would not be an exaggeration to assert that white deer could become a formidable power in the interstellar realm solely through this invention. He needed to inquire with that enchanting woman about the method of creating these jade slips. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi refocused his thoughts and precisely extracted descriptions of the power system of the Qing Shuang realm from the flood of knowledge that surged into his mind. Body refinement, qi cultivation, foundation, establishment, golden core, primordial infant, divine transformation, returning to emptiness, merging with the Tao, transcending tribulations, great achievement, and ascension. At the initial stage of body refinement, he discovered that one possesses the strength equivalent to lifting a 10-ton weight. After reviewing the ranking of realms, his gaze fell upon the speed of realms, nearly overwhelming him. The sheer idea that a novice in body refinement, merely beginning their cultivation journey, could wield over 10 tons of brute strength, and that was just the average, was astonishing. Some exceptional individuals could even reach levels of 20 tons or more. If memory served correctly, both Yu Ling and Xing Hen had informed him that his current strength was comparable to a formidable second-tier warrior in the magical world, with even some weaker third-tier warriors potentially lacking his prowess, as he indulged in potions and elixirs daily. In reality, his strength, as he had tested recently, was around 2 to 3 tons. The limit for a third-tier warrior was merely 10 tons. To attain 20 or even 30 tons would require at least a 4th or 5th-tier warrior in the magical realm. Thus, it appeared that the fledgling cultivators of the Qing Shuang realm possessed strength comparable to mid-tier practitioners in the magical world. The disparity in power systems was staggering. Continuing his exploration, he delved into the qi cultivation stage. Upon solidifying their physique, practitioners began to attempt drawing qi into their bodies. Successfully doing so marked their entry into the qi cultivation phase. Those in the body refinement stage could only practice lesser martial arts, some of which were akin to magic, capable of invoking elements such as thunder and flames to enchant themselves or their weapons, thereby enhancing their lethality. The practitioners of the qi refinement stage possess remarkable prowess. They are capable of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy present in the air, transforming it into a form of energy stored within their dantians. Commonly referred to as spiritual power, the dantian resembles a battery, and as long as this battery remains charged, qi refinement practitioners not only have seemingly limitless strength, but can also unleash a variety of mystical techniques, excelling in both close and range combat. Moreover, judging by this description, their combat capabilities likely surpass those of the dual cultivators in the magical realm. However, for some inexplicable reason, the qi refinement stage evokes an odd sensation in Su. The body refinement stage is divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late, with the early phase already surpassing the third-tier warriors of the magical world. Yet, when comparing the 3 phases of body refinement in the Qing realm to the first 3 tiers, 1 to 3, the middle 3 tiers, 4 to 6, and the upper 3 tiers, 7 to 9, of the martial practitioners in the magical world, the strength of the qi refinement stage pales in comparison to those demigods of the magical realm, at least from the descriptions provided. Even the most exceptional geniuses entering the qi refinement stage, those who are invincible among their peers, seem to lack the formidable power of Starmark. Chapter 302. Is lifespan shortening due to the 5 declines of heaven and man? Su Yi pondered for quite some time, perceiving that the foundational stages of cultivation in this realm, namely the body refinement stage and the qi refinement stage, bear a striking resemblance to the martial arts and magic of the magical world. This observation does not imply that they are identical. Rather, they represent divergent methodologies that have evolved from a common foundation. This foundation, of course, is the spiritual energy akin to the magical power in the magical realm. The terminologies differ across their respective worlds, yet fundamentally they denote the same essence, including the spiritual energy referred to by the white deer, which is also this substance. The different applications of the same force naturally possess their own advantages and disadvantages. According to the perspective of the cultivation world, spiritual power is not particularly benevolent to the human body and is challenging to harness directly. Instances of mortals attempting to forcibly absorb spiritual power without a foundational body refinement practice are not unheard of. However, throughout the annals of the Qing Shuang realm's cultivation history, aside from a few exceptionally gifted prodigies, all who pursued this path ultimately found themselves stymied at the foundation establishment stage, unable to form a golden core. The specific reasons are not elucidated in this jade slip, merely stating that such actions would lead to deficiencies in cultivation, rendering the formation of a golden core impossible. Forcing the condensation of the core would invoke divine retribution, known as the 5 declines of heaven and man. Only a select few geniuses can endure this ordeal and rectify the latent tribulations from their prior cultivation, thereby enhancing their spiritual prowess. Those who successfully navigate this challenge invariably ascend to become formidable figures within the Qing Shuang realm, establishing sects and claiming ancestral titles. Cultivators must first refine their physical forms using spiritual power. Only after achieving a certain level of physical refinement can they proceed to guide qi into their bodies, which is regarded as the correct progression in the cultivation world. In contrast, the magical realm's training process is far less meticulous. One practices martial arts while another learns magic, leading everyone to stagnate at the 9th tier. Some prodigies embark on the path of dual cultivation, discovering it to be a viable route that even allows them to surpass the 9th tier and attain demigod status. However, subsequent breakthroughs become exceedingly arduous. Those so-called deities, as Starmar describes, are merely pseudo-deities, claiming to have transcended the demigod realm. They have only achieved a partial breakthrough, remaining far from the true transcendence. The combat prowess of these deities likely barely matches that of the foundational level cultivators in the cultivation realm. Encountering a formidable foundational cultivator could lead to their swift defeat. Clearly, their potential is significantly limited, reducing them to mere fledgling cultivators just emerging from the novice phase in the Qing Shuang realm. Conversely, the cultivation method chosen by Starmark, in Su Yi's view, aligns with the descriptions found in the Jade Slip regarding certain unorthodox practitioners, those who, lacking a solid foundation in early training, attempt to forcibly break through upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. The side effects are similarly profound. As a half-elf, Starmark is somewhat of a longevity species, originally capable of living for centuries without cultivation. Yet, having chosen this path, he is now over 100 years old, with merely 3 years of life remaining, reminiscent of the 5 declines of heaven and man documented within. If the cultivation method of the Qing Shuang realm represents the correct approach to harnessing spiritual power through metaphysical practices, then it is evident that the deities and demigods of the magical world have fundamentally erred from the very beginning. This misstep has rendered them eternally incapable of transcending to the true divine realm. Meanwhile, Xinghin and the predecessors who have embarked on her path have recognized the flaws in this cultivation methodology, yet they remain oblivious to the root of the problem, which lies in its foundational principles. Even if they were to undertake a reformation of their practices, none have ventured to first master martial arts to perfection before returning to the study of magic. Of course, in the absence of a corresponding cultivation approach, even if they were to adhere to this sequence, the martial arts and magic of the magical world differ fundamentally from the body refinement and qi cultivation stages of the Qing Shuang realm, which may yield no tangible results. Ultimately, this dilemma stems from the immaturity of the magical world's cultivation system. Indeed, it is youthful. While the magical world has boasted a civilization of cultivation for perhaps 1,000,000 years, it pales in comparison to the Qing Shuang realm. The records within the Jade Tablets chronicle the civilization of the Qing Shuang realm in epochs, each epoch spanning 129,600 years. Although the tablets do not specify the current epoch or year in the Qing Shuang realm, they occasionally reference time when discussing shifts in cultivation methods. The most significant epoch recorded in Su Yi's mind has already surpassed 3,000, equating to nearly 400 million years, based on the conservative estimate of the 12,960-year epoch. Moreover, this is merely a cautious appraisal. For the Jade Tablets document cultivation techniques rather than serve as encyclopedias or chronicles. Thus, they cannot indicate the present time in the Qing Shuang realm. It is conceivable that the Qing Shuang realm could currently be in its 3,000th epoch, or perhaps even 4,000 or more epochs, with the possibility of exceeding 10,000 epochs not being out of the question. In contrast, Wei Wei's Radiant Sun Empire, one of the oldest nations in the magical world, has existed for merely around 100,000 years, likely falling short of even a single epoch's duration. When discussing earlier timelines, it is suggested that there have been nearly 1,000,000 years. However, according to previous remarks made by Yuling, there are ancient texts that substantiate this, dating back 3 to 400,000 years. Anything earlier belongs to the realm of legend, lacking any formal documentation, unless one were to inquire of the most ancient deities. No one could ascertain whether civilization existed at that time. Compared to the Qing Shuang realm, the magical world remains a nascent entity, a civilization of metaphysics in its ascendant phase. It is entirely reasonable that its cultivation system is less refined. This information holds significant potential, and it is conceivable that Xinghin may yet find salvation. The serendipitous discovery of such insights in a cultivation world naturally elates Su Yi. Although he did not express much when Xinghin mentioned her remaining 3 years of life, it was due to his reluctance to take on burdens regarding issues beyond his resolution. And beings like Xinghin likely do not require his trivial reassurances. However, that does not mean he has forgotten about the matter. After all, having made each other's acquaintance, he would not hesitate to expend some effort to assist Xinghin if he could. The suddenly acquired and more refined cultivation method from the realm of immortality is likely to be the key to assisting Xinghin. If it proves beneficial, it would indeed resolve a lingering concern. However, based on the accounts recorded in the Jade Slip regarding the trials of transcending the 5 declines of heaven and man, it is evident that it will be exceedingly challenging for Xinghin to endure. Nevertheless, compared to the previous state of ignorance, where she could only rely on intuition to practice blindly, this enhanced cultivation method from the world of immortals at least provides a correct path for Xinghin, which is already a significant gain. As for whether she can ultimately withstand the trials ahead, if she encounters fortuitous opportunities that enable her to persevere, Su Yi will naturally seek ways to assist her. If such opportunities do not present themselves, then it can merely be said that they have done their utmost. One can only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 303. This cultivation method is truly extraordinary. As Su Yi perused the Jade Slip, his attention was primarily focused on the intricacies of the cultivation system, thoroughly comprehending the foundational knowledge inscribed within. However, his understanding of the cultivation method itself remained rather superficial. Glancing up, he noticed Lin Iran across from him, seemingly entranced by the Tao Te Ching, lost in thought without turning the page or uttering a word, showing no inclination to urge him on. Thus, he chose to delve deeper into the section on cultivation methods. The so-called Golden Crow scripture was documented as a technique derived from a powerful being in the tribulation phase, who, after vanquishing the divine beast known as the Golden Crow, experienced an epiphany leading to the creation of this method. Originally, this technique had an exceedingly high ceiling. However, the tribulation phase adept exhibited a lack of interest and only partially developed it, resulting in a system that, while not incomplete, could only reach the void-returning realm. Nonetheless, even with this limitation, it was considered an exceptional cultivation method within the Qing Shuang realm. Aside from a few prominent sects that had produced immortals and some ancient lineages, it would be regarded as a supreme technique in any second or third-rate sect. Beyond its inherent potential to attain the void-returning stage, the method's solid foundation was of paramount importance. A truly gifted individual, upon mastering this technique to its fullest and encountering opportunities related to the Golden Crow, such as its essence or feathers, might achieve enlightenment, thereby completing the unfinished aspects of the Adeptess work and ascend to even loftier realms. During this process, there will be no concerns regarding a lack of foundational training or limitations on potential. After all, the adept who conceived this method was undoubtedly aiming for immortality. Though the reasons for their subsequent abandonment of the endeavor remain unclear, the groundwork established in the initial phases was indisputable. If the practical limit of this method was indeed the void-returning stage, then the theoretical limit was ascension to immortality. In the trading space, The descriptions of items cannot be fabricated. Since Lin Iran claimed this was the finest technique at her disposal, it must be true. The prospect of acquiring a more potent cultivation method through her seems rather bleak. In essence, unless one were to access a more advanced realm of cultivation, this would be the most formidable method available to Su Yi at present. Moreover, Su Yi held a keen interest in the contents of the Golden Crow scripture. It was said that by practicing this method during the body refinement phase, one could invoke the true fire of the sun to temper their physique, a process far superior to the conventional methods, offering a more robust foundation and swifter results than merely utilizing spiritual energy. Upon reaching the Qi refining stage, practitioners would master the divine art of solar fire. Although this technique was energy-intensive, in the initial stages of Qi refining, a cultivator could likely summon only a flame the size of a candle, and for a very brief duration. It would only be in the foundation establishment or even the golden core stage that one could unleash a fraction of the power of this divine fire. Cultivating to the void return stage signifies the true mastery of the sun's genuine fire, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas without contest. This ability to scorch mountains and boil seas is not merely a hyperbolic expression. According to the Jade Scrolls, a mere wisp of perfected sun fire can evaporate vast expanses of water spanning 100,000 miles. The trading platform thoughtfully provided a conversion comparison for the units between the two realms. Su Yi calculated that this so-called vast expanse of water is equivalent to 6 or 7 times the size of the Tranquil Sea, the largest ocean on Blue Star. Thus, a single wisp of sun fire could incinerate all the water on the surface of Blue Star. This exemplifies the formidable power of the void return experts and the remarkable nature of the sun fire. Furthermore, the cultivation method even tantalizes practitioners with the prospect of attaining the Tao realm, allowing them to transform into the divine beast, the Golden Crow, possessing the might of a celestial creature. Divine beasts surpass the grand lizards and dragons of the magical world by far. Once matured, they typically possess the abilities of immortals and deities. The Golden Crow slain by the Tribulation expert was merely at the Tao realm, essentially a juvenile Golden Crow. Nevertheless, it took a fierce battle and significant sacrifices to vanquish it, showcasing the formidable prowess of divine beasts. In summary, from any perspective, this is the most suitable cultivation method for Su Yi at present. He had previously refrained from earnest cultivation, believing that the magical world's cultivation methods had limited potential. After all, he possessed an inexhaustible supply of life-giving water, ensuring that even without cultivation, he could easily live for 300 to 500 years. Time was ample, and there was no urgency, naturally leading him to await a day when he might encounter a more advanced metaphysical realm before attempting to enhance his own strength. Clearly, that opportunity has now arrived. The Golden Crow scripture appears to be the most fitting cultivation method for him at this moment. Even if he later encounters something superior, the solid foundation laid by this scripture will enable Su Yi to make a composed decision about whether to transition to a more advanced cultivation method, without concern for the stability of his foundation or the risk of unforeseen consequences from hastily switching to another practice. After nearly half an hour of studying the power system of the cultivation world and reviewing the introduction to the Golden Crow scripture, Su Yi resolved to practice this method and let out a sigh of relief. However, this is a trading platform, and it is evident that cultivation cannot occur here. He must wait until he returns home to commence his practice, as there is no need to rush. After all, both Yu Ling and Xing Hen have mentioned that the magical energy on Blue Star is remarkably abundant, far surpassing that of the neighboring magical world, making it somewhat of a sacred ground for cultivation. Resolute in his decision, Su Yi looked up once more at Lin Iran. He discovered that she was still engrossed in the printed version of the Tao Te Ching, even perusing the contents of the first page, reclining slightly as she read, her eyes never blinking. If it were not for her exceptionally alluring figure, which the loose long dress could not completely conceal, resulting in noticeable rises and falls with each breath, Lin Iran appeared more like a finely crafted sculpture than a living person. Su Yi patiently waited for a moment, only to find her still engrossed in the book, showing no signs of stopping. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke. What does Sect Master Lin think of the 3 cultivation methods I provided? The silence in the grand hall was abruptly shattered, and Lin Iran, who had been intently focused on the Tao Te Ching in her hands, finally responded. She slowly lifted her head, her initial bewilderment lingering for a while before it gradually faded. Once she regained her composure, Lin Iran glanced around her surroundings, recalling the purpose of her visit. Directly pointing to the great Tao, "It is extraordinarily profound," she offered her assessment. He had initially thought these were mere platitudes. But upon seeing Lin Iran's earnest expression, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that those esoteric texts genuinely represented an advanced mode of cultivation, perhaps even surpassing the Jinwu book in his possession? After some contemplation, he inquired earnestly, "When you say directly pointing to the great Tao, does that imply it can lead one to the level of Mahayana?" Chapter 304. Can they truly claim to be divine beings? The Mahayana stage? Lin Iran chuckled softly, stating, "The contents recorded within these tomes cannot be comprehended by one at the Mahayana stage. To truly grasp the profound and arcane principles contained herein, only a celestial being could possibly achieve such a feat. The intricate and enigmatic phrases documented are not intended for the ordinary or lower-tier cultivators. Fortunately, I possess the strength of a half-step void return. Otherwise, I would have understood nothing at all. It is worth mentioning that our Yes sect possesses a rather inferior cultivation method, limiting our advancement to the void return stage. And even the breakthrough to that stage is exceedingly arduous. I have been stagnating in my current realm for quite some time. However, the remarkable books you have brought, which point directly to the path of enlightenment, though lacking specific cultivation techniques, or perhaps I simply have yet to decipher them, are undoubtedly a tremendous aid to me. With these tomes at my disposal, I am confident that I shall soon break through and enter the true void return realm. Is it truly this extraordinary? Suidu found it hard to believe. He had initially intended to use the trifles from the magical realm to bolster his facade, but unexpectedly, he found himself in possession of something genuinely remarkable to offer. He couldn't shake the feeling of a considerable loss. Yet, it was evident that this was not the time for him to dwell on gains and losses. Although the Jade Slip contained a wealth of information, he had numerous inquiries of his own, since he had already bestowed such significant benefits. Benefits that not only exceeded Lin Iran's expectations, but also took Sui himself by surprise. He naturally aimed to seize the opportunity to inquire further. Thus, he remarked, "As long as it is beneficial to sect leader Lin, I am more than willing to share all that I know." Lin Iran, indeed in high spirits, readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Well then, Sui contemplated briefly before briefly explaining the matter regarding the star marks, ultimately asking, in such circumstances, does a significant reduction in lifespan equate to the 5 declines of heaven and man? Or is it entirely unrelated? If it does, is there any remedy? If not, what, in your esteemed opinion, could this situation signify? Upon hearing this, Lin Iran hesitated for a moment, seemingly in disbelief. To cultivate body refinement and chi training as entirely separate paths, and then forcibly combine them to break through to a demigod? How absurd! Such erratic cultivation, if placed within our ranks, would likely be easily crushed by even the most ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Yet they dare to call themselves demigods? A practitioner of such chaotic cultivation, resembling a false Dan realm, would likely be outclassed by the talented disciples of second or third-rate sects at the foundation establishment stage. And yet they claim to be divine? Moreover, if one were to forcibly draw spiritual energy into their body and unleash divine abilities, shall we say, magic, without refining the body, even if they do not perish due to bodily explosion, would they not suffer a shortened lifespan? How long do those cultivators in their world typically live? I'm afraid it might not be as you imagine. Sui shook his head and said, in that world, cultivators enjoy remarkably long lifespans. Some races, specifically crafted by deities, can live for hundreds or even thousands of years without any cultivation. There are certain races that possess innate, formidable powers, even without training, upon reaching maturity. They can attain strength akin to that of mid-stage body refinement. Oh, the miscalculation prompted Lin Iran to raise her brow, but she quickly inquired, Does that world harbor naturally powerful beings? Perhaps creatures akin to divine beasts, capable of wielding celestial powers upon maturation? Indeed, Su-yi recalled the colossal dragon that had recently emerged from Dream River City, nodding decisively. That would explain it, extracting the traits of these extraordinary beings, artificially merging them to create a new race. Such occurrences are indeed rare, yet only in a realm as untamed as theirs could this transpire. In our Qing Shuang realm, such practices would be deemed as heretical, even more so than our demonic sect, attracting fierce opposition and likely leading to a siege. Su-yi was not the least bit surprised by Lin Iran's conjecture. Not long ago, Yuling had specifically discussed these matters with him. Elves possess a fragment of dragon bloodline, or rather, genetic essence, he noted, aligning with Lin Iran's assertions. Receiving affirmative confirmation, Lin Iran did not revel in triumph, but continued. However, if those deities indeed operate as you suggest, their realm likely transcends the foundation establishment stage, yet falls short of the golden core stage, existing in a pseudo-core state. Under normal circumstances, creating a race in such a manner would be utterly impossible without external assistance. To put it plainly, in the Qing Shuang realm, accomplishing such feats would require the intervention of formidable beings even more powerful than myself. Oh, and I forgot to ask you, how long do these so-called gods live? I can't say for certain, but the oldest among them has lived for at least 300,000 to 500,000 years, with some possibly reaching 1,000,000. Even those demigods have lifespans exceeding 10,000 years. Su-yi was fairly well informed on this subject. Are you suggesting that these beings, who are not even at the golden core level, can dominate a world where the cultivation system is underdeveloped, living for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years? And that foundation establishment cultivators can also live for thousands of years. Lin Iran's eyes widened in astonishment, but she quickly seemed to grasp something, drawing in a sharp breath. I understand now. The world's origin, the fundamental essence of their realm, has been manipulated, allowing its inhabitants to absorb a portion of this world's origin during cultivation. With such extraordinary assistance, they not only manage to cultivate within such a rudimentary system, but also enjoy lifespans unimaginable to cultivators in the Qing Shuang realm, and achieve feats that typically require profound mastery. That sounds rather splendid, does it not? Why do you appear so troubled? Suis quiet, parpliet. Do you still not comprehend? Many things, when not rightfully yours, will inevitably exact a toll when forcibly employed. The reckless manipulation of the world's essence could very well lead to a depletion of spiritual energy or even the annihilation of the world itself. Such is the price to be paid. Lin Iran shook her head and remarked, I have essentially grasped the situation. Regarding your earlier inquiries, I can unequivocally inform you that your friend, known as Xinghen, has encountered the calamity of the 5 failures of the celestial beings. As for a remedy, I possess a few insights that may temporarily mitigate the backlash of the 5 disasters. To find a comprehensive solution, however, I must allocate time to seek relevant cases and devise a strategy. Chapter 305. The disaster relief pill and material exchange to temporarily extend one's lifespan is indeed a remarkable feat, especially for those who embark on a cultivation journey that spans years or even decades. 3 additional years of life seems rather meager in comparison. Moreover, with the trading platform currently at Su-yi's disposal, the array of worlds he can connect with will only increase over time. It is but a matter of time before he encounters a world capable of remedying this predicament. As long as one breathes, hope persists, a sentiment that could not be more fitting in this context. The techniques you have provided are commendable. Thus, I shall present you with the formula for the disaster relief pill, along with 3 finished products, each of exceptional quality. Lin Iran casually traded a formula and a small porcelain vial before continuing. The disaster relief pill serves to assist cultivators in evading various tribulations. The essence of cultivation itself is an endeavor that defies the heavens. The calamities encountered along this path far exceed the mere missteps that lead to the 5 declines of heaven and man. There exist countless tribulations, and not all possess corresponding solutions. Even in our Qing Shuang realm, many cultivators face peculiar tribulations due to their unique cultivation methods or paths, rendering them exceedingly difficult to manage. In such instances, the significance of the disaster relief pill becomes apparent. While this elixir cannot resolve the root cause of calamities, it can place the cultivator in a peculiar state, allowing them to evade the scrutiny of the celestial order and thus avoid the tribulations it imposes. However, I must caution you that the disaster relief pill cannot be consumed without limitation, depending on the cultivator's level of attainment and the nature of the tribulations they face. The quality of the pill will vary, and its effects will differ accordingly. As for the cultivator you mentioned, who is beset by the 5 declines of heaven and man, if they are of decent talent, consuming 10 or so disaster relief pills should pose no issue. Each pill can afford the cultivator peas from calamities for approximately 3 to 5 years, during which they can devote their full attention to their cultivation and breakthroughs. Once they transcend their current realm, the tribulations will naturally recede. The duration of the pill's efficacy varies from person to person. This need not be reiterated, as the cultivator will discern it for themselves. The individual you referenced, with merely 3 years remaining, suffers primarily due to the 5 declines. After utilizing the disaster relief pill, the impending calamity will temporarily dissipate, thereby restoring the lifespan they ought to possess. 10 pills may extend her life by approximately 30 to 50 years. This vial contains 3 pills, and you now possess the formula. The crafting of this elixir is not overly complex, and the materials are readily obtainable. You may choose to refine them yourself in the future. Sue-yi diligently noted all that she had articulated. He had initially pondered what he might offer in exchange, but it seemed that no such complexity was necessary, as the fundamental technique he had provided appeared remarkably powerful, leading her to present the pill as a gift. This significantly alleviated Sue-yi's concerns, particularly regarding Xinghan. Yet, while one matter found resolution, a plethora of new challenges lay ahead. Upon encountering a new trading partner, it was clear that the business at hand encompassed more than mere trifles. After a moment of contemplation, Sue-yi inquired, "Might I ask if Master Lin has any specific desires?" "Desires?" Lin Iran retorted, producing an extensive list. "These herbs and materials are what I require. Do not claim they are unavailable. According to your previous assertions, there exists at least one world within your realm or connected to you, where the cultivation system has only recently emerged. Moreover, there are audacious individuals who have brazenly pilfered the essence of that world and wreaked havoc. In such realms, it is often surprisingly easy to encounter artificial treasures, and due to the nascent state of the cultivation system, an abundance of primitive treasures and resources can be found. My list primarily consists of items in substantial quantities. Rarity is not my concern, and I'm certain you can procure them." Upon hearing this, Sue-yi glanced at the list presented to him. It was filled with exclusive terminologies from the Qing Shuang realm, including names like Fengwei grass and condensed ice flower, exuding an aura of fantasy and adventure. However, he recognized none of them. Fortunately, the trading system had thoughtfully provided annotations, translating these items into their corresponding names within the Blue Star or the magical world. After a cursory examination, Sue-yi realized that these items were, in fact, quite common magical crops. Most of them he had already introduced to Blue Star for cultivation, yielding significant harvests, with many having been reaped multiple times. There were only a few items absent from Blue Star, yet they bore annotations in the magical world's lexicon, indicating their existence there. The quantities Lin Iran requested were entirely manageable, especially considering the large-scale cultivation techniques employed in Blue Star and the expansive magical arrays utilized in the magical realm. The items on this list were comparable to the magical crops he typically traded for points with Wei Wei, amounting to merely 1,000 or 1,800 tons. After reviewing the list, Sue-yi remarked, "Aside from a few items whose yield I cannot guarantee, I can supply the quantities you seek for the rest. As for those few items, I will need to inquire further upon my return." "That is acceptable," Lin Iran replied decisively, showing no inclination for hesitation. "Now tell me, what else do you desire?" Without a moment's pause, Sue-yi stated, "I require the method to create a jade slip." "Jade slip?" Lin Iran momentarily appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his request, yet she soon smiled. "You possess a keen eye. Such items hold great significance in worlds where the cultivation system is not yet fully developed. However, while the crafting of jade slips is not particularly difficult and the materials are readily available, the actual process is not so simple. To begin with, The creation of jade slips necessitates the expertise of a weapon master. Though the skill level of the weapon master is not of utmost importance for the sole purpose of crafting jade slips, the intricate details involved mean that it is challenging to produce a finished product without at least a decade of experience in crafting. Moreover, even if you possess a considerable number of seasoned artisans, it would be of little consequence. Even if I were to capture tens of thousands of these craftsmen and sell them to you as mere slaves, relying on them for mass production of jade slips would remain utterly impractical. An ordinary artisan, lacking refinement, can produce at most 1 or 2 jade slips per day. Thus, even a workforce of 10,000 artisans could yield only 20,000 slips daily. While one might argue that these slips hold some utility, the notion of using them to artificially elevate the level of civilization or to cultivate a plethora of advanced talents is undeniably far-fetched. Chapter 306. The Knowledge Jade Slip. This can be mass-produced. Thus, all problems ultimately boil down to the issue of production capacity. Initially, upon hearing her mention that this item could only be crafted by specialized artisans, Sue-yi felt a glimmer of hopelessness. However, when she further clarified that no specific cultivation level was required, provided that the artisan possessed ample experience in numbers, he perceived a pivotal insight. The absence of a required cultivation level indicated that the crafting process was not reliant on esoteric methods typically employed by cultivators, but rather on skillful techniques. Although he was uncertain about the specific cultivation level she referred to and had little understanding of the baseline proficiency of a craftsman, he realized that this was a matter easily inquired about. Contemplating this, Sue-yi promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket, and with a casual squeeze, he broke open its casing. After a brief examination, he extracted a small black chip and presented it to Lin Iran. Can your world's artisans fabricate something like this? This is the latest 1-nanometer carbon-based chip produced by the Tianyu Group, representing the pinnacle of technological advancement on Blue Star, albeit merely average on Bailu. While it pales in comparison to the jade slip, Sue-yi believed that the artisans lacking significant cultivation would find it challenging to craft such precision. As expected, after scrutinizing the tiny chip for a moment, Lin Iran remarked thoughtfully, "It is indeed exquisitely crafted, although I am unaware of its specific function. The intricate etching of patterns on such a minuscule scale is nothing short of miraculous. In our realm, only artisans of medium to high skill would be capable of such a feat. Those of lower rank would certainly struggle to reach this level." At this juncture, her brow unfurled in relief. If you possess the technology for mass production of such items, then the crafting of these jade slips should not pose a significant challenge. The essence lies in the materials. The next critical aspect is the meticulous etching of intricate patterns, which is the most arduous part. However, for you, this should be manageable. Surpriset, Sue-yi invited furtive. He had initially posed the question merely out of curiosity, contemplating whether the creation of these jade slips would necessitate not only superior skill, but also unique methods employed by certain cultivators for enchantment. "There is nothing else?" he asked. "None," she replied. "The focal points of the jade slips are the patterns. If there are no issues with the etching and materials, they can certainly be utilized. As for how to imbue the knowledge you wish to convey into the jade slip, that does require some cultivation assistance. Of course, if one lacks cultivation, it is not a problem. Our world possesses a conversion formation. You can input the knowledge contained in a paper document into this formation, and then place the jade slip into another receiving formation, which will swiftly transfer the knowledge from the book into the jade slip." Lin Iran shrugged. "I can directly send you the materials required for crafting the jade slips, along with the various formations inscribed upon them and their respective functions. I can also provide you with 1,000 complete sets of the conversion formation. These will serve as the initial resources for our transaction. Surely, this is not excessive?" "Certainly," Sue-yi readily agreed. There was little to negotiate regarding this matter. The jade tablet, a vessel for recorded knowledge, could genuinely be regarded as a priceless treasure. Acquiring it for merely 1,000 or 1,800 tons of magical materials would undoubtedly yield immense profit. There was no risk of loss. For Lin Iran, these items were commonplace in the Qing Shuang realm, thus she felt no sense of deprivation. This is the essence of a trading platform. As a member of this platform, engaging in transactions here facilitates a mutually beneficial outcome. I can provide the items to you first. Is there anything else? If not, we may conclude the transaction, as I still wish to return and indulge in a bath. Lin Iran yawned in utter boredom. I would like to inquire if your world possesses any items that... Sui pondered for a moment. Items that even those without any cultivation or training can utilize, yet possess sufficient power to threaten the so-called pseudo-dam-level treasures you mentioned. Such feeble treasures are indeed difficult to procure. Lin Iran contemplated briefly, then retrieved a dark purple banner through the system. This is the 10,000 souls banner I crafted when I first entered the Golden Core stage. It cannot truly be considered a treasure, and it holds little value to me now. However, this type of treasure has a unique characteristic. It imposes minimal restrictions on the user's cultivation level, primarily relying on the banner itself to command vengeful spirits to vanquish foes. The chief drawback is that over time, it may adversely affect the user's psyche. I will provide you with a bracelet when you wield the 10,000 souls banner. Wearing it will mitigate these side effects. I have collected the souls of 5 Yuanying stage cultivators, hundreds of Jinan stage cultivators, and likely over 1,000 from the Juqing stage. As for those below the Juqing stage, such as Qi refinement and body refinement cultivators, their numbers are incalculable. There should be at least several 100,000. I once wielded this item to decimate several sections. Although the souls absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner lack the combat prowess they possessed in life, the spirits contained within this banner can pose a lethal threat even to the most exceptional talents of top sects during the Golden Core stage. Should they lack the appropriate protective treasures, mere pseudo-dam-level ants can be extinguished with a mere flick of a finger. The formula for the disaster avoidance pill will serve as additional compensation for the techniques you provided me. As for this 10,000 souls banner, consider it a personal gift from me to you. It holds no value for me, and I have no disciples to whom I could bequeath it. Moreover, individuals such as yourself, who are particularly suited to cultivate the Golden Crow scriptures, are rare. At least, I have yet to encounter one in the Qing Shuang realm. I'm quite curious to see what you will become as you grow. Perhaps engaging in dual cultivation will indeed enhance my cultivation as described in ancient texts. Let this serve as a protective gift for our first meeting. I sincerely hope you do not meet your demise too soon. Farewell, Giggle. With that, Lin Iran vanished from the trading space. On Su Yi's trading platform, an ominous old banner and an ancient bracelet mysteriously appeared. In the realm of cultivation, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging with such sinister artifacts. However, this is a trading space where everything is under the vigilant gaze of the platform. Lin Iran could not possibly resort to any underhanded tactics in this setting. Thus, could it truly be that he has fortuitously acquired a treasure capable of effortlessly vanquishing the deities of the magical realm, even in the hands of an ordinary person? Is this the sensation of mingling with the affluent? Such extravagance and expenditure is indeed remarkable. Chapter 307. A glimpse into the soul banner, accompanying the soul banner, and the pure heart bracelet are instructions on how to utilize the former. According to the records, one merely needs to invoke the incantation, and even an ordinary individual can wield the soul banner. Unlike other artifacts that impose certain cultivation requirements upon their users, the soul banner is fundamentally a rather extraordinary treasure. Initially forged, it was not particularly formidable, merely a notch above a common fire stick, albeit not by much. What sets it apart is the superior quality of its materials, far more precious than those of an ordinary stick, rendering it significantly sturdier and less prone to breakage. And then, that is all. This reflects the soul banner's most primitive state. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is nearly devoid of utility. The materials required for its creation are so rare that, if converted into cultivation resources, they could nurture several Golden Core cultivators within certain sections. Even aside from the precious materials needed, its initial functions are indeed quite lackluster, rendering it somewhat superfluous. The only aspect worthy of commendation is the potential of the soul banner. Theoretically, should one be able to defeat and slay an opponent, their soul could be absorbed into the soul banner, transformed into a puppet for one's own use. However, therein lies the dilemma. The souls of weak cultivators or mere mortals are of little consequence, while those of stronger cultivators, if one could slay them while alive, would be of scant use in their diminished forms post-mortem. If one encounters a formidable adversary, the assistance of a few spectral entities is hardly a solution. Furthermore, the act of slaying and subsequently absorbing the souls into the soul banner as puppets is a notion that is repugnant to most individuals. That said, it is not to say that a multitude of weaker souls is entirely without merit. If sufficiently abundant, they can initiate a qualitative transformation, thereby significantly enhancing the power of this seemingly accumulative artifact. This, however, has led to a most nefarious consequence. Some unscrupulous cultivators, driven by ambition to augment the soul banner's prowess, engage in indiscriminate slaughter, razing cities and annihilating nations, creating rivers of blood merely to strengthen their possession. Consequently, within the Frosty realm, the soul banner is typically regarded as a tool exclusive to those of the demonic path. Only individuals like Lin Iran, a prominent figure within a demonic sect, would dare to wield such an object freely. Due to these various characteristics, the soul banner usually serves two primary purposes. One is to enhance its power through the slaughter of the many, thus allowing it to keep pace with the user's cultivation, making it a valuable artifact for personal refinement. The other is to align with individuals like Lin Iran. In his youth, due to frequent confrontations with others and a considerable number of opponents vanquished, he perceived that eliminating those who dared to provoke him was a mere necessity. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, he casually refined this peculiar artifact. After dispatching the unwary, he could simultaneously empower the soul standard, decimate entire families or sects, thereby significantly enhancing the artifact's potency. However, as the unwary were not a daily occurrence, and upon reaching a certain level of strength, few dared to challenge him, he found himself disdainful of slaying ordinary individuals to bolster the soul standard's power. Consequently, its enhancement rate fell far behind his cultivation's progression, rendering it rather superfluous. According to the description, in the Frosty Blue realm, many formidable practitioners of the demonic path, and even some righteous powerhouses, secretly crafted such artifacts. They did not necessarily intend for personal use, but rather to carry them casually, occasionally gathering souls, and when sufficiently potent, bestowing them upon disciples or juniors for self-defense. An excellent strategy indeed. Artifacts forged for this purpose naturally imposed minimal requirements on the user's cultivation. There was no need to erase the previous owner's imprint. A simple blood oath sufficed for recognition. In dire circumstance, the soul puppets within would autonomously emerge to protect their master. Aside from truly boundless cultivators in a Frosty Blue realm, the soul standard typically served as a gift from senior sect members to their juniors, proving exceedingly convenient. For Lin Iran, this artifact held limited personal utility. However, as the leader of a sect, she could readily pass it on to her disciples. Bestowing it upon Su, it was indeed a significant favor. Upon receiving it, he effectively mitigated the threats posed by deities in the development of the magical realm, proving to be an immense assistance. Even after exiting the trading space and returning to his private domain, he continued to examine the soul standard with keen interest. Although termed the soul standard, it bore no resemblance to the dark, decayed, and tattered imagery often portrayed in cinematic works. On the contrary, this artifact appeared exquisitely crafted and beautiful. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, it exuded a sense of grandeur. The pole was composed of a unique material, reminiscent of jade, yet not quite so. Resembling gold without entirely being gold, it felt smooth and comfortable in hand, devoid of any chilling aura. The main body of the standard was fashioned from a fabric akin to silk, adorned with intricate designs. Within the patterns, one could discern the imposing and solemn visage of palatial structures, yet upon closer inspection, it morphed into a vision of an infernal abyss, teeming with countless vengeful spirits and wailing ghosts. Surrounding it was an aura of dark violet, evoking the illusion of an endless chasm eager to consume one's very soul. Mysterious and formidable, such was the sensation upon gazing at the soul standard. What a remarkable treasure! Su exhaled deeply, appreciating its magnificence. He promptly sent a message to Wei Wei, who was anxiously awaiting news from him. I have discovered a solution to address the threats posed by the deities. However, I need to confirm a few details on my end. You may proceed to have someone establish contact with the colossal dragon, and once that is accomplished, please reach out to me again. After dispatching the message, he exited the trading platform and returned to Blue Star. More specifically, he found himself aboard the Kunpeng starship. At that moment, this magnificent vessel, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, was gracefully navigating into lunar orbit, with the hatch below already ajar. The extraterrestrial survival module was primed for deployment, ready to be released at a moment's notice, thereby establishing the first sizable lunar base for humanity on Blue Star, capable of accommodating hundreds of residents. Naturally, such a historic occasion called for Su Yi, the esteemed leader of the Tianyu Group, to preside over the final launch ceremony. Chapter 308. The more ignorant, the more confident. Why did you take so long? The starship has already reached lunar orbit. According to the previous plan, you still need to press the deployment button. Hurry and change your clothes. As Su Yi returned to the spacecraft, he was greeted by Yu Ling, who was waiting nearby. Clad in a pristine white gown, she held a set of clothes in her hands and gently urged him to change. Having just matched and bound himself to a cultivation world, Su Yi was in high spirits, and upon seeing Yu Ling, could not resist pulling her close for a kiss. Yu Ling showed no sign of resistance and quickly responded with a smile, asking, "Have you encountered more good fortune?" "Great news, but let's discuss it later. First, we must complete the ceremony," Su Yi teased. Yu Ling merely smiled in response, not pressing him further. Soon, the two, now dressed appropriately, made their way to the bridge. It wasn't that Su Yi felt the need to make a grand show by pressing the deployment button in front of a captivated audience. The truth was that there were only a few alien survival modules aboard the starship, each exceedingly precious and invaluable within the Interstellar Alliance. Once deployed, there would be no possibility of retrieval. Thus, only the captain had the authority to deploy such items. Even if Su Yi were to delegate this task to another, it would be futile. The ship's onboard AI, Tianxian, only recognized him as the captain for such matters. No one else would suffice. This rigidity of the AI was both a testament to its precision and its inflexibility. In summary, without Su Yi's presence, Yu Ling and the others could merely return the starship to Blue Star's orbit, open the hatch, and launch the landing craft to return personnel. They could not deploy the module to the moon. This was the reason for the delay, which had now exceeded 3 hours, with the starship still orbiting the moon without delivering the module. 3 hours might seem insignificant to those aboard the starship. After all, this was their first venture into space. And while they circled the moon, they had no complaints as long as there was sustenance and hydration. They would not mind even if the wait extended for 3 or 5 days, provided they were not left starving in the void. The opportunity to explore the vast expanse of a starship spanning several kilometers was a joy in itself, and they welcomed the prolongation of time. However, for those watching the live broadcast on the ground, the wait was excruciating. The viewers were not limited to the residents of Jiuzhou. The interest had captured the attention of people worldwide. When the starship reached lunar orbit, it was early morning in Jiuzhou. Many had stayed awake all night, eagerly anticipating the moment when the survival module, as promised by the Tianyu Group, would be deployed onto the moon. Even those who could not bear the fatigue would take only brief rests, fearful of missing an unforgettable moment and the chance to witness history. In contrast to the morning here in the 9 provinces, the audience was granted the luxury of a night's repose. Yet for the viewers abroad, it was an altogether different torment. Many found themselves roused from slumber by familiar voices of friends and family urging them to witness the live broadcast. Bewilderingly, they heard whispers of a mission to the moon, with a spacecraft ferrying thousands en route, leaving most in a state of utter confusion. Upon glimpsing multiple angles of the starship in the live stream, alongside the colossal vessel gliding through the cosmos, the predominant reaction was one of disbelief, as if they had not yet fully awakened. Following this astonishment, the realization dawned that they were indeed wide awake, which naturally gave rise to heightened anticipation. Some harbored hopes for the success of the Tianyu Group's audacious endeavor, while others fervently wished for its swift failure. As the entire Western Alliance had been rendered a shadow of itself by the Tianyu Group, and many yearned for their downfall to restore confidence in their own favored factions. Amidst this collective scrutiny, the much-anticipated launch was delayed. Hours passed without a word. Why the prolonged delay? Could there have been an unforeseen mishap? Surely, something must have gone awry. As an aerospace enthusiast, I am well acquainted with this field. Time management is paramount here. Even a minor deviation from the scheduled launch can lead to the cancellation of a mission, particularly in well-established, conventional launches. The complexity of this unprecedented plan to integrate a large base into a single module and deliver it to the lunar surface, where it would autonomously deploy, is enough to make one's scalp tingle with apprehension. Now, with such a significant delay, I doubt they will manage to deploy that module today. Indeed, from an aerospace perspective, there are numerous critical windows to consider. Even the most routine satellite launches are meticulously timed. It is not a haphazard affair. With a 3-hour delay, it is clear that today's mission is doomed to fail. I suggest we all disperse. That's debatable. Does the Tianyu Group's near-Earth spacecraft require the same attention to launch windows as satellite launches? Why do some insist on applying their outdated experiences to evaluate the unknown? In the realm of aerospace, attention to launch windows is a fundamental principle. Do you not understand? Fundamental? Does your so-called knowledge inform you that a near-Earth spacecraft capable of seamlessly connecting the surface and space would ever appear on Blue Star? Does it tell you that the Tianyu Group could quietly construct such a massive entity and reach lunar orbit in a mere 10 hours, with no prerequisites for passengers, allowing anyone aboard? Spare me your common sense. You know nothing while I was engrossed in aerospace. You were still in your mother's womb. Ignoring all-time windows to force a launch is something even the technology of the Great Eagle cannot accomplish. Why should the Tianyu Group be able to? You understand nothing. I am a researcher at Juzhou Aerospace, and this is my credential. You think you know better than I do? How amusing it is to see a pretentious individual reveal a true expert. An aerospace enthusiast? Speak up. What is there to say? It is truly lamentable that such arrogance allows one to be a researcher at Juzhou Aerospace. It feels as if this nation is doomed. If only you could temper your bravado and learn from the scientific spirit of the esteemed Eagle, perhaps we would not be left in suspense for 3 hours. Unable to proceed. I wish to express my frustrations, but I realize it would be futile to engage in conversation with someone so deluded. The more ignorant a person is, the more confidence they display. They keep referencing the Eagle as if it were a cure for their ignorance. If the Eagle could truly construct such starships, it would have long since dominated the world. Indeed, ignorance breeds confidence. Not a single person in our school fails to be in awe of the technology from Tianyu Group. What is the name of your esteemed institution? Oh, it is Jingqing University. Chapter 309. Hope for success and hope for failure if the evaluations concerning the delay from the people of Juzhou can be deemed relatively normal. With the majority merely seeking to witness history, save for a few exceptionally contrarian individuals, the assessment from beyond Juzhou are decidedly less palatable. The sentiments of the vast majority watching the live broadcast are rather intricate. They simultaneously yearn for the Tianyu Group to succeed while harboring a desire for its failure. The desire for success stems from a rather straightforward rationale. Although some individuals often indulge in grandiloquent rhetoric, asserting that such lofty narratives bear no relevance to the common folk, the truth remains that everyone is acutely aware that macro-level changes profoundly affect the lives of ordinary people. This influence is not confined merely to the so-called stock market. The simplest comparison lies in the observable reality. If grand narratives were indeed detached from the lives of the ordinary, one would expect the existence of a uniformity in the living conditions of all commoners across the globe. Yet, the reality starkly contrasts this notion. In some nations, the common populace enjoys a serene existence, reaping the benefits of extraordinary welfare. Even the prison conditions are exceedingly favorable. In others, though lacking in extravagant welfare, ordinary individuals can secure substantial remuneration